Lu Wanwan found herself transmigrated into a novel, assuming the role of a cannon-fodder wife on the brink of a wealthy family's bankruptcy and who had recently suffered a beating at the hands of the female protagonist. What? Before the bankruptcy, you want a divorce from me? Along with 2 billion and a penthouse in the city center. Divorce. Hurry up and sign. What do you mean I was framed? That's irrelevant, the money is real. After reading his thoughts, the Sunto-divorced CEO Fu. Before long, the trusted secretary of the entire company was reassigned from the central position. After the divorce failed, Lu Wanwan had no choice but to continue her life as a wealthy lady, albeit with the comforting company of a gossip system that allowed her to safeguard the male supporting character's family. What? CEO Fu's brother was actually cuckolded and falsely accused of infertility. Looking for a scapegoat? What? It turns out the true princess of the Qin family is merely an illegitimate daughter, and the Qin family was deceived. The young master of the Qin family has been infertile for 10 years. Could it be that he was wronged? What? The top-tier young actor is married with 2 children and even participates in a dating show to deceive and trick others? What? It turns out that the little girl raised by her husband for 20 years is a fake heiress, while the true heiress is missing. After transmigrating, Lu Wanwan not only had an unending supply of gossip and scandals, but also an inexhaustible fortune. Fu. And what about me? Chapter 1. The divorce begins. Sign here, and after the divorce, I will provide you with a penthouse in the city center and an additional 2 billion in cash. Please stop entangling yourself with me. A cold yet melodious voice resonated. Lu Wanwan nearly laughed out loud. She never anticipated such fortuitous events occurring after her transmigration. This felt like a dream, one she wouldn't even dare to envision. Previously, she was a diligent employee, and now she was on the verge of becoming a billionaire. Lu Wanwan lowered her head, scrutinizing the divorce agreement for any unfavorable terms, but to her astonishment, there were none. Her eyes were fixated on the 8 zeros. Truly a good person. Which wealthy individual doesn't sign a prenuptial agreement? Who grants their ex-wife 8 zeros after a divorce? Seated across the desk was a tall and handsome man who, observing Lu Wanwan's lowered gaze, knew that she must be regretting her past actions. Lu Wanwan was both pitiable and detestable. At the tender age of 8, her parents perished in a car accident, leading her to be fostered by her uncle, who raised her for over a decade with the intent of selling her for a good price one day. Her uncle planned to sell her for 10 million to a 50-year-old man as a second wife. Lu Wanwan, however, turned the tables and seduced Fu Tingshan, even enlisting a multitude of reporters to solidify their marital status. Yet, this was still unsatisfactory for her. She pressed on, stalking him relentlessly, causing a ruckus whenever he was rumored to be involved with another woman. Though Fu Tingshan had tolerated much, this time was beyond unbearable, as Lu Wanwan had foolishly leaked the company's bidding information to another firm, resulting in a significant financial loss for them. If Lu Wanwan continued her foolishness, she could potentially expose all the company's secrets, a risk he could not afford. He had expected her to despair, but this time, Lu Wanwan seemed uncharacteristically calm. As she was about to sign the agreement, Fu Tingshan heard whispers in his mind. I am so delighted the divorce is finally happening. I won't have to see this deadpan face anymore. Who is she putting on a cold front for? I'm off to hire 18 male models who will sweetly call me sister. Oh, little puppies and wolf cubs. Your sister is coming to pamper you tonight. These thoughts invaded Fu Tingshan's mind, disrupting his ability to think clearly. Could it be that his overtime had driven him to hallucinations? No, he was certain that was Lu Wanwan's voice. Isn't Lu Wanwan supposed to love me? She can't even tolerate a hint of scandal, yet she's ready to chase after little puppies and wolf cubs after the divorce? How outrageous. But she can do as she pleases. Let her play to her heart's content. After all, I have 2 billion in cash and a house that's sufficient for my future. Should I kindly remind him that his closest secretary is actually a villain who orchestrated the bidding debacle and framed me? What? How could this be? Surely, Lu Wanwan was merely seeking his attention with such statements. Yet, he was convinced she hadn't uttered a word. Her lips remained sealed, yet her face radiated joy, the kind of joy akin to that of a widow liberated from her burdens. Who could understand? Observing Lu Wanwan's expression, Fu Tingshan noted that she appeared exceedingly pleased. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with his secretary, whose demeanor revealed a blend of relief and happiness. Yet, upon noticing Fu Tingshan's scrutinizing gaze, the secretary feigned sorrow at the impending departure of his wife. Could it truly be the secretary's doing? Lu Wanwan, I shall ask you one final time. Did you alter the amount on the bidding document? Are you kidding me? How could someone who barely graduated from a second-tier university comprehend a bidding document, let alone change the amounts? Only someone embedded in the company would know that information. It's astonishing that the CEO could be so naive. How has this company survived? Whatever, as long as I have my money. Surprisingly, Fu Tingshan found Lu Wanwan somewhat clever. She had managed to articulate her points without a single flaw. As Lu Wanwan was about to inscribe her name, she had no intention of answering his query. What's the point of your question now? You believe I'm guilty, so just fulfill your promise and don't breach our agreement. After signing her name, Lu Wanwan eagerly thrust the agreement toward Fu Tingshan, anticipating his swift signature, so she could depart with her 2 billion and the house. I will ask you one last time. Did you truly change the amount on my bidding document? He was all too aware that Lu Wanwan's affection lay with him. Fu Tingshan confidently replied, if it weren't for you, I might consider not divorcing you.
Huh.
I'd rather divorce you. I'd prefer to receive more money than remain married to you. Hearing Lu Wanwan's words felt like a knife piercing Fu Tingshan's heart. He hadn't realized her love was for his wealth, not for him. If that's not the case, it'll increase your monthly allowance by an additional 5 million, and you needn't divorce me. It wasn't double standards, rather. The divorce would grant him 2 billion, which was far superior to the unearned 5 million. Only 5 million? How miserly. Fine. It'll clean my slate, lest the male supporting character suffers too horribly. First of all, I can assure you that I am not the only one who has entered your office. Many others have frequented it. Additionally, I have no knowledge of the bidding document and could not have altered the amounts. How would it benefit me if you lost the project money? And haven't you noticed? Since I arrived at your company, I've been keeping an eye on your office, merely to see if any women visit. That makes sense. I'll check the surveillance footage immediately. Upon hearing the mention of reviewing the footage, the secretary's expression shifted to one of panic. He hadn't anticipated the boss would doubt his words and seek to investigate. Fu Tingshan took Lu Wanwan's hand, intending to lead her to view the footage. Wait, weren't we supposed to divorce? My 2 billion and my penthouse. Fu Tingshan called out to the assistants who were feigning busyness while eavesdropping on gossip. Hurry and pull up the surveillance from that day. Yet, as luck would have it, the surveillance footage from that day was mysteriously malfunctioning. Given Lu Wanwan's past indiscretions, the assistants unanimously believed she was responsible for the incident. I am wronged. Oh, how I am wronged. Not only have 200 million and my house vanished without a trace, but now they seek to place this unjust blame upon me. It serves you right after all. You are merely a villainous supporting character. Chapter 2. The Spectator's Delight. What male supporting character? I find myself somewhat perplexed. ISNT, the term exclusively reserved for the realm of film and television? Although Fu Tingshan does not indulge in television dramas, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding them. However, one thing is certain, this affair could not possibly be the doing of Lu Wanwan, for her demeanor betrays not a hint of anxiety. Yet, there exists no evidence to implicate Secretary Wang. Fu Tingshan waved his hand, summoning Secretary Wang out. He resolved to patiently transfer Secretary Wang from his pivotal position in due course. For now, the core responsibilities would remain untouched by him. In this confined space, only Lu Tingshan and she remained. Very well, I acknowledge your innocence. I apologize for the grievances you have endured during this period. The fault lies with me. Let's put the divorce matter aside. How can it simply be dismissed? My 200 million, is it to vanish into thin air? And my 18 male models? At this moment, as she gazed upon this dashing young man before her, her thoughts inexplicably drifted back to her 18 male models. As compensation, you shall receive an additional 5 million in pocket money each month. Goodness, the boss is magnanimous. To bestow 5 million in compensation. And that on a monthly basis. If only there were more, I would gladly bear this burden. As an ordinary CEO, Fu Tingshan was perpetually occupied. Thus, Lu Wanwan returned home. Upon her arrival, she was astounded. She had never encountered such a vast abode, roughly estimating it to be around 2,000 square meters. Especially in S City, where every inch is precious. Due to Lu Tingshan's profound disdain for her, they each occupied separate bedrooms. Upon entering her own room, she was greeted by a walk-in closet brimming with international designer labels, the latest seasonal collections meticulously arranged to fill an entire wardrobe. Is this not the dream of every woman? Lu Wanwan felt a sense of fulfillment. Delighted, Lu Wanwan changed into various outfits she adored. At that moment, the housekeeper approached to inquire what she desired to eat. I would like spicy chicken and changsha stinky tofu, and please serve me an assortment of Hunan cuisine for dinner. Lu Wanwan was aware that the original owner had conformed to Fu Tingshan's preferences, consuming exceedingly bland meals daily. The original owner, who relished spicy Hunan dishes, had been reduced to eating insipid fare, congee and other such blandities that she could hardly stomach. Typically, she would feel full after just a couple of bites. Fortunately, She herself had no affinity for bland food. She preferred the fiery and the intensely spicy. Who cares whether that insufferable man enjoys it or not? As far as she was concerned, her own enjoyment took precedence. Lu Wanwan's life philosophy was to live in the moment and savor life. Before long, 8 exquisite dishes of Hunan cuisine were prepared. Since she was dining alone, even the Changsha stinky tofu was presented with exquisite attention to detail, occupying an entire plate. The presentation was so refined that she hesitated to indulge. With 3 or 4 chopsticks worth of a dish nearly vanishing, Lu Wanwan managed to consume all 8 dishes, only just feeling satisfied. Indeed, the life of the affluent is truly delightful. When the housekeeper approached to inquire whether she wished for rice or fruit afterward, she naturally desired to partake in the durian and cherries that ordinary workers often abstained from. The housekeeper hesitated, well aware that the master despised the odor of durian, while the mistress held the master in high regard. After a moment's contemplation, the housekeeper ventured, "Madam, the master is not particularly fond of the scent of durian. Would you care to choose another fruit? If he dislikes it, then all the more reason for me to indulge in durian. Bring me plenty of durian, cut into small pieces." The housekeeper gazed in astonishment as the mistress devoured large chunks of durian, wondering if perhaps the mistress had truly been emboldened, disregarding the master's feelings entirely. By 11 o'clock that night, Lu Wanwan had long since retired to her beauty sleep, while Fu Tingshan, utterly exhausted from work, had only just returned home, still unfed. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by the pungent scent of his most loathed fruit, durian. The odor was indeed quite unbearable. "Who is indulging in durian in my home, unaware that I detest the smell of this fruit?" The housekeeper cautiously approached, replying, "Mr. Fu, it is the mistress who is eating it. She insisted, and there was little we could do. Has she truly let herself go? Is she no longer even pretending? Then heat up some leftover rice for me. I am famished and have not eaten all day." Mr. Fu did not wish to trouble the housekeeper further by having her prepare a meal anew, particularly as his tastes aligned with Lu Wanwan's. Observing the few remnants of food served to him, particularly dishes that contained little more than chili peppers, his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. "Go and prepare me a few light dishes. I cannot abide by these." "Certainly, sir, but please don't take offense at my prattling. The mistress has never favored bland food. She altered her diet to suit your palate, and has always preferred spicy dishes." He was unaware that she had gone to such lengths for him, yet he pondered why she had changed now. Returning to his bedroom, he reflected on the peculiar occurrences of the day, finding himself restless throughout the night. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan slept soundly. The next morning, she was greeted by a 5-star breakfast delivered right to her lips, a delightful indulgence. Fu Tingshan, however, had no time to eat. He was busily preparing for work. Yet today was fortuitously the day of the family gathering. Lu Tingshan arrived early to escort Lu Wanwan. The car gradually rolled into the estate, where other vehicles were parked, indicating the presence of additional guests. Before they could step through the door, they overheard a heated argument emanating from within. "Dad, I shall marry no one but her. And she is already pregnant." Still somewhat oblivious, Fu Tingshan ambled along, while Lu Wanwan hastened her steps. The spectacle was simply too enticing. She reveled in the unfolding drama, her excitement palpable. As soon as Lu Wanwan crossed the threshold, the uproar abruptly ceased. Why did the discourse halt? Was there an unseen presence? Glancing back, she noticed Fu Tingshan with an icy expression, approaching to take her hand as they entered together. "My dear son, you have finally returned. You must advise your brother. Look at the situation he has created. At merely 22, he has gotten someone pregnant. Yet I simply cannot accept such a daughter-in-law. Not only does she sing in bars, but she is also a delinquent. Even with a pregnancy, I cannot permit her to enter our home. Why can't you be more like your brother? At 22, he was already managing our company. And what are you doing at 22? Merely getting a girl pregnant. Brother, Dad, Mom, true love is priceless. Don't you understand? True love is invaluable, and I intend to marry her, or I will take my own life. Die. Is this your only means of coercing us?" Lu Wanwan erupted into laughter, instantly drawing the gaze of every individual present. Chapter 3. The male version of a love-struck fool. I can hardly contain my amusement. True love is priceless, yet he remains blissfully unaware of the proverbial green hat he has donned so securely. The expressions of the family shifted dramatically. Where did that voice come from? That woman has long been pregnant, seeking a naive fool to take on the role of a caregiver. She has chosen the unsuspecting Fu Shiran, who is indeed easily deceived, proclaiming her pregnancy without even a visit to the hospital. The child is already 3 months along. It is impossible, impossible. That child absolutely belongs to me. Fu Shiran exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Wanwan was taken aback. She could assure herself that her inner thoughts had not been vocalized. What on earth is happening? If it is yours, then willingly allow another to raise your child while you wear a green hat. To speak of Fu Shiran's unfortunate plight, as a scion of a wealthy family, he had long been starved of parental attention. Consequently, he engaged in reckless behavior, drinking, fighting, and frequenting bars, all in a bid to garner recognition from his parents. Ultimately, he fell victim to deception, becoming a pawn in someone else's game. That wretched woman dared to deceive his brother. Fu Tingshen promptly took action, dialing his assistant to verify the truth of this matter. Wanwan was still unaware that these individuals had already discerned her innermost thoughts. To her astonishment, her younger son was in such dire straits, she had previously entertained the notion that he might be somewhat dissipated. The parents of the Fu family felt a twinge of guilt within. Henceforth, your allowance will be increased by 500,000. Refrain from frequenting bars, drinking, and quarreling. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to assume the responsibilities of a man. Tomorrow, you shall assist your brother at his company. This seemed a prudent idea. In truth, Fu Shiran had long believed that his parents did not value him, which was why they had barred him from entering the company. I previously refrained from allowing you into the company out of concern for your lack of knowledge. I feared that you would lead your brother's enterprise to ruin upon your entry. Now that you have been granted an opportunity, you must seize it diligently.
Fu Shiran,
evidently skeptical, retorted, even if my parents believe she is not carrying my child, I still intend to marry her. It is often said that the wealthiest families are prone to instances of infatuation. I have witnessed this firsthand. Even if one is being unfaithful, or has not even touched her, one still feels compelled to marry her. Upon hearing this, Fu Shiran hastily interjected, actually, I have not disclosed to you that I am infertile. I may never have children in this lifetime, and this might be my only child. The notion of infertility genuinely surprised his parents. If he were indeed infertile, he could always adopt. Why then would he rush to take on the role of a caretaker? Besides, the proof of infertility was likely issued by that deceitful girlfriend of his, who tricked him into believing this was their sole child, and he believed it. Considering the substantial allowance Fu Tingshen had provided her, Wanwan resolved to reveal the truth. She nonchalantly glanced over the infertility certificate issued by the hospital. Brother, from which hospital did you obtain this infertility certificate? I have never heard of it. It couldn't possibly be a forgery, could it? Perhaps you should get it checked again.
What?
It might be fake? I have believed it for so long. He felt compelled to verify his condition. As a man, he dreaded being perceived as inadequate. Thus, he reasoned that marrying her and having children would prove his capability. He was not destined to be a man who could never father a child. At that moment, Fu Tingshen's assistant had uncovered the truth. Indeed, 3 months prior, Fu Shiran's wayward girlfriend had become pregnant at a bar, her liaisons with several men rendering it impossible to ascertain the child's paternity. At that time, Fu Shiran had been drowning his sorrows in the bar, appearing innocent and harmless, which led her to intoxicate him and fabricate the pretense of their intimacy. Upon awakening, she lamented to Fu Shiran, thus seamlessly becoming his girlfriend. I have instructed my assistant to investigate, and it appears you have indeed been deceived. She was already 3 months pregnant at that time. She merely took advantage of your gullibility to ensnare you as her caretaker.
What?
She dared to deceive me? That means I am not infertile. I could potentially have my own children. This is wonderful news. Indeed, you will have your own children. However, you are still a virgin. Why overthink it? The Fu parents were taken aback. Was their son truly still a virgin? Had all his previous romantic escapades been mere facades? They were mortified that his wife had disclosed such information. Is there anything wrong with being a 22-year-old virgin? My elder brother didn't marry my sister-in-law until he was 28. The Fu parents lowered their heads in shame, realizing how they had overlooked their younger son. Yet, it was not too late for reparations. So your previous lack of ambition was all an act. You will commence work at your brother's company tomorrow. However, your educational qualifications are insufficient. You shall pursue a degree at university alongside your employment. To the Fu parents, demonstrating their concern meant securing him a position at the company. I will certainly carve out a successful career and will not disappoint you or my brother. The Fu parents gazed at their daughter-in-law with gratitude, thankful to this seemingly inconspicuous woman for revealing so much information. Fu Tingshen, 2, contacted the authorities to have his brother's unscrupulous girlfriend arrested for extortion. Lu Wanwan found it perplexing how this situation had resolved itself so inexplicably. Reflecting back, ever since she had aired her grievances about work 2 days prior, she had inexplicably found herself transported into the pages of this novel. She was the ex-wife of the antagonist, and after their divorce, had not only harassed him, but had also met with a dismal fate. Moreover, the antagonist's family was not faring well either. Their company had been driven to bankruptcy by the protagonist, and what was once a glamorous family had been reduced to destitution. Now, having entered this narrative, she had acquired a system that allowed her to glean secrets about anyone she encountered. Since divorce was currently off the table, she resolved to remain in the affluent circle and observe events unfold, while also attempting to salvage the fate of the antagonist's family. To express gratitude for Lu Wanwan's contributions, Fu's father generously allocated shares of the company to her, which would yield dividends amounting to several million each year. Fu's mother, not to be outdone, bestowed upon her jewels worth 10 million. Fu Shiran, equally determined, gifted her his cherished yellow Ferrari. Receiving the keys to the car, Lu Wanwan beamed with delight. She had never anticipated that simply indulging in gossip would yield such lavish rewards. It was truly marvelous. Chapter 4. Astronomical Breach of Contract Fees. Having resolved the matters at hand, it was time for rest. In the past, Lu Wanwan would shamelessly share a bed with Fu Tingshen. Yet he adamantly refused to touch her, preferring to sleep on the floor. Now, with her newfound wealth, Lu Wanwan intended to enjoy a restful night, eager to indulge in shopping the following day. As she entered the guest room, Fu Tingshen felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Observing this, Fu's parents, who had followed with the intention of eavesdropping, were profoundly disappointed. Was their son truly incapable? With such a splendid daughter-in-law, why had he not acted sooner to secure her and provide them with a grandchild? Early the next morning, as the president, Fu Tingshen awoke promptly. His rigorous exercise regimen ensured his physique remained impeccable. Rising at 6, he began his morning run, and by the time he finished breakfast, Lu Wanwan had yet to awaken. By then, Fu's parents had also risen, observing their son's unwavering commitment to his fitness routine. Fu's mother remarked, "Do you not think our son is akin to a programmed robot, repeating the same activities daily? Running, working at the company, then returning home to sleep." As his mother, I seldom witness his smile. I hope Wanwan can bring about a change. Perhaps once he becomes a father, he will transform. Let us hope so. Did we perhaps pressure him too much? From a young age, Fu Tingshen had been inundated with intensive tutoring and physical training, a burden even adults would struggle to bear. As the supplementary heir, he had endured the full extent of these expectations, becoming accustomed to a life devoid of turmoil. At 10 o'clock, Lu Wanwan finally stirred, reveling in the restful slumber she had enjoyed. Glancing at the zeros in her bank account, her spirit soared. Armed with her bank card, she set out to indulge in a shopping spree, purchasing all the items she had previously hesitated to buy. Enveloped in a world of luxury, Lu Wanwan was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. "Lu Wanwan, are you planning to return to work? Even though your contract lasts another year. If you do not show up, I can declare it null and void." "What work? What nonsense? I am wealthy now. How much to terminate the contract?" 10 billion. "I cannot believe you are demanding 1 billion. Are you joking? What sort of inequitable contract have I signed to owe such an exorbitant sum? Surely, you must be out of your mind for money. Since you are reluctant to compensate, it would be prudent for you to come to work." The terms of this contract were inscribed in black and white, and you yourself affixed your signature. 1 billion is a debt one cannot repay even by selling oneself. At present, you possess merely 200 million. Upon arriving at that dilapidated little company, where even the building is in disrepair, I found myself having to ascend 10 flights of stairs, as there is no elevator. Ever since my arrival in this world, I have yet to endure such indignities. After scaling the 10 stories, I was gasping for breath like a dog. Upon entering the agent's office, I was met with a stack of contracts thrust towards my face. "In 2 days, you are to participate in this dating variety show." "What do you mean? A dating show? Are you not aware that I am already married? Joining a dating show would be a deception to the audience." "Married, you say? Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter?" "Well, if you are married, so be it. You must participate in this dating show. It is the last variety show we are sending you to. Once you complete it, you will be free from the $1 billion penalty." This insufferable agent is using the threat of 1 billion to coerce me. Fine. How many episodes must I endure in this show, and what is the compensation per episode? Now we are speaking sensibly. You will partake as a regular participant, embodying the role of the malicious female antagonist. Your primary function will be to stir the pot, and when the audience is enamored with that couple, you will simply join in. Am I to be subjected to public scorn? If you choose not to participate, it will be 200,000 per episode. If you refuse, I shall replace you with someone else for a daring reality show and send you off into the wilderness. It is a choice of one or the other. How delightful. Merely acting as a provocateur could earn me 200,000. Who can argue that celebrity salaries are not substantial? Even an underappreciated individual like me can earn such a sum from a single episode, while ordinary people toil for an entire year without nearing that amount. Very well. I shall partake in this dating show. I had hoped to lounge about, but it seems I must still engage in the variety show. The filming commences next week, granting me a week of leisure. Yet, I muse, indulging in the entertainment industry and savoring the celebrity gossip is not so bad. Before I knew it, Saturday, the day of filming, had arrived. The program's guests were to record an episode of Star's Unboxing. I had timed my arrival perfectly, knowing that Fu Ting Shun would undoubtedly be preoccupied with work, thus alleviating my worries of his unexpected return. Upon entering, the production team was astounded. Could this truly be the residence of a C-list star? Surely, the entertainment industry must be exceedingly profitable. The housekeeper and butler, aware that the lady of the house was to film, stood at attention early in the morning, exuding an air of intimidation. As the crew arrived, they greeted us in unison, "Welcome, esteemed guests." The scene felt straight out of a drama. The director recognized the potential for a captivating moment and recorded it all. Crossing the threshold, a variety of breakfast dishes adorned the table. Dear guests, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Please indulge in these offerings while I summon the lady. I have never encountered such a sumptuous breakfast before, with an array of Cantonese delicacies. Being a star must be extraordinarily comfortable. Truly, this is delightful. The housekeeper knocked on the door, and I jolted awake, suddenly realizing today was the day of filming. I hurriedly washed my face, donned some attire, and rushed downstairs. Those who were still enjoying breakfast were taken aback by my appearance. Is it possible for even an 18th-tier star to possess such beauty? If this does not garner attention, it would be a travesty. Chapter 5. More Gossip. My flawless skin bore no blemish, and paired with my exquisite features, it left onlookers breathless. Oh dear. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we commence recording? Not at all. Waiting for such a beauty is my privilege. However, the director quickly regained focus. Was not my character meant to be the wicked female antagonist? This is precisely the dynamic that captivates audiences, two women vying for one man. The recording proceeded swiftly as I bid farewell to the guests. Yet, I had a grand banquet to attend later that evening. Fu Tingshen had informed me earlier that I would accompany him as his date, and remuneration would follow. Arriving at the banquet, I was eager to uncover the latest gossip. System, do you have any news? The system excitedly replied, Indeed, and it is quite the revelation. Upon hearing this, even the typically disinterested Fu Tingshen perked up, intrigued. The banquet was originally held to celebrate the return of a little princess from abroad. The four prominent families, Liu, Fu, Qin, and Hua, are the elite clans of S City. This gathering was in honor of the Qin family's only daughter, who was the sole heiress to their substantial shares. However, it was revealed that this so-called princess was not truly of noble blood, but rather the illegitimate daughter of Madame Qin from before her marriage. Yet, this was not the most shocking revelation. The most explosive news was yet to come. As the elder of the Qin family began to speak, he announced that all of the family's shares would be granted to their only daughter. Madame Qin wore a smug smile. But then a figure burst forth. I have a revelation. Qin Wan is not truly the daughter of the Qin family, but rather the illegitimate child of Madame Qin from before her marriage. The elder's expression shifted, and he quickly ordered security to remove the interloper. Do not stop me. I have more to reveal. This individual has been spreading rumors about young Master Lin, leading to his infertility. And he is using this evidence to blackmail young Master Qin into transferring all company shares to his daughter. It became clear why the Qin family was so hastily willing to transfer shares. It was because she could not bear children. Once the security managed to escort the individual away, young Master Qin appeared to have absorbed a portion of the truth. Let me explain. She is undoubtedly our daughter. And that person is fabricating lies. How can I make you believe otherwise? How can I not doubt? Within mere days of our marriage, you claimed to be with child, and ultimately gave birth to a daughter. Yet for over a decade, you have not conceived again. The doctors have declared me infertile. Young Master Qin's voice rose in frustration, as if he were releasing years of pent-up grievances. His eyes blazed with anger, yet he refrained from taking action in front of so many witnesses, though one could only wonder what awaited at home. A splendid banquet had devolved into chaos. Observing this spectacle, Fu's parents exchanged glances, somewhat dismayed, but then turned to see Lu Wanwan and Fu Tingshan interlinked in a tender embrace. You two must take care of one another and strive to present me with a chubby grandchild soon. Fu's mother mused, scratching her head as she recalled the earlier events. Son, you wouldn't happen to be incapable, would you? If so, you should seek medical attention. Do not shy away from treatment. Fu Tingshan's expression darkened. Who suggested he was incapable? Mother, I assure you, I am quite capable. Capable, you say? Yet here you are at 28, still a virgin? That incident from years ago never transpired. She merely frightened him into taking responsibility, and to his surprise, he did indeed take responsibility. Fu's parents were left in shock. Could it be that their son was genuinely incapable? At 28 years of age, he had yet to engage with a woman. Perhaps hope still resided with their younger son. Indeed, Fu Tingshan was equally astonished. He had believed that he had genuinely engaged in intimacy all those years ago, which was why he took on the responsibility of marrying Lu Wanwan. However, after their marriage, he had not laid a finger on her, and he never anticipated that he would remain a virgin at the age of 28. System. Host, wake up. Even if he is a 28-year-old virgin, there still resides a white moonlight in his heart. That is, the female lead. Once she returns, our domineering CEO will transform into a lovesick fool, willing to grant her every desire, ultimately becoming a mere supporting character. Just as he had begun to harbor a hint of affection for Fu Tingshan, it would be wise to retract it. After all, once the white moonlight returns, I will become a discarded pawn. At that point, I shall abscond with my 200 million in cash. What white moonlight? How could he be unaware of the origins of such a concept? At most, he had a brief, innocent romance during high school that lasted 3 months before his girlfriend left to study abroad, leading to a peaceful breakup. Wanwan, do not speak recklessly, with your eyes wide open. I have not officially dated anyone besides you. All right. You have never dated anyone. So that white moonlight must be a figment of my imagination, correct? Lu Wanwan was taken aback by Fu Tingshan's irresponsibility and promptly rolled her eyes at him. Fu Tingshan himself was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to explain himself, considering he had once held her in disdain. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshan's parents were astonished to discover that their son harbored a yearning for a white moonlight. They pulled him aside and interrogated him. Be honest. Do you have a white moonlight? Are you still unable to forget her? From Wanwan's perspective, that woman is not of good character. You should cherish your relationship with Wanwan. We, as your parents, only recognize Wanwan as our daughter-in-law. Mom and Dad, I truly do not have a white moonlight. Do not listen to her nonsense. Very well. It's best that there is no white moonlight. However, you must accompany us to the hospital. We are still quite concerned. With a scowl, Fu Tingshan was taken to the hospital by his parents for a thorough examination, and only after confirming that he was indeed fine did they feel relieved. The doctor could not help but jest, no worries. As long as you maintain a normal married life, conception should occur soon. Do not rush it. Anxiety can be counterproductive. Did you hear that? You need to make an effort. Give Wanwan some financial support. If Wanwan is in good spirits, she will naturally conceive my plump grandchild. But it was of no use. Lu Wanwan had already lost interest in sharing a bed with him. Chapter 6. Recording a dating variety show. After a series of troubles, Lu Wanwan returned home to find Fu Tingshan with a dark expression. Could it be? Could Fu Tingshan truly be incapable? Lost in thought, she inadvertently voiced her concern. Am I incapable? You can find out for yourself, Fu Tingshan retorted as he pulled Lu Wanwan into his embrace, overwhelming her with a wave of hormones that left her momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, one should seize opportunities where they arise. Lu Wanwan extended her small hand, exploring Fu Tingshan's physique, and indeed, he possessed a commendable set of 8-pack abs. The sensation was rather delightful. Upon hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, Fu Tingshan felt a surge of delight, acknowledging that he indeed had a magnificent physique. There was no need for her to seek out male models or other distractions. Her husband was more than sufficient. Yet, as she continued to explore, Lu Wanwan sensed something amiss. A peculiar pressure was building beneath her. Goodness! Could it be that he is reacting to me? Wasn't it said that supporting characters remain chaste? never having touched another woman until their dying day. Hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, Fu Tingxian's lips twitched. Regardless, he was still a normal man, capable of normal reactions. He felt the heat consuming him. He was indeed a man, and would naturally respond as such. Just as Fu Tingxian contemplated taking the next step, Lu Wanwan pushed him away. Perplexed, Fu Tingxian wondered why Lu Wanwan, who had previously been eager for his affection, now treated him with such disdain. He soon overheard her thoughts. She could not allow him to obtain her so easily, otherwise it would complicate her future pursuits of male models. Furthermore, this supporting character was not to be trifled with. If the female lead sought revenge, he could be swiftly eliminated. What? She still harbored thoughts of seeking male models? Was he not sufficient to satisfy her? What did it matter what the female lead was? Did he not know his own body well enough? For days, Fu Tingxian felt that Lu Wanwan was avoiding him. Ever since he had settled the expenses from the banquet, he had not seen her at home. Naturally, Lu Wanwan had to avoid him. In a few days, she would be recording a dating variety show. If he found out, it would be disastrous. He might question her intentions, especially since she was still his wife and would be appearing on a show that could potentially embarrass him. Soon, the day of the recording arrived, and Lu Wanwan set off with her suitcase. Upon arriving at the venue, she discovered several individuals already present. Initially excited, their expressions fell when they realized that a mere unknown participant had arrived late. Why is a newcomer like you so tardy? Were you not aware that we were scheduled to record at 8 o'clock? Tan Zili was the first to voice her discontent. Who in their right mind would not know we were recording at 8 o'clock? You assumed I was an insignificant newcomer and treated me with disdain. But I won't let you take advantage of me. I plan to leave this entertainment industry after just a year anyway. Unaware of who lacked discernment, Lu Wanwan pointed out, the director clearly stated 8 o'clock, and I arrived half an hour early. Is that not acceptable? Or are some people simply unable to read? Tan Zili, a third-tier actress with some recognition, could not tolerate being confronted by a newcomer. What do you think you are?
How dare you speak to me like that?
Where is the director? Get her out of here. So, you consider yourself a good person?
Well,
I was looking to quit anyway since the money I earn here is less than what my husband gives me. Had it not been for the hefty penalty fee, I wouldn't have shown up. At that moment, the director finally arrived to mediate. Tan, I sincerely apologize. You should offer her an apology, and we can consider this matter settled. Apologize to her? Not a chance. I have yet to receive an apology from her. Lu Wanwan countered defiantly. Director, you mentioned that arriving at 8 o'clock would not be considered late. Or, are you willing to go back on your word for her? Seeing Lu Wanwan's obstinacy, the director's patience wore thin. Very well, you can choose whether to apologize or not. Just know the implications for the editing later. Upon hearing this, Tan Zili smirked, eagerly anticipating the day Lu Wanwan would be publicly humiliated. At that moment, Fu Tingting, who had been absorbing all of Lu Wanwan's thoughts, was taken aback. Initially, she thought it was merely a result of her busy schedule causing her to hear ringing in her ears, but soon realized it was genuine. She could no longer bear to watch. It was intolerable to see such a beautiful young lady being bullied. What made this third-tier actress so exceptional? I, too, knew that the recording was at 8 o'clock, and for that alone, she should apologize to Lu Wanwan. As Tan Zili attempted to confront Lu Wanwan again, the director quickly interjected, whispering, "This is the Hu family's little princess, freshly returned from studying abroad. We cannot afford to offend her. Let this matter die down." Seeing Tan Zili refuse to apologize, Fu Tingting could hardly believe such shamelessness existed. However, since the recording had commenced, she reluctantly chose to let it go. This young lady was perceptive enough to discern who was truly causing the ruckus. As the clock struck 8 o'clock, all the guests had arrived, and the recording officially began. Just as Lu Wanwan settled into her seat, the system informed her that the drama was about to unfold. The individual seated to your left, a prominent young star, has cultivated an image of a cheerful and bright young man since his debut. Little did anyone anticipate that, lo and behold, he is already married with children. What on earth? Such explosive news would surely cause the internet to crash upon its revelation. If I were to sell this information to a gossip journalist, I would undoubtedly reap a fortune. Stay focused, host. However, this evidence lacks solid confirmation. The top star has maintained a pristine reputation, and over the years, he has effectively silenced any potential leaks with hush money, which is precisely why he dares to participate in a dating reality show. I refuse to believe he one slip up. The program commenced with an explosive selection of rooms. The third-floor room was the finest, boasting excellent soundproofing and ample space. Moreover, it was the only room available, isolated from others, making it particularly suitable for her. The other rooms each had their drawbacks, and, to accentuate the differences, one room contained merely a single bed, while another was replete with a myriad of dressing rooms and cosmetics, complete with a bathroom. The remaining rooms were standard, offering little variation. Tanzili was the first to speak up. "Gentlemen, I tend to be quite fearful of ghosts at night, so I would prefer the third floor, given its superior soundproofing. I assume everyone will graciously allow me to choose it." With that remark, she initiated a moral obligation. Hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, Huitingting readily concurred. She then chimed in. "Isn't that a bit unfair? Are you the only one afraid of ghosts?
I share that fear too.
Just because you are scared doesn't mean you should automatically have the room." Yet, Tanzili genuinely feared ghosts, and the gentleman seemed inclined to acquiesce. "You're all terribly impolite," one of the male guests interjected. "You haven't even considered the opinions of the women before making such a decision. I believe drawing lots would be more appropriate." At this juncture, the director hastily intervened to mediate, initiating a lottery. Lu Wanwan was fortunate enough to draw the coveted third-floor room she desired. However, Tanzili was less fortunate, pulling the slip for the room with only a single bed. Upon reading the note, her expression shifted dramatically. Yet, she quickly devised a clever strategy. Among the male guests was a top star whom she could not provoke. An esports champion she dared not cross, and a less renowned ordinary guest. With a sweet, affected tone, Tanzili lamented, "Oh dear, how unfortunate. I drew the worst room. Lu, as a gentleman, you surely don't need so much space. Would you consider swapping with me?"
Lu was no Navi man.
Yet, he understood the implications of refusing her request. He would face scorn when the show aired if he did not acquiesce. "Fine, Sister Tan, let us switch rooms. Just call me Lily, please. I truly appreciate it." Thus, Lu Wanwan comfortably settled into the spacious third-floor room and enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap. When the official recording began in the afternoon, the first order of business was to draw dating partners. "Heavenly spirits, please grant me the favor of not pairing me with the top star, Luo Haoran." Yet, fate was unkind, and Lu Wanwan found herself paired with Luo Haoran regardless. The date location was a theme park. To her surprise, Luo Haoran harbored a significant interest in Lu Wanwan, believing she would be an easy conquest, someone he could casually date now that he was divorced. Upon arriving at the amusement park, a plethora of attractions greeted them. Lu Wanwan confidently strode towards the bungee jumping platform, craving the thrill of such exhilarating experiences after a long hiatus. The height caused Luo Haoran to hesitate, for he was acutely aware of his fans' fear of heights. Did not most young women prefer the gentler rides, such as carousels, to foster romantic connections? Why commence their outing with such a heart-pounding leap? Unperturbed by Luo Haoran's musings, Lu Wanwan sought to challenge herself and relish the adrenaline rush. With an air of nonchalance, she leaped off, only to ascend again, noticing Luo Haoran's pallid complexion. "Are you afraid of heights?" she inquired. "If so, just wait for me here. I wish to jump again." Was this woman reckless? She intended to jump twice more?
No.
He could not allow her to perceive him as cowardly. How could he possibly fear such a trivial height?
Is that so?
Shall we compete on who jumps more? Who engages in bungee jumping on a date? After his initial leap, Luo Haoran's face was a canvas of terror. He turned ashen. At that moment, the director's team intervened, suggesting, "Let us opt for some less thrilling activities. This is too perilous." Fine, but that's awfully dull. Let us try the haunted house." What haunted house? That was precisely what he feared most. Luo Haoran internally cursed, as he witnessed Luo Haoran's frantic attempts to evade the scares. Lu Wanwan emerged from the haunted house, thoroughly satisfied. Luo Haoran quickly dismissed any romantic notions regarding Lu Wanwan, contemplating that courting such a terrifying companion would be his undoing. Consequently, they returned to their shared accommodation early, while Lu Wanwan eagerly anticipated the conclusion of filming, reclining in her room and engrossed in her phone. When the other two pairs of guests finally returned, Tanzili appeared visibly annoyed. She had initially intended to pair with the top star to generate more buzz, but found herself with the very person she disliked most. The result was a dull partnership with an ordinary guest who seemed utterly clueless, failing to suggest even a coffee shop after circling the park numerous times. After a day spent in high heels, her feet were blistered and aching. Conversely, Hua's little princess was elated. She adored gaming and had chosen to forego the director's planned activities, instead requesting the esports player to teach her. Unsurprisingly, the professional player easily leveled up. enabling her to achieve a rank she had previously struggled to attain. None of the three pairs ignited any sparks of romance, leaving the director to wonder if this was truly a dating show. However, the filming had already occurred, and they could not redo it. Thus, the first episode of the dating show concluded. Upon returning home, Lu Wanwan found that Fu Tingshan had been quite worried about her absence, not having seen her for days. He inquired with the housekeeper about her whereabouts, fearing she might have gone to meet a male model. Did she find my physique unsatisfactory? The housekeeper was unaware of her location but speculated that, given her past as a star, she was likely busy filming a show. Just as he was finishing work, Fu Tingshan spotted Lu Wanwan returning. Where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you. Lu Wanwan felt a pang of guilt, apprehensive that Fu Tingshan might uncover her participation in a dating show. I haven't gone anywhere. I've just been filming this program. After all, it's free money, 20,000 per episode. Fu Tingshan, assuming she was merely short on funds, questioned, are you really so broke that you're willing to participate in a 20,000 episode? Previously, I offered to invest heavily in a show for you, and you declined. The original her was ungrateful. If it were me, I would have jumped at the opportunity. If only that money could be converted into cash. What original her? He couldn't comprehend Lu Wanwan's ramblings, but he knew she was in financial straits. Here's a supplementary card with no spending limit. You can use it for whatever you wish. Since you are still the lady of the Fu family for now, you may use this card for the day. Alas, the benefits here are rather generous. Indeed, the three great joys of life are to have a deceased husband providing financial support. However, as this husband is still capable of earning, I sincerely wish for his continued existence. It is a pity, though, that having received the money, I can no longer indulge in hiring male models. My charming little pups and wolves are now out of sight. With me in the picture, isn't that enough allure? Why still yearn for the wild men outside? Sooner or later, she shall realize just how formidable she truly is. As night falls, Lu Wanwan drifts into a blissful slumber, cradling a supplementary card. Chapter 8. Scorned and Trending. Following the completion of the first episode's recording, the director swiftly edited the footage. Lu Wanwan, munching on sunflower seeds, anticipated viewing her debut on the program. Yet, upon opening the show, she was met with a barrage of vitriolic comments before she could even close the barrage feature. Who is this unknown individual daring to insult our beloved Sister Tan? Sister Tan has made it clear that it is 730, and such disrespect towards seniors is inexcusable. I believe this person ought to withdraw from the industry. How dare this wretched woman not yield to our Sister Tan? She is so young and beautiful. She deserves only the finest accommodations. The male contestants would gladly give way. Why does this wretched woman refuse? Truly, she is deserving of her status as a third-tier star. The fans exhibit remarkable fighting spirit, capable of turning black into white. With the director's subtly suggestive editing, Lu Wanwan quickly became the target of public disdain. Occasionally, a few compassionate onlookers attempted to defend her, but their voices were swiftly drowned out by the relentless torrent of insults. The program aired promptly, and soon thereafter, a trending topic emerged: Lu Wanwan, disrespectful to seniors, get out of the entertainment industry, propelled by the fans of Tan Zili. Initially, Lu Wanwan had no intention of intervening. After all, 200,000 had already been secured, so let them criticize her. Even if she were to explain, no one would listen. However, to her astonishment, Princess Huitingting of the Hor family stepped forward to speak on her behalf. At that time, the director clearly stated it was 800. All of us received the same notification, hence Sister Wanwan is not at fault. It is merely Tan Zili who cannot bear to see a newcomer thrive and wishes to make things difficult for her. Furthermore, regarding the room change, it was a matter of drawing lots. There was no question of anyone snatching a room. Does one with a higher status truly have the right to arbitrarily choose their accommodations? Subsequently, Princess Hua wielded her influence to compel the director to release the complete footage. The fans of Princess Hua, who idolize wealthy women, soon flocked to the trending topic to clarify matters for Lu Wanwan. At this point, despite Tan Zili's fans stubbornly refusing to concede, they quietly withdrew the trending topic. The director then intervened, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Thus, what appeared to be a farcical controversy came to an end, with the director's team benefiting from the publicity. Lu Wanwan's fame soared, while only Tan Zili suffered the repercussions. Tan Zili, in a fit of rage, hurled her phone to the ground. She had initially intended to ruin Wanwan but was taken aback by the damage inflicted upon her own reputation by such a seemingly insignificant newcomer. To make matters worse, this trending topic was suppressed by her financial backer. At that moment, her manager approached her. Have you considered accompanying Mr. Wang? Your resources would surely improve thereafter. Tanzili, though accustomed to unwanted advances at social gatherings, had never been offered such an arrangement before. However, reflecting on her current status as merely a third-tier star, she realized that all good opportunities were elusive. Her ascent had been agonizingly slow, and with her approaching 30th birthday, she felt the pressure. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately acquiesced, placing the blame squarely on Wanwan's shoulders. If it weren't for her, would she be in such a predicament? Meanwhile, Wanwan had done nothing wrong, and the farce concluded. She sent a message to Princess Hua, expressing her gratitude. It's nothing, I simply cannot abide seeing a beautiful sister wronged. Let us go out and have fun together more often. Oh dear, I've acquired yet another wealthy friend. Just as she settled her affairs, the system notified her of some gossip. Moreover, it concerned the very person she detested most. The system teased her with suspense. If it isn't just Tanzili I despise, but indeed, it is she. Hasn't she been languishing as a third-tier star for years?
Now,
After having her face bruised, she has resorted to attending Mr. Wang's dinner, willingly submitting to unspoken rules. Little does she know that Mr. Wang has long been married, and she is not the only mistress under his thumb, so the resources she anticipated are nowhere to be found.
how infuriating.
Indeed, she was driven to despair, transferring all her resentment onto you, aiming to tarnish your reputation. Is this not an unwarranted calamity for me? However, there is often a reason behind one's misfortune. Had she not provoked you in the first place, would such a series of calamities have ensued? Now, she blames it all on herself. At this juncture, Tanzili had just endured a harrowing experience, feeling utterly disgusted. Initially, she had eagerly awaited her manager's announcement of the promised resources, only to be informed that such an opportunity had evaporated. When she attempted to contact Mr. Wang, he no longer answered her calls, having forgotten which mistress she was. He had merely viewed her as an amusing diversion. Desperate, Tanzili reached out to her manager, who reassured her that such occurrences were common. Perhaps next time, he would remember her if he were to make connections again. At this point, Tanzili found herself ensnared in this dark predicament, forever unable to escape. She was no longer the pure and unblemished Tan goddess. Arrange it for me promptly. I can hardly wait to ascend to the pinnacle and trample upon those who look down upon me. The manager smiled, having previously thought Tanzili was utterly clueless, struggling for years to barely reach third-tier stardom. Now, she appeared to have finally opened her mind. Within a week, her manager introduced her to 3 or 4 executives. And suddenly, Tanzili found herself juggling these connections, overwhelmed by the attention. Fortunately, these executives remembered her and presented her with ample opportunities. In no time, Tanzili became a hot commodity. Meanwhile, Wanwan lounged at home, enjoying the air conditioning and indulging in watermelon, receiving a steady stream of delightful gossip from the system. The previous gossip had developed further, concerning Tanzili. Wanwan was keenly aware of the gossip surrounding those she despised. Speak quickly. I've prepared my snacks and drinks, ready for this juicy tale. Didn't I mention last time? After spending a night with Mr. Wang, he largely ignored her, prompting her to pursue connections with other executives. During this period, she became quite the sensation, having caught the attention of several executives, which led to resentment from many of their wives. Yet, due to the protection she currently enjoyed, they could do nothing against her. What a colossal revelation. Isn't she the one who prides herself on being a pure little flower? Yet here she is, sleeping with so many men. If her fans were to discover the true nature of their idol, would they still continue to support her? It appears I now possess a lever against her. Should she ever provoke me to the point of no return, I could certainly expose her secrets. Chapter 9. More gossip arises. I wonder if the high society hosts weekly banquets or something similar. Yet another banquet is on the horizon. Wanwan mused that these gatherings are splendid, for they present more opportunities to indulge in gossip. Fu Tingxian, with an air of skepticism, thought to himself, there cannot possibly be that much gossip every day. Even among the wealthy, it is unlikely that a scandal occurs weekly. Today marks the return of his younger sister, and a welcoming banquet will be held at home, necessitating their attendance. As they conversed, Fu Tingxian sighed deeply. My little sister is indeed quite rebellious. Please be understanding when the time comes. Rebellious is an understatement. She knew as early as middle school how to bully classmates, cornering them in restrooms, resorting to physical violence until their faces were marred. This behavior compelled the Fu family to send her abroad, as they felt utterly helpless. Even upon arriving abroad, she remained restless, indulging in gambling and accumulating considerable debts, which later contributed to the downfall of the Fu family. Moreover, this so-called younger sister is not truly Fu Tingshin's sibling. Instead, she is the result of a deliberate mix-up at the hospital years ago. Just when there seemed to be no scandal, the system unexpectedly delivered such explosive news. Is this not akin to a real-life narrative of mistaken identities among the affluent? Fu Tingshin felt a jolt of shock upon hearing this revelation. This younger sister has been a source of constant worry for both him and their parents, and no matter how he tried to educate her, she remained unmanageable. At times, he even wondered if she was indeed the child who had been switched at birth. After all, every member of the Fu family has always been strikingly beautiful. Yet this sister possesses only an ordinary appearance, coupled with questionable intellect. She often bullied her classmates, and despite sending her abroad in hopes of reforming her, she ended up gambling away a substantial sum of money. If this claim holds any truth, then where is the real Fu family sister? Where has she spent the past 20 years? It seems implausible. Fu Tingshin managed to conceal his astonishment and established a team of expert investigators to uncover the truth from 2 decades ago. Thereafter, he feigned a calm demeanor, joining Lu Wanwan in preparing for the soiree before stepping into the banquet hall. After all, this was the Fu family's domain. And upon seeing Fu Tingshan accompanied by his former wife, the crowd was taken aback, murmuring about the rumors of their impending divorce. Yet here they appeared, together and seemingly harmonious. It appears that his current wife should not be underestimated. After all, despite the leaked bidding document that had caused the Fu family a loss of several billion, they remained united. This indeed seemed like true love. The banquet commenced swiftly. Yet the host had yet to arrive, as it was meant to celebrate the return of the younger sister from her studies abroad. It wasn't until halfway through the event that she hurried in, dressed in a garish ensemble with vibrant colors and sporting pink hair, which starkly contrasted with the formal atmosphere of the gathering. Upon spotting Fu Tingshin, she audaciously requested a loan. "Brother, your little sister is back. You ought to show me some generosity. I heard you were divorcing your wife and had to pay her 2 billion. Surely, you can give me at least 10 billion. How preposterous. Who does she think she is to demand 10 billion as if it were a mere trifle falling from the sky?" Setting aside the fact that she is merely an impostor in the guise of a wealthy heiress, Fu Tingshin did not find her crassness offensive. In fact, he recognized the truth in her words. This younger sister often inquired about her allowance whenever their parents curtailed her spending, and he had always reluctantly acquiesced, albeit with amounts of 5 to 10 million. Now, she boldly asked for 10 billion, as if he were a gullible fool. While he had yet to ascertain whether she was truly his sister, there was no way he would grant her such a sum. "Sister, you return and immediately demand 10 billion, which is the annual dividend of a large corporation. Where did you hear such absurdity? I assure you, my wife and I will never divorce. The 2 billion you mentioned is sheer nonsense." At this moment, he denied the existence of the 2 billion. Yet she retorted that he had promised it would be hers, only for it to vanish without a trace. "I always said she was unworthy of 2 billion. A mere 100 million would suffice for her to exit our lives. I believe Sister Wan is the true matriarch of our family. Enough of this trivial chatter. Surely, you can spare me at least 1 billion. I have better things to do than participate in this farcical banquet." Hearing this, their parents were instantly mortified. How could she refer to their gathering as a farcical banquet? It was organized specifically for her. 1 billion? You must be dreaming. You returned with nothing. And you are barred from entering the family business. Go find a job and understand how challenging life can be. Only then will you appreciate the kindness of family. I don't want it. Do you think I care for your meager sum? I can certainly find a better job elsewhere. Goodbye. Their parents were furious, nearly fainting from indignation, while Fu Yanyan acted as if she had not heard them, briskly leaving the scene. Fortunately, Fu Tingshin quickly plucked a strand of her black hair, intending to conduct a paternity test. If she was indeed not their daughter, they would have no qualms about disowning her. Upon exiting the banquet, Fu Yanyan promptly called her elder sister. "Sister, rest assured, my brother is undoubtedly pining for you. The moment you return, he will rush to your side. I will follow you then. By the way, they refused to send me money. What should I do? I don't want to return to that villa. I wish to rent a place of my own, free from their control. Yen Yen, you are too stubborn. If you sweet-talk them a bit, they will surely send you money. If all else fails, I can lend you 100 million. All right, sister. I knew you were the best person in the world for me. Others refuse to lend me money, but if you do, I promise not to let you down. I will definitely secure that amount, and even if our parents refuse, I still have my brother. Mentioning your name will surely persuade them to give. Perhaps that wouldn't be wise. Your brother likely does not wish to see me again. It would be better to just use your own name. Very well, sister. I assure you, once I obtain the funds, I will transfer them to you immediately. Receiving the 100 million felt like a mere 1,000 to her, and within a week, she had squandered it all. Habitually, she dialed Fu Tingshen's number. Brother, I no longer want 1 billion, just send me 100 million. Fu Yanyan thought to herself that she had lowered her demands, and surely, her brother would comply. Little did she know. He hung up before she could finish her sentence, leaving her in a daze. She attempted to call several more times, but he consistently disconnected. Suddenly, it dawned on her that perhaps he had blacklisted her. However, previously, he had helped her settle her gambling debts amounting to tens of millions while she was abroad. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshen examined the paternity test report with a grave expression. How could this be? The sister he had known for over 20 years was, in fact, not his biological sibling. The report clearly indicated a mere 60% relationship between her and their parents, whereas a genuine father-daughter bond should yield a figure close to 99%. Yet he simultaneously understood why his sister had never displayed a penchant for academics or possessed extraordinary beauty, unlike the rest of the Fu family. She had not inherited their qualities, and even the most nurturing of environments could not alter her flawed lineage. Thus, when she called once again seeking financial assistance, he made the unprecedented decision to selectively ignore her call. He contemplated whether to reveal the report to their parents, but his immediate concern was discovering the whereabouts of his true sister. However, the investigative team reported that only 2 pregnant women had given birth at that hospital during that period, suggesting that a mix-up had indeed occurred, altering the fates of the 2 young girls. Fu Tingshen refrained from hastily presenting the report to his parents, fearing the toll it might take on their health, and resolved to investigate the truth himself. Venturing into a remote forest, Fu Tingshen found himself in a dilapidated village, devoid of even brick houses in the 21st century. After navigating various paths, he finally arrived at the home of the woman who had given birth back then. At that moment, a frail, malnourished girl emerged, barely recognizable as a child. Upon noticing the stranger, she scurried back into her room like a frightened sparrow. After knocking on the door, a figure eventually appeared. An elderly woman, nearly of the same age as my grandmother, inquired, "Who are you looking for? Everyone in this household has gone out. Perhaps you have taken a wrong turn? I have not erred. I am searching for Gui Lanfang. Does she not have a daughter?" Gui Lanfang has a daughter-in-law, but she bore only 3 sons. That daughter was sent away long ago. In her eyes, you were deemed unworthy of mention, yet upon seeing Fu Tingshen dressed so impeccably, she realized something and included her daughter in the conversation.
What?
It seems Lu Wanwan's suspicions were indeed correct. The nanny, feeling guilty, hastily sent the daughter away. This matter has reached an intolerable point. It appears I must report it to the authorities to initiate a special investigation. Do you know your daughter-in-law's number? I do possess the number, but you must provide me with 1,000 yuan. This old woman is all alone in these deep mountains, and they do not send me any money. It is quite pitiful. She demanded an outrageous sum right from the start. However, Fu Tingshen found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce. Upon receiving the number, Fu Tingshen instructed his detective team, who swiftly uncovered her address. He was nearly overwhelmed with anticipation to meet his biological sister and made his way there. Yet the environment was hardly better than the countryside. Several people occupied a mere 10-square-meter room. Oh, do not rush me. Once I contact my biological daughter, I shall certainly repay you the gambling debt. Do not urge me. My biological daughter must be wealthy. Is that so? You have owed us for months due to high-interest loans. If you cannot locate your so-called biological daughter, do not blame us for being unkind. Yes, Longa, please spare me. I assure you I can find her. Upon hearing this, Fu Tingshen immediately understood that the propensity for gambling was inherited from this woman. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Have you made a mistake?
Who am I?
I am the one here to settle accounts with you. Did you not deliberately switch a girl at the hospital all those years ago?
What are you talking about?
I know nothing. What switch? Although Gui Lanfang spoke defiantly, her eyes betrayed her guilt. Due to the urgency of the situation, She had given birth prematurely and the family doctor was not at home. Thus, they had to seek out a nearby hospital, leading to this mishap. Is that so? You claim to know nothing, yet I possess evidence from that time. If you do not admit it, I shall summon the police to take you away. Furthermore, I am acquainted with Long Ge, and I trust you would not wish for your fingers to be severed. In truth, Fu Tingxian did not know any Long Ge. He merely said this to intimidate her. How do you know Long Ge? Does he know about my situation? Is he threatening me to extort more gambling debts? Upon hearing Gue Lanfang's tacit admission, Fu Tingxian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Where is that girl? I wish to see her. That worthless little girl was long ago given to a family that could not raise children. I do not know where she is now. Could you possibly plead with Long Ge to spare me? Once I locate my biological daughter, I will certainly repay her debts double. Fu Tingxian realized that he still did not know the whereabouts of his biological sister and could not afford to alert the enemy, so he merely nodded. Do you know which family adopted her back then? How am I to know? I believe I heard they had a surname of Ji, or something like that. Whatever. Observing the woman before him show no signs of remorse and speak so brazenly, Fu Tingxian felt a surge of anger. Once he found his sister, he would return to settle accounts with this madwoman. Fu Tingxian mobilized his detective team to search for families with the surname Ji, who had a child born on the same day as Fu Yanyan. However, it proved to be as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. Dejected, Fu Tingxian returned home, only to find Lu Wanwan in high spirits, which lifted his own mood. In recent days, Lu Wanwan had no variety shows to attend and was enjoying herself at home with watermelon and cola. Indeed, being wealthy had its advantages, allowing one to indulge in whatever one desired. However, such carefree days would soon come to an end as she would have to return to that ridiculous variety show. Upon hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, Fu Tingxian wondered if perhaps he had not provided enough money. Why else would she still be thinking about going to a variety show? Chapter 11. Live streaming. Have you been short on money lately? If so, use the secondary card. Yet, a secondary card is still not quite the same as one's own money. It leaves one feeling insecure. How delightful it would be to transfer the funds from the secondary card to one's own account. My money is your money.
Is it not?
I never expected my wife to ponder so much. The secondary card has ample funds. You can spend it at your leisure. After this variety show, just come home. There is no shortage of money here. Yes, yes, Lu Wanwan quickly nodded, feigning agreement, anxious that he might discover she was participating in a dating show. The next day, the variety show commenced and Lu Wanwan rose early. Upon arriving at the recording venue, she found it surprisingly empty. She was the first to arrive. After waiting for a while, the haughty Tan Zili appeared. Her gaze was aloof as she glanced at Lu Wanwan but did not speak. Her eyes seemed to convey a message of impending retribution. Soon, all the guests had gathered. The director emerged, announcing, this time, we are introducing a new segment, random live streaming to enhance entertainment value, allowing viewers to vote for their favorite CP. The pair with the highest votes will have the first choice to form a duo tomorrow. The first game was a sensational one, Truth or Dare, with questions randomly drawn from a prepared list by the audience. A lie detector was also present to ascertain the truthfulness of the responses. The bottle began to spin, and it landed on the audience's most desired questioner, the popular young star, Luo Haoran. The director casually picked a slip of paper and began to smirk mischievously. All right. The question our viewers most want to ask Luo Haoran is, which type among the present female guests do you prefer? Luo Haoran paused, then quickly regained his composure, providing an answer that could not possibly be deemed wrong. All the female guests here are wonderful. I have not yet decided which type I like. Beep, beep, beep. The lie detector began to sound alarms, indicating that our little Luo was not being honest. Surely, among the guests, there must be a type he favored. He must speak the truth. Luo Haoran had not anticipated the accuracy of the lie detector, causing his expression to stiffen. However, he quickly resumed his sunny persona. Since everyone is so curious, I will reveal that my preferred type is someone like Wanwan. The audacity of Luo Haoran to direct the ire towards me. With millions of fans, if each were to hurl a curse, I would surely be left in tatters. The lie detector remained silent, confirming his statement as truthful. Instantly, the comment section erupted. Many who had come to admire my brother's charm were now seething with jealousy. With such looks, what on earth is my brother thinking? Indeed, utterly unattractive. Who is this no-name actor trying to ride on my brother's coattails and seduce him? She ought to be expelled from the industry. Of course, some bystanders quietly defended Wanwan, stating, I actually think she is quite attractive, not any less than those so-called goddesses in the industry. Yet, this sentiment was quickly drowned out by the fans' vitriol. Soon, all of Lu Wanwan's background was unearthed, from childhood to the present. At the age of 25, she was still a dropout from a second-tier university, having never starred in any notable works. These 2 points became prime targets for the fans' onslaught. In a flash, Lu Wanwan's follower count surged, albeit with a flood of detractors. Her private messages quickly filled to 99, inundated with countless malicious comments. However, the next round of truth or dare commenced, and it was unfortunate that Lu Wanwan was chosen. The incessant barrage of questions from the black fans left the director's expression somewhat rigid when he finally addressed one. The audience was eager to know whether she was still a virgin. A flurry of comments erupted on the live stream. At 25, surely she could not be, given the number of men she must have been with. Indeed, navigating such a dark entertainment industry, one could only wonder how many rounds she had been through. Just moments ago, my brother had professed his admiration for her, but now, his interest seemed to wane. After all, who would desire a 25-year-old who is no longer a virgin? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Wanwan replied, "I am a virgin." In truth, Lu Wanwan found the question quite awkward, but felt compelled to respond. Throughout her life, she had remained single, never having even held hands with a man, merely indulging in empty bravado. However, she felt no shame in this. Nonetheless, the comments continued to hurl insults her way, merely shifting targets in their attack. No wonder she's an old maid. At 25, she has never been with anyone. Clearly, no one finds her appealing. Yes, she must have little charm. And merely looking at her was irksome. Regardless of Lu Wanwan's responses, her fans relentlessly sought points of attack. The bottle then turned to Tanzili, whose fans were curious about why she had remained unmarried all these years and what type of man she preferred. Just as they were about to pose such questions, Tanzili's adversaries interjected with a particularly awkward inquiry. How many times have you been in love since your debut? Love might not have graced her life, even once. Yet one could only speculate about the number of casual flings she had had. Lu Wanwan thought to herself, I have never been in a relationship. Surprisingly, the lie detector did not react. Of course, she had never dated. Ever since entering the film industry at 18, she had focused solely on her craft. Though she was uncertain about how many bosses she had shared her bed with. Look at our sister, who has never been in a relationship since her debut. She is truly the best. Someone remarked. Even if she hasn't dated, she must have been intimate with someone. I wonder how many bosses she has been with. One had to admit the upstairs commentary was spot on. What nonsense are you spouting? Little black fan, my sister might have never dated, but she likely doesn't even know how to be intimate. Oh dear. Both sisters have never been in love. We are truly fortunate. Tanzili shyly smiled, appearing as the epitome of innocence, while others were oblivious to her seasoned experience. The bottle continued to spin, with everyone wondering who would be next. Chapter 12. The Scandal Unfolds. It landed on Luo Howren. Suddenly, a horde of black fans emerged, as Luo Howren's team had recently announced his relationship. Although fans felt disappointed, they appreciated their idol's sense of responsibility. However, taunts from rival fans prompted them to confront Luo Howren, posing a rather delicate question. How many relationships have you had since your debut? Luo Howren's countenance darkened. If one were to tally, it could easily exceed 30. Starting from kindergarten. Yet he hoped the lie detector would malfunction. I've only had 3 relationships, all in my Navi years. And they ended before I even understood love. But, rest assured, I am currently single. The lie detector beeped, seemingly slapping him in the face. At that moment, Ting, reveling in the chaos, chimed in. Oh, it seems there's more than just 3. Why don't we have our dear Howren explain how many he has truly had? I didn't include my Navi romances. If we're counting serious ones, there are only 5. The lie detector continued to sound off, repeatedly punctuating Luo Howren's claims. At last, Luo Howren's handsome visage could no longer maintain its composure. Director, enough is enough. The live stream has gone on long enough. The director, sensing the situation had spiraled, promptly cut the live feed and attempted to smooth things over. I'm sure everyone is hungry. The production team has prepared lunch for the guests, and they can take a short break. Despite the live stream being halted, the fervor among the onlookers only intensified. They quickly unearthed Luo Howren's past indiscretions, rumors of infidelity before his debut, a history of dating since middle school, painting a picture far removed from the cheerful boy fans had envisioned. Various terms surged onto trending lists. Consequently, Luo Howren's manager contacted him. I told you not to participate in any dating shows. Look what has happened now. All your dirt has been dug up by the rival fans. What do we do? In truth, Luo Haoran had little desire to partake in such a show, as it did not enhance his popularity. However, he owed the director a favor and had his own secrets in the director's grasp, compelling him to oblige. What to do? Obviously, find a scapegoat to divert attention and suppress my scandals. His manager quickly grasped the intent and began digging into another minor celebrity's past. This young star, embroiled in gambling and various scandals, attracted public scrutiny when caught in a prostitution sting, effectively overshadowing Luo Haoran's controversies. Luo Haoran watched as the trending topics shifted away from him, allowing a sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived, as he had not anticipated the rival fans' unwavering dedication. Although the previous allegations were tenuous at best, they were relentless in their pursuit to tarnish his reputation and elevate their idol. Soon, they uncovered a shadowy figure, Luo Haoran's silhouette, accompanied by a woman and 2 children. This image quickly vanished, but not before fans had taken screenshots, enough to ignite speculation. Meanwhile, the show continued. The production team was thrilled that their carefully crafted program had finally garnered attention. Audiences craved drama rather than harmony. Thus, the lunch provided was meager, merely a handful of greens and a packet of instant noodles, alongside raw meat and chicken. Surely the director was not joking. Such a paltry offering was hardly sufficient. Consequently, they initiated a compatibility challenge to determine which couple exhibited the strongest chemistry, with the winners receiving a sumptuous meal, while others would be left to dine on the meager provisions. Alright, now it's time for free pairing. I won't impose any restrictions this time, as we're primarily interested in who has the highest compatibility. Without hesitation, Luo Haoran wished to team up with Wanwan. Despite the lingering unease from their previous encounter, her presence reignited his confidence. He earnestly implored, Wanwan, choose me. I believe our chemistry surpasses that of anyone else. After all, we've been on a date before. I assure you, I will secure a lavish meal for you. The sight of his insincere appeal made Wanwan feel nauseous. She had no desire to associate with him, especially given his legion of fervent fans who might tear her apart. No, for this compatibility challenge, I have already chosen someone else. Perhaps you should team up with someone else. Luo Haoran's expression fell, disappointment etched on his face as he cast her a hopeful glance, wishing for her to reconsider. Yet, she walked away without looking back. At this moment, Tanzili approached. She was well aware of Luo Haoran's immense popularity. Brother Haoran, why don't we form a team? I assure you, I won't hold you back. I believe our synergy will be unparalleled. Luo Haoran, unable to find a more suitable partner, acquiesced, casting a triumphant glance at Wanwan, as if to say, you didn't want me, and yet here are others vying for my attention. On the other hand, Tingting was in a quandary. She had initially intended to team up with a regular contestant, but upon seeing Wanwan rushing over, she exclaimed, Tingting, let us partner up. As 2 girls, we will surely be unstoppable, invincible. Absolutely. I adore teaming up with beautiful sisters. After all, the production team had not stipulated that teams must consist of 1 male and 1 female. The director, exasperated, rubbed his temples, having not anticipated that they would exploit this loophole. Thus, the remaining 2 men formed a pair, each harboring disdain for the other. The director announced the competition rules. They had brought in a specialized rock climbing wall, where one partner would be secured to the other's waist, and the first to ascend would emerge victorious, of course with safety measures in place. Luo Haoran thought to himself, is this some sort of vendetta against me? Why must it involve climbing? Surely, I cannot allow a woman to carry me. Chapter 13. Rock Climbing Face-Off. The first group commenced their competition, and by sheer coincidence, Wanwan was in the initial batch. Although Wanwan had been a girl in her past life, she had not been a stranger to climbing or bungee jumping. With Tingting on her back, she set off, focused, reaching the finish line in approximately 2 minutes. Upon descending, Tingting felt a bit wobbly, but quickly regained her composure. Sister, you were so impressive. I'm your little fan. Soon it was the second group's turn, with Luo Haoran leading the way alongside Tanzili. After securing Tanzili on his back, he couldn't help but grumble. Have you been feasting on pig feed? You're so heavy. Surely, you must weigh over 100 pounds. Female celebrities are typically sensitive about their weight, especially someone like Tanzili, who was in a rising phase of her career. Oh, Brother Haoran, I'm not that heavy. I'm only 92 pounds. Really? I could have sworn you were closer to 120. Tan Zili silently criticized his lack of emotional intelligence, but maintained a facade of cheerfulness.
Oh,
I know you're the best, Brother Howren. You'll surely help me win the championship, right? We are destined for first place. Her words inflated Luo Howren's ego, leading him to assert, of course, first place is within my grasp. Just watch me. He declared confidently, I'll treat you to a lavish feast. With that, Luo Howren began his ascent with Tan Zili. However, as someone who is acrophobic and now burdened with an additional weight, he turned pale and trembled as he barely managed to ascend half a meter before losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. The director had not anticipated such a swift defeat, concluding the endeavor in under 30 seconds. This is unacceptable. At this moment, Whittington couldn't contain herself and began to mock him. Didn't you claim you'd secure first place? At this rate, you won't even manage to avoid coming in last, considering you've practically given up midway. You really are pathetic, Luo Howren. Who says I can't do it? I can. Just give me another chance. The one thing a man abhors is being deemed incapable. To salvage his pride, Luo Howren resolved to attempt once more. Yet before he could ascend even slightly, he fell again. Whittington erupted in laughter. This is utterly hilarious. You're not even as strong as I am. I could easily make it up there. Luo Howren found himself unable to retort, for she was the princess of the Hor family. He redirected his frustration towards Tan Zili. This is all your fault. You're too heavy. Lose some weight. How can a female celebrity be so heavy? You've embarrassed me. At that moment, Tan Zili's fondness for Luo Howren evaporated. If not for the traffic he brought, who would want to associate with him? I'm only 92 pounds. If you don't believe me, grab a scale. It's not my fault you can't climb. Stop blaming me. Luo Howren's face flushed with anger, unable to articulate his thoughts. He hadn't anticipated Tan Zili would dare to challenge him, even calling him a weakling. He vowed to take revenge on her. How dare she, a mere rising star, challenge him, the illustrious Luo Howren? The third group, consisting of regular contestants and game guests, managed to work well together, ultimately securing second place. Meanwhile, Luo Howren sat with a pallid complexion, eating mere greens and instant noodles, while Wanwan and Whittington indulged in a luxurious meal, reveling in their triumph. The contrast between the two groups was stark, as if one were in the heavens while the other languished on the ground. Thus concluded the second episode of the variety show. Wanwan retrieved her phone, yearning for a break at home. Habitually, she perused the trending topics, only to discover that 3 of them pertained to her. Wanwan is still a virgin. Wanwan brazenly rejected Luo Howren's advances. Wanwan has never been in a relationship. Upon clicking through, she was met with a barrage of vile comments. Were these individuals truly devoid of intellect? Initially, they questioned her virginity, labeling her promiscuous, and upon her declaration of having never dated, they criticized her for being a virgin. Moreover, was it a given that she must accept any advances made towards her? Was it a crime to reject Luo Howren's overtures? Yet accepting them would undoubtedly invite backlash. Either way, she was destined to be vilified. Wanwan seethed with indignation, but she couldn't help but imagine how the public would react when news of Luo Howren's scandal surfaced. At that moment, her manager called unexpectedly Wanwan. The results of this variety show have been quite impressive. You've gained a significant following. Keep up this momentum. I never anticipated you would take the route of black fame. Several variety shows are eager to feature you. Once we finish this dating show, we can consider other appearances. After hearing her manager's words, Wanwan was taken aback. Had she truly gained followers? Upon checking her statistics, she found an influx of negative followers, with curses directed at her and her family, but also a small contingent defending her, asserting that their brothers were unworthy of her. Wanwan felt indifferent to the vitriol from the negative followers. After all, she had been paid to endure such insults. She was curious, however, about the expressions on their faces when their brother's scandals made headlines. Just the thought brought her joy. Meanwhile, Luo Howren was in a foul mood. After the variety show, he instructed his manager to investigate Tan Zili's dirt, and upon delving into her background, he uncovered a trove of scandals. It appeared Tan Zili had been entangled with numerous influential figures, navigating her way through the industry. If this information were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. However, as she still had formidable allies behind her, this information would likely be suppressed until the day those allies grew weary of her. Though the scandal could not be released at present, it served as leverage for Luo Howren to intimidate Tan Zili. After exerting a slight threat, Tan Zili promptly became Luo Howren's sycophant. Unbeknownst to her, the information had spread, leaving her in a state of panic as she hastily acquiesced to Luo Haoran's demands, vowing to show unwavering loyalty in future variety shows. Chapter 14. The Truth of the Past. Upon returning home, Wanwan resumed her leisurely lifestyle, having long since dismissed the insults from Luo Haoran's fans. Meanwhile, Fu Ting had made progress in investigating the case of the false heiress. Years ago, Gui Lanfang, witnessing the prosperity of her neighbors who had just welcomed a child, impulsively decided to swap her own daughter with theirs. She carelessly handed her daughter over to a family that was unable to bear a son. The family, overjoyed with their newfound daughter, treated her with genuine affection. However, this bliss was short-lived. To their surprise, just 3 years later, they welcomed a son of their own. Naturally, the biological bond with the son overshadowed their care for the daughter, who, upon turning 16, was compelled to drop out of school. When Fu Tingshan discovered his biological sister's existence in the home of her adoptive parents, he was astounded. His sister, clad in tattered clothes that seemed almost white with wear, could not conceal her innate beauty. Her large, expressive eyes were fixed on him, silently questioning the identity of this stranger. Overwhelmed with emotion, Fu Tingshan embraced his sister, recalling the torment he had endured at the hands of his false sister for years. "Sister, I am your true brother," he proclaimed. Confusion washed over her face. "Brother? Where did you come from? I thought I only had one younger brother? I am your real brother. You were mistakenly swapped at birth. Now, come home with me. I promise to treat you well." Understanding that her situation could hardly worsen, she unhesitatingly followed Fu Tingshan. Unsure of her preferences, Fu Tingshan brought her before Lu Wanwan. "This is a relative of mine. I am uncertain about what young ladies prefer in clothing. Here is 1 million. Please take her shopping for some appropriate outfits." Upon seeing the girl, Lu Wanwan sensed that she was extraordinary. What an intriguing situation. She is indeed Fu Tingshan's biological sister. How did he come to know? And now she is here. Yet this 1 million is a lucrative opportunity for me. Fu Tingshan, having overheard Lu Wanwan's thoughts, felt more convinced that this girl was indeed his sister. Meanwhile, Fu Yanyan continued her relentless attempts to reach her brother. This time, Fu Tingshan answered her call, curious about her persistent motives. "Why didn't you answer my calls? Your dear sister is on the brink of destitution. Do you know our parents have cut off all my funds? You could at least assist me. That 1 million you gave me is long gone." Now that he had found his true sister, Fu Tingshan felt no inclination to argue with Fu Yanyan, nor did he wish to acknowledge her foolishness.
How old are you?
"All you do is cause trouble. 1 million should suffice for a year of living for a family in need. If you call again, I assure you, there won't be a single penny waiting for you. Brother, how can you be so heartless? I am your biological sister. You are not my sister. Because of you, my real sister has suffered greatly." Fu Tingshan resolved to gradually reveal the truth to their parents, knowing that the time for secrecy was nearing its end. As for the money, he would not part with a single cent for Fu Yanyan. He hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other hand, Fu Yanyan, accustomed to a life of luxury over the years, found even the remaining 1 million insufficient. With no other choice, she dialed her so-called good sister, Su Rulin. "Sister, what should I do if brother refuses to help me?" Su Rulin cursed under her breath. "What a useless girl. I relied on her for support, yet I can't even get a penny from her. It seems I must return to my home country." Yet, having previously lent Fu Yanyan 1 million, she resolved not to give her anything this time. However, to placate her, she spoke sweetly. "Sister, I have no money left, but I do have a good channel through which you can easily borrow tens of millions. Why not call this person and ask?" "All right, thank you, dear sister. I'll show my brother's wife that she is unworthy of him and await your return to become my sister-in-law." Su Rulin chuckled inwardly. After all, she was merely suggesting a loan. What happened afterward was not her concern. Oblivious to the trap set for her, Fu Yanyan immediately called to borrow 20 million. With that settled, Su Rulin felt relieved and turned her attention to her plans for returning home.
Meanwhile,
Fu Tingshan realized that he could not keep his sister in his villa. She needed to meet their parents. Upon returning home that afternoon, he found his sister transformed, and he felt a sense of relief. She deserved such fine clothing. Without hesitation, he took her back to the ancestral home, intending to present her as merely a distant relative while they transitioned. Upon entering, the girl appeared timid, unsure of where to place her hands. The Fu parents were astonished by her resemblance to their family, particularly to Fu Tingshan's mother in her youth. Fu's father, emboldened, remarked, "Dear, did you secretly raise a child while I was unaware?" She looks just like you did when you were young. Surely, this child is our biological daughter. He continued. I had my suspicions that Fu Yanyan had taught her countless things. It turns out our real daughter was here all along. Fu Tingshan was taken aback by his parents' perceptiveness and their apparent joy at the revelation. Indeed, I could not conceal it from your discerning eyes. This is my true sister. What transpired back then? He inquired. Their mother explained that during childbirth, a woman in the same delivery room had switched their daughter with another, selling her to a family unable to conceive. The girl, now aware of the truth, wept uncontrollably, astonished by her tumultuous history and the realization that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Chapter 15. Severing Ties. Upon hearing this, Fu's parents were not shocked but rather relieved. I always thought Fu Yanyan bore no resemblance to us. Her misbehavior led me to believe there had been a genetic mutation. But look at this obedient girl. She is indeed our pride, flourishing even in adversity. Just look at how beautiful she is. Come here, my dear. I am your biological mother.
Call me Mama.
I will ensure you suffer no more grievances. I will give you only the finest things in the world. The girl, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her mother tightly, tears threatening to spill as she longed to express the suffering she had endured over the years. My dear daughter, you have faced so much hardship these past 20 years. What do you desire? Mother can provide it all. Mother, I want nothing but to attend school and to change my name. It turned out that the family who had adopted her had not given up hope of having a son, naming her Lu Zhaodi instead. How could they deny our daughter an education? That is utterly cruel. We must change your name. The name Zhaodi is far too unrefined. You shall keep our family name, Hua, and we will choose a name that reflects your grace. Let us refer to her as Fu Qingqing, shall we? It resonates beautifully, mother. I have never encountered such a melodious name. The girl's tears were on the verge of cascading down once more. At that moment, Fu Tingshan, upon hearing of his sister's plight, was engulfed by a wave of indignation. Although he had long been aware of her dropping out of school at a tender age, hearing her articulate it was a different experience altogether. Without delay, Fu Tingshan contacted the authorities. He had meticulously prepared a comprehensive chain of evidence, fully aware that the nature of the offenses varied. He ensured that the woman who had wrongfully taken his sister was incarcerated. While the charge of abduction was untenable, he orchestrated a scheme that led to her imprisonment, alongside those who had engaged in child trafficking years prior. You need not fear any further. You are my sister, Fu Tingshan's sister, and no one shall dare to torment you again. The woman who bullied you has been sent to prison, he reassured her. Witnessing the tormentor who had plagued her life now behind bars, the girl finally felt a weight lift from her heart. At this juncture, Fu Yanyan, who had been absent for quite some time, unexpectedly returned home. Upon seeing the girl standing in the center of the hall, she was filled with bewilderment. She could not fathom the sudden presence of this girl, recalling that there had been no other daughters in the Fu family besides herself. However, her concerns were overshadowed by her own urgent predicament, as she had returned to plead for mercy, having encountered trouble with loan sharks and unable to reach her sister by phone. Little did she comprehend the gravity of her situation. After all, she had the formidable Fu family as her backing, and what were few loans to them? With a sense of entitlement, Fu Yanyan boldly approached her family, declaring, Mother, I have borrowed a sum of money that I am now unable to repay, and they wish to claim your daughter as collateral. Kindly settle the debt on my behalf. I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please forgive me. The reason Fu's parents had previously tolerated Fu Yanyan was that she was their biological daughter. However, upon discovering that she was an impostor, as well as her rebellious nature, they felt as though they had nurtured a wolf in sheep's clothing for over 20 years. Fu's parents took the opportunity to reveal the truth. It is fortunate you have returned. We do not need to seek you out any longer. The reality is, you are not our daughter. Your mother intentionally swapped you with our biological daughter in the hospital, resulting in us raising an enemy's child for so many years. I have shown you kindness. I have resolved your bullying issues and met nearly all your demands. Yet you have become increasingly audacious. From this moment on, you shall have no ties to the Fu family. While they did not wish to hold the previous generation's transgressions against this innocent girl, they would no longer extend their assistance. From today onward, they would sever all connections with Fu Yanyan. Fu Yanyan, either pretending to be oblivious or genuinely shocked, implored, What are you saying, mother and father? I cannot comprehend a word of it. How could I not be your daughter? Is this ragamuffin truly your child? Impossible. It cannot be. In a fit of despair, she lunged at the girl, striking her mercilessly, reminiscent of her past bullying. Why do you, the impostor, intrude upon my family? Claiming my parents and my brother? You should just die. Why don't you go die? Fu Tingshen, witnessing the scene, was incensed that his own sister was being assaulted by an impostor. He swiftly intervened, pulling Fu Yanyan away. Wake up. We have conducted a DNA test. You are indeed not my sister. This girl is my true sister. You would do well to refrain from any further transgressions, or I cannot predict the consequences. Furthermore, having lost your standing with the Fu family, you should expect trouble to find you. I have not yet publicly announced your true identity. It would be wise for you to recognize your situation. At last, realizing the severity of her predicament, Fu Yanyan collapsed onto the floor, yet she remained unyielding. Rushing towards Fu's mother. Mother, can you truly be so heartless? I am your daughter, whom you have raised for 22 years. Are you truly casting me out simply because I am not your biological child? We share 2 decades of kinship. While this girl has not spent a single day with you, she merely shares your blood. Initially, Fu's mother had contemplated providing Fu Yanyan with a sum of money in private, yet witnessing her behavior and words extinguished any lingering compassion. She resolved to give her nothing, for doing so would only further alienate her true daughter. Stepping forward, she embraced the bewildered girl who had just been assaulted. My dear, I am so sorry for the suffering you have endured over these past 22 years, and now to face such violence. This is my fault. I have a card for you. It will provide you with 5 million in monthly allowance to spend as you wish. It is my way of making amends. The girl's eyes sparkled with surprise, then confusion, as she quickly returned the card to Fu's mother. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too extravagant, mother. 1,000 a month is more than sufficient for me. Fool, what pretense is this? You refuse 5 million a month? I want it.
Fu Yanyan exclaimed,
Attempting to seize the card, her desperation for money leading her to a near frenzy. Chapter 16. A slap in the face. Seeing her once cherished daughter so brazenly insult her true daughter, Fu's mother could no longer contain herself and struck Fu Yanyan across the face. How dare you speak to my biological daughter in such a manner? That card is not for you. Return it at once. Fu Yanyan protested vehemently, recalling that her mother had previously given her only 100,000 a month, while now, her sister was receiving 5 million. This is blatant favoritism. Even if you were unaware of my true identity, you previously afforded me only 100,000, yet now, you lavish her with 5 million. Is this not bias? Very well, I am biased, am I? From now on, you shall receive not a single cent from me, Fu's mother retorted, shoving the reclaimed card into the girl's embrace. Should you find yourself short on funds, come to me. I shall provide, but only what is necessary. Timidly, the girl accepted the card, while Fu Yanyan continued her reckless tirade. Fu Tingshen, unable to tolerate the chaos any longer, summoned the bodyguards to escort Fu Yanyan out, instructing the security to bar her from re-entering the premises. With nowhere left to turn, Fu Yanyan resorted to calling her so-called good sister, Su Ruolan. Yet once more, her calls went unanswered. She finally understood that she had been deceived. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Su Ruolan was preparing to return home. Observing Fu Yanyan's incessant calls, she realized that her scheme had succeeded halfway. After expelling Su Yanyan, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped Fu Tingshen's household. Mother, we owe a debt of gratitude to Wanwan. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious to the truth forever. Fu's parents felt immense relief at having found their biological daughter, not realizing that Lu Wanwan had played a pivotal role in this revelation. It seems we have chosen a wonderful daughter-in-law for our son. Son, you have indeed married a remarkable woman. With her by our side, we need not worry about anything. Ensure you express your gratitude appropriately and gift her something special. Of course, mother. However, I plan to give her 1 million as a token of my appreciation. A mere 1 million? How stingy. That amount would barely cover a few handbags. We, the Fu family, do not raise such miserly sons. Here, take 5 million. She will surely appreciate it. Transfer it to her directly. Sitting at home, Lu Wanwan was suddenly graced with an unexpected fortune, as a sum of 5 million yuan was deposited into her account. Bewildered, she pondered who could be behind such a generous transfer. Could it be a scam? Yet, what kind of swindler would directly deposit money into her account? Regardless, she decided to accept it. After all, money that comes without effort is a rare gift. With thoughts of her impending divorce, Lu Wanwan contemplated using this newfound wealth to purchase a desirable apartment in the city center. After all, the compensation for the several properties she awaited from her divorce with Fu Tingshan seemed less advantageous than securing a place of her own. Without hesitation, she made her way to the largest real estate office in the city. Dressed casually due to the spontaneous decision, she was met by two female sales agents. One of them, upon noticing Lu Wanwan's informal attire, quickly judged her to be devoid of funds, assuming her efforts that afternoon would yield no commission, and deemed it more prudent to assist other clients instead. Unfazed, Lu Wanwan inquired about any good apartment layouts available for purchase, asserting her intention to buy. "Madam, we only have properties in the city center, and they are priced at 200,000 yuan per square meter. If you're looking for a standard apartment, I would suggest you turn left," the agent retorted dismissively. Did she truly look like someone without money? Little did they know, she was carrying tens of millions in her account. To dispel any misunderstandings, Lu Wanwan pressed on, "I am indeed looking to purchase a property in the city center. Do you have any recommendations? I will be living alone." The implication of her living alone only further confirmed the agent's assumptions that she was financially lacking, believing it would be a waste of her afternoon to assist someone who was unlikely to make a purchase, costing her a significant commission. "We do not have any favorable layouts currently. Perhaps you should visit again later," the agent replied, clearly uninterested. Sensing the lack of attentiveness, Lu Wanwan promptly turned to the other sales agent, asking, "Do you have any good layouts to recommend?" "I am in urgent need." The second agent, still new and lacking a client base, recognized the potential for a lucrative commission should Lu Wanwan decide to buy, despite her casual appearance. After all, the real estate market was not thriving, and any sale would be beneficial. Meanwhile, the initially dismissive agent watched as her colleague engaged with Lu Wanwan, regretting her preconceptions. The second sales agent enthusiastically showcased several appealing properties to Lu Wanwan, who found herself tempted by multiple options, realizing that a lifetime could indeed be spent yearning for the ideal home. Yet, she hesitated, deciding that she would return to finalize her decision. Upon seeing her colleague return empty-handed, the dismissive agent scoffed, "Did you waste your entire afternoon? You would have been better off having tea with me or playing on your phone. Clearly that woman has no means to purchase a home." Do not underestimate the purchasing power of any client. Even if she cannot buy today, perhaps she will return in the future as a potential buyer, the second agent countered. "You are foolish to squander your time, and what if she comes back to buy?" 3 days later, Lu Wanwan indeed returned, ready to sign the contract. The same two agents were present, and the dismissive one was astonished to see her colleague successfully close a deal worth millions, resulting in a substantial commission. She regretted not having attended to Lu Wanwan herself, as the newcomer had now eclipsed her. Lu Wanwan felt a sense of triumph, relishing the irony that the commission was now in someone else's hands. "Thank you for your assistance. Perhaps I will consider buying another property in the future, and I will send my relatives your way as well. Let us exchange contact information for future opportunities." The agent who had previously dismissed her felt a pang of regret, realizing the potential for continual earnings had slipped away. She resolved never to judge a client by their appearance again. Chapter 17. The Big Scoop Arrives. Lu Wanwan was thoroughly satisfied. Having once been an ordinary worker, she had finally acquired the home of her dreams. Upon returning home, she found herself viewing Fu Tingshan in a more favorable light. "The 5 million my mother transferred to you has arrived, hasn't it? She thinks you need to buy more bags, since you don't have enough," she remarked. What a splendid mother-in-law," she mused. "But what does she mean by saying I have too few bags? It is clearly her way of expressing that I need more funds." Fu Tingshan, overhearing her internal monologue, was perplexed. He hadn't intended to convey such a message, yet somehow it had transformed into that implication. While he sought to clarify, he was met with Lu Wanwan's turn back. That night, Lu Wanwan sank into the comfort of her bed, casting aside her concerns and drifting into sleep.
Yet,
the demanding reality of her work awaited her again, as the latest episode of the variety show loomed on the horizon. Fortunately, after this episode, she would finally have a chance to rest. Due to the previous episode's remarkable success, the director had planned a live broadcast for the upcoming show. As the dating show neared its conclusion, and with 3 couples yet to form a romantic connection, the director decided to escalate the stakes. The guests would engage in intimate scenes, designed to enhance their bonds. The first couple would reenact a school romance, complete with hand-holding, embraces, and kisses. The second couple would depict a relationship from the Republican era, with a more subdued approach. The third couple would partake in a modern urban romance,
complete with a steamy bedroom scene.
Lu Wanwan was taken aback, realizing the bold direction the director had chosen. As a married woman, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This time, the audience would vote live on which couple they wanted to see together. And the most popular pair would be revealed. Naturally, the fanbase of Luo Haoran was the largest, fiercely opposing any pairing with other women. However, they deemed Hu Tingting as the only one worthy of their beloved brother. Thus, they rallied to vote Hu Tingting and Luo Haoran as the top couple. Conversely, Tan Zili was the most despised among the audience, as she often lingered too closely to Luo Haoran, seemingly trying to bask in his limelight. Consequently, the viewers voted for her to be paired with an ordinary guest, believing that the latter was far too unattractive to be with Tan Zili. The thought of Tan Zili engaging in kissing and intimate scenes with the ordinary guest brought the audience a sense of satisfaction. By default, Lu Wanwan was paired with the gaming enthusiast. As the three couples donned their costumes, the performances commenced. The first duo, the visually striking Hu Tingting and Luo Haoran, was set to act out their school romance. Unfortunately, Hu Tingting drew the short straw and was tasked with the kissing scene. Internally, she thought, "How can a princess like me stoop to kiss this pathetic cucumber? It's utterly revolting." She resolved to refuse the scene, and when Luo Haoran reached out to hold her hand, she forcefully recoiled. With an air of disdain, Hu Tingting turned and walked away. The director, witnessing the live debacle, felt a surge of panic. He had never anticipated such a lack of cooperation from the guests. Wasn't this supposed to be a dating show? What was wrong with sharing a kiss? The fans were equally outraged. "My brother didn't he reject you, so how dare you look down on him?" Luo Haoran, blindsided by Hu Tingting's disdain, was left bewildered. He never expected that his charm would be met with such disdain. The allure of one's own words is something that millions of admirers covet. Yet, this Hu Tingting has shown utter disregard. Meanwhile, a piece of news is gradually brewing online. Unbeknownst to Luo Haoran, who is perilously close to igniting a firestorm. Observing the lack of cooperation from this princess of the investment side, the director can only cue the next pair. Tan Zili, suppressing her inner revulsion, completes the performance with the ordinary guest. The guest seizes this opportunity to take liberties, having come on the show solely for that purpose. Once viewed with disdain by Tan Zili, she now finds herself obliged to comply, even engaging in intimate scenes with him. The ordinary guest believes he gazes at Tan Zili with profound affection, while she internally wrestles with tumultuous emotions, unable to express a hint of her discomfort, thus enduring the awkward bed scene. In stark contrast, Lu Wanwan revels in the experience, as the conservative atmosphere of the Republic era quickly transforms into a charming performance with the youthful game participant. Although the director remains dissatisfied with this game, he refrains from voicing his concerns, hastily concluding the segment. The subsequent games are, fortunately, of a more conventional nature, leading to a smooth recording of the episode. However, a tempest brews online. A marriage certificate escalates to the trending topics. Luo Haoran's fans can scarcely believe that their idol is already married, with 2 children no less. When he has always maintained a single persona, how could their beloved brother not be the quintessential carefree young man? Yet, within his fanbase, he is perceived as a pure, untouched bachelor in his 30s. In this moment, disbelief reigns. They can only assume the wedding photo is fabricated, a malicious plot by rivals to tarnish their brother's image. This entire debacle is orchestrated by Hu Tingting, who, feeling disgruntled, aims to prolong her entanglement with this insipid cucumber while reveling in the derogatory comments directed at Luo Haoran, seeking to incite discontent among his fans. It is all too exasperating. Were it not for her father, she would never have consented to participate in this tiresome romance variety show. After hearing Lu Wanwan's sentiments in the first episode, she has shattered her idealized view of Luo Haoran. Eager to indulge in gossip, she has meticulously gathered various scandals surrounding him. Now, with Luo Haoran's ungrateful treatment, she contemplates unleashing this major scandal, ensuring no one escapes unscathed. Perhaps this would even prompt Luo Haoran to withdraw from the program. Upon receiving a text, Luo Haoran is taken aback. Who has dared to expose his most treasured secret? For a decade, he has steadfastly upheld his single status. What will he do now that it is compromised? Yet, he quickly remembers he possesses a scandal involving Tan Zili to divert attention. Without delay, he contacts his manager to elevate Tan Zili's scandal to the top of trending topics. Various provocative scenes of Tan Zili with different investors flood the public's interest, momentarily overshadowing the years Luo Haoran has spent maintaining his single persona. Many fans even rush to defend him, asserting that being over 30 and married, with 2 children, is entirely acceptable. Nevertheless, some rational fans and bystanders argue that, regardless of his marital status, it is inappropriate for him to participate in a dating show. Regardless, Luo Haoran successfully achieves his objective as the audience focuses their ire on Tanzili. They express disbelief that Luo Haoran would so quickly reveal himself, and since he has torn the facade, she is unwilling to continue in this manner. Immediately, she adopts a guise of innocence, claiming that these materials are AI-generated, the work of envious individuals seeking to smear her reputation, insisting that the person depicted is not her. She insinuates that this individual is Lu Wanwan. The more she speaks, the more convincing her tale becomes, leading many fans to believe her, redirecting their ire toward Lu Wanwan. Chapter 18. Danger. Currently, Lu Wanwan enjoys the support of numerous fans. Yet their combativeness is rather feeble, and she quickly finds herself overwhelmed by the tide of derogatory comments. As a young woman, does she not fear the backlash of manipulating another woman's reputation? Such a person deserves condemnation. Clearly, jealousy drives her to tarnish our beloved Lily's name. Indeed. Let us unite against such individuals, for they have no place in the entertainment industry, and we must ensure they are left without a shred of dignity, compelling them to exit the scene entirely. At once, all animosity is redirected toward Lu Wanwan. Meanwhile, Luo Haoran and Tanzili breathe a sigh of relief, as the focus of animosity has shifted to a shared adversary, leaving them free of burdens. Yet, justice is never delayed. Huitingting observes that her anticipated scandal has not unfolded as she envisioned, instead ensnaring her favorite Lu Wanwan. She swiftly seeks expert verification to determine if the video is fabricated. As she suspected, the video bears no signs of manipulation. Huitingting promptly releases the verification report and expert statements, leading public opinion to pivot in her favor. Oh, I knew it! With such beauty, how could Lu Wanwan possibly defame Tanzili? They exclaim. An audacious woman like Tanzili, who has been with so many older men, is far from pure. She no longer deserves to be our goddess. Tanzili must be expelled from the entertainment industry. The comments flood in, all demanding her removal. The winds of the entertainment industry shift dramatically. Tanzili, now in a state of panic, hastily contacts the investors who had once supported her, seeking their assistance to salvage her reputation. However, upon realizing her diminished value, they swiftly terminate the calls, indifferent to her plight. Despairing, Tanzili reflects on her fall from grace. Once a prominent star, she now faces the wrath of the entire industry. Yet, a flicker of hope ignites within her as she makes a call. Now that Lu Wanwan is our common enemy, we should unite against her. If you help me suppress my scandal, rest assured, I will repay you with everything I possess. The voice on the other end chuckles coldly. Do you truly believe you still hold any value? You are now less significant than an unknown star. Do you know what you possess? Confused, Tanzili inquires. What do you mean? Certainly, it is your legion of detractors. It is far easier to promote an 18-year-old star than to rehabilitate a tarnished image like yours. The disdainful voice ends the call, leaving Tanzili feeling utterly useless. It seems she must hasten her return home. Otherwise, that woman may seize Huitingting, becoming a formidable ally against her. Meanwhile, Luo Haoran is in high spirits, observing the conflict between Lu Wanwan and Tanzili as attention wanes from his predicament. Yet, Huitingting is far from satisfied, having invested so much. She finds it intolerable that Luo Haoran emerges unscathed, still basking in the adoration of countless fans, maintaining the pristine image of a star. As Huitingting buys trending topics and Luo Haoran counters, they remain locked in a stalemate. Nonetheless, in the hearts of some of Luo Haoran's fans, a small crack has appeared in the once untarnished image of their idol, waiting for the day it might expand and lead to his ultimate downfall. Tanzili has fully descended from her pedestal, filled with resentment. She could not comprehend how, after merely slandering Lu Wanwan, she found herself in such dire straits. If only she had not been so eager for success, agreeing to bedazzle those influential investors, perhaps she would not be in this predicament. All of this turmoil stemmed from Lu Wanwan. Had it not been for her, she would not have been so desperate. She lamented that now the company demanded she pay a breach of contract penalty nearing 100 million, a sum she could never afford. It was that woman who had offered her a glimmer of hope. This woman promised that if she disfigured Lu Wanwan's face, she would assist her in settling the penalty and even provide her with 30 million, ensuring she could live a life of modest comfort, free from financial worries. Just then, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically as she answered the call, trembling. You worthless woman. It's time. Why haven't you sent the money this month? Don't you know your brother is attending a prestigious university? The expenses are substantial. The few million you provided are utterly insufficient. Transfer us another 10 million. Tan Zili was no fool. He was well aware that Shanghai University would not require such exorbitant funds. It was merely their mother's bias towards her brother, showering him with better housing and vehicles. Yet, after enduring so many blows, Tan Zili merely sought a word of comfort from their mother. I might not survive in the entertainment industry. I could be blacklisted and owe an immense breach of contract fee. You useless daughter, I should have drowned you at birth. You're earning nothing and still owe penalties. Surely you aren't thinking of borrowing money from me? I tell you, I have not a single cent to spare. Don't come looking for me again. Tan Zili internally scorned herself for even considering asking her mother for money, as she had already sent countless funds to support both her brother and mother. Yet, they remained insatiable. Even without that woman's instigation, Tan Zili sought revenge on Lu Wanwan. Not for anyone else, but for herself. Through various inquiries, she discovered that Lu Wanwan resided in an affluent villa community, a realm reserved for the elite, a place she could never afford through hard work alone. She surmised that Lu Wanwan had not earned her position through merit, but rather through marrying an older man or being involved with numerous affluent men to reside in such luxury. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan remained oblivious to the brewing storm, enveloped in her dreams, as a chiu sneezed, rolled over, and continued to enjoy her beauty sleep, unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 19. Wounded. Tan Zili was nearly beside herself with impatience. Having acquired a sharp knife, she made her way to the villa community. Upon arrival, she relied on a photo with Lu Wanwan from a variety show to gain unfettered access to the villa. Concealing the knife, she brazenly approached the room where Lu Wanwan rested. Aunt Zong, the housekeeper, found this unfamiliar woman suspicious. Though she wore a smile, it was tinged with unease. Despite her claim of being a friend of the lady of the house, Aunt Zong decided to alert Fu Tingshin to return promptly. To buy time, she prepared exquisite fruit for Tan Zili, artfully arranged on a delicate platter. Tan Zili devoured the fruit with little thought, contemplating why a woman like Lu Wanwan deserved such refined delicacies. As Tan Zili brazenly burst into Lu Wanwan's room, Aunt Zong quickly intercepted her. Madam is still asleep. If you have matters to discuss, please wait a moment. Tan Zili, fearing that any delay would thwart her plans, forcefully shoved Aunt Zong aside and charged into Lu Wanwan's room. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the system interjected. Lu Wanwan, wake up. If you don't, I might just devour you. Lu Wanwan, bewildered, asked what? Is there more gossip? Quickly, she became alert. What gossip?
Speak.
Are you hard of hearing? I said I might devour you, but it's also about the gossip. Tan Zili is about to burst into your room with a weapon. You have nothing to defend yourself with. Hurry and hide in the bathroom. Lock the door. Hearing the system's warning, Lu Wanwan panicked, realizing Tan Zili intended to confront her with deadly intent. However, it was Tan Zili who had initiated this conflict. Without hesitation, Lu Wanwan dashed into the bathroom and locked the door, her heart finally settling. Meanwhile, Tan Zili had broken through the door, brandishing the knife as she searched for Lu Wanwan. Discovering the bed empty, she grew furious. Hadn't the housekeeper just said Lu Wanwan was asleep? Where could she have hidden?
Soon she pinpointed the bathroom.
With an air of arrogance, Tan Zili approached the bathroom door, disdainfully knocking with the knife. Did you ever think you'd find yourself in such a plight? Why should you enjoy such resources when you're merely a nameless newcomer? Why must I resort to sleeping with others to obtain what you acquire so effortlessly?
Come out.
I have something to tell you, and I want to harm you. The system scoffed internally, recognizing her true intentions of disfiguring Lu Wanwan. Host, you must not go out. If you do, your beautiful, flawless face will be marred. Tan Zili, I bear you no grudge. Why must you malign me? Besides, it is true that you resort to such means. What resources do I even have? I merely participated in a variety show. Tan Zili harbored a deep disdain for individuals like Lu Wanwan, who feigned a lack of resources while holding them. Her face twisted with rage as she yelled, Look at you, residing in such an affluent area. You're hardly short of resources. I suspect you've married an older man, just like me. At that moment, Fu Tingshin arrived, and upon hearing the words older man, his expression darkened. At 27, he hardly considered himself old. Stop. Put down the knife. Tan Zili, taken aback by the sight of this strikingly handsome man, could not fathom that he was Lu Wanwan's husband.
Who are you?
Surely you're not Lu Wanwan's toy boy. You're far too handsome for that. Fu Tingshen's frustration deepened as he witnessed her shifting accusations. He had no time to ponder this. His foremost concern was Lu Wanwan's safety. He swiftly seized the knife from Tan Zili, but she was not one to relinquish easily. In the scuffle, she accidentally grazed his arm, drawing blood. But he successfully wrested the knife from her grasp. Panic surged through Tan Zili as she realized she had genuinely harmed someone. Fu Tingshen had already called the police. And they soon arrived. Seeing the officers, Tan Zili's anxiety was palpable. She hadn't anticipated the situation escalating so severely, nor that the woman had promised to help her. Please don't arrest me. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. You are suspected of trespassing and intentional injury. We are placing you under arrest. With that, Tan Zili was taken away by the police. At this moment, the system began. Gossip time, the gossip class is now in session. To the best of my knowledge, this time it was not Tan Zili who wished to disfigure you, but rather a hidden hand behind the scenes, one that is connected to Fu Tingshen. It is his white moonlight who desires to mar your beauty, and thus she has instigated Tan Zili. Just when I had begun to feel a twinge of sympathy for Fu Tingshen, considering he was injured for my sake, I was informed that the true instigator of all this turmoil was indeed him, due to his white moonlight's malicious intent against me. My heart, once softened, turned to stone. At that moment, Fu Tingshen caught wind of Lu Wanwan's thoughts, his lips twitching in disbelief. What white moonlight? Why does Wanwan keep misunderstanding me? I only wanted to save her. I never contemplated the implications. Just then, the family doctor arrived and tended to Fu Tingshen's wounds, wrapping them in gauze. The doctor, with a knowing glance, advised Mr. Fu, for the next few days, you must avoid getting your hands wet. Be cautious to prevent any secondary infections. Fu Tingshen immediately grasped the situation. Then how am I supposed to bathe? Isn't there a lady of the house? Let her assist you. Lu Wanwan, hearing her name being called, found herself unexpectedly volunteered to help Fu Tingshen bathe. Surprisingly, she agreed, noting it as a splendid idea. Remembering the last time, she barely had the chance to appreciate his sculpted abs. Fu Tingshen was taken aback. He had only desired her assistance. Yet it seemed she was simply enticed by his physique. Chapter 20. Imprisonment. Nevertheless, this was certainly preferable to seeking companionship from younger suitors. Fu Tingshen conceded. That night, within the confines of the bathroom, Lu Wanwan gazed upon the strikingly handsome man before her, his chiseled physique and perfectly defined 8-pack abs. She was astonished at how well the male lead maintained his form. Previously, she had only brushed against it. Observing closely now, it was evident that Fu Tingshen's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. All right, you should leave. I can manage the rest myself. That's simply one to do. If you injure your hand further, it will be troublesome. Lu Wanwan meticulously wiped Fu Tingshen down with clean water, his face growing progressively redder. However, when she reached a certain area, she suddenly sensed something amiss. A certain tent had risen beneath the water. Realization dawned upon Lu Wanwan, and she hurriedly exited the room. Fu Tingshen chuckled softly, watching her flee in haste.
What was happening to him?
He had never reacted this way before, not even when Lu Wanwan had stood before him in her entirety. Attempting to regain her composure, Lu Wanwan splashed her face with cold water. At that moment, the oblivious system chimed in. Host, did you not claim to be battle-hardened? Why, then, the shyness? Silence. That was merely bravado. I may have seen a pig run, but I've never actually eaten one. Meanwhile, Tan Zili, even upon reaching the police station, incessantly berated Lu Wanwan. You've apprehended the wrong person. It is that woman who should be caught. If it weren't for her, I would not have fallen to this state. Such a vile creature deserves to be disfigured by my hand. This is merely an act of justice. The police regarded her disdainfully. You are unaware of whom you have provoked. You have dared to intrude upon Mr. Fu's residence and attempt to harm his beloved. Do you not realize you have crossed paths with the renowned Fu Tingshen? He will not show you mercy, and considering your actions, you may very well serve a decade in prison. Upon hearing this, Tan Zili visibly panicked. She had never imagined that her intent to merely disfigure Lu Wanwan would lead to 10 years of incarceration, especially when she had not truly harmed her, only accidentally scratched her pet male companion. As if to further wound Tan Zili, the officer continued, You and your victim are worlds apart. She is the esteemed Mrs. Fu, while you are merely a fallen starlet.
Who would even take notice of you now?
Moreover, you have harmed Mr. Fu, whose worth is measured in billions. Do you comprehend the damages you owe for injuring him? What man? He is not merely Lu Wanwan's kept boy, but the illustrious Mr. Fu of our city. I refuse to believe it. How could she marry such a handsome, wealthy man? Why must I suffer this fate?
It is all her doing.
Tan Zili screeched, her sanity unraveling. Enough with your excuses. Tell us who is pulling the strings. I refuse to believe you sought to harm Lu Wanwan without reason.
Who supports me?
I have always loathed her. And as for the hidden hand,
What can you do about it?
it is merely a phone call away. Tan Zili was acutely aware that revealing the puppet master would serve no purpose. It was merely a phone call, incapable of proving anything, and she risked retaliation upon release. The officer sighed, realizing Tan Zili would not divulge the name of the mastermind. There was little he could do. News of Tan Zili's arrest at the mansion quickly ascended to the trending topics. Once a goddess, now she had fallen from grace. Apprehended for her attempt to harm another. The public debated whether this was a decline of morals or a loss of humanity. A flurry of vitriol directed at Tan Zili filled the trending discussions, but she would never hear them, as she would not emerge for at least a decade. The court swiftly announced that Tan Zili was sentenced to 10 years for intentional harm. Far abroad, Su Rulin heard the news. Rather than panic, she felt a tinge of regret for the loss of what could have been a valuable pawn. Without delay, she purchased the fastest ticket back home, vowing to reclaim all that was hers. In the days following, despite his injuries, Fu Tingshen remained disciplined, conducting business from home. Rising each morning at 5, he would exercise before returning to his work. Observing Fu Tingshen's dedication, Lu Wanwan resolved to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Armed with his black card, she ventured to the mall. The mall was filled with the bags and clothes she had long coveted, and her eyes were immediately drawn to a custom piece displayed prominently in the center of the store. I'll take this one. Just as the attendant was about to wrap it up for her, Su Rulin appeared, intercepting the transaction. Excuse me, miss, but I have had my eye on this piece for quite some time, so it rightfully belongs to me. What do you mean you've had your eye on it? It was displayed front and center for sale, and I was just about to pay for it when you barged in. Isn't that a bit shameless? Lu Wanwan believed in voicing her discontent. The attendant intervened, attempting to mediate. I sincerely apologize, miss. This item was indeed reserved by Miss Su months ago, but our staff mistakenly displayed it outside. As compensation, you may select any item from the store. The attendant assumed Lu Wanwan would be dissuaded and forego the piece. Though her mood had initially been splendid, the presence of Su Rulin inexplicably irked her, and she was determined to purchase the garment.
No.
I have my heart set on this piece, and I will buy it. The item has been displayed for sale, and I assumed it was available.
Suzulan Loget?
I didn't realize this young lady was so unreasonable, insisting on stealing my garment. Very well. I shall summon the store manager to determine whether this piece will be sold to you or to me. At that moment, the manager arrived and, upon seeing Lu Wanwan, spoke with utmost respect. Madam, what brings you to this mall? Everything here belongs to President Fu. You may take whatever you desire. Su Rulin immediately realized that the beautiful young lady before her was indeed the wife of Fu Tingshen. She appeared rather unimpressive, her temperament seemingly unworthy of such a spouse. So, you are President Fu's wife? How fortuitous. I happen to be his university classmate from 4 years ago. Chapter 21. A Chance Encounter. Host, please be advised. This is the white moonlight of the male supporting character. She has returned. Su Rulin continued. Oh, so you are my husband's university classmate. How serendipitous. Unfortunately, my relationship with him is undoubtedly closer than yours. I shall take this dress, do not mind me. Su Rulin anticipated a twinge of jealousy from Lu Wanwan, yet was taken aback by her unperturbed demeanor. Why are you so petty? As President Fu's wife, you refuse to sell a mere piece of clothing to a guest? Especially since I am his university classmate. Are you not afraid I might complain? Of course, I fear you. After all, you are the white moonlight of my husband. Yet, my life philosophy asserts, I shall retaliate against anyone who vexes me. I am unconcerned with your status as the male supporting character's white moonlight. And what of it? If you possess the audacity, why not call and complain right now? Su Rulin, incensed, provocatively challenged. Oh, I actually share more than just a university connection with President Fu. I recall that during our college days, he harbored a secret crush on me for a time. Unfortunately, I went abroad, and we lost contact. Are you truly unafraid of my complaints? Who knows, you might find yourself divorced. Lu Wanwan's heart raced at the thought of a divorce. Please do, hasten the process. Just compensate her. Though Fu Tingshen has an impressive physique, surely one can find someone even more handsome and well-built for a mere 100,000 or 80,000 when spending extravagantly. The system, overhearing its host's thoughts, nearly succumbed to laughter. Just yesterday, it presumed that its host had been seduced by Fu Tingshen, yet now recognized her clarity of mind. Clearly, Su Rulin remained imbued with confidence as she promptly dialed Fu Tingshen's number. Before she could utter a word, he interrupted. "Hello. May I ask who is calling?" Su Rulin, incredulous yet indignant, replied, "Who am I?" "President Fu. Surely you remember me? It's Su Rulin, your university classmate." After hanging up, Fu Tingshen recalled the numerous romantic entanglements from his university days. There had been countless inquiries about his affections for Su Rulin, and he vaguely remembered expressing a fondness for her. Had this led her to believe he still harbored feelings for her all these years? "Which university classmate?" "I have many."
Which one are you?
"Unless there is something urgent, I will hang up." The crisp sound of the call disconnecting left Lu Wanwan beaming with delight. "How amusing. My husband hasn't even saved your number, yet you claim to be his classmate. You must be a fraud." "Security, please escort this lady out." Su Rulin, brimming with indignation, retorted, "You shall regret this. I will make sure of it." Upon exiting the mall, she promptly called her dear male lead, Su Chinran. "I have been wronged. Can you believe that after all these years, Fu Tingshen has forgotten me, and his wife is bullying me?" Meanwhile, Su Chinran was preoccupied. Overwhelmed by the recent setbacks in his company since Fu Tingshen had reassigned the mole from a core position, resulting in multiple failed bids for major projects. "How could this be? I distinctly remember he was quite fond of you during our university days. When I inquired about his type, he explicitly mentioned that he preferred girls like you. It must be that he hasn't seen you in years, and he's a bit upset. He must have recognized you just now, and is merely throwing a tantrum. You must secure a position as a secretary in his company to access internal information. Then, I shall be able to marry you." Su Chinran, unabashed, said while embracing his mistress. "I understand, Chingo. You are my greatest admirer. I will strive to join his company, and once I acquire that information, we can marry." Hearing Su Chinran's reassurance, Su Rulin felt her anxiety dissipate. "Of course. He couldn't possibly not like me. I am well aware of my allure. No man I have encountered has ever failed to be captivated." Su Chinran, feeling somewhat dismissive, hung up the phone and leaned in for a kiss with his mistress, relishing the ease with which he had manipulated Su Rulin. Ignoring the fact that the office door remained ajar, he indulged in his desires as a means of alleviating the mounting pressure from his recent failures in securing projects. Fu Tingshen remained perplexed by the earlier phone call and contemplated whether he should explain the situation to Lu Wanwan. Just then, he spotted Lu Wanwan making a grand entrance, laden with numerous shopping spoils. Noticing Fu Tingshen's unwavering gaze upon her, Lu Wanwan worried he might be displeased with her extravagant spending. But she had prepared a delightful gift, a tie for him. Eager to please, Lu Wanwan approached him. "I went shopping today and inadvertently visited a mall you own. I bought quite a few items, including this tie for you. Do let me know if you like it. I chose it especially for you." Fu Tingshen felt a surge of joy. All his clothing was supplied seasonally by the mall, and he had never received a gift chosen specifically for him. However, as he reached for the tie, he noticed the multitude of boxes Lu Wanwan had purchased. Only one was intended for him, causing a slight pang of disappointment. Yet, being the recipient of a gift filled him with happiness, and in that moment of joy, he sought to clarify the matter of his white moonlight. "Did you encounter my university classmate today?" The manager informed me. "Do not concern yourself with her words, for they are naught but fabrications. I have no white moonlight to speak of. We shared a fleeting romance in our youth, but it ended swiftly, and she subsequently went abroad." Lu Wanwan hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward about the revelation of his lingering affection for another. Nevertheless, she quickly expressed her understanding, even contemplating that if he were to divorce her, he would likely do so if the compensation was substantial enough. Fu Tingshen sensed that his explanation only deepened Lu Wanwan's misconceptions, fearing he was only complicating matters further. However, he believed there would eventually be an opportunity to clarify everything, and chose not to dwell on it. With a sense of delight, he went to try on the tie, cherishing the fact that it was the first gift his wife had ever chosen for him. Chapter 22. Danger lurks ahead. Soon after, Su Rulin formally submitted her application for the secretary position at Fu Tingshen's company. Given Su Rulin's impressive academic background from overseas, the company found it curious that such a highly educated individual would settle for a position as a mere secretary. Nevertheless, they could not overlook her talents. and thus she secured the role. Unbeknownst to Lu Wanwan, had she been aware of this development, she would have fervently urged Fu Tingshan to dismiss her. It was not out of fear of losing her husband to Su Rulan, but rather a concern that if Fu Tingshan were to be compromised by her, she would reap little from their divorce. Fu Tingshan was unaware of the news, and when he first laid eyes on Su Rulan, he merely felt a sense of familiarity without paying much attention. However, Su Rulan, upon seeing Fu Tingshan, felt an emptiness within her, realizing that she had truly forsaken a promising opportunity. Fortunately, she had unearthed another potential prospect and was determined to utilize her influence to extract all internal information from Fu Tingshan's company, believing that this would elevate her life to its zenith. Meanwhile, the latest season of the variety show had commenced filming, but due to Tanzi Li's incident, it was left with only 3 men and 2 women. The director swiftly brought in a rising starlet to fill the gap. Although the new starlet appeared to look down upon this opportunity, the heightened popularity of the show, spurred by the incidents involving Tanzi Li and Luo Haoran, made it an attractive venture. The director was acutely aware of the previous mishap and was determined to avoid any further calamities, promptly arranging a vacation hotel for the cast to ensure a carefree experience. Alas, if only everything could proceed so smoothly. There were those who simply could not abide by such tranquility and sought to stir trouble. Luo Haoran discovered that the scandal from his last outing had been leaked by Hu Tingting. He had invested a considerable fortune to suppress that information, only for it to surface along with Tan Zili's. While Hu Tingting was the beloved daughter of the Hu family, he felt powerless to confront her. Yet even a clay figurine has its temper. As a top-tier celebrity, Luo Haoran could hardly tolerate the backlash he received from losing fans, despite still having a loyal following. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Haoran suggested an expedition into the jungle. The director had considered this plan but hesitated due to safety concerns, even though he was fully aware of the area's lack of danger from his previous reconnaissance. Nevertheless, fearing a lack of entertainment value, he consented to Luo Haoran's proposal. The 3 pairs of contestants were divided into teams, each taking a different route, with the first to arrive claiming victory. Luo Haoran had already orchestrated the situation, and as anticipated, he found himself teamed with Hu Tingting. As the trio entered what appeared to be an ordinary yet perilous jungle, it was not long before Hu Tingting expressed her desire to part ways with Luo Haoran. She understood his character too well to wish to remain with him, having previously distanced herself under similar circumstances. This time was no different. She soon diverged from Luo Haoran's path. He wore a satisfied smile, knowing full well that she would not want to accompany him. Before long, Hu Tingting encountered Lu Wanwan, who had also separated from her group. Lu Wanwan inquired, "Are you displeased with Luo Haoran, which is why you chose to part ways?" Hu Tingting was taken aback by Lu Wanwan's perceptiveness. "Indeed, I find him disagreeable. I owe it to you, Sister Wanwan. Had I not heard your sentiments, I would not have come to this conclusion." A sense of foreboding enveloped Lu Wanwan as she sensed something amiss. At that moment, the gossip system chimed in, warning that if the host were to perish, it too would vanish. "Wanwan, run. You're on the brink of death. Luo Haoran has, for some inexplicable reason, unleashed a massive bear into the jungle, and you'll encounter it in approximately 200 meters. Upon hearing the system's warning, panic surged through Lu Wanwan. She had yet to savor the beauty of life and resolutely refused to meet her demise. Without a moment to spare, she grasped Hu Tingting's hand, pulling her in the opposite direction. As they fled, Lu Wanwan internally lamented, "That wretched Luo Haoran. How does he manage to create chaos wherever he goes?" Hu Tingting, attuned to Lu Wanwan's thoughts, recognized the unfolding danger as a deep growl resonated from behind them. The 2 young women were struck with terror, while Luo Haoran, hidden in the jungle, reveled in his success. Knowing his scheme was well underway, this woman was bound to face dire consequences, and he bore no responsibility. The bear, having caught wind of their presence, began charging toward Lu Wanwan and Hu Tingting. Although the production team had arranged for a rescue team and a follow-up director for emergencies, Luo Haoran had deliberately misled them. Even as Lu Wanwan and Hu Tingting attempted to call for help, the rescue team remained unreachable, occupied with attending to Luo Haoran's minor injury. With the bear's footsteps growing ever closer, Lu Wanwan feared she might truly perish here. System, you must devise a way. I haven't enjoyed enough of this world yet. Am I truly to die now?" The system, reluctant to lose Lu Wanwan, acknowledged that each moment she spent indulging in gossip fueled its own energy. "Very well, host, I have a plan. I can expend a significant portion of my energy to contact someone for you. Who would you like to reach out to? Realizing that she had no one intimately familiar in this world, Lu Wanwan resolved to contact her husband, Fu Tingshen. Even if this revelation exposed her, there was no alternative. Contact my husband, Fu Tingshen, immediately. On the other end, Fu Tingshen was distinctly aware of receiving Lu Wanwan's thoughts. Speak directly to me. Convey what you wish to say to Fu Tingshen, and he shall receive your message. Time is of the essence. I can only grant you 10 seconds with most of my energy.
Fu Tingshen, come save me.
Come rescue your beloved wife. I am in the XX jungle. Lu Wanwan attempted to say more, but the call was abruptly cut off. Chapter 23. Rescue. Upon hearing Lu Wanwan's desperate plea, Fu Tingshen was consumed by anxiety, realizing that he had become deeply concerned for her every action. He immediately summoned his team of bodyguards to locate Lu Wanwan's whereabouts in the jungle. Simultaneously, he grasped that she was filming a dating reality show, but his worry for her overshadowed any anger he felt. True to their reputation, the elite bodyguard team swiftly pinpointed Lu Wanwan's location. Fu Tingshen promptly contacted the production team to ascertain the exact address of the jungle. When the director received Fu Tingshen's call, they were momentarily bewildered, but quickly shifted to a posture of respect, recognizing his stature. Mr. Fu, what brings you here? What business do you have to inquire of me? You not only allowed my wife to participate in your dating show, but you have also disregarded her safety. She is in danger. Tell me her exact location at once. The director had never imagined that Lu Wanwan was Mr. Fu's wife, mistakenly believing Hu Ting held that title. I will send you the coordinates immediately and dispatch a team to search right away. Fu Tingshen meticulously reviewed the location and determined that a helicopter would be the fastest means of transport. Without delay, he boarded the helicopter, ready for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, the bear had already caught up with Lu Wanwan and Hu Ting. Aware that her actions had endangered Lu Wanwan, Hu Ting did not hesitate to stop and urged Lu Wanwan, "You must flee." In that critical moment, Fu Tingshen descended from the helicopter, expertly administering a tranquilizer to the bear. Lu Wanwan, who had thought her vibrant life was about to be extinguished, was suddenly greeted by the divine presence of Fu Tingshen. Just as the bear was about to reach him, Lu Wanwan saw her husband arrive and instinctively fell into his embrace. With his strong, muscular arms, Fu Tingshen swiftly lifted Lu Wanwan into the helicopter, and they ascended into the sky, leaving Hu Ting behind, isolated and alone. In the depths of her heart, Hu Ting mused, "You two lovebirds are flaunting your affection while disregarding my plight, aren't you?" Fortunately, Fu Tingshen had not yet succumbed to such callousness. The security team promptly carried the bear away and transported Hu Ting to the hospital. Upon learning that Hu Ting had survived, Luo Haoren felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet, he feigned innocence, explaining to everyone, "How could this be? I never anticipated that Ting would face such a dire situation after merely an hour apart. It's truly tragic. Let us visit her at the hospital." The Hu family, upon discovering that their beloved princess had endured such torment, swiftly halted the production team's investment, leading to a suspension of the program. By the time Luo Haoren and his entourage arrived at the hospital, they were denied entry into the VIP ward. Hu Ting suspected that this predicament might once again be the handiwork of Luo Haoren, and she had no desire to see him. Although she was presently unharmed, she believed it was time to settle the score. Meanwhile, after rescuing Lu Wanwan, Fu Tingshen returned to his residence. He summoned a family doctor to examine Lu Wanwan, and upon confirming her safety, he finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Fu Tingshen sternly inquired, "Have you been deprived of food or clothing at home? What compels you to partake in such a reality show, especially a dating one? What about my reputation? You have a legitimate husband." Lu Wanwan had anticipated that this matter would eventually come to light, though she had not foreseen its swift exposure. However, upon reflection, she devised a clever plan. "It's just my previous agency. Before marrying you, they warned me that if I didn't participate, I would incur exorbitant penalties. Hence, I felt compelled to comply." The prospect of such a staggering penalty was daunting. If the sum were 10 billion, failing to participate would mean crippling financial repercussions. 10 billion, such audacity. Initially, Lu Wanwan had hoped Fu Tingshen would assist her in repaying this amount, as it would benefit them both. She would avoid appearing on a dating show and evade financial ruin. Yet it seemed this sum was considerable even for Fu Tingshen, who appeared reluctant to help. "I will promptly engage a team of expert lawyers. You need not concern yourself with this 10 billion penalty. They are clearly attempting to intimidate you, exploiting your lack of legal knowledge. This contract is fundamentally unenforceable. The stipulated penalty cannot exceed tenfold the actual damages, he assured her.
Ah,
Lu Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the agency had merely sought to scare her. What about those who wish to dissolve their contracts without incurring such astronomical penalties? Wouldn't that bind them for a lifetime? Forget that. You must withdraw from this dating show at once. If you truly wish to engage in entertainment or acting, I will establish 2 companies for you, he declared. This was undeniably the epitome of a domineering CEO. No penalties to pay, and he would even start a company for her. What a delightful outcome.
Fu Tingshen.
Upon hearing Lu Wanwan's heartfelt expression of gratitude, felt a surge of satisfaction. You see how wonderful I am? Thank you ever so much, darling. What would I do without you? The term darling clearly delighted Fu Tingshen, his ears flushing with warmth. He promptly instructed his capable assistant, Xiao Wu, acquire an entertainment company under my wife's name. Xiao Wu secretly wished he were a woman to receive such treatment from a CEO. After a year of strenuous labor at the company, he earned merely $1 million a year. You shall manage your wife's company and assist in recruiting new talent. Her salary will remain unchanged. Xiao Wu eagerly accepted, thinking that being the secretary of a lady would be far more manageable than serving a CEO, who was perpetually on call. Upon hearing this news, Lu Wanwan mused that Xiao Wu's salary was beyond her means.
Mr. Fu.
Xiao Wu's salary is too high for me to afford. I would prefer to recruit someone else. Xiao Wu is one of my most competent assistants. He will help you with everything and knows whom to hire. As for his salary, I will cover it, Fu Tingshen reassured her. Hearing this, Lu Wanwan finally felt joy. Chapter 24, Signing New Talent. Indeed, the efficiency of a domineering CEO was unparalleled, as the company was swiftly established. The manager respectfully rescinded the contract, even calling Lu Wanwan. Wanwan, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. Would you like me to join you? After all, relying on an older man isn't sustainable. I can help you identify true talent. Lu Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at this. Did she perceive Fu Tingshen as an older man? From where did she draw that conclusion? You're mistaken. I have yet to settle the score with you. Do you not recall how you treated me before? The manager had assumed Lu Wanwan, in her naivety, would agree to take her along to the new company, allowing her to regain control over Lu Wanwan. However, she was taken aback by Lu Wanwan's assertiveness, leading her to hastily end the call, fearful of retribution should Lu Wanwan achieve success. Seeing the manager hang up so quickly, Lu Wanwan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. She had acquired ample wealth and had no desire to squabble with a petty individual. Naturally, she could no longer participate in the dating show. Should she do so, Fu Tingshen might withdraw his financial support. Yet, who would want to act or play the fool in a show? Lu Wanwan resolved to become the mastermind behind the scenes, indulging in the entertainment industry's intrigues. First, she needed to recruit a cadre of seasoned idols and actors. Xiao Wu, ever astute and well-connected, quickly presented her with the profiles of 30 to 40 actors and idols. As she perused the documents, she stumbled upon a promising idol, a potential breakout star. In the narrative, the protagonist, with her discerning eye, had previously signed him at a low price, leading to significant profits for the male lead's company, though the actual earnings were meager. Bound by gratitude to the protagonist, this idol continued to labor for them without complaint. Now that fortune had smiled upon her, Lu Wanwan was eager to sign him to her company. Xiao Wu, I want to sign this idol. Offer him an A-level contract. If he has any endorsements, elevate him to an S-level without needing my approval. Lu Wanwan was aware that even offering a C-level contract would likely be accepted, as the idol found himself in a precarious position, despite his popularity. His company provided minimal resources and compensation, leaving him in a seemingly glamorous, yet financially barren situation. What he desperately needed was money, a favorable contract, and a discerning benefactor. Su Xingchen strolled down the street, feeling utterly defeated. His company had allocated his resources to a less popular newcomer after years of dedication to his group. Although he was the most popular member, he could never achieve true stardom. Just then, Xiao Wu spotted Su Xingchen, who fortuitously stood before him. Young man, you are the recently renowned Su Xingchen, aren't you? Our company is new but eager to sign you with a B-level contract. Would you be interested? Su Xingchen initially felt elated, only to be met with disappointment as memories of a sorrowful 10-year contract and exorbitant penalties resurfaced. Not every company can afford such an expense. And indeed, over the years, many firms have sought his services, yet none were willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. as they could not ascertain whether he would generate sufficient revenue for them. Upon hearing of Su Xingchen's predicament, Xiao Wu, knowing that the proprietress was financially well off and that securing this individual was essential to her, thought little of the penalty fees. Fear not. As long as you are willing to join our company, I shall negotiate with your firm to reduce the breach fee and ensure it is settled, she assured him. Su Xingchen was overjoyed upon receiving this news. Where is the pen? I shall sign immediately, but the contract must stipulate that my breach fee will be covered.
Meanwhile,
the female lead was rather pleased with her discerning eye for talent. Although she had not acquired any insider information during her time at Fu Tingxin's company, she had identified a person who could bring considerable value to her boyfriend. However, by the time she arrived, he had vanished. The records indicated that Su Xingchen resided in the vicinity, so she decided to wait for him there. As anticipated, Su Xingchen soon emerged, and Su Rulin quickly approached him. I am willing to cover your breach fee and offer you a C-level contract. Would you join our company? If Su Xingchen had heard this earlier, it would have felt like a lifeline, but having already signed a contract that was superior, he found no value in her offer. I apologize, but I have already signed with a new company. You should seek someone else. Su Rulin was indignant. After all, she had discovered him first. In her frustration, she blurted out, "You are merely an 18-year-old star, and just because you have a modicum of fame, you think yourself above it all. The C-level contract I'm offering is the best I can provide, so do not disdain it. Just sign already." Su Xingchen, however, would not be swayed. Even if she presented a better contract, he would refuse to sign, as he held a strong sense of integrity and recognized that someone who resorted to insults was certainly not of good character. Miss, I have made myself clear. I will not sign. I have already signed elsewhere, so please refrain from insulting me. Although I may not be popular now, I believe that one day I shall be. You speak of not underestimating youth in poverty. What of not underestimating middle-aged poverty or elderly poverty? You aspire to fame, yet without our company as support, you would scarcely be known to the world. Su Rulin, feeling reluctant to let such a promising talent slip away, grew increasingly frustrated. Nevertheless, she soon thought that her keen eye for talent would surely lead her to another prospect. In no time, she found another idol in a similar situation, and signed him at a remarkably low price. With a sense of triumph, she declared, "What hubris! For the same price, I can secure someone of equal caliber." Chapter 25. Breaking News. Upon joining the company, Su Xingchen dedicated himself to rigorous training, determined not to squander the investment made by his benefactor. Meanwhile, Wanwan was elated to learn that Xiao Wu had recruited Su Xingchen, recognizing that she had acquired a veritable cash cow. After her recovery in the hospital, Hu Tingting set out to confront Luo Haoran. The Hu family's financial power was no trifling matter. Hu Tingting quickly discovered that the forest in question had never been inspected. Furthermore, it had been sealed off days prior, prohibiting any entry, which raised suspicions. The individual responsible for the inspection was merely a deputy director from a dating reality show, who had previously communicated with Luo Haoran. Under the pressure from the Hu family, the deputy director finally confessed that it was Luo Haoran who had prevented the inspection, believing that since others had entered in the past without incident, there would be no problems. Hu Tingting realized that the abandonment of her filming director was a deliberate act, indicating that all of this was orchestrated by Luo Haoran. Although she lacked concrete evidence, she was determined to ruin his reputation. Soon, news of Luo Haoran's marriage and children resurfaced, topping the trending charts. Realizing that he could no longer suppress the situation, and with no scandal to overshadow it, Luo Haoran found himself in a dire predicament. The head of WB was overjoyed. As soon as Luo Haoran's troubles emerged, the Hu family invested money to boost the publicity. He was reaping profits from both sides, relishing the chaos. However, he suddenly received a phone call that turned his expression grave, leading him to reject any further monetary offerings from Luo Haoran's manager. After days of investigation, Fu Tingxin had come to understand the truth. Although his wife was entangled in the mess, he recognized that Luo Haoran was not an innocent party. He had previously made advances toward her. Thus, Fu Tingxin resolved to ensure Luo Haoran's disgrace. As soon as Fu Tingxin intervened, it became apparent to all. The head of WB, upon learning that Fu Tingxin intended to take charge of the matter, immediately ceased accepting money from Luo Haoran's manager. The manager, though experienced in handling such situations, was taken aback by how far things had escalated. It was astonishing that even monetary incentives could be disregarded. In a bid to placate the situation, the manager said, "Just accept this money. Regardless of whether it can be suppressed, I need you to inform me of the inside story so I can plan my next steps. The head, recognizing the long-standing relationship with Luo Haoran's manager, hesitated to let him suffer such a significant loss and quietly remarked, "The person he has offended is beyond what you or I can handle. It would be wise for you to prepare accordingly." Upon hearing such words from the head, the manager felt a chill in his heart, acknowledging that this was his only top-tier talent, yet it was time to support new faces. Meanwhile, Luo Haoran was in a state of panic. Unable to suppress the scandal, his Weibo followers were inundating him with vitriol, branding him as a scoundrel and a fraud. He had never endured such humiliation and longed to return to his former glory. Desperately, he attempted to reach his manager, but received no response. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, "She is merely a daughter of the Hor family. How could it come to this?" he thought, believing that the incident had been executed with such subtlety that it should remain undetected. Meanwhile, the company swiftly issued a statement, declaring that they had terminated their contract with Luo Haoran, thereby disassociating themselves from him entirely. Upon seeing the statement, Luo Haoran felt a profound sense of despair. After years of service to the company, they had cast him aside without a second thought. What followed was an unrelenting wave of pressure, with various brands and magazines demanding he terminate contracts and pay exorbitant penalties. Suddenly, Luo Haoran found himself facing billions in liabilities, a sum he could never repay through a lifetime of hard work. In desperation, he considered seeking help from his wife. Previously, she had been enamored and affluent, prompting him to agree to a secret marriage and children. However, while his wife may have been naive, her family was far from foolish. They had already frozen her assets and even leveraged her social media to voice that she had been deceived by Luo Haoran for years, resulting in significant personal harm. Her public statement further tarnished Luo Haoran's reputation, solidifying the narrative that he was not the charming young man he portrayed, but rather a deceiver who had exploited his fans. Many unfollowed him and shared their grievances, exposing all manner of his misdeeds. Upon witnessing the explosive revelations brought forth by the ardent fans, the younger supporters were left disheartened. Initially, they had fervently supported their idol, but the unfolding events shattered their hopes. Mr. Fu, observing the turmoil surrounding Luo Haoran, felt an acute sense of inadequacy. How could these occurrences possibly compare to the suffering endured by his wife? Soon, he unearthed a significant transgression committed by Luo Haoran several years prior. Meanwhile, Wanwan perused the trending topics on Weibo, her heart swelling with delight at the swift unraveling of Luo Haoran's misdeeds. At this moment, the gossip system, relishing the unfolding drama, chimed in. "Host, I possess a particularly shocking piece of information that could land Luo Haoran in serious trouble. Would you care to hear it?" This piqued Lu Wanwan's curiosity, and she eagerly urged, "Do tell, do tell. I can hardly contain my anticipation." A few years back, Luo Haoran had risen to fame and hosted a lavish party, attended by a plethora of beautiful women. However, this incident alone was insufficient for a conviction. What he failed to realize was that among the attendees was a girl who had not yet reached the age of 14. "Goodness," Lu Wanwan gasped. "Isn't that tantamount to the assault of a minor?" He could indeed face incarceration for such an act. Indeed, the system confirmed, the incident caused quite a stir at the time, but due to a lack of evidence, it was swiftly suppressed, leaving no trace behind. Puzzled, Lu Wanwan wondered why the girl had not reported the incident back then. Had she done so, Luo Haoran could have been apprehended. And now gathering evidence would be exceedingly challenging. Understanding her concerns, the system elaborated. The girl was sent to the party by her parents, who, indifferent to her age, accepted a hush money payment of 100,000 yuan, ensuring her silence. Chapter 26, Sentenced. Lu Wanwan was incensed. Such a person deserves to rot in hell. Now that we are aware of this, we must aid that young girl in seeking justice. The gossip system replied somewhat helplessly. "However, I am merely a gossip system. I can no longer locate the footage from that time, as the hotel's surveillance has been deleted. Only if the girl comes forward to testify can we hope to bring Luo Haoran down." Lu Wanwan was acutely aware of the difficulty involved. It was a daunting task for a victim to step forward and expose their wounds for the world to see. If only the surveillance footage had not been deleted back then, we could have handed it over to the police, and justice could have been served. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshen had meticulously gathered all evidence of Luo Haoran's misdeeds, determined to see him imprisoned for a minimum of 20 years, if not for life. Before long, the police arrived at Luo Haoran's door following a tip-off. Confused and bewildered, he thought, "Although I have committed some unethical acts, Surely this is excessive. The police, however, were unfazed. With irrefutable evidence at hand, they stated, "Please accompany us." It was then that Luo Howren felt a flicker of panic, wondering if the incidents from years past had finally come to light. "But I paid that person off. They promised to remain silent forever. And I distinctly remember the hotel footage being thoroughly erased." Cautiously, he inquired, "Officer, do you know what crime I am being accused of? Why am I being apprehended? Is it merely for concealing my marriage from my fans while participating in a variety show?" The police, disdainful of his actions, chose not to engage. Frustrated, he pressed, "What is happening?" Finally, exasperated, the officer barked, "You are unaware of your own crimes? Speak less. Perhaps confessing during the interrogation could mitigate your sentence." News of Luo Howren's sudden arrest quickly ignited a media frenzy. The question arose, was this a reflection of moral decay or a loss of humanity? Famed idol arrested for criminal activity. His once ardent fans, struggling to rationalize his actions, concocted excuses, claiming his marriage and children were a result of his wife's lack of understanding. Yet now, with him in police custody, they could no longer defend him, leaving the comment section inundated with scorn from various individuals. The fans felt utterly powerless. Upon arriving at the police station, Luo Howren was confronted by an unexpected figure, the girl from years ago. Though she had been only 14 at the time, she had matured, yet retained the essence of her former self, allowing him to recognize her instantly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he preemptively warned, "Please do not fabricate stories. Making false accusations can lead to imprisonment. I could have silenced you back then, so proceed with caution." The young woman, now devoid of her youthful naivety, responded resolutely, "Having come this far, I will not succumb to your threats. I am here to reveal the truth and ensure that a scoundrel like you is incarcerated." Luo Howren, recognizing her determination, attempted to dismiss her. "What difference does it make? So much time has passed. Do you have any evidence? Without it, you cannot simply arrest someone. What do you gain from speaking out, other than the scorn of society?" Undeterred, she retorted, "Regardless, I must unveil the entire truth. At least I will know I tried, rather than allowing myself to be victimized like a helpless fish." Fu Tingshen had meticulously prepared for this moment, ensuring the young woman was not alone in her endeavor. He had located individuals who had attended the party, and fortunately, some had retained evidence. Fearing that Luo Howren might retaliate, they had preserved the hotel's surveillance footage, contrary to Luo Howren's belief. With both material evidence and eyewitness testimony, Luo Howren's facade crumbled. In a desperate act of defiance, he admitted, "Yes, I did it. But how was I to know she was a minor? Am I to be blamed for that? Her parents sent her to me. She willingly participated." The young woman was deeply wounded by his words, realizing that her parents had treated her as a mere commodity. Reflecting on her turbulent 5 years, dropping out of school to support her family, she felt utterly crushed. Tears flowed as she collapsed to the ground, drawing sympathy from all who witnessed her plight. The police officers, equally moved, wished for nothing more than to see Luo Howren imprisoned without delay. With irrefutable evidence in hand, a swift verdict was rendered. Luo Howren was sentenced to 20 years in prison for the assault of a minor, stripped of his political rights for life. When this news hit the trending topics, disbelief rippled through the online community. How could such a refined gentleman be involved in the heinous act of assaulting a minor? With his stature, one would assume he could easily find a suitable partner. In no time, the internet erupted in uproar. Major variety shows and films faced severe backlash, leaving audiences heartbroken as their beloved dramas and programs became unwatchable. The ire of the public was directed squarely at Luo Howren, who found himself inundated with scorn. Meanwhile, Wanwan stumbled upon the trending news and was taken aback to see Luo Howren finally receiving the justice he deserved. The juicy gossip she had indulged in felt remarkably satisfying. Chapter 27. The Bidding. After Luo Howren was incarcerated, his status as a criminal marked him as a pariah. He faced disdain from his peers, endured the worst meals, and was frequently targeted for fights, living a life that was nothing short of torment. Regret gnawed at him. He pondered why he had forsaken his illustrious career as a top celebrity to engage in such disgraceful behavior. On the other hand, Luo Howren's fans were utterly devastated. Their idol, whom they had supported for a decade or two, had fallen from grace, rendering all the shows and movies they once cherished unwatchable. The general public shared their outrage, lamenting the loss of access to their favorite entertainment. At this moment, Huitingting mused to herself, before unleashing her grand plan. Luo Howren had already crumbled. What poetic justice! She quickly shared this exhilarating news with Lu Wanwan, who naturally assumed that Tingting's family had orchestrated Luo Haoran's downfall. Tingting, you're absolutely incredible. With just one move, you've landed him in prison. Tingting, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Oh, it was nothing really. I merely took a small action. I didn't expect it to lead to his incarceration." In the aftermath, Lu Wanwan threw herself wholeheartedly into the recruitment of new talent, determined to outmaneuver all contenders for the leading role. Whenever the lead actress expressed interest in a young actor, Lu Wanwan swiftly claimed them for herself. Su Rulin, on the other hand, felt as though she was experiencing a stroke of bad luck. Every actor she sought was snatched away, leaving her in a state of confusion about who was behind it all. Fortunately, Su Chenran assigned her a task. Lan. Find out the internal bidding price for the area to the west that your company is interested in. If I can just increase the offer a little, we can secure this prime opportunity. This felt like an insurmountable challenge for Su Rulin, who had only been performing menial tasks thus far. Fu Tingshen had yet to allow her any close interaction with him. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and agreed, for this was all in pursuit of her future with him. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Su Chunran, somewhat dismissive, instructed his assistant, "Come here, lie down, and give me a massage." "Oh dear, Mr. Su, is that appropriate?" "You just spoke with your girlfriend," the assistant remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Oh, our relationship is just for show. My true affection lies with you." She's utterly useless. She hasn't contributed anything of value yet. Once she becomes entirely dispensable, I'll rid myself of her, and then we can be together. The assistant beamed, delighted by his words. Once Su Rulin received her assignment, she sprang into action, seizing the opportunity while Fu Tingshen was away from the office. She attempted to sneak in, only to discover that the contract was locked in a safe, and she was unaware of the combination. Fu Tingshen had long since detected Su Rulin's peculiar behavior. A graduate from a prestigious university, she had forsaken a proper job to become his secretary, willingly taking on the menial task of brewing coffee for him. Something felt amiss. Moreover, following the previous incident, he had stationed surveillance in the office, monitoring it round the clock. This afternoon, Fu Tingshen noticed Su Rulin sneaking into his office, attempting to unlock his safe. Thankfully, he had secured it with 3 layers of locks. Initially, he considered firing Su Rulin, but then he realized that without her presence, he could not keep an eye on her. Thus, he devised a clever plan. He transferred Su Rulin to the secretary team and personally informed her, "I previously relegated you to the role of a mere personal secretary, which was a gross underutilization of your talents. Given your impressive educational background, I've decided to promote you to my executive secretary, assisting me with contract matters." Su Rulin was taken aback. She had effortlessly fallen into a position of significant responsibility. "Thank you, Mr. Fu. I promise to excel in my duties and not disappoint you," she thought, a sense of self-satisfaction blooming within her. Surely, Fu Tingshen must be thinking of her, which was why he promoted her to this role, albeit he was now married, making things complicated. As Fu Tingshen anticipated, it wasn't long before Su Rulin began to overstep her boundaries, not only accepting contract responsibilities, but also quickly ingratiating herself with the office staff due to her beauty. Fu Tingshen convened a meeting to discuss the importance of the upcoming bid and the agreed-upon prices. Su Rulin was confident that this time they would succeed and promptly relayed the information to Su Chenran, assuring him that they would secure the land. When the bidding meeting arrived, Su Chenran felt assured that the deal was his for the taking. However, when Luo Tingshen was announced as the winner, he was momentarily stunned, especially since Su Rulin had informed him of a different price, one that included an additional $1,000,000. Observing Su Chenran's dismay, Fu Tingshen finally grasped who was behind the sabotage. It was clear that this company would now be a key target for monitoring. Furious, Su Chenran confronted Su Rulin. "What happened? You assured me that you had secured the lowest price. Why was the final figure so different?" "I don't know. Perhaps they modified their proposal without informing me," Su Rulin replied. Su Chenran pondered for a moment. "Could it be that he suspects you? Perhaps he's using this incident to test you. Go back and see if he knows about your connection to me. For now, let us minimize our contact until I have new instructions for you." Su Rulin was taken aback by the limited communication with Su Chenran since his return, feeling neglected. Yet, she had no alternative but to comply with his wishes. Chapter 28. The Probe. Upon returning to the office, Su Rulin was met with an atmosphere of jubilation, as everyone celebrated the acquisition of a major contract, resulting in increased commissions. However, she alone wore a troubled expression. Yet, she soon rallied her spirits. Approaching Fu Tingshen's office, She casually inquired about the alteration to the final bid amount. "Oh, I forgot to mention that you missed the last meeting while you were on leave. We didn't get a chance to update you, but the outcome is favorable. We both stand to gain a substantial commission." So that was it. Su Rulin was convinced that her cover remained intact, merely having missed out on an important meeting due to her absence. Fu Tingshen had anticipated this turn of events, having already informed his trusted confidants that Su Rulin was a plant from another company and advised them to be cautious, ensuring they did not disclose the final bid amount to her. Instead, it was a performance in collaboration with Fu Tingshen that left Su Rulin utterly perplexed, leading him to mistakenly believe he had infiltrated the inner workings of Fu Tingshen's company and had become a core member. Given that Su Rulin's machinations had unjustly caused Su Chenran to lose a substantial sum of money, it was only natural for her to seek restitution. Su Rulin quickly devised a plan involving the batch of idols she had recruited at this year's rate. It seemed the opportune moment had arrived for those idols to venture forth and generate revenue, thereby replenishing the funds. Naturally, Lu Wanwan also desired her own idols to profit, especially since, in the narrative, the idol she had recruited was destined to achieve rapid stardom. By bringing this idol into her own company, Lu Wanwan was poised to reap the financial rewards. Little Wu, proving himself to be Fu Tingshen's most capable assistant, swiftly presented a plethora of promising variety show opportunities. The show was entitled The Birth of an Idol, aiming to cultivate a new generation of talented performers skilled in singing and dancing. This was tailor-made for Su Xingchen, who, despite his exceptional abilities in both singing and dancing, had consistently been denied performance opportunities. Meanwhile, this script also found its way into Su Rulin's hands, who was equally determined to insert her own artists into the mix. The birth of an idol soon commenced. With his striking appearance and remarkable vocal and dance skills, Su Xingchen swiftly ascended to the A-list, attracting a legion of fervent fans. In stark contrast, the idol chosen by Su Rulin, Zhou Jiancheng, either lacked vocal talent or was deficient in dance. Regardless, he could never compare to Su Xingchen. Consumed by resentment towards Su Chenran, Su Rulin recalled the favorable terms she had initially offered, only to have Su Xingchen reject her overtures. Devising a cunning scheme, Su Rulin swiftly set it in motion. Before long, scandalous rumors began to circulate online, alleging that Su Xingchen had assaulted a fellow member before his rise to fame, had previously been part of a group, and had openly ostracized his teammates. Furthermore, accusations of him monopolizing resources and sabotaging his fellow members emerged. Initially, Su Xingchen's fanbase was modest, comprised mostly of newly minted supporters. However, upon encountering the deluge of allegations online, they began to waver in their loyalty. As Su Xingchen's follower count dwindled, Su Rulin couldn't suppress her glee. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan remained blissfully unaware as she slumbered peacefully at home. The gossip system chimed in. "Still sleeping? Do you not realize your house has been robbed?"
What?
"My house has been robbed? Let me unleash my second skill to deal with it." Upon finally waking, Lu Wanwan was eager for the latest scoop. "What's the latest? You must tell me," she exclaimed, clutching snacks in both hands. The gossip system, bemused by her enthusiasm, informed her, "The artist you just signed is embroiled in scandal. But it's all fabricated."
What?
"Are you referring to my cash cow, Su Xingchen? How could he be implicated in such nonsense? I haven't even started to profit." Lu Wanwan hastily retrieved her phone and was met with a barrage of scandalous headlines about her artist. "This is dire. My cash cow is wilting." The gossip system, exasperated, retorted, "These rumors are baseless. Let me show you the true scandal. It was not Su Xingchen who attacked his teammate, but rather the other way around. His teammate, who appeared even more slender, gave him a punch, which Su Xingchen merely retaliated against. The claims of isolation are utterly ridiculous. It was his fellow members who often ostracized him out of jealousy for his rising fame. As for the resource monopolization, that too is a fabrication. All the opportunities came through Su Xingchen, with sponsors only willing to collaborate with him." Hearing about Su Xingchen's plight stirred a sense of injustice within Lu Wanwan. Just then, Su Xingchen called. "Boss, please do not believe the rumors circulating online. I have done none of those things. They are falsely accusing me." "I believe you," she reassured him. Su Xingchen, taken aback by her unwavering faith, had never anticipated encountering someone willing to stand by him amidst the pervasive doubt. "I will be loyal to the company, both in life and death, and share my earnings with you," he vowed, deeply moved. Lu Wanwan had not expected that simply speaking the truth would earn her such a devoted employee. The value was immeasurable. "You must trust that the company will resolve this situation. It's clear that someone is envious of you. leading to these unfounded allegations. Do you have any means to contact your former teammates for support in dispelling these rumors? Su Xingchen sighed in disappointment. When I was with the company, they often bullied me because of my nascent fame. I doubt they would testify on my behalf. In fact, I suspect they may be the ones behind these allegations. With his former teammates unwilling to assist, the situation appeared increasingly precarious. Chapter 29. Low risk, high return. Must one merely witness the decline of their cash cow?
Suddenly,
A twist of fate emerged. Some former fans of Su Xingchen took it upon themselves to declare his innocence. However, their words lacked evidence and bystanders remained skeptical, clinging to the misleading images before them. Lu Wanwan found herself at a loss. Although she knew the truth, how could it be substantiated to the public? Then, a clever idea struck her. The fans who believed in Su Xingchen's innocence must have documented instances of his isolation. Indeed, when Su Xingchen queried his fan group, one fan emerged, claiming to have recorded the incident. Unable to intervene during the altercation, she had captured the moment to serve as proof should her idol ever find fame. The footage clearly depicted Su Xingchen's teammate instigating the confrontation, striking him first, which prompted Su Xingchen's response. Although brief, the video was sufficient to unveil the truth. Now armed with evidence, Lu Wanwan wasted no time purchasing trending spots for the video, ensuring it would dominate the headlines and reveal the actual fairness of the situation. The backlash was immediate, leaving many bystanders reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Some responsible individuals even took to Su Xingchen's comment section to apologize. While the mere spectators dispersed, Su Xingchen's fans rallied, posting images that demonstrated it was not their idol who isolated others, but rather the group that had ostracized him. Thus, the second rumor crumbled under scrutiny. Su Rulin, watching her investment of 100,000 yuan yield no results, realized that not only had she inadvertently boosted Su Xingchen's popularity, but she had also secured him several trending spots. Far from diminishing, Su Xingchen's fanbase swelled, with many expressing sympathy for his plight. In the wake of these events, Su Rulin found her options severely limited. Su Xingchen, living up to Lu Wanwan's expectations, claimed the top spot in the birth of an idol. A torrent of resources and invitations soon flooded in, all directed towards him. Stunned, he found himself in a bewildering situation. Just a moment ago, he was an inconspicuous little star, and now he had transformed into a celebrated celebrity, attracting the attention of thousands, with offers reaching as high as 10 million to lure him away. To claim that he was not tempted would be a blatant falsehood. However, reflecting on the times of adversity when only Lu Wanwan stood by him, he could not betray his own conscience. Thus, he resolved to remain with Lu Wanwan's company, firmly believing that she would not mistreat her golden goose. In truth, Lu Wanwan indeed valued her cash cow. She was aware of a particular film within the script that was exceptionally promising, yet it had been overlooked by many simply because it was helmed by a novice director. At that time, Su Rulin had not only cast her own artist as the male lead, but had also invested a staggering 30 million, resulting in the film's meteoric rise to fame. Su Rulin reaped a profit of 300 million. Consequently, Lu Wanwan was determined not to miss this golden opportunity and promptly set off to find the director. Wang Jiala wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in thought. He had spent a decade perfecting his script, yet not a single investor was willing to take a chance on it. With a mere 300,000 to his name, he realized it was far from sufficient to finance the production. He found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to proceed with the film or abandon it and return home. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan had spotted the disheartened Wang Jiala, who was clutching a densely packed script in his hands. Without hesitation, she approached him. "Greetings. You must be the renowned director Wang. An investor has recommended your script to me, and I must say, it is quite impressive. We have decided to produce it. But there is one condition." Wang Jiala felt momentarily dazed by her words. An investor was willing to finance his film. How wonderful. Yet upon hearing there was a condition, he hesitated. Lu Wanwan quickly discerned the uncertainty in his eyes. "My condition is that I must be allowed to choose the male lead, who will be one of the artists from my company." Wang Jiala understood that investors often preferred to insert their own choices into films. But he never expected someone to lay claim to the lead role so swiftly. However, he had no alternative, with no other investor willing to support him. He begrudgingly accepted her stipulation. At least his film would make it to the big screen. "That condition is acceptable, but how much will you invest in this film?" he inquired. Previously, investors had turned him down for a reason. Asking for 30 million for an ordinary film seemed like a foolish dream. 100 million. "But I expect 80% of the film's profits," she stated. That's rather excessive. I had hoped for at least 20 million, he replied, having already lowered his expectations after numerous rejections. Perceiving Wang Jiala's internal struggle, Lu Wanwan reassured him, Director Wang, do not cut corners. The budget must reflect the film's worth, 100 million. If necessary, I will invest further. Wang Jiala had never encountered an investor so willing to disregard costs. He knew that many investors were notoriously frugal, often pressuring directors to minimize expenses to maximize their own profits. This is splendid. I will need a maximum of 50 million, and I can offer you a return of 60%. What do you think? Wang Jiala felt uncertain, unsure if his film would even turn a profit, and he feared the possibility of losing it all. Thus, he sought to raise the return rate. 60% is reasonable. How much will I actually earn? It seemed that this director remained rather astute, likely unaware of the potential box office earnings his film could garner upon release. Excellent. Let us collaborate harmoniously. I have the contract ready. We can sign it immediately. Wang Jiala carefully inscribed his name, oblivious to the fact that Lu Wanwan currently had not a penny to her name. Very well, our collaboration shall be fruitful. The 50 million will be transferred to your account within a week. Chapter 30. Investment secured. After bidding farewell to Wang Jiala, Lu Wanwan began to feel a pang of anxiety. Where would she procure 50 million? She had nearly exhausted her funds on real estate purchases. As for the black card given to her by Fu Tingxian, it could not be used for such a hefty sum all at once. He would undoubtedly inquire. Yet, with such a lucrative opportunity presented before her, she could not possibly let it slip away. Meanwhile, Su Rulin had noticed that Wang Jiala's script was quite promising and sought to invest in it herself. She calculated that by offering 2 million, she could secure an 80% return once she had acquired Wang Jiala's attention. Quickly, she reached out to Wang Jiala through previous investors. Although he had secured funding, upon hearing that another party was interested in investing, he decided to glean more information. Su Rulin observed the disheveled Wang Jiala and pondered whether she should adjust her offer. With an air of arrogance, she addressed him. You are Director Wang Jiala, correct? I have heard your script is quite decent. I am willing to invest 15 million, but I expect 80% of the profits upon release. Wang Jiala was taken aback. 15 million? I've just accepted a much larger investment of 50 million. I have no interest in such a paltry sum. Had it been the old him, he would have expressed gratitude and willingly agreed to her terms. Seeing his silence, Su Rulin grew impatient, believing he was overwhelmed by her generous offer. If you wish to sign, do so quickly. Do not waste my time. She thrust the contract toward him, pen in hand. What am I signing? You expect me to accept an offer of 15 million in exchange for 80% of the profits?
Dream on.
Su Rulin could hardly believe Wang Jiala's audacity. She thought she had already provided him a generous opportunity, considering his script was not yet proven. Do not be so ungrateful. Your script has yet to be released and holds little value. You may not realize this, but investors have refused to give you a single cent. My offer of 15 million is a sign of my regard for you. Be wise and sign the contract. Wang Jiala was taken aback by her blatant disrespect. He retorted sarcastically, You think my script is unworthy, hence your low offer? I assure you, I have investors willing to provide me 50 million, with a lower return rate than yours. Su Rulin was stunned to learn that Wang Jiala had been approached by others, which explained his confidence. However, she still believed the script lacked merit and stubbornly insisted, You must be imagining things. No investor would be interested in your script. Sign my contract without delay. Wang Jiala, feeling utterly disillusioned, chose to leave without even finishing his coffee. Su Rulin had never encountered such treatment before, and she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It seemed that ever since her return to the country, nothing had gone smoothly, contrasting sharply with her previous good fortune. Yet, refusing to be defeated, Su Rulin continued her quest for scripts worthy of investment. Soon, she stumbled upon a low-budget script, and the director was willing to accept a mere 10 million, promising her an impressive return of 70%. In her heart, she vowed, Just wait and see. My film will undoubtedly eclipse yours, and the profits will be far greater. Then, Su Rulin demanded a staggering investment of 10 million from Su Chinran, assuring her with unwavering confidence, I can certainly help you earn back tenfold, or even 100-fold. You will not be disappointed. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan returned home, her mind already strategizing how to solicit funds from Fu Tingxian. That evening, she had specifically instructed the housekeeper to prepare Fu Tingxian's favorite dishes, deliberately avoiding her own preferred spicy cuisine. Upon his return from work, Fu Tingshan was greeted by the warm glow of a well-lit living room, a long-awaited scene of someone waiting for him to come home. I'm absolutely starving. Why hasn't Fu Tingshan returned yet? If it weren't for my need of him, I would have started eating by now. Hurry back. I have something important to discuss with you. Although Fu Tingshan maintained an impassive exterior, he was secretly elated. His wife finally needed him. As soon as Lu Wanwan saw Fu Tingshan arrive, she rushed to take his briefcase, removed his shoes, and even pushed in his chair, personally serving him dinner. Fu Tingshan was somewhat taken aback by the pampering. Was this the same Lu Wanwan he had always known? Once he had finished his meal, Lu Wanwan seized the moment to speak. Honey, I have an investment project I'd like to pursue, but it requires quite a substantial amount. May I use your supplementary card? She urged him. You must agree. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I invest in this film, it could yield returns of tenfold, or even 20-fold.
Fu Tingshan,
Intrigued by the prospect of such a lucrative venture, felt inclined to invest himself. However, he decided that this small sum should rightfully belong to his wife. Of course. The supplementary card is yours to use as you wish. Elated, Lu Wanwan planted a quick kiss on Fu Tingshan, her joy palpable. Fu Tingshan, touched by the affection, felt a delightful warmth spread through him. Was this what a different kind of connection felt like? Lu Wanwan, oblivious to his subtle reactions, was instead reveling in the arrival of her 50 million startup funds. That night, Lu Wanwan tossed and turned in bed, her mind racing with thoughts of the billions she was about to earn, an amount she could never hope to accumulate even over several lifetimes of labor. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshan found himself unable to sleep, still savoring the kiss from earlier. The following day, Lu Wanwan promptly transferred the 50 million investment to Wang Jiala's account, eager for him to commence filming at the earliest opportunity so she could start reaping profits. Wang Jiala was over the moon. He had not anticipated such prompt financial backing from an investor. He silently vowed to deliver a film worthy of the trust Lu Wanwan had placed in him after a decade of painstaking preparation. For the casting, Lu Wanwan directly arranged for her favored star, Su Xingchen, to take on the lead role. Su Xingchen was well aware of the thickness of the scripts he had received in recent days and the lucrative offers from variety shows. He found it perplexing that Lu Wanwan would encourage him, an idol, to transition into acting in such a high-budget film, fearing that a poor performance would lead to public scorn. Yet, as a witness to the narrative unfolding, Lu Wanwan knew that Su Xingchen was an exceptionally dynamic performer, having showcased his compelling presence in previous works. The audience had come to regard him as not merely an idol, but a dazzling actor. Although Su Xingchen expressed his confusion, he ultimately agreed to accept the role, recognizing that much of his recent success was attributed to Lu Wanwan. Director Wang Jiala, upon witnessing Lu Wanwan's choice for the male lead, was taken aback. Wasn't this a recently skyrocketed idol? Could an idol endure the rigors of serious filmmaking? However, as filming commenced, Wang Jiala quickly reassessed his initial doubts. The young man, strikingly handsome, possessed a commendable work ethic, capable of shouldering both the pressures of fame and the demands of high-caliber acting. The film progressed smoothly, and it was time to initiate the promotional campaign. Su Xingchen's fans had been eagerly anticipating appearances on variety shows or dance competitions, but for nearly a month, they had seen no sign of their beloved idol. Concern began to ripple through the fanbase until the film's release sparked excitement over Su Xingchen's participation. Previously, he had starred in several low-budget web dramas showcasing commendable prowess. Su Rulin, witnessing the smooth promotion of Su Xingchen's film, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. If this actor had been scouted by her, it would have been one thing. But now, as a competitor, Su Xingchen's success felt like a thorn in her side. Determined to undermine him, she concocted a scheme to spread rumors on trending topics, claiming Su Xingchen had never appeared in a film and was merely an unskilled newcomer. She questioned whether the film would be worth watching, encouraging audiences to refrain from spending their money. Additionally, Su Rulin quickly recognized that despite Wang Jiala's decade-long dedication to this film, he lacked personal fame. Seizing the opportunity, she purchased several trending topics, questioning the potential outcome of a partnership between an inexperienced director and a novice actor. Su Xingchen's fans, incensed by these disparaging trends, rallied to defend him, citing his past performances in web dramas. However, the evidence was scant, and the general public remained indifferent, primarily concerned with the quality of the film itself. Little Wu, alarmed, immediately contacted Lu Wanwan, cognizant of the weight of a 50 million investment. What should we do? The film hasn't even premiered, and the public is already resistant. Lu Wanwan remained unfazed, aware that in the narrative, few were willing to watch the film initially. It would primarily attract Su Xingchen's fans. Yet, it was precisely his acting talent that would astonish audiences, leading to an unexpected surge in box office returns. There's no need for alarm. This is actually advantageous. The lower our current ratings, the higher they will soar once audiences see how incredible our film is, she reassured him. Little Wu couldn't help but admire her astuteness. Indeed, she was worthy of being Fu Tingxin's wife. He felt honored to work under her.
Su Zulan.
Witnessing the overwhelmingly positive buzz surrounding her own film, reveled in her successful promotional strategy, confident that her investment would yield returns. Who would have thought you could thrive without me? She mused smugly, reflecting on her own project devoid of flaws. With renewed determination, she invested further in promoting her film, boasting of the dedication and perseverance of the new generation of actors. Watch as these rookie actors, having honed their craft for years, deliver an unparalleled cinematic experience, training tirelessly even in freezing temperatures, all for the sake of presenting you with a remarkable film. The public began to recognize the effort behind the film, appreciating the dedication of the actors committed to delivering a compelling viewing experience. Unlike that pretentious vase, which lacks any genuine talent, yet reaps billions at the box office. It is only right that true bystanders support films of authentic quality. Consequently, the general public praised this movie, expressing their intent to bring their families along for a viewing. Upon witnessing the favorable shift among the audience, Su Rulan thought her box office earnings were undoubtedly secure. Her investment of 10 million would soon be recouped, perhaps even multiplied tenfold or 100-fold. She mused that Su Xingchen might regret his decision and return to seek her forgiveness. At that point, she would assess whether he still possessed any redeeming value worth extracting before deciding whether to accept him back. Su Rulan entertained these self-assured thoughts, while Lu Wanwan, on the other hand, was calmly orchestrating her plans, striving for perfection in the film, soothing everyone's anxieties. As long as they filmed diligently, their movie was bound to succeed. Chapter 32, Premiere. Through the collective efforts of the team, a meticulously crafted film was finally completed. However, the cinema allocated a minuscule number of screenings. On the first day of release, aside from Su Xingchen's devoted fans, there were hardly any bystanders entering the theater to watch this film. In stark contrast, on the same day, many flocked to see the movie Su Rulan had invested in, driven by curiosity about what a newcomer actor could produce after years of hard work. The audience grew anxious as the limited screenings suggested a disappointing box office. Would it even earn back its investment? Yet, despite the few viewers who attended Su Xingchen's film, upon returning home, they were all effusive in their praise. I have changed my opinion about this face of a man, they declared. His film was truly captivating, and I found myself appreciating his performance beyond the allure of his flawless visage. This movie is genuinely remarkable. It is worth every penny of your 35 yuan ticket. I struggled to stay awake from start to finish. Numerous viewers bestowed exceptionally high ratings on various platforms, a rare occurrence indeed. Su Xingchen's fans were equally vocal in their adulation. Some individuals mistakenly believed that the positive reviews were merely orchestrated by Su Xingchen's fans, inciting a rebellious reaction that made them even less inclined to view it. However, curiosity led some to wonder if the film was genuinely that good, prompting them to enter the theater and experience the delightful surprise for themselves. Gradually, more and more viewers left glowing reviews, and the audience numbers swelled as they flocked to see this outstanding film. The box office quickly soared past 1 billion, then 20 billion, and eventually reached 50 billion, with figures continuing to rise. Conversely, Su Rulan's film saw attendance dwindle after its opening day. Very few patrons remained interested. Audiences emerged from the theater, faces etched with displeasure, demanding refunds, expressing their discontent. What a disaster. Did you really funnel all the film's essence into the promotional material? The claims of this newcomer's years of dedication seem ludicrous. He looks barely over 20. Did he really start working at 7 or 8? This is an insult to our intelligence. It was a waste of my ticket price. I might as well have seen Su Xingchen's film. At least he is a pleasure to behold, and perhaps his acting is commendable too. In an instant, the reputations of both films reversed, with Su Rulan's project plummeting to the depths of obscurity, garnering no interest from the public. Su Rulan was thrown into a panic. That 10 million was not her own but borrowed from Su Chenran. What was she to do if this film investment failed? Not only would she lose everything, but that 10 million would vanish into thin air. Su Chenran soon called to express his anger, having lost the fondness he once held for Su Rulan. What on earth happened? I entrusted you with 10 million, and now it's all gone. Shouldn't you see a doctor? Your judgment seems severely impaired for investing in such a disastrous project. I am profoundly disappointed in you. If you fail again next time, I doubt we can even remain friends. Su Rulin hung up, momentarily dazed. Was this the same boyfriend she once knew? How dare he speak to her in such a manner? She had merely encountered one setback. It did not signify future failure. All of this was Su Xingchen's fault. Who had invested in this film? Who had insisted on Su Xingchen's involvement? That person was her adversary, and she was determined to uncover their identity. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan was filled with elation as her investment yielded significant returns. Her initial 50 million had transformed into 5 billion, an astounding rate of return. Eager to share this fortune, Lu Wanwan approached Fu Tingshan with the exhilarating news. Darling, do you know? The investment amount you provided me has succeeded. I financed a film that premiered successfully, bringing me 20 times the profit. I am truly grateful to you. You need not thank me. This success is entirely your own. It appears your investment acumen is commendable. From now on, our family investments shall be entrusted to you. Feel free to invest in whatever you wish. Just use the secondary card, Fu Tingshan replied, showing no trace of the previous disdain he held for her. Instead, he found himself intrigued by her transformation. She no longer trailed him everywhere, but had found her own shine and purpose. Lu Wanwan, grateful for her good fortune, remarked, "This investment owes half its success to you. Without your funding, I could not have achieved this outcome. How about I share half the profits with you?" Fu Tingshan appeared pleased but insisted, "That simply won't do. This is your accomplishment, but I appreciate your sentiment. Please keep the money. Your husband is quite capable of generating billions in moments and does not require this modest sum. Nonetheless, I appreciate your thoughtfulness." While initially a casual suggestion, when the 10 billion became a tangible reality, Lu Wanwan felt its weight. Excitedly, she began to plan her future. The first step was to purchase a home. Although she had previously acquired one, buying property in a first-tier city was nearly a guaranteed investment. Furthermore, in the event of an unexpected downturn, a villa would provide a splendid refuge. Without hesitation, Lu Wanwan contacted the saleswoman from her last property purchase and soon discovered a magnificent villa in the city center, priced at over 10 billion. Spanning over 500 square meters with numerous rooms, the layout was exquisite, complete with a stunning garden. The villa boasted all the amenities she desired: a game room, a gym, a karaoke room, and various functional spaces. It dawned on her just how extravagant the lives of the wealthy truly were. Within 5 minutes, Lu Wanwan decided to acquire this property. After all, she would continue to earn money, and she still possessed her husband's black card. The saleswoman was astonished by Lu Wanwan's financial prowess. Within 2 months, she had facilitated the purchase of such a lavish villa, earning a substantial commission. Her colleague had truly missed a golden opportunity by letting such a significant client slip away. Chapter 33. The Scoop. After acquiring her new villa, Lu Wanwan felt an immense sense of joy. However, it had been a while since she indulged in the latest gossip, leaving her feeling somewhat empty. Yet, it seemed the gossip network was aware of her yearning, promptly delivering the latest news. That evening, Fu Tingshan invited Lu Wanwan to a family dinner as his aunt had returned to the country. After getting ready, Lu Wanwan accompanied Fu Tingshan to the gathering. This time, only family members were present, with no outsiders invited. Soon, Fu Tingshan's aunt made a grand entrance, hand in hand with a young, charming boyfriend. She bypassed Lu Wanwan directly and approached her parents, who were none other than Fu Tingshan's grandparents. "Mom and Dad, I'm back in the country. This time, I'm here to get married. This is my little boyfriend. Hurry and greet them." "Hello, Mom and Dad, I am your daughter's boyfriend." Mrs. Fu was nearly choked with disbelief. She never anticipated that her daughter, who had always vowed against marriage, would return with a youthful boyfriend. "Are you two planning to wed without consulting us? And your boyfriend looks far too young. How could he possibly take care of you?" At this moment, the little boyfriend introduced himself. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I will definitely take good care of your daughter. I am 22 years old and eligible for a marriage certificate." "What? You're only 22, and my daughter is 46. There is almost a generational gap between you." "No way, I object." Lu Wanwan had just finished consuming the entire juicy gossip. It was only right to disagree. He was not actually 22, but had just turned 18, far from the legal age for marriage. Fu's grandparents thought they were hearing things. Where did that voice come from? However, upon closer inspection, this boy did indeed appear younger than 22, almost like a minor. At that moment, The aunt also caught wind of the floating voice, wondering who had the audacity to reveal the truth. Her little boyfriend was, in fact, not 22, but had just turned 18. But what of it? They were truly in love. True love? Surely it could not be as you perceive. There is a 27-year age difference. At your age, you could bear him a child. How could this possibly be true love? The grandparents, parents, and even the father of the Fu family all felt the statement was sound. How could someone so young fall for you? Fu Qingyue felt somewhat embarrassed, but knew deep down that her boyfriend loved her dearly. Being obedient and striving to meet her every request, even those he was unable to fulfill. Furthermore, the idea of marriage had originated from her. He never mentioned it or harbored such aspirations, merely wishing to remain by her side. She refused to believe the inexplicable voice that had emerged. Instead, she declared loudly, "Whether you agree or not, I have made up my mind to marry him. I am merely informing you. If you don't wish to attend, so be it. Our wedding is already decided." What a muddle. We never anticipated that our years of nurturing you would lead to this outcome. Indeed, had she lost her clarity? Everyone present had her best interests at heart, except for her boyfriend. If only her boyfriend were after her wealth. After all, the Fu family had money overflowing, and spending to buy happiness was a reasonable choice. At least this little boyfriend could provide emotional value, but alas, that was not the case. Everyone was in turmoil, wondering what his true intentions were. Fu Qingyue still could not fathom that her boyfriend could be after her money. There could be no ulterior motives. Mom and Dad, since I've informed you, my boyfriend and I will take our leave. I shall skip this family feast. You may enjoy it. However, Lu Wanwan's next thought halted Fu Qingyue's steps. He was not after your money but your kidney, liver, heart, and corneas. Everyone silently pondered, yet with the Fu family's wealth, it could not be as they imagined. What was the truth, then? Fu Qingyue wished to pause and discern what this mysterious voice was attempting to convey. Was her boyfriend truly planning to harm her? Impossible. He had treated her well these past few months. When he met Fu Qingyue, he was indeed financially strained, seeking to gain a little from her. But soon he had a change of heart. By a twist of fate, he discovered that Fu Qingyue's kidney was a perfect match for his sister's. Thus, his goal was to make Fu Qingyue fall deeply in love with him, eventually persuading her to willingly donate her kidney. If she were unwilling, he would resort to illegal means. The expressions on the faces of the entire Fu family shifted dramatically. This young man had approached Fu Qingyue merely for her kidney. Fu Qingyue's complexion paled. She could hardly conceive that her boyfriend was drawn to her for such a reason. But soon she pieced it together. She proactively inquired of her boyfriend. "You mentioned you were an orphan, surviving with a sister. The last time you asked to borrow money, was it because she has kidney disease and needs a donor match?" At that moment, the little boyfriend feigned a pitiful demeanor and lamented to Fu Qingyue, "Yes, we have been alone since childhood, and now she is ill. This is the critical period for finding a kidney match. How I wish we could find one." The little boyfriend displayed no signs of panic, as if he genuinely felt this way. Fu Qingyue quickly convinced herself that perhaps it was merely coincidence and not that her kidney was a match that would be taken from her. Observing her aunt's naivety, Fu Tingshan spoke directly. "Though it may be considered blasphemous to say, I thought this boyfriend was not a good person from the first moment I saw him.
Aunt,
it would be wise to keep your distance. If you do not, I fear he may bring harm to our family." Indeed, the aunt remained stubbornly oblivious. She did not just have one sister. She also had a brother and an older brother, all of whom might require her kidney, heart, and corneas. That was why he was so compliant with her. Chapter 34. The Truth Unveiled.
what?
Everyone's thoughts echoed with disbelief. Even if it were a voluntary donation, one could not be so ruthless as to strip someone of nearly all their vital organs. Furthermore, one could not single-handedly target an individual, especially when their aunt was still alive. Fu Qingyue had indeed heard that strange voice. At last, a flicker of clarity dawned upon her. "Do you have an older brother and a younger brother?" The little boyfriend feigned a pitiful expression. "How could you investigate me? Do you not trust me?" "Yes. I have an older brother and a younger brother, but I did not mean to keep it from you. They are both disabled, and I feared you would not like them, hence my silence." At that moment, Lu Wanwan finally spoke up, having consumed enough gossip to spill over. She could not bear to see the Fu family so thoroughly deceived. "Does your brother happen to need a cornea? Is your younger brother in need of a heart? How do you know? Did you send someone to investigate? How could you treat me this way? I am so heartbroken. I know far more than that. I am aware that you sought foreign doctors to match your aunt's kidney, heart, and corneas, which conveniently matched the needs of your 3 siblings. Are you planning to marry her, then cause a rift in the family, and whisk her away abroad to harvest her organs? The little boyfriend was taken aback. How could she know these things? He had conducted everything in secrecy. It was impossible. If she knew, then all his plans would be thwarted. No, absolutely not. He had schemed for months. Suddenly, the little boyfriend concocted a plan. Yeah, they are wronging me. I am not that kind of person. Even if your matches align with my brother, sister, and younger siblings, I would never let you go through with it. I will find someone else. They are wronging me. At that moment, Fu Qingyue was left questioning herself. If she believed him now, she would truly be a fool. He was still somewhat disheartened. Did he truly approach him solely for those material possessions? I reiterated my question one last time. Are you only close to me for my money? At that moment, she found it difficult to articulate her feelings, as sorrow had overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshen had already made a call overseas to investigate. He possessed a vast network abroad, and indeed, he uncovered the truth. It aligned perfectly with what Lu Wanwan had described. She was indeed scheming for her aunt's kidney, cornea, and heart. Fu Tingshen, unable to contain his fury, delivered a sharp slap followed by a forceful kick. The man fell heavily to the ground, casting a resentful glance at Fu Qinyu, pleading, You, see how your family is bullying me. Please, speak up for me. I have done nothing wrong. If we marry in the future, how will that be? He continued, You should come with me abroad. We could have a beautiful life there. Fu Tingshen's anger intensified with these words, and he unleashed a flurry of punches. Fu Qinyu, feeling overwhelmed, grasped Fu Tingshen's hand, imploring, Stop, please stop. At last, he ceased his assault and turned to his aunt with a serious demeanor, stating, Aunt, I have just confirmed with my contacts that Wanwan spoke the truth. He indeed harbored malicious intentions to harm her. I could no longer tolerate his actions, which is why I struck him. Fu Qingyu recognized that Fu Tingshen would not deceive her, and she had finally regained her clarity. Overwhelmed by the deceit she had endured in recent months, she pushed Fu Tingshen aside and directed her anger towards her boyfriend, pouring every ounce of her strength into each blow until she collapsed, exhausted. At that moment, her boyfriend confessed, tears streaming down his face. You, I did not intend to deceive you. I was desperate and encountered you by chance. I did love you, but your background coincided with that of my siblings. I could not bear to see them suffer, which is why I resorted to such measures. Please, ask your brother to spare me. Let the Fu family forgive me. I am terrified. Seeing Fu Qingyu silent, he continued, I know I have wronged you. Go ahead and hit me, the more it hurts, the better. At this point, Fu Qingyu had already ceased her retaliation and earnestly addressed Fu Tingshen. Tingshen, do not concern yourself with me. Just ensure he faces the consequences of his illegal actions. Hearing this, her boyfriend, now lying on the ground, realized there was no hope left. Nevertheless, he clung to the last vestige of hope. Even if I had such thoughts, I have not acted on them. How can you imprison me? You shouldn't even prosecute me. Let me leave. I will go far away from you. Just allow me to return abroad. Such naive thoughts, she retorted. You cannot simply escape from the Fu family like that. At this juncture, Lu Wanwan produced a recording she had made earlier, wherein he had openly admitted to his illicit intentions. The sound of a police siren echoed as he was taken into custody.
By now,
Fu Qinyu had regained her composure, no longer displaying the arrogance she had when she first arrived. Dad, Mom, sister, brother-in-law, and both Tingshen and Wanwan, I am deeply sorry for not believing you and instead placing my trust in a stranger. My mind has been clouded during these years abroad. I have decided to build my life here in the country. That is good to hear, they replied, grateful for Wanwan's intervention. Lu Wanwan felt she had done little, merely sharing the truth out of frustration. Upon hearing her parents express gratitude, Fu Qinyu realized the peculiar voice belonged to her, and she became immensely appreciative. Wanwan, you are truly remarkable. I owe you greatly. I have nothing to offer you as a proper gift for our first meeting, so I shall give you this bracelet, a treasured heirloom from my grandfather. Initially reluctant to accept such a valuable gift, Lu Wanwan ultimately acquiesced. Upon returning home and researching it, she was astounded to discover it was a non-sale item auctioned decades ago, now valued at tens of millions. She could not help but ask Fu Tingshen, does everyone in the Fu family possess such wealth? Your aunt is equally affluent, casually parting with millions. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. My aunt inherited a substantial fortune. This small sum should not concern you. Besides, you have rendered our family an immense service. particularly for my aunt, he replied. Chapter 35. The trap. Hearing Fu Tingshen's words, Lu Wanwan felt justified in accepting the bracelet. Fu Tingshen's influence was significant, and he soon secured complete evidence, successfully imprisoning Fu Qingyu's boyfriend for 3 years. This experience awakened Fu Qingyu, who aspired to be a lucid woman, no longer entangled in romantic affairs. Meanwhile, Su Ruolan was deeply disappointed, having realized that her boyfriend had truly lost interest in her. Whenever she attempted to arrange a meeting, he displayed an indifferent demeanor. When she inquired if something was amiss or if he was dissatisfied with her, he replied, "What grievances could I possibly have? Are you still unaware? Your focus should not be on our romantic escapades, but rather on securing the confidential information from Fu Tingshen's company and ensuring its downfall." Su Ruolan had always found it curious why Su Qinran was so determined to ruin Fu Tingshen's company. However, whenever she questioned him, he either remained silent or concocted excuses to deflect her inquiries. As she faced her boyfriend's reluctance to spend time with her, Su Ruolan felt helpless, realizing that only when she could provide him with benefits would he reignite his affections for her. Confident in her perceived infiltration of the Fu family's company, Su Ruolan believed she would not miss any important meetings. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Tingshen had intentionally orchestrated her participation. An excellent opportunity arose with the development rights for Beiqin, where numerous companies were vying for control. However, Fu Tingshen had already obtained insider information revealing that this development site would require substantial investment with minimal returns, rendering it unprofitable. Thus, he planned to bait Su Ruolan into a trap. On the day of the bidding, Su Ruolan had already acquired her company's intended bidding price and promptly relayed it to Su Qinran. He commanded her as if he were a boss, declaring, "This time, success is the only option. Failure is not permissible." After the bidding session, Su Qinran emerged beaming with pride, having successfully secured the Beiqin land. Upon exiting the conference room, he encountered Fu Tingshen, who seemed eager to flaunt his success. "Ah, Fu Zong, what unfortunate timing. I have successfully bid for this prime land. Only the Su family will benefit from this juicy piece." Fu Tingshen observed the triumphant small man before him and recognized that Su Qinran had stepped into a trap, certain that he would soon regret his decision. "Congratulations to you," was all he could muster. Consumed by his triumph, Su Qinran failed to grasp the underlying implications of Fu Tingshen's words. With the acquisition of the Beiqin land, he felt immensely satisfied with Su Ruolan, dismissing any previous discontent. Lan, it is thanks to you that I could secure the Beiqin land. Whatever you desire, I will provide." Seeing her boyfriend's rejuvenated spirit, Su Ruolan felt a sense of relief, believing that the affectionate man she once knew had returned. "I do not require anything, as long as we continue to love each other. After all, what belongs to you is also mine, and what belongs to me is also yours." Indeed, Lan was correct. "My possessions are yours, and yours are mine. I am merely laying the groundwork for our future endeavors." Once Su Ruolan departed, Su Qinran's countenance immediately fell. He truly believed it was his own prowess at play. Were it not for my intelligence, securing that piece of land in Beiqin would have been utterly impossible. Couldn't he be a tad more perceptive? This notion of what is mine is yours is indeed a generous concession on my part. It is my little secretary who is obedient, bowing to me in subservience. Su Qinran promptly made a phone call, and the person on the other end soothed him into submission, which he found quite gratifying. Upon Su Ruolan's return to the office, she observed her dispirited assistants without an ounce of remorse, feeling rather smug instead. This time, she had successfully intercepted the Fu family's business. However, she maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. Fu Tingshen remained composed in his office, awaiting the inevitable collapse of the Su family. Indeed, within a month, the development of that land in Beiqin came to a halt. It was discovered that numerous ancient artifacts lay buried beneath the surface, prompting experts to rush to the site and seal it off entirely. Fu Tingshen had received this news long before, remaining unfazed as he watched the Su family inch closer to demise. This was merely the beginning. Upon hearing this news, Su Ruolan was thrown into a state of panic. How could this happen? Wasn't that land deemed quite promising? Moreover, it had been snatched from the Fu family, who must have conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Su Ruolan was not a fool. She quickly pieced together the puzzle and dashed to Fu Tingshen's office. Seeing Fu Tingshen leisurely sipping tea, she accused him. "It was you, wasn't it? You let me believe that Beiqin was a lucrative opportunity," then informed Su Qinran, leading him into this trap, resulting in a severed funding chain. Realizing Su Rulin had unraveled the truth, Fu Tingshin dropped the pretense and replied candidly, "You are correct. From the moment you entered the company, I sensed something amiss about you, as if you were a spy sent by the rival family." Stunned, Su Rulin felt deeply wounded. She had never imagined Fu Tingshin to be so cunning. "What are you implying? Wasn't Su Chenren also clever when he placed that person in my company? He had bribed my classmate long before. Had it not been for my family's matriarch, I would have remained oblivious. You know everything, don't you? No wonder you reassigned him from a core position. I should have noticed that sooner. It's too late for regrets. You are no longer our company's secretary. I must ask you to resign."
Ha.
Even if you didn't say it, I would resign. But I still wish to ask, did you not have a fondness for me during our school days? Even after I went abroad, surely your heart wouldn't change so swiftly? Fu Tingshin found her words amusing. Whoever spread the rumor that I liked you is mistaken. I have never harbored such feelings. I am here to clarify that now. As if struck by a blow, Su Rulin insisted, "I don't believe you. I was quite beautiful in high school. How could there be no boys who admired me? You must have secretly adored me and are now slandering me." Faced with such self-absorption, Fu Tingshin could only shake his head in disbelief. "You can't simply assert what you wish. I do not like you, and somehow I am at fault?" Su Rulin, in a daze, exited the company. Chapter 36. The Delinquent Boyfriend. She never anticipated that Fu Tingshin harbored no affection for her whatsoever. All those years had been her own delusions. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself. After all, she still had a boyfriend, did she not? Meanwhile, Su Chenran was overwhelmed with mounting pressure. The funding chain was critically compromised, and the development of the Beichen land was utterly stalled, forcing him to reinvest all his previous earnings. With anger boiling within him, he dialed the architect of his misfortune.
Suzulan.
Upon seeing her boyfriend's name flash on her phone, Su Rulin was elated.
See?
I knew someone still loved me. However, once she answered, she was met with a barrage of accusations. "Su Rulin, do you possess any semblance of intelligence? We have both fallen into the trap set by that scoundrel. He must know you were my mole in his company, which is why he laid this snare for us. Now, with the funding chain severed, I am on the verge of losing everything I earned." Su Rulin felt a surge of tears. "I am equally distressed. I am sorry for not considering all angles. But what is done is done. Let us devise a plan together. What good will that do? Can you conjure money from thin air to fill this chasm? It is utterly ridiculous." When Su Rulin heard the line go dead, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her, yet she was powerless to change the situation. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshin found himself in high spirits, having eliminated a lingering threat. Though Su Chenran's company had temporarily patched the gaping hole, it was severely weakened and could not compare to its former self. Returning home, Fu Tingshin appeared relaxed, gazing at Lu Wanwan leisurely reclining on the bed. He mused that perhaps life could continue in such a manner. However, life is rarely so consistently pleasant. Soon enough, Fu Tingshin received a phone call. Listening to the distressing words from the other end, his brow furrowed in concern. He turned to Lu Wanwan, saying, "Grandfather has fallen critically ill from anger. We must hurry back to the ancestral home." At that moment, the gossip system activated. "Host, we have another juicy story to delve into." Upon arriving at the ancestral home, a somber atmosphere enveloped the space. In the living room stood a young couple embracing, which appeared quite inappropriate in public. Upon Fu Tingshin's return, the young woman rushed forward, attempting to grasp his hand in a show of affection, only to be deftly avoided by Fu Tingshin. After all, his cousin was no longer the 7 or 8-year-old child she once was. How could she dare to act so intimately with her older cousin? Noticing Fu Tingshin's reluctance to engage with her, she pouted, saying, "Cousin, I am your cousin. Why must you be so cruel? I merely wish to hold your hand. Have you forgotten your cousin since marrying your wife? Attempting to hold my hand? It is fortunate I am not scolding you. You have driven grandfather to the brink of death. Do you care to explain what mischief you have been up to?" "Oh, I merely started dating a boyfriend. Grandfather disapproves of him. When my boyfriend defended himself, grandfather collapsed. How can that be blamed on my boyfriend?" Seeing his cousin with that bleached-haired boy sent Fu Tingshin's blood boiling, nearly causing him to faint from rage. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan had gleaned the entire narrative from the gossip system. If only this young man were merely a bleached-haired fool. But alas, he was far more than that. Not only was he a bleached-haired fool, but this revelation piqued Fu Tingshin's curiosity. What if he possessed a hidden identity? Perhaps their family could consider accepting him. However, He was merely a recently released ex-convict. How could he have gained Fu Zihan's affections merely for cooking her a bowl of congee? Initially believing his cousin's boyfriend to possess some status or connections, Fu Tingshen's anger only intensified upon hearing the truth. He interrogated the bleached-haired youth. Don't think I haven't done my homework. Once you step into our Fu family, your background will be scrutinized. Were you not incarcerated for several years? At that moment, Fu Zihan stepped in front of the bleached-haired boy, saying, Cousin, how can you discriminate against someone who has served time? What if he has a past? Does that diminish his worth? Moreover, he spoke the truth to me, but I refrained from telling you all out of fear that you might misunderstand him. Little did I know that upon seeing him, grandfather would faint from anger. What does it mean to discriminate against someone who has served time? A person with a criminal record inherently bears a stain. He is not worthy of even a single hair from you. Wanwan continued to stoke the flames. If he merely had a prison record, that would be one thing. Yet, he certainly has transgressed beyond that. At this juncture, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Fu Tingshen was in a frenzy of anxiety. What could it be? Aside from serving time, what other heinous acts had he committed? My cousin continued unabated. You have no idea how good he is to me. Not only does he personally cook congee for me, but he also often accompanies me home. When I accidentally encountered a thug on the street, it was he who vanquished him. That is why I am with him. Do not misjudge him. He is truly a wonderful person. At this moment, her parents began to comprehend the notion of gratitude for salvation, a trick often favored by young girls. They interjected, previously, we suggested you hire some bodyguards, yet you refused. Now look at what happened. You've been harassed by petty thugs. Isn't he just a mere savior? We could easily send some money to your boyfriend, and you two should break up quickly before you anger grandfather. What do you mean by a mere savior? Without him, I might have been ravaged by those thugs long ago. Do not think you can sully my boyfriend with your filthy money. He would never stoop so low as to accept it. Throughout my life, all you have done is toss money at me. When I was in elementary school, you handed me 30 yuan as pocket money without caring for me at all. I have never experienced warmth from anyone until my boyfriend made me a bowl of congee. Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Could a simple bowl of congee truly move a girl so deeply? If she were a man, would a bowl of congee win the hearts of many women? Thus, unable to contain herself, Wanwan spoke up. A bowl of congee? Have you ever paused to consider how many bowls of congee your parents have made for you over the years? Why do you not express gratitude for their sacrifices?
Yet.
A stranger prepares a bowl for you, and you are deeply touched. What do you know? You vile woman, a wicked woman only seeks to ensnare my cousin. You are only with him for his money. What right do you have to lecture me? What do you mean by merely a bowl of congee? My parents have never made such congee for me. Indeed, my cousin's parents had never prepared such plain congee, deeming it lacking in nutrition. They usually made her seafood porridge or sweet potato porridge instead. Yet, they had no idea that their daughter only preferred plain congee. Chapter 37. The Mind of a Love-Struck Fool. If matters were thus, they would be quite easy to resolve. Zihan, from now on, your father and I will make sure to cook more plain congee for you. It's our fault. We haven't paid enough attention to your preferences. Why didn't you tell us? What good would it do to tell you? You only know how to throw me to the nanny. I don't care. I want to be with him. Wanwan was equally exasperated. She had no desire to engage further with this love-struck fool. She deserved to be deceived. This was no noble hero saving a damsel in distress, but rather a premeditated performance. Your blonde-haired boy had hired someone to create trouble for you, only to swoop in and save the day, winning the heart of a wealthy young lady. Such a cliché story. It was astonishing that anyone would believe in such a plot. Everyone present had heard it. In truth, Fu Zihan had long since caught wind of that strange voice. However, she remained unwilling to believe it. She only trusted her boyfriend. How could it be? My boyfriend could never deceive me. It is impossible that he staged a scene while walking through the alley, only to chase away those thugs upon seeing me. That simply cannot be an act. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. People cannot teach one another. Only through experience can one truly understand. However, if he only served time and deceived you, that would still be manageable. Yet, he has indeed committed far worse offenses. He never revealed to you. He has indeed done so. He told you he was wrongfully imprisoned for being framed, but he certainly would not confess that he had entered prison for preying on minors and that he carries a certain virus. At that moment, Fu Zihan's face drained of color. She had never imagined her boyfriend could deceive her in such a manner. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She refused to believe it, convinced that the strange voice was misleading her. At this moment, Fu Zihan's parents were also in a state of panic. They had certainly heard those whispers. You uncouth girl. It is our failure as parents. You surely haven't engaged in relations with him before marriage, have you? The blonde boy, smug and self-satisfied, embraced the girl, announcing to their parents and his brother, the first time I saved her, I already had her. Don't blame yourselves for failing to teach her. My charm is simply too great. At this, Fu Zihan's father could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, delivering a series of blows to the blonde boy's face. Of course, the blonde boy was not one to suffer indignities. He immediately retaliated against Fu Zihan's father, and the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle, neither able to restrain the other. Witnessing her boyfriend and father both injured, Fu Zihan tenderly caressed the blonde boy's face, saying, I truly apologize for the distress you've endured. Let us elope. I wish to avoid him. Seeing this chaos at home sickens me. The money you give me is never-ending, and I find it meaningless. Only when I am with you do I feel joy. Observing the blood trickling from her father's lip, Fu Zihan coldly remarked, Father, how could you treat my boyfriend so harshly? Look, you've disfigured his face. You are truly despicable. I would rather not have a father like you. Fu Zihan's father felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He had never expected his daughter to turn out this way. Leave. I no longer have a daughter like you. He lowered his head in disappointment. Fu Zihan, however, felt no remorse and walked away without a backward glance. Although her father outwardly expressed such sentiments, he could not bear to part with her. As soon as she left, he turned to Fu Tingshen, pleading, Xiaoshen, the only option left is for you to uncover the truth of that day. What crime did her boyfriend commit? Does he indeed carry a virus? Upon stepping outside her home, Fu Zihan received a message on her phone. She had not anticipated that her parents would act so swiftly. Halting her bank card, feeling somewhat aggrieved, she complained to her boyfriend, Brother, my father has suspended my bank card. It seems I will have to stay with you for a while. In truth, the blonde boy had grown somewhat weary of the beautiful girl. However, he contemplated that marrying her might yield greater benefits. No worries, just stay with me. I have a small apartment. The so-called small apartment was actually his uncle's home. After being released from prison, he struggled to find work and wandered the streets, with no one willing to take him in, reluctant to rent to someone with a criminal record. Their previous home had long been mortgaged and sold, leaving him no choice but to reside with his uncle and aunt. Upon seeing the dilapidated apartment before him and recalling the luxurious villa he once inhabited, Fu Zihan felt a pang of disappointment, though she concealed it well. As she entered the home, her uncle and aunt greeted her warmly. Oh, we've heard so much about you from Xiao Zhao. He says you are his most beautiful girlfriend. We have already prepared a room for you. You can move in at any time. Fang Zihan completely failed to grasp the underlying meaning in the words of her uncle and aunt. Instead, she arrogantly commanded, You two must immediately vacate the master bedroom for us. If we are to stay, we shall reside in the finest accommodations. I refuse to sleep in your foul-smelling room. Her uncle and aunt, realizing that their nephew could easily charm this girl, contemplated how, once married, she would surely be at their mercy. With beaming smiles, they replied, Indeed. Indeed. How could we allow our guests to stay in the guest room? You must have the largest and best room. We will prepare the master bedroom for you at once. Should you desire anything to eat, just let us know, and we will promptly procure the freshest ingredients from the market. That's more like it.
Consider it done.
Hurry and tidy it up, for we are weary and wish to rest. After a long slumber, they awakened Zihan for dinner. Upon seeing the meager fare before her, she felt utterly unappetized. Is this the sort of pitiful food you serve? Even our dog, De Huang, would turn his nose up at this. It's utterly revolting. Take it away. Take it away. The expressions on her uncle and aunt's faces betrayed their dissatisfaction. After 2 hours of labor, they had prepared these dishes, hoping to please her palate, only to be met with disdain. Indeed, uncle and aunt, for our first visit, you treat us to such meager dishes. Is this how you regard us? Chapter 38. Awakening. The uncle and aunt, wearing forced smiles, disposed of the food in the trash and ordered takeout. In their hearts, they plotted how they might torment this girl once she married their nephew, as a means of avenging their unspoken grievances. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshen swiftly obtained incriminating evidence against the blonde-haired man, revealing that he had indeed committed a crime years prior, having assaulted a minor. Under the guise of intoxication, he had dragged a young girl to a hotel without her consent, and the girl was under 14 years of age at the time of the incident. However, As he himself was under 18, he received a lenient sentence and was released after a few years. Confronted with undeniable evidence, Fu Tingshan hastened to inform his uncle of the developments. Upon receiving the news, his uncle realized that the boyfriend his daughter had chosen was far from suitable. Despite having introduced her to many worthy suitors, she had dismissed them all. Meanwhile, the girl's uncle and aunt, living in comfort and indulgence, were growing increasingly impatient. They approached the blonde-haired man, demanding, "Didn't you claim she was the daughter of a wealthy family? Where's the money? At the very least, you should provide us with 100,000 for our efforts in serving you both." The blonde-haired man concealed the fact that Fong Zihan's parents had already cut off her financial support. "Why are you so anxious? Once she marries me, all her family's wealth will become ours. You know the Fu family is a prominent one. Their assets could sustain us for generations. Will you still worry about the betrothal gifts then?" Realizing the potential for great wealth, the uncle and aunt decided to endure for the time being. On the other hand, the blonde-haired man, running low on funds, suggested to Fong Zihan, "Why don't you soften your stance with your father? They say there are no overnight grudges between fathers and daughters. We can't continue like this without money. And we've already stayed at your uncle and aunt's for several days." In truth, Fong Zihan had grown weary of this impoverished existence, but lacked a suitable way out. Now that a path had presented itself, she quickly seized it. "You're right, there are no overnight grudges. I'll call my dad. I'm sure he can restore my card, and then we can buy a villa to live in. I'll even get you a sports car to take me for a drive. How glamorous that would be. Indeed, my darling, once we're together, we'll certainly be the envy of my friends, who would dare to label me as an ex-convict." With these thoughts in mind, Fong Zihan dialed her father's number. Meanwhile, her father had been informed by Fu Tingshan that her boyfriend was afflicted with a contagious disease. When he saw his daughter's call, he anticipated she had reconsidered and wished to return. To his dismay, she opened with, "Dad, I'm suffering so much. I can't stand this life of poverty any longer. Please restore my card." Restoration is certainly possible, provided you return as my daughter and sever ties with that boyfriend of yours. I can transfer 5 million to you each month. Concerned that his daughter might not comprehend the gravity of her situation, he quickly added, "If you think that's insufficient, I can increase it to 8 million monthly. That won't work, Dad. I truly love him, and you won't understand. I want to marry him and share every penny I earn with him." Listening to his daughter's misguided declarations, he felt an overwhelming frustration. "Let me reiterate, I have confirmed that your boyfriend is a criminal and has committed heinous acts. If you don't believe me, I can send you the evidence, including medical reports showing he carries a contagious virus. You must come to our family's hospital to get tested immediately."
What? How can that be?
"Surely, you're fabricating this to separate us. Why would I concoct such a story? Just take a look." Upon receiving the images from her father, she realized the depth of her predicament. The evidence clearly indicated that her boyfriend had indeed served time for assaulting a minor, and the medical report detailed his affliction. There was also a disturbing video showing her boyfriend conspiring with thugs about how to deceive her, a wealthy heiress, and how to manipulate her for financial gain. Fong Zihan felt a profound betrayal, unlike anything she had ever experienced. In a rush, she confronted her boyfriend, demanding, "Do you have a disease?" "What disease? My dear,
What are you talking about?"
stop calling me dear. I want to know if you have that contagious disease." At this moment, the blonde-haired man's expression shifted. He realized she had uncovered the truth, but was unwilling to relinquish his grasp on her.
Who have you been listening to?
"My condition is not serious. It's treatable and not contagious." Seeing her disbelief, he resorted to a desperate admission. "I'll confess, I've been deceiving you from the start. It was I who orchestrated all of this, manipulating those thugs to bully you. You've fallen for my trap, and now that you're tainted, you're mine to keep. Besides, you're damaged goods. Who else would want you?" It all made sense now. Her previous assumptions about his eagerness to be intimate were completely misguided. "Why would I love you? I had no idea how many girlfriends you had before me. Isn't it normal for men to have lost their virginity by 18? With that, the blonde-haired man threatened her. "I warn you, don't think about leaving me. You're bound to me for life now. No other man will want you because you've been used to your second hand." Overwhelmed with despair, Fong Zihan broke down in tears. Who could possibly save her now? She regretted not heeding her father and cousin's warnings. Chapter 39, Retaliation. But now, it was too late for regrets. She might have already contracted that disease. She wept in despair, her heart shattered. Meanwhile, The blonde-haired bully reveled in her tears, delighting in her distress. What if she was a wealthy heiress?
She still had to bow down to him.
Fu Zihan felt compelled to visit the hospital to ascertain whether she had indeed contracted that dreadful disease. Should she be afflicted, her life would be irrevocably altered. However, the blonde obstructed her path, forbidding her departure, even hurling her phone away. At that moment, Fu Zihan recognized the folly of her previous actions. She had been moved to tears over a mere bowl of plain porridge. You despicable wretch, let me go. I must go to the hospital. Why go to the hospital? We both have our ailments. As fellow patients, we belong together, he taunted. As the blonde stubbornly refused to allow her to seek medical attention, Fu Zihan resorted to threats. Release me now while you still can, or when my father finds you, you'll regret it. The blonde detested being threatened, especially by someone with wealth and power. I look down upon your lofty demeanor, believing that wealth and influence grant you superiority. I relish in dragging you down. After all, this affliction is incurable. Regardless of his words, he refused to let Fu Zihan leave. Deprived of communication, she could only silently pray for her salvation. After hanging up, Fu Zihan's father rushed to the home of the blonde's uncle and aunt, accompanied by a host of bodyguards. They cleared a path to the residence, which was locked, as the family feared for their precious daughter's safety and promptly forced their way inside. The uncle and aunt were taken aback by the sudden intrusion. Trembling as they stammered, "Who are you? Do you realize that breaking into a private home is illegal? I will call the police." Call the police? Your son has abducted my daughter, and I haven't reported it yet. What do you mean my son abducted your daughter? I am his uncle, and his aunt is not his father. Realizing the man before them was formidable, the uncle and aunt promptly distanced themselves from the situation. By the way, the heiress staying at my home these past few days is your daughter, who has been nothing but critical. You owe me for emotional distress. They saw an opportunity to profit. Isn't it merely a few days at your residence? Here's 10,000 yuan. Will that suffice? One of the bodyguards slammed the money into their hands. 10,000 yuan is hardly enough. I've spent more than that preparing meals for your daughter. Let alone the compensation for my emotional distress. Sensing their audacity, Fu Zihan's father, preoccupied with his daughter's well-being, pushed past them, demanding, "Where is my daughter's room?" Upon entering, he found his longed-for daughter. "Father, you finally arrived. This blonde has been tormenting me. He wouldn't let me call you, and even threw away my phone." Displeased with the blonde's audacity, Fu Zihan's father instructed the bodyguards to teach him a lesson, making it clear that the Fu family was not to be trifled with. Just as they were about to render the blonde unconscious, he ordered them to cease. Fu Zihan, initially saddened by the sight of the blonde's beating, steeled her heart and closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the scene. After the altercation, her father's pent-up frustration was finally alleviated. He hurriedly took her to their private hospital for an examination. After a series of tests, the verdict was finally delivered. Congratulations, Miss Fu, you have not contracted the disease. Rather, you merely have a mild gynecological inflammation that can be treated with medication. Oh, thank goodness. I'm not ill. With relief washing over him upon hearing his daughter was healthy, Fu Zihan's father allowed himself a rare smile. However, he was not inclined to let the blonde escape unscathed. He orchestrated a trap. The cornered blonde, lacking funds, resorted to the casino, unaware that it was a setup. He lost everything and was promptly apprehended by the arriving police. At last, Fu Zihan's father could breathe easy, knowing that his daughter and the blonde would have no opportunity to meet again. He hoped that his daughter's infatuation would finally be cured. Fu Zihan's father recognized that the credit for this turn of events belonged to one person, Wanwan. Had she not alerted them, their family would have remained oblivious, and his daughter might have unknowingly fallen ill, potentially eloping with the blonde and squandering the family fortune. Thus, he spoke earnestly to Fu Zihan. You must express your gratitude to your cousin. Had it not been for her warning, our family would have been in the dark. And you might have remained oblivious. Your comments that day were utterly inappropriate. You must go apologize tomorrow. I have already prepared a gift for you. Fu Zihan muttered to herself, realizing that the strange voice she had heard that day belonged to her cousin. She was indeed grateful for her intervention.
Yet,
she recalled that her cousin's beloved, Su Rulin, had been abroad but had recently returned. Su Rulin had always urged Fu Zihan to protect her brother diligently, ensuring that no other innocent girl could take him away. She felt guilty for not keeping her promise. The following day, Fu Zihan reluctantly visited Lu Wanwan's home, where her father had already prepared a generous gift. Thank you for your assistance that day. Without you, I might have fallen victim to illness. Perhaps even giving money to others. Lu Wanwan brushed aside any grievances regarding Fu Zihan's remarks. I will gladly accept the gift. As for the apology, let's forego that. As long as you have awakened to the truth, that suffices. Consider it my way of saving another love-struck fool, thus reducing the number of individuals searching for wild vegetables. Wild vegetables? I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Wanwan observed Fu Zihan's utterly bewildered expression. You don't know? Wang Baochuan waited 18 years for love in the cold cave, subsisting on wild vegetables. Before your awakening, weren't you just like her?
Fu Zihan scoffed.
Though she had nearly regained her senses, she retorted, and you are no different. Despite knowing my brother doesn't he love you, you still married him. Aren't you also a love-struck fool, clinging to a marriage for so many years? Chapter 40. The Transfer. Lu Wanwan bristled at this. How can I be considered a love-struck fool? Who says I'm in love? I merely seek his wealth. That is truly tragic. To be with someone you don't love solely for money. For me, that would be impossible. Tragic? What nonsense. Do you think everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth? Is love the only thing that matters? If a person cannot even live well, what good is love? Can love fill your stomach? Lu Wanwan thought to herself. Well, isn't that perfect? I don't love your brother, and he doesn't love me. We can be a respectful couple. He provides me with financial security, and I offer him a stable marriage. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Fu Zihan perceived Lu Wanwan's stubbornness.
It seems your arrangement is in jeopardy. My brother's first love has returned. You better hurry and win his heart, or you may find yourselves facing divorce. Considering your help this time, I might begrudgingly call it even between you and Sue. So, what if she asks back? I'm still Mrs. Fu. If he dares to divorce me for that wretched first love, I'll welcome it. After all, a divorce means a hefty compensation, and then I can seek out younger suitors. Just then, Fu Tingdeep returned home and overheard. What is this about younger suitors? Lu Wanwan hurriedly interjected before Fu Zihan could speak. Oh, it's my cousin. She has just emerged from her tumultuous romance with Huang Mao and aspires to become an independent leading lady, seeking to frolic with charming young men. As her sister-in-law, I wholeheartedly support her in this endeavor, and I shall assist in selecting suitable companions. Surely, that is only right, wouldn't you agree, dear cousin? Fu Zihan nodded vigorously in agreement. What do you need to choose for? She can manage on her own. Is my husband not sufficient for you? Of course. He is not enough, Lu Wanwan silently scoffed. If there were handsome men around, who would complain about having too many? Moreover, you barely qualify as a young wolf, let alone a charming young man. Seeing her sister-in-law's fawning demeanor, Fu Zihan remarked, Didn't you just say you wanted to find a young wolf or a charming young man? Why are you cowering in front of my brother? With Fu Tingshen having returned, such topics seemed inappropriate to pursue further, and Fu Zihan took her leave. Observing the gifts placed beside the dining table, Fu Tingshen appeared to understand something. It seemed that matters had been resolved.
Zihan, come here.
This is a token of gratitude, as you have rendered significant assistance to their family, he said. I hardly did anything. You were the one bustling about, gathering evidence and collecting information. Nevertheless, I shall accept this gift. Lu Wanwan opened the gift box, contemplating the immense wealth of the Fu family. Inside lay a card inscribed with the privilege to shop at the mall without any costs. Your uncle is exceedingly generous, providing me with a card that allows for free purchases. Those central malls comprise a significant portion of our Fu family's assets. With this card, you can shop freely without ever needing to pay, Fu Tingshen explained. Lu Wanwan, taken aback, pondered, how could a family of such standing face bankruptcy in the future? The author had not elaborated on this aspect in the book, merely stating that under the male lead suppression, Fu Tingshen's company gradually declined until it reached its demise. Fu Tingshen, sensing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, considered that having directly countered the male lead's company, his own would surely evade ruin. At that moment, Lu Wanwan recalled the gossip system. Little Melon, could you divulge why Fu Tingshen's company faces bankruptcy in the story? I'm sorry, but that does not fall within the scope of gossip, so I cannot disclose it, came the reply. Disappointed, Lu Wanwan lamented her uncertainty regarding the future trajectory and how she might save Fu Tingshen. Observing her forlorn expression, the gossip system felt compelled to offer a hint. Little Melon can provide a friendly reminder. Although Fu Tingshen's company is currently thriving, the ending remains unchanged. It will still face bankruptcy. You might want to distance yourself from the male supporting character and extract his wealth now. Fu Tingshen's heart tightened upon hearing this. How could his company possibly face bankruptcy? Was his suppression of the male lead's company insufficient? Did he need to acquire it outright or eliminate it altogether to secure his own? He kept these thoughts to himself. Wanwan, equally perplexed, noted that things appeared to be progressing well. After all, she had already dismissed his troublesome secretary from the company, hadn't she? It seemed prudent for her to prepare early. Thankfully, she had already purchased a grand villa. Should bankruptcy strike, she could simply reside there with Fu Tingshen. The impending bankruptcy pertained to Fu Tingshen's family, not hers. As long as she worked diligently, she would be able to support him. Dreaming of the day her fortunes would turn, Wanwan felt elated. Fu Tingshen, moved by Wanwan's sentiments, never anticipated her desire to support him. However, as a man, he felt compelled to work hard and strive not to rely on her. He strode over and embraced Wanwan tightly. Surprised yet sensing a vulnerability in him, she reciprocated the embrace. Fu Tingshen silently vowed to ensure Wanwan lived a life of comfort and to uncover the truth behind his company's impending bankruptcy. Fueled by determination, Fu Tingshen's resolve was palpable. His subordinates felt as though they were treading on thin ice. The president had become even more industrious, and they too had to keep pace. Consequently, the GDP of Fu's company surged exponentially. Fu Tingshen reasoned that since any profits would ultimately lead to bankruptcy, it was better to allocate them to his wife now. Thus, Wanwan began receiving a series of notifications at home. 100 million received from Ji Fu Bao. 50 million received from Ji Fu Bao. Initially perplexed, she wondered if the system was malfunctioning, inundating her with such notifications. Little did she know, these were all transfers from her beloved husband. Chapter 41, Recruitment. Wanwan meticulously calculated her newfound wealth and discovered she had received a full 100 million. This was exhilarating, as she had been fretting over her finances. This sum could be used to recruit more personnel for her company. She felt that having only Su Xingchen, an artist, was insufficient. She needed to hire more individuals to create multiple lucrative ventures, ensuring her financial security for life. Without hesitation, Wanwan embarked on her quest. As a former corporate drone, she had occasionally followed celebrities, though she rarely spent money on them. Now, she could finally choose her favorite handsome men. Presented with a plethora of stunning candidates by Xiao Wu, she was overwhelmed by the variety of attractive faces. This one looks promising, a cool and aloof type. This one is also appealing, exuding a certain charisma. And this one, he appears to possess immense potential. Wanwan admired the impressive physiques of the candidates. Employing her aesthetic judgment, she selected dozens of handsome men and beautiful women. To mitigate the risk of any future scandals jeopardizing her company's reputation, she would inquire of Little Melon after each selection. Little Melon, does this artist have any scandals? If not, I can confidently choose him. Little Melon, exasperated, replied, I am a gossip system, not merely a talent filter for you. However, recognizing Wanwan's diligence, the system begrudgingly informed her which artists had scandals and which did not. As Wanwan indulged in selecting her favorites while munching on various gossip, she was unaware that beneath their glamorous exteriors, many of these candidates bore their own hidden troubles. Ultimately, after a busy morning, she compiled her final list. She instructed Xiao Wu to ensure these individuals were recruited into the company. True to his reputation as Fu Tingshen's ace assistant, Xiao Wu had nearly completed the recruitment task within a mere afternoon. However, during the final recruitment, a mishap occurred. Xiao Wu was taken aback upon encountering a stunning young woman, unable to reconcile her beauty with her tattered clothing. Miss Liu, this is the best offer I can extend. May I inquire why you are hesitant to sign? Lu Qingran hesitated, seemingly grappling with a decision. No, I cannot sign. I am bound by a 10-year contract with my current company, and their penalty for breach is exorbitant. Moreover, I have a parasitic brother and parents to support. If I join your company, could it ruin everything? Xiao Wu finally comprehended why Lu Qingran, despite her striking beauty, was dressed so poorly. After all, she was just an 18-line celebrity. It was unlikely her company would be stingy enough to deny her proper clothing. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young lady before him. However, he understood that hiring decisions ultimately rested with the boss, and he needed to consult her opinion on the matter. He dialed Wanwan's number. Boss. The girl you asked me to find has an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, and she has been bound to her current company for a decade. According to her, she also has a younger brother and parents who depend on her support. Xiao Wu deliberately embellished Lu Qingran's background, hoping to offer her a better chance at life. Wanwan was somewhat dismissive. Xiao Gua just mentioned that he has already vetted these artists. There's nothing scandalous about them. You can simply bring her into our company. We can offer her a very competitive salary. Rest assured, she will be able to support her brother's education. As for the penalty, let her deal with it. After all, we are not short on funds, and bringing in another artist poses no problem. Upon hearing his boss's altruistic remarks, Xiaowu thought to himself how benevolent she truly was. Our boss has stated that the penalty will be taken care of by her. Your sole responsibility is to earn well in our company. Focus on acting and filming, surely. A bright path lies ahead for you. The girl before him appeared somewhat lost, yet tinged with a hint of joy. Astonished that she had garnered the boss's interest and could finally escape her distasteful current company, she silently vowed to earn money to repay her boss's kindness. Thank you so much, boss. I am willing to sign any contract you offer. That will not do. Our company operates legitimately, and you will receive the appropriate contract that reflects your worth. If I can advance you a month's salary, do go buy yourself a respectable outfit. Xiaowu took the liberty of advancing a month's salary to Lu Qingran. She nodded, a bit embarrassed, knowing that her attire was quite inappropriate for the occasion. But she had no other clothes aside from those provided by her company. With her newly acquired salary in hand, Lu Qingran intended to purchase a decent outfit at the mall. However, she unexpectedly encountered the last person she wished to see. What are you doing here, you little wretch? Surely, you're not planning to buy something? ISN to your salary deposited into my account? Where would you get the money? Don't tell me you're sleeping with men for it, you shameless girl. With that, her mother delivered a stinging slap across Lu Qingran's face. Lu Qingran held her injured cheek in disbelief. How dare you look at me with that expression? I am your mother. It seems you have some money after all. Next month, you'd better transfer an additional 3,000 yuan for living expenses. Your brother needs money for school. After casting a menacing glare at Lu Qingran, her mother stormed off. Dazed, Lu Qingran wandered the street, feeling as if her soul was about to leave her body, and accidentally bumped into someone. Lu Jing'an looked up, and his expression instantly shifted. The person bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Could this be his mother's illegitimate daughter? His parents had maintained a loving relationship for over a decade. How could a secret daughter suddenly emerge? Perhaps they had adopted a daughter out of loneliness in recent years. Lu Qingran felt perplexed, as the stranger had been staring at her for quite some time. She had merely bumped into him. She had not damaged his expensive-looking attire, which suggested he was not a bad person. Chapter 42. A good scoop? Lu Jing'an regarded Lu Qingran with a haughty expression. I don't care if you are my parents' illegitimate daughter. You better not have designs on our family. You must have intentionally bumped into me to attract my attention. Lu Qingran found the man before her utterly nonsensical. What did he mean by wanting to attract his attention? You've got it all wrong. I am not your parents' illegitimate daughter. I have my own mother and father. Though Lu Qingran was reluctant to acknowledge the couple who had raised her, they had indeed cared for her for many years. With that, she walked away. Lu Jing'an began to doubt whether he had made a mistake, which would be rather embarrassing. No, this matter required thorough investigation. Fortunately, as Lu Qingran passed by, he managed to pull a strand of her hair. A simple genetic comparison would reveal whether she was indeed his parents' secret daughter. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan was actively recruiting talent. She had an array of scripts at her disposal, distributing ample resources to each artist. Lu Qingran cherished this hard-won opportunity. After all, she had not even had a chance to play a supporting role in her previous company. Before long, Lu Jing'an received the results he sought. Upon reading the report, his expression turned grave. He could hardly believe that the wretched woman was indeed his mother's illegitimate child. How was he to break this news to his father? He hesitated, reluctant to disrupt the happiness of his family. As the scion of one of the 4 prominent families, with numerous enterprises under his command, Lu Jing'an quickly visited his family's film studio, where he spotted that familiar figure. Witnessing Lu Qingran, who was enduring slaps from others on set for a meager salary, stirred a fleeting sense of pity within him, although it vanished just as quickly. Nevertheless, he approached and halted the scene. Is this how you treat actors? Slapping them at will? Look at her face. It's swollen. Lu Jing'an had intended to stand up for Lu Qingran, yet she perceived his interference as a hindrance to her work. Mind your own business. This scene requires the slap, and I think teacher Wang executed it perfectly. Lu Jing'an thought to himself that this woman truly failed to recognize kindness. If she knew her mother was wealthy, and that she was her illegitimate child, would she still choose to partake in such minor roles? At that moment, the director stepped in to mediate, realizing that Master Lu had arrived. Perhaps he had taken a liking to the young lady, and he too felt the slap was excessive. Oh dear, I agree that the slap was too harsh. Let us modify it to a gentle brush instead. You can simply turn aside to avoid it, and we'll edit it in post-production. Though he had intended to help. Lu Jing'an noted Lu Qingran's ungrateful demeanor. The director assumed he was there to support Lu Qingran's performance and, thinking she was merely sulking, granted her the afternoon off to spend time with the young gentleman. After much contemplation, Lu Jing'an resolved to warn Lu Qingran. Don't think that because you are my mother's illegitimate daughter, I won't dare to act against you. It's best for you to keep your distance from my family and your shameless father as well. Stay far away from us. You need not take on such roles, pretending to be pitiful to garner sympathy from my mother. What's your account number? I'll transfer some money to you. Just don't show your face in this film studio again, lest you offend my eyes. Lu Qingran felt her mind spinning from the barrage of information. What? I'm not my mother's child?
How can that be?
Since I can remember, I've grown up in her harsh treatment. However, upon hearing his subsequent threat, Lu Qingran finally lost her composure. Acting was her only lifeline. Without money, what was she to do? Furious, Lu Qingran retorted. I don't care if what you say is true or false. I do not know the mother you speak of, and I am not anyone's illegitimate daughter. I have always lived with my parents, and though they may not treat me well, I have never denied them their status as my father and mother. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. I merely wish to act earnestly and earn a living for my family. Upon hearing this lengthy declaration from Lu Qingran, Lu Jing'an was momentarily taken aback.
How could this be?
Wasn't she supposed to be the child raised away by their mother?
Who exactly was she then?
However, he swiftly regained control of the situation. In that case, I shall investigate the truth of this matter post-haste. If, upon uncovering the truth, I find that you have deceived me, you shall no longer have a place in the entertainment industry. Lu Qingran could only think that this young master was jesting with her. How could she possibly be his sister? Even if she were a half-sister, it was simply implausible. In a flurry, Lu Jing'an departed the set, presumably to seek the truth. Meanwhile, the gossip system received a jolt from the system bureau, indicating a shift in the plot. Host, the storyline has deviated again. The female lead's close friend has unexpectedly aligned with your faction. Lu Wanwan initially thought there was more gossip to indulge in, only to discover it was merely a plot twist. Is that so? Then, little gossip, isn't this a fortuitous development? Indeed, it was a positive turn of events, albeit she was currently enduring tribulations, largely due to you. Thus, it is uncertain whether she will remain in your camp, and she may even seek retribution against you. What tribulations am I enduring? She pressed. Didn't he recently recruit a large number of male and female actors? She is among that group. However, the roles you selected are challenging for a newcomer, and she is bound to face the director's scrutiny. Given this, we must not let the female lead's friend slip away. We must draw her into our faction. This will certainly enhance our chances against the leads. Who is she?
Then, duiliging me.
She is the one Xiao Wu called to have you sign. However, she comes with certain risks. She has 3 parasitic relatives. Is this not providence? If I assist her in dealing with these 3 leeches, she will undoubtedly join my side. I must express my gratitude to Xiao Wu. It seems my previous investment in her was not in vain. Indeed, it was not in vain, and she has secrets of her own, though they may be advantageous for you. Little gossip, you deceived me. Did you not vet these actors for me? Did you not say there were no secrets?
Oh,
that was merely an oversight. Do not dwell on this mistake, for it is fortuitous for you. Chapter 43. Years ago. What fortunate secrets? Do tell. I am eager to hear. Patience, let me unfold the tale for you. The relative you recruited is not a biological child of her family. Hence, her mother, father, and brother have shamelessly drained her for years. A normal woman would not permit such exploitation. Goodness, how ruthless. They have raised her for over a decade. Yet they feel no remorse for their parasitic behavior. Moreover, this is not the crux of the matter. She is the daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans. The Lu family. No wonder the male lead's rise is so swift. He is aligned with the Lu clan.
Precisely.
Therefore, you must act quickly to recruit her into your fold. If we can secure her before she forges a close friendship with the female lead, and with the cooperation of the Fu and Lu families, we shall be invincible. Lu Wanwan suddenly grasped the implications. I understand what must be done. Meanwhile, Lu Qingran was filled with dread. Why was her boss seeking her out? Had she committed some grave error? Was it the strange man who had caused her boss to perceive her as unprofessional? Yet, she could not afford to lose this job. Thus, upon encountering Wanwan, she implored, "Boss, I sincerely apologize. I am not negligent. It is all because of that unfamiliar man who disrupted the director's filming process. Please do not dismiss me." Little did she know that this was to be the future close friend of the female lead, appearing utterly innocuous at present.
Oh.
"I do not hold any ill will towards you. It was my fault for putting you in such a position. I never anticipated the director would subject you to such treatment. Had I known, I would have surely intervened." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingran's heart eased. It turned out her boss did not intend to terminate her, which was indeed a relief. "Qingran, I sensed your potential as an actress from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. You are destined to shine in the entertainment industry. The roles I previously assigned to you were far too trivial, merely supporting characters. I failed to recognize your talent.
Now,
I have a role tailored for you, as the second female lead. Would you be willing to take it?" In truth, Lu Wanwan's words were sincere. She had noticed Lu Qingran's talent during the casting process. Although she had only played supporting roles over the years, her performances had resonated deeply with audiences. She merely needed a good opportunity to step into the limelight. Lu Qingran was taken aback that her boss sought her out for her talent. She was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you so much, boss. I will seize this opportunity and not let you down." However, she hesitated before adding, "But boss, may I request an advance on 3 months' salary? My brother is ill and in need of funds." Lu Qingran was aware that her brother's illness was merely an excuse from her mother, yet she felt trapped in that parasitic household. "Of course, no problem." Upon receiving the money, Lu Qingran promptly wired 30,000 yuan to her mother. However, instead of gratitude, she was met with a barrage of scolding. "You finally remembered to send money? I thought you had perished." Then, the call ended abruptly. The momentary joy of being cast as the second female lead was swiftly replaced by disappointment. Why was her life destined to be this way? Meanwhile, Lu Jing'an had listened to Lu Qingran's words. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate her family background. The findings suggested that Lu Qingran had indeed never deceived him. She truly had parents, and her father had never had contact with her mother. What, then, was the truth behind all of this? Lu Jing'an resolved to question his mother. Upon returning home, he knocked on his mother's door. "Mother, are you aware that I have a sister, one with whom I share blood ties?" His mother appeared agitated, her emotions surging, and she fainted on the spot. Lu Jing'an was convinced that the paternity test was genuine. Could it be that his mother's illegitimate daughter had been fostered elsewhere, hence her emotional turmoil? When his mother slowly regained consciousness in the hospital, she grasped Lu Jing'an's sleeve tightly. "Where is the girl you mentioned? I must see her." Lu Jing'an was incensed. "What is there to see about an illegitimate child? I only acknowledge Lu Yuan as my sister." His mother struck him sharply. Lu Jing'an stood in disbelief. His mother had struck him over an illegitimate daughter. "What nonsense are you spouting? She is your sister, your blood relative." Lu Jing'an replied with a bitter smile. "Yes, she is indeed my blood sister. But she is a shameful illegitimate child. I will not acknowledge her as my sister." His mother, enraged by his words, coughed violently, struggling for breath. "What absurdity is this? She is your true sister, the daughter of your father and me." "What?" Lu Jing'an's face mirrored disbelief. So she truly was his biological sister? Would she still recognize him as her brother after how he had treated her? His mother explained, "When your sister was just a child, she was abducted by enemies. We have no idea where she was taken. You were still young and cried every day, spending several days in the hospital. The doctor warned that if you continued to weep in such a manner, you would succumb to madness. Your father could no longer bear to witness your suffering. Thus he instructed the doctor to forcibly erase that segment of your memory. Originally, you were the intended victim of abduction, but since you were not home at the time, they took your sister instead. This led you to feel immense guilt, leaving you in tears every moment of every day. Although your father and I searched for her, our efforts yielded no results. We were left in the dark about her whereabouts, uncertain if she had been sold by enemies or met a more tragic end. Now, however, we finally have a lead. What a relief. I feel so remorseful toward her." Lu Jing'an wished to slap himself in frustration, questioning how he could have treated his sister so poorly yesterday, even mocking her. The thought of his actions filled him with self-loathing. Upon his mother's mention, those forcibly erased memories began to resurface in his mind, and he astonishingly recalled everything. His sister had been so small and adorable. Yet yesterday he saw her looking as frail as a reed, clearly lacking proper nourishment. The cruel foster parents had failed to care for her, leaving his sister to resort to acting. Chapter 44. An eye for an eye. He felt utterly despicable for how he had treated her the day prior. Lu Jing'an eagerly instructed his assistant to investigate Lu Qingran's whereabouts. He longed to reunite with his sister and provide her with a better life. His assistant, not one to be idle, quickly discovered Lu Qingran's location. Meanwhile, Lu Qingran resided in a cramped rental unit filled with people. Armed with the information from his assistant, Lu Jing'an set off, knowing full well that this place was a slum he had never visited before. After navigating a dilapidated staircase, he finally reached the rental room and politely knocked on the door. A burly man answered, shirtless. "Who are you looking for, buddy? Is there a girl living here?" Lu Jing'an inquired. "Of course there are girls here. Different ones come and go every day, but they're all my girlfriends," the man replied with a hint of sleaze. Disregarding the man's demeanor, Lu Jing'an pushed past him and entered, immediately spotting his sister in the far corner of a tiny room. Observing the cramped space, Lu Jing'an's heart ached for the suffering she had endured over the years, living in such squalor with a repugnant man. Upon seeing him, Lu Qingran's expression was one of hostility. Who was this stranger, and what did he want? Did he intend to disrupt her work again? "My sister. I have finally found you. You are my dear sister. Come with me. There's a room waiting for you at home." Lu Qingran regarded him with skepticism, questioning his sanity. Just yesterday, he claimed she was his mother's illegitimate child, and now he asserted she was his sister. "You must be mistaken. I told you yesterday that I have my own biological parents. Please do not disturb me." Recognizing the animosity in his sister's eyes, Lu Jing'an acknowledged that his previous approach had been misguided. "I apologize, dear sister. I should not have referred to you as my mother's illegitimate child. I was narrow-minded. The truth is, you are my biological sister, raised by our parents, but you were abducted over a decade ago and likely sold to your current foster parents. Is that true? Could I really be your sister?" As she looked at the well-dressed man before her, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. "Indeed, you are my sister. Come, let us see our mother. She has missed you dearly." A wave of relief washed over Lu Qingran at the thought of escaping her exploitative foster parents and the burdens they imposed. Finally, she could live for herself. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu's mother gazed at her long-lost daughter, overwhelmed with emotion. "My dear daughter, you have finally returned. I am so sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years." Without a moment's hesitation, she embraced Lu Qingran, ignoring her own discomfort. After a brief exchange of sentiments, Lu Jing'an took the initiative. "Now that you are back, there is no need for you to continue acting. How could the daughter of the Lu family stoop to such a disgraceful profession? From now on, I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 100,000. If that is insufficient, I can increase it to 500,000. While Lu Qingran understood her brother's intentions to care for her, acting was her greatest passion. She cherished the feeling of being in the spotlight and the recognition that came with it. "Brother, acting is what I love most. You cannot deprive me of that right. As for the allowance, it is unnecessary. I can earn my own money. That is out of the question. No allowances? Do not say such things. If you ever find yourself in need, simply ask me. Since you are so determined to act, I will help you establish a studio dedicated to your projects. My resources far exceed those of your current company." Lu Qingran remembered the kindness of Lu Wanwan, who had taken her in during her darkest times. She could not simply abandon the company that had supported her. "No need, brother. I believe this company is quite good, and the owner appreciates my talent. They recently offered me a role as the second female lead. I see no merit in this company. I shall acquire it for you instead, since you seem to favor it." "That is unnecessary. The owner is my benefactor. Without him, I might have perished at the hands of my foster parents." "Is that so?" "If this owner is so wonderful, then I shall invest 10 million directly, making you the largest shareholder." And so it was. Lu Jing'an swiftly discovered that the company was indeed owned by Fu Tingshan's wife. It seemed he lacked the courage to invest. Nonetheless, he remembered the assistance Fu Tingshan's wife had given him. While he felt compelled to repay kindness, he also sought retribution. Lu Jing'an quickly traced the lineage of those responsible for his sister's abduction, ensuring they were imprisoned. As for her foster parents, their actions were unforgivable. Having purchased his sister, they should have treated her well. Instead, they forced her into servitude for their son, exploiting her as a means to sustain themselves. Lu Jing'an observed this parasitic family and devised a plan to ensnare their son in a gambling scheme, ensuring they would toil for the casino owner's debts for the rest of their lives. When the family found themselves in dire straits, they thought of their eldest daughter. Surely she could repay the debts, as she earned significantly in the entertainment industry. Lu Qingran still held a shred of gratitude for her foster parents, having raised her for so many years. However, when she received a call suggesting she enter the entertainment industry to support her brother's gambling debts, that fleeting sentiment vanished. She immediately blacklisted her mother and cancelled her card, determined to start anew. Before long, Lu Qingran's foster mother discovered she could no longer reach her daughter by phone and found the rental unit abandoned. It was as if her daughter had vanished from existence. "You little wretch, do you think I want to find you?" she seethed, plotting her next move. Chapter 45. The Green Hat. Lu Qingran's foster mother quickly located her through school acquaintances. Upon seeing her daughter, now exuding elegance and wealth, she was taken aback. Lu Qingran's adoptive mother, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "It seems you've managed to cozy up to quite a few wealthy merchants, haven't you? You've certainly amassed a handsome sum of money. Let me tell you, your brother is currently drowning in gambling debts. You must repay him quickly." "What do you mean, my brother? He is not my brother. And you're certainly not my mother. I am well aware that I am not your biological child. How could you possibly know? And what of it? You still have to dutifully repay your debts. After all, I raised you with my own blood, sweat, and tears."
Ha!
"The money I received from you over the years has more than repaid your so-called motherly love. It would be wise for you to leave me promptly. Or else my brother will not take kindly to this, and your entire family may find themselves in dire straits." Seeing her daughter had strayed far from her expectations, she became somewhat reckless. "No, you must repay me. After all I've done for you, a mere pittance cannot possibly suffice to clear the debts of gratitude I am owed." Realizing her mother was still being unreasonable, Lu Qingran decided not to indulge her any longer and summoned the bodyguards to escort her mother away. Lu Qingran then embarked on a life starkly different from her past. She now had the time and resources to pursue her dreams. With her diligent efforts, she quickly became a lucrative asset for Lu Wanwan's company. Lu Wanwan was delighted to witness such a transformation, and under her nurturing guidance, the two blossomed into close friends. Their alliance fostered collaboration between the Lu and Fu families, bringing substantial contracts to Fu Tingshan's company. Meanwhile, Su Chenran was quite vexed. He was already overwhelmed with the previous incident, and now with the partnership between the Lu and Fu families, his chances of success dwindled even further. He had no choice but to call Su Rulin. "I heard that Lu's newly returned daughter is on excellent terms with the Fu matriarch, which is why they secured so many contracts. You should also cultivate a friendship with her. It could bring us considerable opportunities. Our future depends on you." Upon hearing Su Chenran's request, Su Rulin felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had acknowledged her after the last incident, and she knew this endeavor could only succeed. Su Rulin quickly arranged to meet Lu Qingran. "Sister, I see your remarkable talent being wasted in that small company. Why not join me? I can offer you an 80 autonomy." Lu Qingran was not an ungrateful person. She had already declined her brother's offer to open a studio for her. Would she truly compromise her principles for a trivial gain?
No.
"I don't consider it a small company. I believe my talents can flourish in this environment, and I admire the integrity of the owner." Seeing her tactic failing, Su Rulin resorted to lavish spending. She assumed that Lu Qingran, recently recognized by her family, had likely not been exposed to much. Su Rulin took Lu Qingran on a shopping spree, hoping to buy her friendship. However, Lu Qingran was no fool. She understood the underlying motives. With potential benefits at stake, why not seize the opportunity? As the expenditures approached their limit, Su Rulin decided to take a more direct approach. "Qingran, from the moment we met, I felt an immediate kinship with you, as if you were my own sister. I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to assist me?" Having received so much from her, Lu Qingran replied, "I will do my utmost to help you with anything you need. It's nothing too burdensome. I know you are the daughter of the Lu family, and our company wishes to collaborate with them. I hope you can act as a bridge." "That's no trouble at all. I will contact my brother immediately." Lu Qingran thought to herself that whether her brother would consider their company was uncertain. She was merely lending a hand. Indeed, upon hearing his sister's desire to assist, Lu Jing'an was informed that the Su family and the Fu family were currently at odds. Lu Qingran promptly severed ties with the Su family, recognizing the gesture as nothing more than trivial favors. She swiftly returned all the gifts to Su Rulin. "Su Rulin, Upon receiving the returned items, turned pale. Her plan had failed. Unwilling to concede, she decided to visit Su Chenran's company, wanting to see it for herself. Arriving there, Su Rulin seamlessly made her way to Su Chenran's office. Meanwhile, Su Chenran was indulging in the comforts of a romantic liaison, with the company struggling to secure significant business. He lacked the ambition to pursue smaller ventures. Naturally, he welcomed the alluring company that entered his office. Su Rulin was poised to enter when she heard unusual sounds from within. Peering through the crack in the door, she was horrified to see her boyfriend atop another woman. She covered her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her sobs as tears streamed down her beautiful face, quickly obscuring her exquisite features. She longed to burst in and confront her boyfriend but refrained, knowing she was ensnared in their relationship. Having sacrificed everything for him, she found herself financially destitute. All she could do was close the door tightly and warn her assistant, who had accompanied her, "Do not mention my visit to Chenran." Su Rulin wandered the streets, overwhelmed with despair, weeping openly. Passers-by, witnessing such a stunning woman in tears, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. However, Su Rulin soon regained her composure. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to assist Su Chenran in securing more significant contracts, ensuring their relationship would remain intact. Meanwhile, Wanwan lay leisurely on her bed, indulging in the latest gossip. "What an incredibly juicy scandal," she exclaimed. "What scandal?"
Do tell.
"The heroine has been betrayed, and shockingly, it was by the hero. Moreover, she witnessed the betrayal firsthand."
Goodness, how scandalous.
"Surely, she won't just let this slide? Is she devoid of emotions? How could they turn against each other? They are tied together in this journey. Only you, the wicked supporting character, and the male counterpart will face ruin before they can find happiness again." Ruined? Does that imply we will still face bankruptcy? Wanwan sighed, feeling as if the protagonists were invincible. Yet, she quickly rallied. Her current life was 1,000 times better than when she was a corporate drone. Chapter 46. Unparalleled Ugliness. Wanwan had intended to enjoy a leisurely day. But fate had other plans, and more gossip awaited her. This life is far too delightful. Today, Fu Tingxin's second cousin returned to the country, and a family banquet was in the works. Wanwan couldn't help but internally grumble. Do these wealthy offspring travel abroad in droves? Why are there so many of them? The gossip system chimed in. Well, if their academic performance is lacking, studying abroad is often the only option. After all, foreign degrees can be purchased with money, which is not an option domestically. Despite this, Wanwan felt excitement for the events of the evening. New gossip awaited her. Upon entering the banquet, her eyes fell upon an extraordinarily unattractive individual. While it is impolite to speak ill of others' appearances, this person was simply grotesque. Towering with a stork-like frame, bulging fish-like eyes, and weighing in at 250 pounds, they were a sight that would taint anyone's vision upon a single glance. Wanwan was compelled to inquire how such an unattractive man could be associated with the otherwise remarkable Fu family. Just as she was about to voice her question, Fu Qingling introduced, "This is my boyfriend. He's come back to marry me." LW and harbored a profound discontent within her heart. How could the seemingly aloof and ethereal beauty, FQNGLing, possibly find herself enamored with such an unattractive man? "Dear sister," she mused, "might you not indulge in finer tastes? Such a man is hardly worthy of your grace. You deserve far better." In that moment, FQNGLing's ears caught the peculiar echoes reverberating in the air. Who was daring to question her choice of partner? "Mom, Dad, I believe Zh is truly remarkable. Not only is he a distinguished graduate of Harvard University, but he also earns a substantial income at such a young age. I often feel unworthy of him. It is a blessing that he accepts me." "Dear sister, do not belittle yourself. What do you mean he is beyond your reach? It is he who is unworthy of you. A Harvard graduate, you say? That is patently absurd. They only admit 5 students from China each year. This man likely procured a counterfeit diploma from a bargain site for a mere $9.99. Upon hearing such slander against her boyfriend's credentials, recognized the envy emanating from those around her, fearful of her union with such an admirable man. "Father, mother, Zh is a coveted prize. If I do not marry him today, he may be snatched away by another tomorrow. I am ever so grateful to have made the first move." Although her parents acknowledged the young man's talents, they could not overlook his less than appealing appearance. Moreover, the strange voice in the air had just declared that his credentials were obtained through dubious means. "He is indeed impressive, But might I see your Harvard diploma, young man? Before Zh could respond, FQNGL interjected, Are you doubting my boyfriend? I know him well. I have even visited him at Harvard. There is no way he could deceive me. Besides, how could he possibly carry his diploma with him at all times? Dear sister, you have been woefully deceived. Just because he took a stroll around Harvard with you does not mean he is a student there. FQNGL grew increasingly incensed at the continued doubts cast upon her boyfriend. I did not come here seeking your approval. I merely wish to inform you that we are to hold our wedding next week. You would do well to retrieve the household register for me, as we intend to apply for our marriage certificate tomorrow. Even if he has merely fabricated his educational background, it is of little consequence,
for it does not pose a threat to life.
However, he intends to sell you off to Southeast Asia.
FQNGL.
How could this voice know of her boyfriend's plans to work in that region? Yet, her boyfriend had promised that upon arriving in Southeast Asia, they would amass a fortune, freeing them from their parents' constraints. Their monthly allowance was a mere 200,000, hardly sufficient for her needs. Such a lucrative opportunity required her boyfriend to keep it from her family, assuring her that he loved her above all else. FTNGSH and was taken aback. Realizing that LWNWN's thoughts were alarmingly accurate, the prior whispers had all come true. It seemed his cousin was indeed at risk of being sold by her unsightly boyfriend. Thus, he immediately placed a call to investigate the man. The more he uncovered, the more horrified he became. There was no trace of this man's identity, not even his name or residence, let alone his educational credentials. Should the F family provoke him, they could find themselves in an irreparable predicament. The only course of action was to keep him under surveillance and subsequently hand him over to the authorities. FQNGL's parents quickly realized that the man before them was decidedly suspicious. Even if they contacted the police, they could not allow their daughter to take such risks. No, I cannot agree. You two cannot marry. This is far too swift. You must spend more time together before making such a commitment. That is enough for today. I shall arrange for a driver to take your boyfriend home. You must remain at home. FQNGL's parents intended to isolate their daughter from this dangerous individual, believing it would shield her from harm.
Mom.
How could you be so cruel? You would deny me the pursuit of true love. Is a familial alliance like yours and Dad's the ideal? You both lack genuine affection and have left me in the care of a nanny since childhood. Moreover, a paltry 200,000 monthly allowance is hardly sufficient.
200,000 USD?
You cannot possibly find that inadequate. It is our oversight. We shall send you 1,000,000. As her parents prepared to transfer money to her, she could not allow herself to be swayed by such trifling amounts. After all, she and her boyfriend were poised to embark on a venture worth billions in Southeast Asia, where fortunes could be made in moments. Mom, who still regards your million. My boyfriend and I are young. We will undoubtedly earn far more than you. Please support my choice. Once I am prosperous, I shall not forget you. Chapter 47, The Capture. In truth, she was not mistaken. Zh could earn millions each month. FQNGL beamed with pride, saying, See, my boyfriend, in a bid to save face for you, has downplayed his earnings. You are simply envious of my wonderful partner. However, the tables would soon turn. Those thousands were earned from selling individuals to that perilous region. While one might not earn much on their own, the value of a person could easily reach millions when divided, especially a beauty like FQNGL, whose worth was incalculable. Yet, she remained dismissive, convinced that the strange voice was merely envious of her superior choice in partners. She failed to perceive any flaws in her boyfriend. If you do not believe me, you may accompany me. Truly, my boyfriend assures me that great opportunities await us there, unlike the meager earnings you make here. FQNGL directed her words at LWNW and, Sister-in-law, you two could join us. Zh has said that if we both go, we can easily earn millions through our own efforts. Oh, Zh truly has a brilliant scheme. One abduction is not enough. He wishes to take himself to Southeast Asia as well? Such a splendid opportunity, she thought, was one she would not partake in. After all, her husband earned far more than her boyfriend could ever hope to. FQNGL suddenly realized that the strange voice belonged to LWNWN. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You are merely envious of my boyfriend and dare to malign him. Witnessing FQNGL's obstinacy, her parents could no longer contain themselves and struck her across the face. After all the money spent on your education, you have learned nothing. Such places are fraught with danger. This is common knowledge taught in high school geography. You are truly lost in ignorance if you wish to venture to such impoverished regions. FQNGL could hardly believe her parents would resort to violence to appease her cousin, failing to recognize that they were attempting to save her. Zhang, too, was taken aback. He had initially believed his girlfriend came from an ordinary family and had envisioned bringing her entire family along for his schemes, thus earning a fortune. It seemed his plans had to change. He must leave first. Nonetheless, this girlfriend, who had already become entangled in his schemes, would be brought along. Otherwise, all his efforts over the past months would be in vain. FQNGL remained resolute, departing with her boyfriend. Tang Zheng urgently purchased a plane ticket to Southeast Asia, eager to execute his plan at once. If he did not act swiftly, Fu Qingling might perish in a foreign land, soon to be whisked away by her so-called boyfriend. Although Fu Tingshen was usually disdainful of his second uncle's daughter, when the moment of crisis arrived, he could not ignore the bonds of the Fu family. He promptly mobilized his team of bodyguards and successfully intercepted his cousin and her boyfriend at the airport. With an expression of reluctance, Fu Qingling protested. "How could you impede my plans? I am set to fly there with my boyfriend tonight for a wonderful life." Tang Zheng recognized that he could not sway this woman. Her family background was far too formidable. He had miscalculated and would have to seek another target another time. He released Fu Qingling's hand and departed without a backward glance. Watching her boyfriend walk away, Fu Qingling felt a profound sense of loss. She had found a commendable partner. Yet it seemed as though the entire world conspired against their love. Upon returning home, her second uncle confiscated her passport and other travel documents, fearing she might attempt to pursue her boyfriend. Fu Qingling indeed harbored such intentions, she thought. Even if her boyfriend left first, could she not follow him? Little did she know that her parents' measures had effectively severed her escape route. Unwilling to concede, she resorted to a hunger strike to compel her parents to return her passport. Fu Qingling, resolute in her defiance, astonishingly endured 3 days without food until she collapsed, discovered by the family maid. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, her parents felt they had no choice but to relent. It would not be wise for their daughter to starve to death. Meanwhile, Fu Tingshen coordinated with the authorities to thoroughly investigate Tang Zheng, uncovering his history of trafficking numerous women in their country. Each of those women, without exception, was a beautiful young lady, and once they arrived at their destination, they seemed to vanish entirely, severing all contact with their families and friends, as if they had dissipated into thin air. Once the dust settled, Tang Zheng would return to ensnare another woman, perpetuating this grim cycle. This time, he had come perilously close to succeeding. The domestic police had devised an elaborate plan, lying in wait for him to make his move. Fu Tingshen relayed this information to Fu Qingling, who remained obstinate in her refusal to eat, subsisting solely on nutrients administered through and for. Upon hearing Fu Tingshen's revelations, she retorted, "You lie. I refuse to believe that Brother Zhong could be such a person. He once cooked porridge for me and cared for me when I was unwell, urging me to drink more warm water." "Ah, porridge. Is that all? Do we lack for cooks in the Fu household? You cannot even afford porridge?" Fu Tingshen scoffed. "You do not understand. That porridge was made by Brother Zheng himself, and it is unlike any other." Observing his cousin's unwavering devotion, Fu Tingshen displayed a wanted poster before her. "How can this be? You must have ruined him. He cannot possibly be a criminal." Fu Tingshen found her cousin's delusions utterly hopeless, and her parents understood his visit's true purpose, to protect their daughter from jeopardizing the police's operation. They confiscated all her communication devices and forbade her from stepping outside once she was discharged, fearing she would entangle herself in significant criminal matters. Fu Qingling languished at home, consumed by thoughts of her brother Zheng, until the authorities finally apprehended Tang Zheng. As she gazed upon him, handcuffed, she lamented, "Brother Zheng, how could you abandon me that day? I am the woman who loves you most. You foolish woman, I have never failed in my pursuits over the past decade, only to be ensnared by you. I cannot believe you even starved yourself for me. You are truly the epitome of foolishness." Chapter 48. Awakening? Fu Qingling listened in disbelief as the man she once idolized hurled insults at her. "How can you insult me? I am your sweetheart, the woman you cherish above all." "Nonsense. I have uttered such words to numerous women. You are merely one among many. I did not foresee you would insist on accompanying me, leading to my capture. Yet, I suppose I must accept it. I have never encountered a woman as foolish as you." "You call me foolish? Were your vows mere fabrications? You personally prepared porridge for me and advised me to drink more warm water. These actions prove your love. Love? That porridge was merely takeout. And my concern was nothing more than idle chatter. Your family is far more astute than you. Otherwise, I would not have been caught. It is perplexing how such intelligent parents could produce such a naive daughter who remains obstinate. Tang Zheng was astounded by her foolishness. He never imagined a woman like her would lead to his downfall. Fu Qingling seemed to awaken from a beautiful dream, tears cascading down her cheeks, embodying a tragic beauty. What you said is true, isn't it? Witnessing her despair, Tang Zheng lamented, "What a pity. I had not even savored your essence before being apprehended. I wonder how a person as unattractive as I captured your attention with such unique taste." Finally, accepting the bitter truth of her deception, Fu Qingling returned home, locking herself away. Each day, the maid delivered meals to her doorstep, of which she consumed only a few bites to sustain her life. Fu Tingshen's second uncle was frantic, yet he recognized that this situation might be the best outcome, as his daughter was regaining her senses, though he pondered how long it might take for her to emerge from this ordeal. Grateful to Lu Wanwan, he acknowledged that without her intervention, his daughter might have already met a tragic fate. Lu Wanwan learned from Fu Tingshen about the fate of the beautiful woman. Relieved that she had not been sent to Southeast Asia to inflict harm, that would have been a true tragedy. Fu Qingling seconded and expressed her gratitude to Lu Wanwan by gifting her a rare luminous pearl acquired at an auction. Lu Wanwan found it peculiar that after every incident, people seemed eager to express their thanks and present her with gifts. She soon realized that her husband was often preoccupied, and since Fu Tingshen lacked any particular needs, it was only natural for them to bestow gifts upon her, leading her to enjoy some fortune. However, her joy was short-lived as Fu Tingshen continued, "My uncle is genuinely delighted this time. He intends to transfer 5% of the company shares to you." "Absolutely not. That burden is far too great. What if Fu Qingling hears and becomes enraged enough to harm me?" She sensed Fu Qingling's emotional instability. Fu Tingshen chuckled at his wife's vivid imagination, but he appreciated her refusal to accept the shares, as it spared them from incurring a debt of gratitude to her family. "Since you decline, I shall inform my uncle. After all, that small company's 5% shares amount to only a few million annually. It is inconsequential. Your husband will earn that back in no time." "What? A few million? Can I retract what I just said? A few million is what I would earn in 20 years of hard work." Fu Tingshen found amusement in his wife's thoughts, bemused that despite her newfound wealth, she continued to dwell on her past hardships. He was already aware that Lu Wanwan was not the same woman she once was, as the previous version of her would only. Indubitably, he has been incessantly assigned tasks, yet when has there been a moment dedicated to contemplating his needs? Nevertheless, since you have chosen to forego the shares of your uncle's company, I trust you would still desire the equity in my company. I shall directly bestow upon you 5% of my shares, thereby securing your future. Fu Tingshen harbored a lingering belief that his beloved wife was perpetually concerned about his financial stability. Inside, Lu Wanwan experienced a profound conflict. The impending bankruptcy remained unchanged. And if she were to assume those 5% shares, would it not entail a burden of debt in the future? Yet, the subsequent enticement swiftly captivated her. Our company's annual dividends are modest, and 5% would equate to approximately several million. Given such a sum, one mustn't let it slip away, and the matter of bankruptcy can be addressed later. Our family might not even face such a fate, correct? I want it. I am truly grateful to you, my husband. To marry someone like you is indeed a stroke of fortune in my 3 lifetimes. Fu Tingshen chuckled quietly to himself. Finding his wife to be an endearing miser, he resolved to labor diligently to avert bankruptcy and ensure a prosperous life for his wife. Thus, Fu Tingshen prepared to leave for an overtime shift. Lu Wanwan was taken aback by Fu Tingshen's dedication. It was nearly bedtime, yet he was heading out to work. However, she was not a boss who indulged in excessive competition. She reveled in waking up at her leisure, arriving at work whenever she pleased. Lu Wanwan leisurely savored a delectable midnight snack before promptly retreating to bed for her beauty sleep. In the meantime, Su Rulin had finally managed to ingratiate herself with the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent clans. The Qin family looked down upon the Lu, Fu, and her families, deeming them mere nouveau riches. They prided themselves on being a scholarly lineage for centuries, despite not amassing as much wealth as the others. Their family maintained an air of superiority, disdainful of the other 3 clans, yet they envied their financial prosperity, perceiving it as an injustice of fortune. Now that Su Rulin extended an olive branch, the Qin family was eager to oblige. Moreover, they had heard that the Fu and Lu families held a disdain for Su Chenran, wishing to see him fail, which made them all the more inclined to collaborate with him. Swiftly, Su Chenran established a connection with the Qin family, securing numerous contracts and amassing a fortune, thereby revitalizing his struggling company. Su Chenran's enterprise had been salvaged, bringing him immense joy. He even began to perceive some worth in Su Rulin, feeling inclined to bestow a fragment of affection upon her. However, Su Rulin was indifferent. Her sole focus was on financial gain and exacting revenge on Fu Tingxin and his wife, Lu Wanwan. Chapter 49. Caught in the Act. Lu Wanwan soon learned through the gossip system of the complicated entanglements among the four great families. The protagonist was, unsurprisingly, quick to devise a strategy. It seemed that a swift downfall of Su Chenran's company was not feasible in the near future. In these days, Su Rulin had become a mere lackey of the Qin family's young lady, enduring a life worse than death. Though the Qin family prided themselves on their noble lineage, they were, in reality, financially constrained. The allowance given to their children was meager, merely 10,000 a month, certainly insufficient for the likes of Miss Lu.
Consequently,
she had taken to exploiting Su Rulin as a cash cow, indulging in extravagant shopping sprees, knowing someone else would cover the expenses. Su Rulin's modest savings could not withstand the lavish spending of the young lady. Upon entering a luxury store, she would buy extravagantly, treating each item as if it were priced like a cabbage. Unable to contain her grievances any longer, Su Rulin exclaimed, "Miss Qin, I truly cannot sustain your exorbitant daily expenditures." Miss Qin regarded her with disdain, well aware that Su Rulin had significantly facilitated many of Su Chenran's collaborations. A few small favors were insufficient to pacify her. "If this is the case, I have no shortage of individuals willing to indulge me. I will reconsider our company's partnership with the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Rulin panicked. "Miss, please calm down. Feel free to spend on my card."
now,
"That's more like it," Miss Qin retorted without hesitation, maxing out Su Rulin's card. Though Su Rulin's heart bled, she forced a smile, knowing that her family's company relied on her. Su Chenran was already aware of Su Rulin's predicament, but he had no desire to intervene. His company was flourishing, and he believed he had earned every bit of it. He reveled in a life of wine and beauty, thoroughly enjoying himself. Su Rulin faced dual setbacks in love and career. Though she had long realized Su Chenran's indifference, a flicker of hope persisted within her, only to be swept away like sand. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan learned of Su Rulin's misfortunes through the gossip system. After all, she was the protagonist. How had she fallen into such a dire situation? Not only did she have to conceal the infidelities of a scoundrel, but she also had to assist him in his career. Yet, after a mere moment of sympathy, Lu Wanwan felt a sense of schadenfreude. The more miserable the protagonist's fate, the better it boded for her own future as the villainess. Furthermore, the protagonist was not known for her compassion. After being cast out of the Fu family, the villainess was swiftly met with a fatal accident orchestrated by the protagonist. At that time, no one cared for the protagonist, and though the accident seemed tragically negligent, the public readily accepted the implausible excuse, even wishing for Lu Wanwan's demise. They reveled in the news of her death, and even the driver, sympathized by the masses, received only a 3-year sentence. When Lu Wanwan read this narrative, she felt nauseated. The villainess had done nothing wrong, yet the author had arranged for her to meet her end. To her astonishment, fate had conspired to place her in the shoes of the villainess. She was determined not to fulfill the protagonist's wishes. They could only be adversaries. Just as she emerged from her thoughts, the gossip system excitedly informed Lu Wanwan. New gossip incoming. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwan was filled with exhilaration. She could never tire of gossip. "What is it? Pray tell. I am eagerly awaiting the details." "It's about your second uncle, Fu Qingling's father, the one who offered to gift me 5% of his shares yesterday." "Indeed, that's the one. As it turns out, Fu Qingling is not his biological daughter. This is yet another case of a false heiress, similar to the one we encountered previously." "Oh dear, this scenario is rather different. Allow me to elucidate. Fu Qingling's mother was the first love of the second uncle. However, she was not his first love." "What a convoluted tale. Let me simplify it for you. The second uncle had only one first love, Fu Qingling's mother. At a critical juncture, when the second aunt was pregnant, she did not wish to keep the child. By chance, she encountered her first love, discreetly terminated the pregnancy, and subsequently, due to a misunderstanding, ended up with the second uncle, resulting in the birth of another child, ultimately placing the second uncle in a position of infidelity. What a revelation. So, Fu Qingling is not even my second uncle's daughter. It appears that the Fu family is indeed love-struck, without exception. At that moment, Fu Tingshan entered the room just as Lu Wanwan expressed her thoughts aloud. Yet there were exceptions. Our esteemed Fu Tingshan was certainly not one to be swayed by matters of the heart. Fu Tingshan mused inwardly. How could I not be a romantic fool when my heart belongs to you? The gossiping system has just dropped another bombshell. Aunt Air is currently live streaming with her first love. If you hurry over now, you might catch the tail end of the spectacle. Goodness, our Aunt Air is quite the vivacious one, still entangled with a lover at her age. Could it be that Uncle Air is unable to satisfy her? Let us head to the scene and witness it for ourselves. Perhaps we can snap some photos to send to Uncle Air, urging him to awaken to the reality of his situation. After all, he is a good man who promised me a 5 steak in his company just yesterday. Fu Tingshan, upon hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, was taken aback by the multitude of issues within his family. Yet, family scandals must not be aired publicly. As he observed Lu Wanwan hastily preparing to leave, he inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Allow me to accompany you." Lu Wanwan, undeterred by anything else, was eager to witness the live stream, thinking that having Fu Tingshan by her side would offer some protection, lest the lovers become unruly and implicate her. Fu Tingshan secretly made a call to Uncle Air, aware that his uncle would not be at peace until he had seen the live stream.
Indeed.
Lu Wanwan was correct. Their family was quite infatuated with love. He had previously believed himself immune to such affections until he met Lu Wanwan, realizing that he too was on the brink of falling in love, captivated by every expression and movement of hers. When Uncle Air received the call, disbelief was etched across his face. "You must be mistaken. Aunt Air is merely visiting relatives. How could she engage in such behavior?" Chapter 50. The Live Stream. Seeing his uncle's skepticism, Fu Tingshan unleashed a trump card. "I have heard Wanwan's thoughts. If you do not believe me, can you not trust her?" That was a point to consider. Although reluctant to admit it, Uncle Air hurried over, even donning his pajamas in his haste. Upon arriving, Lu Wanwan thought it remarkable how swiftly Uncle Air had arrived. She hesitated to reveal the truth. Upon entering the room indicated by the system, she was met with the sight of a man and woman entangled in a compromising position. The woman appeared utterly lost in pleasure, exhibiting a demeanor of bliss that Uncle Air had never witnessed before. Uncle Air was rendered speechless with rage, merely pointing at the couple, stammering "You."
Aunt Air.
Upon spotting Uncle Air, scrambled to find something to cover her state, only to realize that the blanket had already been thrown to the floor, and her clothing lay in tatters, scattered about from their tumultuous encounter. "Please hear me out. I don't know how this happened. I was at a relative's house, and when I woke up, I found myself here, and then you walked in on this chaos. I am innocent." Uncle Air was no fool. Only a fool would believe such a tale. However, upon recognizing the face of the man, he was taken aback. Wasn't he that his good friend, old Wang? From high school? Lu Wanwan watched as Uncle Air, despite his fury, struggled to find words. If he were to discover that his wife's first love was not him, but rather his best friend, old Wang, and that his only daughter was not truly his but old Wang's, it would surely be the death of him. Uncle Air was nearly gasping for breath at this revelation. After raising his daughter for so many years, she was, in fact, his friend's child? His wife had concealed this from him for so long. Nevertheless, family matters must remain private. He decided to discreetly conduct a paternity test to uncover the truth behind this outrageous situation. "Are you certain you are innocent? From where I stand, you seem to be reveling in this. You have never enjoyed yourself like this with me. Do you feel that being with me is a burden?" Uncle Air spoke through gritted teeth, his frustration palpable as he begrudgingly acknowledged his own inadequacy. Aunt Air continued to defend herself, unwilling to relinquish the lifestyle she had grown accustomed to, filled with luxury and wealth. "My love, I truly don't know how everything turned out this way. I am as bewildered as you are about how I ended up in this room. You must believe me. We have been married for 30 years. Do you not know my character by now?" At this moment, old Wang interjected. My good friend, I too am perplexed as to how your wife ended up in my bed. I felt as if I had been drugged, utterly devoid of strength. Someone must be trying to sow discord between us, deliberately drugging us both. Please do not misunderstand our relationship." Uncle Air's face flushed with rage. Were these two truly attempting to treat him as a fool? If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, would they have continued to keep him in the dark? Pretending to be star-crossed lovers, eager to be together every day. As Uncle Air showed signs of disbelief, Aunt Air, feeling cornered, lashed out. It's because you cannot satisfy me that I sought someone else. You never reflect on your own shortcomings, always blaming others. I am doing you a favor by being with you, you old man. If you cannot meet my needs, you cannot stop me from seeking other men. Old Wang, now pulling on his pants, smugly added, "Oh, my friend, if you cannot satisfy your wife, just tell me. As a good friend, I would gladly help you ease your burden. It's merely a matter of a woman. If you desire one, I have plenty to offer you." Uncle Air's fury surged to his head, and his hand instinctively struck Old Wang across the face, chest, and forehead. Bystanders could only watch as two men in their 40s engaged in a brawl, oblivious to the scene. Fu Tingxin, fearing for his uncle's well-being, intervened and pulled the two apart. Uncle Air, with a fierce declaration, proclaimed, "Let me never lay eyes on you again. If I see you once more, I shall strike you again. Our brotherhood is severed from this day forth. I never wish to see your face again." Old Wang, realizing he was in the wrong, slinked away in shame, neglecting to check on Aunt Air. She, too, felt a pang of embarrassment, especially in front of the younger generation. Uncle Air instructed Lu Wanwan and Fu Tingxin to leave. Struggling to suppress his anger, Uncle Air asked, "How many times have you met him? Is this just the beginning?" "This is our first encounter. It was barely underway when you discovered us," Aunt Air replied, her face sincere. "I realize my mistake, dear husband. I will not see him again. Can you forgive me?" "I could never forgive you. I am ashamed for our daughter, having you as her mother. Do not expect my forgiveness in this lifetime." Aunt Air feigned shame, bowing her head, yet in her heart, she remained indifferent, confident that her husband would ultimately forgive her. It was this favoritism that emboldened her to act so recklessly. "Fine, if you cannot forgive me, at least do not disclose this to our daughter. She is already emotionally unstable. Let's continue as we have been. I swear I will never speak to that man again. You had better keep that promise." Uncle Air thought, still unwilling to believe that Fu Qinglong was not truly his daughter. After all, he had raised her from infancy, and she had called him father for years. Yet, he planned to secretly conduct a paternity test without alarming anyone, postponing any discussions about divorce until he uncovered the truth. As the two exited, they were met with the inquisitive gaze of Lu Wanwan, who was clearly intrigued by the unfolding drama. Aunt Air cast a resentful glance at Lu Wanwan, wondering how her embarrassing predicament had come to light in front of her. Moreover, it is entirely possible that Lu Wanwan was the one who divulged this matter to them. After all, the previous incident regarding heartfelt confessions was no trifling matter. One can only hope that she does not uncover the truth about that affair. All she can do is silently wish for the best. Chapter 51. Paternity Test. Uncle Air swiftly procured a strand of his daughter's hair, working tirelessly to obtain results from the paternity testing center. With trembling hands, he opened the results. The document revealed that his daughter was not, in fact, his biological child. He felt utterly shattered, unable to accept this harsh reality. Before long, Uncle Air stormed back home. "How dare you deceive me? Where is my biological daughter?" Aunt Air quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "I hid him back then." The shock of her words nearly drove Uncle Air to the brink of madness. "You wretched woman! So, you were entangled with my dear friend back then?" As if aware that Uncle Air had unraveled the truth, Aunt Air casually replied, "Indeed, I didn't love you at the time. I merely married you for your wealth. When my first love returned, I found this child repulsive and struck him. Later, I conceived my first love's child, who is our daughter now." She continued nonchalantly, "Weren't you and Old Wang the best of friends back then? You even introduced me to him. His daughter is your daughter, after all. We've raised her for so many years, so just regard her as your own." Hearing the truth from Aunt Air left Uncle Air seething with rage. All those years he had devoted to nurturing a daughter who was not truly his. At that moment, Fu Qingling had just been discharged from the hospital and was still grappling with the idea that her father was the root of her woes. If he hadn't investigated her boyfriend, he wouldn't have landed in prison. Her infatuation clouded her judgment, and upon returning home, she unleashed her frustration. "Father, it's all your fault. You've ruined my life these past few days. You've sent my boyfriend to jail. You owe me his life and our beautiful future." At this juncture, Uncle Air would not indulge this girl, who is not even his biological daughter. "Then you can just leave. I'll act as if I have no daughter. All these years of raising you were for naught." Originally, Uncle Er had no intention of casting out the daughter he had raised for so long, as he still bore some affection for her, but her obstinacy was intolerable. Fu Qingling could hardly believe her father could speak to her in such a manner. Realizing that she could just walk away, she thought to herself that he would eventually beg her to return. As she stepped out of the living room, no one came to plead for her to stay. Uncle Er's heart was already cold as ice. Later, Fu Qingling regretted her harsh words to her father. Realizing she could still have been the daughter of a wealthy family, Aunt Er knelt on the floor. If you must blame someone, blame me. But our daughter is innocent. After all, you've raised her for so many years. How could you be so heartless as to cast her out?
Ha!
What do you mean by my daughter? She is not my daughter. I refuse to have such a foolish and infatuated child. Since you cherished your first love and his child so much, let us get a divorce. Although Uncle Er had once been blinded by love, marrying Aunt Er without a prenuptial agreement, the elder had ensured that Aunt Er signed one. So she would leave with nothing. Aunt Er was unwilling to accept such a divorce, knowing she would gain no financial support and her daughter would be left with nothing. I've been with you for so many years. Surely I deserve something for my efforts. At the very least, settle the divorce and child support. How dare you ask for child support? She isn't even my biological child. I've raised her to adulthood, and legally, I have fulfilled my obligations. As for you, you have no right to demand anything from me. Not only did you betray me, but you also caused my child's demise. Uncle Er spat through gritted teeth. Aunt Er was taken aback by Uncle Er's ruthless disposition, realizing he would provide nothing for them. The lawyer from the Fu family was swift and decisive. Having prepared the divorce agreement, waiting only for Aunt Er's signature to sever ties completely. However, Aunt Er was adamant about not signing, thinking that by dragging it out, she could prevent the divorce. Uncle Er immediately cut off all financial support to Aunt Er and his daughter, knowing that she had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and would struggle to find work. He anticipated that she would soon return, begging for reconciliation. Indeed, Aunt Er had grown so accustomed to her privileged lifestyle that she had never considered purchasing her own home, leaving her stranded and uncertain of her next steps. She had no choice but to contact old Wang, but he, being a married man with children, could not possibly take her in. Meanwhile, Fu Qingling discovered that her cards had been completely frozen. She could not even settle her hotel bill. Faced with the receptionist's awkwardness, she intended to lash out, only to find herself embarrassed instead. She immediately called her father, but he did not answer, even going so far as to block her. Assuming her father was simply angry and had deactivated her cards, she could not fathom the true reason. Desperate, Fu Qingling called her mother. Mom, please transfer me 1 million. I want to escape for a while and don't want to return home. Aunt Er, unwilling to reveal the truth to her daughter, feigned poverty and told her to figure it out herself. Thus, Fu Qingling had to seek refuge with a friend. Aunt Er, too, managed to stay with a friend, albeit begrudgingly. Unbeknownst to them, Uncle Er had already spread the word, exposing his disgraceful situation. For years, he had been wearing the proverbial green hat. From now on, he and Aunt Er would go their separate ways, and he would no longer acknowledge that daughter. Fu Qingling was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. She had never imagined she was not truly a Fu. Yet, no matter how many times she called her father, he would coldly hang up. She could no longer return to her former home, and it felt as if she had become an ordinary person overnight. Chapter 52. Deception. After spending a few days at her friend's house, Fu Qingling began to feel unwell all over. The glory of her former life as a pampered young lady had vanished, and she was even asked to do chores by her friend. She harbored resentment towards her mother and everyone else, but not towards herself. She called her mother. Why did Dad have to find out the truth? Couldn't he have just kept it hidden forever? I could still be living the life of a wealthy heiress. Now, I'm reduced to a beggar on the streets. Am I not? Aunt Er felt deeply guilty towards her daughter. If it weren't for her actions, her daughter would still be living a good life. I'm so sorry, but your father caught us in the act, and there's no way around it. However, I still believe the true culprit is Wanwan. If it weren't for her ridiculous heartfelt confessions, your father would never have discovered our secret. Fu Qingling had always harbored ill feelings towards Wanwan because of her boyfriend's situation, but now her hatred intensified, transferring all her animosity onto Wanwan. With an air of indignation, she arrived at Wanwan's residence. Wanwan, you are the one who informed my father that I am not his biological daughter, aren't you? Wanwan was taken aback, for although she had been involved in the scene of infidelity, it was not she who had divulged such information. What nonsense are you spouting? Still unwilling to admit it, are you? You are the reason I lost my boyfriend, and now I've lost my father too. Are you satisfied? The striking beauty before her seemed on the verge of tears. An onlooker might mistakenly believe that Lu Wanwan had wronged her. What do you mean by satisfied? I have no enmity with you. This situation is entirely your mother's fault. You are merely the victim in this tale. As for your boyfriend, that is a farcical claim. He was a criminal and deserved to be imprisoned. Inside, Fu Qingling was scheming her own plan. She could not allow Lu Wanwan to have an easy time. Recently, she had been reduced to a state of homelessness due to Lu Wanwan's actions, while Lu Wanwan continued to live in high society as the wife of the Fu family. Without hesitation, Fu Qingling resolved to take drastic measures. On the other hand, her uncle had finally come to his senses, no longer the lovesick fool he once was. He resolved to live for himself from now on, expressing gratitude to Lu Wanwan for her timely reminder. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious, spending his life raising another man's daughter and wife, all while wearing the proverbial green hat. Initially, he considered adopting Lu Wanwan as his own daughter, but reflecting on his lack of experience in fatherhood, he dismissed the notion. Instead, with a grand gesture, he decided to transfer a full 15 of his company's shares to Lu Wanwan, as he had no heirs of his own. Lu Wanwan was taken aback by this unexpected generosity. Having been an orphan in her past life and now without parents, she had never experienced such familial affection before. Receiving such love from her uncle left her astonished. Moreover, Fu Tingshen had informed her that a 5-share could yield several million annually. Thus, possessing 15 would significantly increase her wealth. It was no wonder she was being blamed. After all, this fortune was rightfully hers. Meanwhile, Fu Qingling had prepared extensively, procuring a large quantity of sleeping pills through contacts at the hospital. Everything was set, awaiting the moment Lu Wanwan would fall into her trap. Fu Qingling feigned sincerity as she called Lu Wanwan to apologize. I am truly sorry, Wanwan. I realize now that I was too harsh before. I have come to understand that all blame lies with me. However, my only wish is to mend my relationship with my father, and I hope you can assist me in this endeavor. Would you meet me at the CAF to discuss? Lu Wanwan found this sudden shift in Fu Qingling's demeanor perplexing. The last time they had met, Fu Qingling had harbored considerable animosity towards her. What had prompted this rapid transformation? Was it perhaps a desire for revenge upon learning of her father's generous gift? Yet it was not something she had sought. It was a gift from her father. Whatever may come, I shall confront it, Lu Wanwan thought, eager to uncover the depths of Fu Qingling's schemes. Upon arriving at the CAF, she caught a whiff of something unusual in the air. Inside, she discovered that Fu Qingling had rented the entire establishment, a blatant indication of her malicious intent. Unbeknownst to Fu Qingling, her cover had been compromised as she greeted Lu Wanwan with an uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Sister Wanwan, you are truly my idol. You found such an incredible husband, while I am left with a boyfriend who is nothing more than a criminal, and my own father has cast me aside. I seek your advice on how to reconcile with him. Fu Qingling's words dripped with feigned sincerity, almost convincing enough to suggest she was indeed seeking Lu Wanwan's counsel. However, Lu Wanwan, having discerned her ulterior motives, was determined to strike back. Some people are simply born fortunate, like myself, who not only enjoys a lofty status, but also has a loving husband and endless wealth. And you may not know, but my uncle has generously transferred 15 of his company's shares to me as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this revelation, Fu Qingling was nearly driven to fury. She had not anticipated her father would bestow money upon an outsider instead of his own daughter. She vowed to endure this humiliation, knowing that once her plan was executed, Lu Wanwan would find herself ensnared in her trap. How enviable, Sister Wanwan. Could you perhaps share your secret? Is it merely luck? Certainly not. I have relied on my own abilities, unlike you, who at over 20 still lacks any skills, and must depend on your family. Lu Wanwan's tone was laced with disdain. Yes, I must learn from you, Sister Wanwan. You must be tired. How about we sample the coffee from this CAF? Fu Qingling, suppressing her inner rage, feigned cheerfulness in her invitation. Lu Wanwan immediately grasped the implication. Fu Qingling had poisoned her coffee. She had been waiting for this moment. I am not particularly fond of coffee, she replied honestly, for she preferred sweet milk tea, believing her life should be as sweet as the drink rather than bitter like coffee. Seeing Lu Wanwan's reluctance, Fu Qingling grew anxious, pushing the beverage upon her insistently. Oh, this CAF's coffee is unlike any other. It is sweet. Just take a sip for my sake. Observing the guilt-ridden expression on Fu Qingling's face, Lu Wanwan lifted the cup. Feigning indecision. Chapter 53. The Villa. Fu Qingling's anxious demeanor betrayed her urgency, fearing Lu Wanwan might refuse to drink. Lu Wanwan pretended to take a sip, then collapsed onto the table, feigning dizziness. She wished to ascertain just how far Fu Qingling would go, otherwise, such petty antics would not suffice to ensnare her. Delighted, Fu Qingling promptly informed her accomplices that everything was now in place. Soon, Lu Wanwan would be dispatched to the outskirts. Upon their arrival, the man Fu Qingling had arranged for was taken aback by Lu Wanwan's beauty, his impatience mounting. Fu Qingling gleefully instructed, "You may handle this woman as you wish. Just ensure you take photographs for me." Listening to Fu Qingling's barely contained excitement, Lu Wanwan pondered how deep this vendetta ran. Fortunately, she had already alerted Fu Tingshun before venturing out, and he was en route to her rescue.
Phasing as low awakening, Lu Wanwan exclaimed in a panic, "Fu Qingling.
"Where have you brought me? I am your sister-in-law. How can you treat me this way?" Fu Qingling smirked. "Oh, sister-in-law, you have long ceased to be one. I am no longer a member of the Fu family. I cannot abide by your good fortune when you are merely an outsider.
Now,
relish what I have prepared for you." Seeing Fu Qingling so smug and reckless, Lu Wanwan remained unfazed. As anticipated, the next moment, Fu Tingshun burst through the door, accompanied by police and her uncle. Fu Tingshun's heart ached at the sight of Lu Wanwan bound to a pillar. Had he known his wife was putting herself in such peril, he would never have consented to her outing. Meanwhile, her uncle felt a sense of relief at having expelled his ruthless daughter from the home. Otherwise, he might have suffered the same fate. Fu Qingling, flustered, glanced at her cousin, her uncle, and the police, realizing her meticulously crafted plan had unraveled far too swiftly. The police approached to apprehend her. But Fu Qingling shook her head vigorously. "I do not wish to be imprisoned. I merely hired someone to frighten Lu Wanwan. Nothing truly happened.
Father, please save me.
You know I am innocent. I merely intended to frighten my sister-in-law because I cannot stand her. I never truly wished to harm her." "Father, who is your father? I have long since severed ties with you, all right? Officer, please hurry and confine this criminal in your mind." My uncle could only feel an increasing sense of disgust towards this daughter before him. As Fu Qingling was apprehended at the scene of her crime, she was sentenced to a term of 3 years in prison. My uncle felt immense guilt for involving Lu Wanwan in such a dreadful affair. Upon learning that Lu Wanwan had a fondness for houses, he generously gifted her a vacant villa. As Lu Wanwan gazed at the somewhat dreamlike villa, she couldn't help but reflect, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Fu Tingshun tenderly grasped Lu Wanwan's wrist, which bore the marks of being bound by rope. "Do not be so foolish in the future, risking yourself like this. If you seek revenge, your husband has plenty of ways to assist." "Oh, it's nothing. Just look at me. I've acquired a villa, after all." I was merely startled a little. Fu Tingshun thought to himself that no villa could compare to the hurt his wife had endured. Yet, his wife seemed to cherish wealth more than him. When would she come to love him? "It's merely a villa. I possess countless properties. If you desire one, I could easily transfer it to you. As expected of a domineering CEO, you must have an unfathomable number of properties. I adore this kind of CEO. Please send me a dozen. Since it's like this, I shall graciously accept. If you ever find yourself bankrupt, I shall certainly take care of you, considering the villa." All right. I knew you were the best husband." Lu Wanwan could hardly wait for a moment and immediately summoned a professional lawyer, fearing that Fu Tingshun might change his mind. The professional legal team arrived swiftly, and within minutes, several properties under Fu Tingshun's name were transferred to Lu Wanwan. Gazing at the numerous houses before her, Lu Wanwan felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Meanwhile, Su Rulin was being utterly bullied by Miss Jean. Having spent the past month as her lackey, she was nearly driven mad, facing not only financial losses but also accumulating debts in the millions to buy gifts for Miss Jean. Furthermore, Su Rulin's entertainment company was struggling. None of the idols she had recruited at low prices had gained fame. Ironically, the one she had once looked down upon, Su Xingchen, was now basking in stardom. When she discovered that Su Xingchen was an artist under Lu Wanwan's management and had been recruited before her, she felt a surge of resentment. Had it not been for the generous conditions Lu Wanwan offered, Su Xingchen would have been a star of her company. Moreover, the profitable film, directed by Old Wang, had also fallen into Lu Wanwan's hands because she had provided Old Wang with superior terms before Su Rulin could invest. She felt a surge of blood rising in her throat. Why did it seem that since Lu Wanwan appeared, nothing had gone well for her? Not only had she failed to recruit the talent she desired, but she had also missed out on lucrative investments. Su Rulan's hatred for Lu Wanwan intensified, wishing for her to vanish from the world. In contrast, Lu Wanwan's company flourished, generating substantial profits daily. Bored at home, Lu Wanwan was pleasantly surprised when a director approached her. She initially assumed it was about an artist-related matter, but the director, grinning, said, "Ah, it's your stellar variety show performance that has drawn us to invite you to participate in a new show about rural life." Since establishing her own company, Lu Wanwan's fanbase had not only remained stable but had surged to an astonishing 30 million. Just as she was about to decline, feeling comfortable at home, the gossip system excitedly urged, "Wanwan, you must go. You'll find an abundance of gossip and intrigue, and most importantly, my energy will soar." Although Lu Wanwan recognized that attending a variety show was exhausting, she was tempted by the prospect of juicy stories. Then the director dropped the bombshell. "If you participate in one episode, we're willing to pay you 20 million. Truly, the entertainment industry was a realm of exorbitant daily wages. For the sake of her beloved fans, Lu Wanwan resolved to join. The gossip system silently mused. No matter how wealthy you are, it doesn't change your fondness for money. You claim it's for your fans, but it's really for the cash. However, this is a good thing. I can gather even more energy." Chapter 54. Rural life filming for the Rural Life show commenced swiftly. The director's enticing words promised a return to the countryside for relaxation. In reality, it involved herding a group of celebrities to the countryside to toil and suffer, thereby generating high viewership. As a flying guest, Lu Wanwan found herself assigned to corn-picking duties. After laboring tirelessly, she finally had a moment to breathe and enjoy some gossip. Among the participants were the esteemed Meng actor and his disciple, along with a renowned goddess and her husband, leaving Lu Wanwan as the sole singleton. Feeling rather out of place, the gossip class began. It turned out that Meng actor was secretly participating in the show without his wife's knowledge, intending to enjoy a vacation with his disciple while nurturing their relationship. The entire show was broadcast live, showcasing the stars in their most unglamorous state as they engaged in rural labor. The more clumsy they appeared, the more delighted the audience became, ensuring ample viewership and profit for the production team. Upon learning this juicy tidbit, Lu Wanwan began to view Meng actor and his disciple with renewed interest. Meng Wenhao and his disciple were tasked with watering the peach trees. Though the action was mundane, the two managed to create an atmosphere filled with romantic tension. The audience cheered. "This is so adorable. They have such great chemistry. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they got married?" However, soon there were toxic fans of Meng Hao Ran criticizing her. "He's just taking care of his disciple. Please don't misconstrue their innocent bond as romantic." The audience became even more invested in their ship, as it posed no threat to anyone's interests. Why not enjoy a little shipping? Seeing the positive feedback online, the two grew less cautious and even began to flirt openly, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. At noon, the production team prepared a meal. The two continued their playful feeding of one another. The veteran goddess, Yuan Jejia, couldn't help but tease Meng. "Your relationship with your disciple is quite affectionate. You look like a couple. Is that so? I merely see her as a sister." "Oh, come on, am I just your sister, Minga?" the gossip system quipped. "You call her sister, yet you're doing everything behind the scenes." That night, Lu Wanwan and Meng actor's disciple were assigned to share a bed. In the middle of the night, when Lu Wanwan rose to use the restroom, she sensed something was amiss. Why was there no one in the adjacent bed? The gossip system gleefully remarked, "They are busy in the next room, engaged in an intimate encounter. If you go now, you might witness a live performance." How thrilling! Were they really so impatient they couldn't wait until after the show? Of course. Meng actor's wife is quite strict and keeps him on a tight leash at home. Feigning nonchalance, Lu Wanwan passed by the adjacent room and was met with the unmistakable sounds of heavy breathing and feminine gasps, each more fervent than the last. Completely disregarding whether anyone could overhear, Lu Wanwan was utterly astonished that they were indeed so impatient. The following morning, observing the evident dark circles under Wan Xinan's eyes, Lu Wanwan couldn't help but smile knowingly. The rural variety show concluded swiftly, and the 20 million was promptly secured, leaving Lu Wanwan still in a state of disbelief. "This job is rather too easy, isn't it? Contemplating the fortune of 20 million I have amassed, I decided to indulge in a leisurely shopping spree. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon Qin Xinan and an unfamiliar woman seemingly embroiled in a dispute over a piece of clothing. At that moment, the gossip system was activated. This was a battlefield. Indeed, a clash between the legitimate wife of the esteemed Meng actor and her junior disciple, vying for victory. Sister, I need this outfit for my show. You've been a homemaker for so many years. Wearing such fine clothes is of no use to you. Why not let me have it? I'll even pay you an extra 10,000. What do you say? How dare you look down on me? So what if I am a homemaker? Am I not contributing to my family? Regardless, I am determined to secure this outfit today. Without a second thought, Wanwan instructed the attendant to wrap it up for her. Jiang Huihui, of course, vehemently opposed this. Although her figure had changed after bearing 3 children, she still longed to wear beautiful clothes. Surely, this store cannot be so unreasonable. I paid the deposit first. Wrap this outfit for me. Upon learning that Jiang Huihui had indeed made a deposit in advance, Wanwan felt a surge of frustration but found herself powerless. Jiang Huihui presented her card only to be informed by the attendant that it could not be processed, as it had been frozen. Wanwan couldn't help but mock. Could it be that you've been using your husband's card all these years while playing the homemaker? How shameless. Thankfully, he froze your card. I wonder how much more you've drained from him. Jiang Huihui, already embarrassed by the card's rejection, felt a piercing pain at Wanwan's words. But I didn't choose to be a homemaker. I had a promising career once, all sacrificed for him. Now, he can't even spare money for a piece of clothing? Wanwan murmured softly. At that moment, Wanwan could no longer bear to watch. The mistress was squabbling with the legitimate wife over the same garment, and the scoundrel had even frozen the original spouse's card. Sister, this mall is owned by my husband. Since you fancy this outfit, let the attendant wrap it up for you. I believe you will live your life beyond just being a homemaker. Really? Will I truly live my own life? Since becoming a homemaker, I feel more lost than ever. Wanwan interjected, Sister Wanwan, how could you say that? We are both guests on the same show. Why help her and not me? Since the store is yours, you should give the outfit to me. Inwardly, Wanwan scoffed, precisely because this store is mine. I refuse to let someone like you purchase my clothes. How utterly inconvenient. I admire this young lady much more, so I will gift my clothes to whomever I please. Kindly shop elsewhere. Wanwan, feeling disgruntled, shot Wanwan a menacing glare. You'll regret this. At that moment, Jiang Huihui sincerely thanked Wanwan. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to vent my frustrations. She flaunts her status as my husband's junior, constantly provoking me, yet I have ignored her. But my husband said she's merely young and advised me not to stoop to her level. Wanwan hesitated to reveal the truth. Chapter 55, Trending Topics. However, she did not wish for a once great actress to remain confined at home. Wanwan tentatively inquired, don't you think Meng Actor and his junior are a bit too close? Jiang Huihui was taken aback. How did you know Meng Actor and I are married? Then she added, over the years I've stepped back for him, even relinquishing many job opportunities that came my way. Upon hearing this, Wanwan felt even more convinced that Meng Actor was a cold-hearted scoundrel. Jiang Huihui seemed to sense Wanwan's discontent on her behalf and continued, yet he does not see my sacrifices as burdensome but rather as his due, even flirting with his junior. But now, with my current limitations, as long as they are indeed truly together, that suffices. In truth, she felt powerless. Wanwan longed to divulge the truth, that they were indeed together. But would that not be poking at her wounds? Moreover, Jiang Huihui might not believe her, only drawing more trouble to herself. It would be better to wait for the show to air, when astute viewers would uncover the truth. Then, Jiang Huihui would know. Sure enough, once the program aired, netizens were quick to exclaim, they are truly an item. They should just get married already. Some observant viewers even noted the hickey on Jiang Huihui's neck, leading them to speculate that she had already slept with his junior, with marriage surely the next step. That day, the trending topics included Meng Actor possibly married to his junior. At this rate, I truly wish to drag them to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The affection between a senior and junior is best supported. Come join the fandom. Upon seeing these trending topics, Jiang Huihui was seething with rage. That hickey was all too familiar to her. It was the very shape Meng Actor favored to leave on her neck. Yet, they had not shared a marital bed in years, ever since the birth of their third child. Her anger skyrocketed, and she immediately called her husband. You better explain the trending topics to me. I refuse to believe your nonsense, that your feelings for her are purely platonic. Do you think I am blind? Meng Actor, feeling his own superiority, confessed without hesitation. He was simply tired of his wife. Do you even realize how you appear now? Like a faded woman, utterly unappealing. If you cannot fulfill my needs, why can't I seek out someone else? Have a little self-awareness. Meng Actor spoke these words with a facade of righteousness. Jiang Huihui had never thought her appearance was frightening. She simply hadn't taken care of herself in ages. Yet she never expected to hear such hurtful words from her husband. She retorted instantly, if it weren't for my sacrifices back then, would you have such a blissful life now? I transferred all my resources to you. You've seen the toll raising our children has taken on me. Yet you remain oblivious to my struggles. Do you not fear that all of this will come to light? Meng actor laughed. Now everyone believes my wife is simply my junior. You, a has-been, how many fans do you think you have left? They will forget you and your words. It's laughable. You should just obediently remain my wife. When the day comes that I wish to marry my junior, we will divorce. And perhaps I can offer you some compensation. You think I care for your compensation? Who can compensate the 5 years of my youth? Since stepping back from my career and having 3 children, I haven't had the bandwidth to work. My career has stagnated for 5 years. Do you find it amusing? Youth? There are plenty of young women out there. Do you really think I still desire you? If you do not, many others do. In that moment, Jiang Huihui posted on her Weibo account, I'm back. She initially thought no one would pay her any mind. Yet the next second, is this really Jiang Huihui? Ah. My goddess has finally returned. They said you got married and had children. I never believed it. I knew you hadn't forgotten us fans. Jiang Huihui was deeply touched. She hadn't expected so many fans to remember her, yet she felt she had let them down. She had indeed married and had children, responding to the national 3-child policy, giving birth to 3 at once. Jiang Huihui could hardly believe Meng actor could be so shameless. He directly posted, everyone, please don't speculate. We are merely ordinary friends. At that moment, countless CP fans rejoiced, for they had truly hit the jackpot. Jiang Huihui, refusing to be outdone, swiftly revealed her marriage certificate, instantly propelling the topic to trending status. The headlines read, Jiang Huihui, married to Meng the film emperor, is it true? Speculations arose regarding Meng the film emperor's alleged infidelity, as he appeared to be dating another woman post-marriage. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Huihui would be so ruthless as to expose their marriage certificate to the public eye. However, he quickly devised a counter-strategy, claiming that the wedding photo was merely a product of Jiang Huihui's delusional imagination. Yet, netizens were not easily fooled. They promptly uncovered that the marriage certificate was indeed authentic, dating back 5 years. Consequently, the evidence became irrefutable. Wanwan, of course, seized this golden opportunity, promptly reaching out to Jiang Huihui. Sister Huihui, would you consider joining our company? Jiang Huihui was more than willing, as it was Wanwan who had previously alerted her to the situation. Otherwise, she might have remained blissfully ignorant, never bothering to seek out the reality behind that variety show. Although Jiang Huihui had been out of the limelight for 5 years, her fans were fiercely loyal, rapidly elevating the issue to the top of the trending charts. No matter how hard Meng the film emperor and his junior sister attempted to suppress the scandal, it proved futile. In a state of desperation, Meng the film emperor made his first ever call to Jiang Huihui. Wife, I was wrong. Do you truly wish to ruin your husband in this manner? Consider our 3 beloved children. Please clarify that we are a married couple and my relationship with my junior sister is nothing but a baseless rumor. We merely grew closer. As for that statement, it was made by someone else on my behalf. Meng the film emperor quickly concocted a solution. But how could Jiang Huihui possibly agree to such a proposition? She was no fool, unwilling to hand over leverage to her adversaries. Chapter 56, Retribution. Never. You must be dreaming. Have you forgotten how you treated me before? How dare you come to me now? Jiang Huihui retorted, her teeth clenched in anger. Meng the film emperor was taken aback, never anticipating her refusal. Jiang Huihui was disinclined to engage further, ending the call. Following Wanwan's guidance, she announced on Weibo, I withdrew from the industry 5 years ago for Meng the film emperor and I bore him 3 children. Yet, he turned around and flaunted his new girlfriend on a variety show, even publicly acknowledging her as his partner. At that moment, I could no longer endure, and I revealed our wedding photo. The public sentiment swiftly turned against Meng the film emperor and his junior sister, condemning him as a shameless scoundrel who, despite his wife bearing him 3 children, openly disdained her while parading his new girlfriend on a show. Such disgraceful behavior warranted his expulsion from the entertainment industry. As Meng the film emperor faced a wave of public outrage, he found himself on the brink of despair. Once revered as a deity, he now wallowed in the muck of disgrace. Amidst the chaos, his junior sister also took to social media, claiming, I apologize for taking up everyone's time, but the camera crew did not inform me of his marital status and children. I was led to believe he was single, thus I was deceived. Many fans began to believe her narrative, feeling that Meng the film emperor had duped her and dragged her into this scandal. As the backlash intensified, Meng the film emperor realized his junior sister had completely turned against him, fueling his resentment. He blamed her for seducing him, believing that had she not, he would not have made such a grievous error. In a desperate attempt to clear his name, he released all their chat records and intimate photos, even unveiling the bedspread they shared. It became evident to discerning eyes that his junior sister had known about his marital status all along and had encouraged him to divorce. Initially, only a few fans supported her, but the tide quickly turned, and she found herself mercilessly criticized. Further complicating matters, a video surfaced showing that the legitimate wife was denied the right to purchase clothing due to Meng the film emperor freezing her accounts, while the junior sister boldly attempted to seize the very item from her. Fortunately, Wanwan intervened just in time, ensuring that Wanwan left empty-handed. The public's perception of Wanwan's true character became apparent, and they vocally condemned her. Meanwhile, Wanwan's benevolent act garnered her recognition, and the revelation of Jiang Huihui officially joining her company attracted a surge of new fans. As a result, the scandalous duo faced widespread disdain within the industry. With no directors willing to cast them, they were bombarded with exorbitant breach of contract penalties, leaving them utterly helpless. In a moment of desperation, Meng the film emperor turned to his wife for assistance, but Jiang Huihui was no longer the submissive woman he once bullied. She promptly filed for divorce, citing his tarnished reputation, and ignored his calls. Burdened by overwhelming financial penalties, Meng the film emperor was compelled to liquidate all his properties just to settle his debts. Wanwan, satisfied that justice had been served, relished her good fortune. Not only had she gained a talented artist, but her fanbase had also expanded significantly. Jiang Huihui thrived in her new company, delivering outstanding performances that soon translated into substantial commercial value. As other companies began to take notice, attempting to recruit Jiang Huihui, she steadfastly declined their offers, fully aware of who had supported her during her time of need. She continued to star in a series of successful productions, her market value soaring, yet she remained loyal to Wanwan, who provided for her and their 3 children. Meanwhile, Meng the film emperor was left to rue his choices. Realizing it was too late for regrets, Su Rulin seethed with envy, questioning why all the good fortune seemed to favor Wanwan. Yet, she never considered the possibility that it was Wanwan's assistance that had led to their success. Su Rulin recognized Jiang Huihui's commercial potential and sought to lure her away with enticing offers, yet Jiang Huihui remained resolute, understanding that Wanwan was her benefactor. Without her, she would not be the person she was today. Now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, Meng the film emperor resorted to menial labor to make ends meet, having entered the industry solely based on his looks. Desperate to reclaim his former glory, he found himself performing at clubs where wealthy patrons were drawn to his efforts, bidding thousands for his performances. He relished the fleeting return to fame, but fortune is often fickle. Soon he fell ill. Wandering the streets in a daze, he fortuitously encountered Jiang Huihui, who initially failed to recognize him. Upon realization, she reflected on her past blindness in choosing such a man, now appearing like a mere shadow of his former self. Meng the film emperor, recognizing her, pleaded, "Wife, please take me back. I am living a life worse than death. I promise to be a good father and husband. Think of our 3 children. They need their father." However, attempting to invoke feelings of compassion in Jiang Huihui was futile. She had already contemplated the children's well-being far too often. She firmly resolved not to bring their father back into their lives. "You might as well abandon that hope. Do you recall the last time you spoke to me with such arrogance? The roles have completely reversed, and now it is I who must address you in this manner." As Meng Yingdi observed Jiang Huihui striding down the street, unrelentingly cold and indifferent, a sense of despondency enveloped him, and he felt increasingly unwell. He staggered to the hospital, where the doctor delivered the grim verdict. He was afflicted with an irreversible illness, with a prognosis of possibly just 5 to 10 years left to live. Meng Yingdi was utterly unwilling to accept this fate. His animosity was directed solely towards 2 individuals, and he resolved to drag them both into the depths of hell with him. He could not resign himself to the thought of his life ending in such a manner. Thus, he schemed within his mind, plotting a grander conspiracy. In Chapter 57, titled Temptation, he yearned to ruin Jiang Huihui. Why should she thrive while he faced the specter of death? Once revered as a deity, he now felt reduced to mere muck. Jiang Huihui received yet another call from Meng Haoran. Initially, she intended to hang up immediately, but the desperation in his voice, tinged with near pleading, halted her. I am on the brink of death, afflicted by illness. May I have one last chance to see my children? I promise that after this encounter, I will never intrude upon their lives again. Her heart softened. She considered the regret her children might feel if they never saw their father again. Ultimately, she acquiesced to his request. Meng Haoran, brimming with self-satisfaction, had anticipated her compliance. At that moment, he was prepared, with everything in place, awaiting only the opportune moment. Zhang Huihui, responding to Meng Haoran's request, was led to a secluded location. A place so remote that even the police would struggle to locate it unless employing drones for reconnaissance. It was an abandoned warehouse, steeped in decay. Meng Haoran gazed frantically at his former wife and children, knowing that soon, none of this would belong to him, and he intended to obliterate it all. Prior to her arrival, he had already doused the area in gasoline, the acrid scent permeating the air. Once he tossed the lighter, the place would erupt in flames. He was indifferent to the prospect of surviving another 5 or 10 years. He preferred that his wife and children accompany him into oblivion. Ah, you shall descend into hell with me, he cackled maniacally. Fortunately, Zhang Huihui had alerted the police before arriving. However, due to the remoteness of the location, it took considerable time for the officers to arrive. By the time they saw the inferno raging within, they immediately dispatched firefighters. No one could have anticipated the depths of Meng Haoran's hatred, willing even to incinerate his own flesh and blood. When Zhang Huihui was finally rescued, her back bore severe burns, rendering her incapable of performing roles that required exposure. Yet, in that moment, as the firefighters arrived, she clung tightly to her 3 children. Meng Haoran, left with only a flicker of life, had seen his once proud visage reduced to charred remnants. He was swiftly transported to the hospital, where he would await legal judgment once he recovered. The incident sparked widespread outrage online. Netizens were astonished that Meng Yingdi had descended into such madness, daring to commit murder, especially against his own children. Public opinion swiftly condemned him, calling for the death penalty. Sympathy for him was non-existent, leaving him with nothing but scorn. In court, Meng Haoran displayed a nonchalant demeanor, expressing no remorse. The only regret he harbored was not having died alongside his wife and children. Ultimately, he was sentenced to death. Those who had once idolized him could scarcely believe that within mere months, he had transformed from a celestial being into a condemned criminal. It seemed a fleeting moment, leaving no time for reflection. In an instant, celebrities felt the chill of fear, unwilling to flaunt their infidelities or expose their private lives. Acutely aware of the consequences that awaited them, Wanwan, witnessing Meng Haoran's downfall, felt a pang of sympathy. She had once shared a variety show with him, and now he faced imminent execution. Yet, Zhang Huihui's selflessness garnered admiration, and her reputation soared, attracting myriad opportunities. She welcomed them all. Nothing was more vital than her craft at this moment. Consequently, Zhang Huihui significantly contributed to Wanwan's company as prosperity. Su Rulin gazed upon her with envy, yet felt powerless to change her situation. Upon learning that Wanwan had once appeared on a variety show with a murderer, Fu Tingchen was filled with dread. He immediately contacted Wanwan, urging her to retreat from the perils of the entertainment industry. Is it not safer to become a behind-the-scenes victor? He implored. Wanwan understood Fu Tingchen's concerns, yet recalled how he had succumbed to temptation for a mere 20 million, leading him into the fray. Upon hearing Wanwan's sentiments, Fu Tingchen chastised himself, pondering whether he had not earned enough to grant her a sense of security. What if she became enamored with the dashing young men of the entertainment world? That evening, Fu Tingchen, breaking from his routine, left work early, eager to spend time with her. As Wanwan beheld her handsome husband at the dinner table, she was taken aback. I never expected you to return home so early. I believe there's never enough money to be made. I should spend more time with you. Is it that you feel bored at home? Prompting thoughts of joining a variety show? Indeed, part of her reasoning stemmed from the allure of the entertainment industry and the opportunity to see attractive talents. Fu Tingchen's lips twitched in disbelief. Is that truly the reason? Am I not sufficient for you? Wanwan mused internally, having such a handsome figure before me daily, yet unable to touch him, is a true test of my willpower. Perhaps I should venture out and enjoy the sight of different handsome faces for some mental solace. Fu Tingchen could not fathom that Wanwan harbored such thoughts. If she desired to see him, she should simply express it rather than keeping it to herself. Wanwan continued to ponder. Is he incapable? Why hasn't he sought companionship elsewhere? Fu Tingchen sighed. I have remained faithful for you. After dinner, he entered Lu Wanwan's room, where she was blissfully enjoying fruit while watching television. Upon catching sight of her, he appeared alluringly disheveled.
Ah,
"What are you trying to do?" she gasped, feeling her resolve weaken. "Hurry, come here." Fu Tingchen reclined on her bed, his shirt partially open, revealing tantalizing hints of his chiseled physique. "Is tonight's surprise this delightful? I can hardly contain myself. May I caress your abs, my dear husband? Of course, you are still my wife. You may do as you wish." Lu Wanwan thought to herself, "I shall indulge in this privilege." In chapter 58, titled Melon, Lu Wanwan eagerly reached out, her fingers brushing against the firm contours of his abdomen. The sensation was exhilarating, yet she remained oblivious to the heat radiating from his skin. Fu Tingchen seized the initiative, pinning her beneath him, and she quickly sensed his fervor. However, Lu Wanwan, despite her bravado, had never encountered such a fervent scene before. Fu Ting deeply disregarded all concerns and pressed his lips against Lu Wanwan's. The initial taste was soft, imbued with a hint of sweetness, enticing him to explore her mysteries further. Consequently, Fu Ting delved deeper, finding it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, even daring to lightly probe with his tongue. It was only when Lu Wanwan could scarcely breathe that he reluctantly released her. "You must realize your husband is quite capable now, shouldn't you? I advise you to refrain from uttering such words in the future. Otherwise, I might truly be unable to resist and act upon my desires. For I am but a mere man, subject to such cravings." Lu Wanwan pondered whether Fu Ting had been provoked by something, or if the Fu family believed he was incapable of fathering children, explaining his peculiar demeanor this evening. Fu Ting listened quietly to Lu Wanwan's fanciful musings, finding her adorably naive. Had he not lacked certain items today, he would have continued his advances. Fu Ting cast a lingering glance at Lu Wanwan before retreating to the bathroom, and it was not until half an hour had passed that the sound of running water ceased. Having never experienced such fervor, Lu Wanwan wondered if her petite frame could withstand his formidable prowess. As Fu Ting sought to share the bed with her, she resolutely expelled him from the room, aware that anyone who could endure 3 hours of cold water in the shower was surely formidable. It was best to promptly eject him to prevent any nighttime indiscretions. Thus, Fu Ting found himself reluctantly banished to his own chamber, unable to quell the fire within him, his thoughts incessantly returning to their earlier encounter until he finally succumbed to slumber at 3 in the morning. Nevertheless, as a CEO, he rose punctually at 6 to jog before heading to the office. When Lu Wanwan finally awoke, she sensed an almost imperceptible tension in the atmosphere. Ever since their victory, the ambience at home felt markedly different. However, the emergence of the gossip system shattered this subtle tension. Host, your primary task is to indulge in gossip. Do not languish in romantic reveries. Do you remember your initial intentions to divorce this man for his wealth and then disappear? Not to mention your plans regarding those 18 male models? Lu Wanwan sheepishly touched her nose, reflecting, the past is best left unspoken. I now find Fu Ting to be quite agreeable. Not only does he allow me to use his black card, but he also provides me with a generous allowance each month. His family treats me well and has never pressured me. I can still indulge in gossip from time to time. Isn't that rather delightful? The gossip system, somewhat exasperated, observed Lu Wanwan's shifting priorities, realizing that she seemed to have relegated gossip to a secondary task. All right, let us return to serious matters. We have more gossip to discuss. Once the topic of gossip arose, Lu Wanwan was unusually eager. What fresh tidbits do you have? Speak swiftly. This time, the gossip concerned a minor artist from Su Rulin's agency. Intrigued, Lu Wanwan urged, do tell quickly. It emerged that Su Rulin had invested considerable resources in the artist, barely elevating him to the status of a third-tier star who had since garnered a fair number of female fans. However, it was unforeseen that he would soon find himself embroiled in scandal. He had catapulted from obscurity to a third-tier celebrity, becoming somewhat arrogant and ensnaring a succession of naive young girls and women ranging from 16 to 48 who believed themselves unique, oblivious to the fact that they were mere fish in a pond, easily exploited. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, he had entangled himself with the wife of the heir to the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families which Su Rulin had been keen to curry favor with. The Qin family, known for their aristocratic pedigree, would never tolerate such indiscretions. Thus, all that remained was to watch the drama unfold. Lu Wanwan nearly burst into laughter. This was fortuitous indeed. If the Qin family discovered this affair, how could they continue their alliance with the Su family? Meanwhile, Su Rulin remained blissfully unaware of the predicament her artist had created, reveling in the success of her newly minted third-tier star who had, in turn, earned her a substantial profit. She felt fortunate to finally have the means to woo the Qin family's eldest daughter, ensuring the collaboration between the Liu and Su families would endure, thereby providing her the opportunity to undermine the Fu family and its enterprise. Little did she know that her artist's earnings and resources were entirely sourced from the Qin family, effectively creating a vicious cycle. If this cycle were to falter, the consequences would be dire. Chen Xingxing, the wife of the Qin heir, found herself increasingly lonely as her husband could no longer fulfill her growing desires.
The Qin family,
traditionally a scholarly household, had long neglected such matters, especially since they had already had children. It was likely they would go weeks without intimacy, let alone experiment with different positions. Consequently, Chen Xingxing, still in her 30s, a period ripe with desire, became restless. The artist, however, could satisfy all her needs, whether in various activities or more unconventional requests, meeting every demand she had. Thus, she eagerly anticipated their encounters. Recently, the Qin heir had noticed his wife growing increasingly indifferent and even dismissive when he sought intimacy, a stark contrast to her previous enthusiasm. This change suggested she had found satisfaction elsewhere, prompting him to investigate. As the investigation unfolded, the Qin heir discovered the shocking truth of his wife's infidelity, igniting a fury within him. Meanwhile, Chen Xingxing remained blissfully unaware, lost in the tender embraces of her young lover until she received a call from her husband. "You've grown bold. Haven to you? How dare you betray me with another?" Upon hearing her husband's accusation, Chen Xingxing hastily denied it.
How could that be?
"My body belongs solely to you." But the Qin heir retorted, "What nonsense! I have uncovered the identity of that man. Just wait and see how I will make you and your paramour pay for your betrayal." At this moment, Chen Xingxing's demeanor shifted from defiance to desperation. But it was too late. The Qin heir was unmoved. Realizing her precarious situation, she defiantly remarked, "You, too, are only in your 30s and yet cannot satisfy me. If you had only met my needs, I would not have sought solace elsewhere. Instead of reflecting on your shortcomings, you place the blame on me. Besides, my liaison remains a secret. Why can't you just endure it?" The Qin heir was incensed, unable to fathom how his wife could be so unfaithful.
Oh,
"So, I am the one who cannot meet your desires? You shameless woman, out chasing after others. Who knows what diseases you may contract?" Then Qin Shaoran, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "You are unaware, aren't you? The pretty boy you're so fond of has more than one girlfriend. He likely has countless others outside. You are merely one fish in his pond. Honestly, your naivety astounds me. Choosing a pretty boy and still being so troubled. Who knows what diseases he might have contracted? You should really get yourself checked at a hospital as soon as possible." Chen Xingxing, of course, could not bring herself to believe her husband's words. How could the pretty boy she had chosen possibly be seeing others? He had professed his undying love for her, yet she still felt a twinge of unease. With him still in slumber, she stealthily snatched his phone. Upon unlocking it, a deluge of messages bombarded her. As she perused through the communications, it became painfully evident that there were countless women, all just another catch in his expansive net, and she was merely one among many. Fury boiled within Chen Xingxing as she contemplated destroying this pretty boy. In a fit of rage, she delivered a fierce kick to him. Zhao Shunran, just awakening from his dreams, was still in a daze when he beheld the menacing countenance of his benefactor. He feigned compliance, leaning in to taste the sweetness of her lips, only to be violently rebuffed, with her seething, "You better explain who all these women are. Am I merely another fish in your pond? I have given you so many resources and money. Isn't that enough for you? Why would you treat me this way?" Zhao Shunran, knowing he could not confess, concocted a clumsy excuse. "These women are merely tasks assigned by the company, forcing me to reach out to them. I assure you, I have done nothing with them. I only offered them verbal comfort. I never wished for this. You are the one I cherish most." Chen Xingxing, momentarily dazzled by his words, began to believe him. "But you must cease all contact with those women from now on. I want to see you delete them right now," she insisted. With a heavy heart, Zhao Shunran complied, erasing the hard-won connections from his device before her eyes. Once he had done so, Chen Xingxing nestled into his embrace, and they resumed their intimate activities, completely disregarding Qin Deguzi's earlier warning. Meanwhile, Qin Shaoran observed that his wife had not uttered a word, concluding that she was either oblivious or lost in a reverie, reluctant to awaken. Thus, he decided to assist her. Shortly thereafter, a trending topic erupted online. A third-rate actor caught juggling 10 relationships. The chat logs were scandalous, revealing women aged from 16 to over 40, all part of his fishing expedition. The third-rate actor's scandal quickly ascended the charts of trending topics, capturing the attention of netizens who had long been starved for gossip. They soon discovered that this particular scandal was even more damning than previous ones. The online community, relentless in their pursuit of the truth, swiftly uncovered the identity of the third-rate actor, Zhao Shunran. Shockingly, the allegations were true. The scandal involving Zhao Shunran had indeed occurred. Numerous women stepped forward, sharing their experiences of betrayal. They recounted how Zhao had promised them a lifetime together, only to vanish shortly after, leaving them heartbroken and regretful. It became apparent they were not alone in their plight, empowering them to bravely come forward. In an instant, netizens expressed overwhelming sympathy for these women wronged by Zhao Shunran, particularly a 16-year-old girl whose innocence had been shattered by his deceit. She had clung to him as a beacon of hope amidst her troubled life, only to find herself abandoned. Netizens seethed with rage, yet legally, there was little they could do against Zhao, as consent had been given. However, the public outcry swiftly escalated, leading to the creation of a new trending topic: Zhao Shunran out of the entertainment industry. The pressure mounted as brands he had previously collaborated with faced backlash. Consumers vowed to boycott any products endorsed by him. As a result, Zhao Shunran found himself inundated with breach of contract penalties, his world crumbling overnight. When he awoke to this chaos, he was filled with dread. How had his reputation turned so foul overnight? He cast a desperate glance towards Chen Xingxing. Xingxing, I'm being wrongfully accused. The netizens are blaming me without understanding the truth. I haven't done anything wrong, they are merely slandering me. Chen Xingxing, though inclined to believe and support him, was taken aback when she discovered that her own card had been frozen by Qin Xiaoran. I cannot assist you. My husband has discovered everything. I must return to face the consequences, she lamented, realizing Chen Xingxing had become of no further use to him. Zhao Shunran refused to even escort her downstairs. He derisively remarked, how could the daughter of the Chen family be unable to cover her own breach of contract fees? You only want to see me humiliated, you heartless woman. As she attempted to explain, he interrupted her. I'll be honest with you. What you saw is indeed the truth. The numerous contacts in my WeChat are all just fish in my pond, and you are merely the most prized catch. Which is why I invested so much effort to flatter you. Now that you have lost your value, what use is there in continuing the charade? Chen Xingxing was blindsided by this revelation, her mind reeling as she pointed accusingly at Zhao Shunran, rendered speechless. Zhao Shunran, seemingly relishing her distress, coldly remarked, by the way, when you were on the phone with your husband, I was wide awake. He is correct, you should really check for any infections. Considering I've been with so many women, I can't guarantee I'm free of anything. Fear gripped Chen Xingxing as she hastily hailed a taxi to the hospital, only to confront a devastating reality. She had indeed contracted an illness. Overwhelmed, she returned home, reminiscing about the days when life seemed idyllic, despite her husband's indifference. At least she had access to endless resources and her son. But now, everything was at risk of unraveling. Qin Xiaoran, not one to tolerate betrayal lightly, quickly drafted a divorce agreement, ensuring that, due to her infidelity, she would retain none of their shared assets. Their 2 sons would remain with him. As Chen Xingxing signed the divorce papers without a word of dissent, she realized the futility of her situation. Her brokenness rendered her incapable of raising her children, and she might not even have a future. Seeing her acquiescence, Qin Xiaoran, in a rare moment of mercy, declared, I find this house unlucky, tainted by your infamy. You may stay here rent-free, but let us make it clear, once you sign, our paths shall not cross again. If I wished for a pretty young thing, I could find one in mere minutes, can you? His words pierced Chen Xingxing's heart like daggers. Why did I act so foolishly back then? Sacrificing all the beautiful things for the sake of mere fertility? Observing my 2 sons disregard me as they prepared to leave with Qin Xiaoran, without even a word of farewell, was heart-wrenching. Naturally, Qin Xiaoran sought to uncover the identity of Zhao Shunran, discovering that he was merely a minor artist under Su Ruolin's agency. It was difficult for him not to suspect that this was a ploy orchestrated by Su Jiaqiang to undermine him. Although Qin Xiaoran held little regard for this insignificant artist, the affront to his family's dignity was intolerable. He promptly notified the agency to terminate all collaborations with the Su family. Initially, Su Chunran was lost in dreams of his company thriving, hoping to drag the Fu family's enterprise into the mire. But he was abruptly jolted back to reality with the news of the Qin family's decision to cancel their partnership. His shock was palpable. Without the Qin family's support, his company's growth would inevitably slow. He was eager to discover what calamity had befallen them to provoke such a drastic measure. It became evident that the cause lay with Su Rulin, whose incompetence had once again led to disaster. Su Chenran's admiration for her had waned, replaced by a sense of distaste, as he viewed her more as a burden than an asset. Upon learning the details, Su Chenran swiftly contacted Su Rulin, who was in a state of disarray, realizing that their sole source of revenue had collapsed. With public relations in disarray, she received a phone call from Su Chenran. "You incompetent woman. Do you realize the extent of the collaboration you have jeopardized? Your little artist dared to pursue young Master Qin's wife. Has he lost his mind? Now, young Master Qin has no intention of working with us. What do you propose we do?" Su Rulin was equally taken aback by her artist's audacity. She had no idea of his reckless behavior and was initially contemplating how to salvage the situation through effective public relations. Now, it seemed futile. "All right, I understand. We will immediately terminate Zhao Xuanran's contract and demand substantial damages. Perhaps then, young Master Qin might still show us some leniency. That plan seems feasible. Hurry and execute it. If he remains obstinate, you must apologize," Su Rulin insisted, dragging a reluctant Zhao Xuanran to the Qin residence. Zhao Xuanran, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "I truly apologize for sleeping with your wife, but I must say, she is far from the lifeless fish you claim. She was quite invested in our encounter. Surely, young Master Qin has never experienced such treatment. But what does it matter? If she were not seeking me, she would find someone else." These words only fueled Qin Xiaoran's anger, leaving him to wonder if Su Rulin had brought him here to apologize or to expose his vulnerabilities. Su Rulin could not fathom that he would behave so brazenly, having promised her a sincere apology moments before. Disillusioned, she threatened Zhao Xuanran. "Are you truly unwilling to pay the penalties? If you cannot settle the penalties, it may lead to imprisonment. However, if you sincerely apologize to young Master Qin, he may yet spare you." Zhao Xuanran scoffed. "What worth is there in apologizing to a man who cannot satisfy his wife? I have no respect for such a man. He has no standing to converse with me, let alone demand an apology. It's utterly absurd." Chapter 61. A rescue. Su Rulin was astonished that her seemingly assured plan could be so thoroughly derailed. Zhao Xuanran was truly more a harbinger of misfortune than success. Irritated, she kicked him, causing him to stumble. Yet, unperturbed, Zhao Xuanran continued his tirade. "You wealthy individuals are no better than me. You engage in the same unsavory dealings. Do you think you're above reproach?" Qin Xiaoran, weary of conversing with these two imbeciles, sought to resolve the matter swiftly and commanded his bodyguards to eject them from his premises. He then made a call to formally terminate the collaboration between the Qin and Su families, even going so far as to create obstacles for the Su family in the business sphere. Su Chenran found himself overwhelmed, bewildered by the wrath he had provoked, attributing all misfortunes to Su Rulin. In an instant, she found herself in dire straits. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanran had finally vented his frustrations, but realized his position in the entertainment industry was untenable, burdened by exorbitant penalties. He found himself fleeing, a rat scurrying through the shadows. The gossip system triumphantly reported to Lu Wanwan, "We have successfully sabotaged the collaboration between the Qin and Su families. Our future dealings with the Su family will now be much more advantageous." Lu Wanwan was equally pleased with the outcome. As Su Rulin walked the streets, her face ashen after receiving a scolding from Su Chenran, she could no longer bear it and lashed out, "Su Chenran, you are no saint either. You blame me for everything, but don't think I am oblivious to your affair with that secretary, which you have concealed for so long. Had I not seen some potential in you, do you think I would have invested so much effort to assist you?" Su Rulin believed that by voicing these grievances, Su Chenran would feel remorse. To her shock, he burst into laughter, "And what of it? We are merely two sides of the same coin. Now that you know, I see no need to pretend to be your boyfriend any longer. I've grown tired of you. Besides, you possess no value to me now that you've exposed your weaknesses. You incompetent fool." Su Rulin was taken aback by Su Chenran's lack of remorse, his brazen complaints only serving to infuriate her further. She contemplated the notion of dragging him down with her, unwilling to let him benefit from her downfall. Yet, she resolved that she would make him witness her rise to success before casting him into the abyss. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan felt restless at home. Fu Tingshan planned to take her to a grand banquet, allowing the elite to become acquainted with his wife. Previously, as Lu Wanwan had approached him, Fu Tingshan had not hosted a formal wedding, nor introduced her status. The opulent banquet commenced, and the gossip system was ready. A significant event such as this surely held its own intriguing tales. Today marked the return of Fu Tingshan's uncle. With an air of nobility, Fu Jingting graced the gathering, his stature and charm rivaling Fu Tingshan's. He bore the aura of a tragic beauty, having battled health issues since childhood, spending years abroad for treatment, and recently returning home. Fu Tingshan quickly noticed that his wife was not watching him, but rather gazing at his uncle. Was his uncle truly that captivating? A twinge of jealousy flickered within him as he tightened his grip on Lu Wanwan's hand. Realizing his discomfort, Lu Wanwan promptly averted her gaze.
Fu Tingshan,
Fearing others would covet his wife, addressed the entire assembly. "This is my wife, Lu Wanwan. I expect you all to treat her with the same respect you afford me." A murmur spread through the crowd, astonished at the striking beauty of the affluent, affirming the adage that talent and beauty often walk hand in hand. Allow me to behold how an ordinary woman such as her could possibly enter the esteemed halls of the Fu family. Surely, she must have been coerced into marriage. One might conjecture with a sharp tongue and malicious intent. Lu Wanwan initially believed that this gathering was convened solely to announce her identity, but soon realized her error. The truth was that today's affair was the engagement banquet of her younger uncle, who was set to wed the woman by his side. Lu Wanwan found this puzzling. Her uncle, possessing such handsome features, was accompanied by a woman of unremarkable appearance. It was beyond her comprehension why he would choose to marry her. Perhaps, she mused, this woman possessed qualities that were not immediately apparent. At that moment, the gossip system chimed in. "Host, you are not mistaken. This is indeed the juicy revelation intended for you today." Not only was the woman standing next to her uncle plain in appearance, but she was also a usurper of another's benevolence. Years ago, when her uncle was merely 7, he had accidentally fallen into a river. A girl had selflessly rescued him, but by the time he was taken to the hospital, the girl had vanished, while this ordinary woman falsely claimed the credit. How wicked could she be? Could it be that she had leveraged this supposed gratitude to compel her uncle into marriage? Fu Jinting heard a strange voice echo in his ears, revealing his reluctance to marry the woman beside him. Although she had saved his life, he had wished to buy himself free of this obligation with 2 million. However, the girl's family had not consented. They insisted on a betrothal, and he, being young and naive, had been forced into this engagement. After all, without her, his life would have been forfeit. Yet, after so many years, he had not felt that spark for any woman, so he thought it inconsequential whom he married. Thus, he had acquiesced to the gathering of all to celebrate his engagement. Unexpectedly, he found himself compromising once more as that inexplicable voice returned to his ears. Lu Wanwan continued to advocate for her uncle. Even if one were to owe a life debt, it is not requisite to pledge oneself. This is not an ancient era. Furthermore, this woman did not truly save your life. The girl who did is still unknown, while this impostor takes all the credit. What would your uncle think if he learned the truth? A crack appeared on Fu Jinting's otherwise impassive visage. Was he not saved by that little girl? Yet he distinctly recalled seeing her first upon awakening, and she had not hesitated to claim the glory of his rescue. Was there some hidden truth he had yet to uncover? Chapter 62. The truth from 10 years ago. Regardless of any hidden truths, Fu Jinting was determined to investigate. However, delving into the past was no simple task. The gossip system continued to divulge. If this woman was merely guilty of claiming another's kindness, it may not be an unforgivable sin. However, she had orchestrated a tragic accident to eliminate the very girl who had saved him, allowing her to claim the gratitude as her own. What? How could her heart be so malevolent? How could a mere 10-year-old girl conceive such a scheme? Surely, there must be some confusion. While she may not have plotted, her parents were well aware. Upon discovering that her uncle was the scion of the Fu group, they had meticulously devised their plan, effectively orchestrating her uncle's marriage. This was utterly terrifying, all for the sake of usurping a mere debt of gratitude. They had sacrificed a young girl's life. If her uncle were to realize that the girl who had saved him was long deceased, only for him to wed the daughter of his adversary, how tragic for him. When Fu Jinting learned of this, disbelief washed over him. He had just discovered that the woman before him had not been a savior, and in his search for the girl who had rescued him, he had inadvertently offended the very person whose life had been stolen by this woman's parents. Could he truly marry such a cold-hearted creature? No wonder her family had extorted numerous resources from him over the years, their company now thriving. Yet, fortuitously, he had retained some leverage. Perhaps they had orchestrated his drowning. And his frail state back then was not merely coincidental. Fu Jinting could no longer dwell on such thoughts. He yearned to uncover the truth of that fateful day and escape the shadows of ignorance that had enveloped him for so long. However, all evidence had been meticulously erased. Save for a tragic accident that had occurred during that time, a driver had fatally struck a little girl. Gazing at the face of the girl who had perished in the accident, vibrant and full of life, he could scarcely fathom how her existence had been extinguished because of him. Fu Jinting sought out the driver involved in the incident, who had recently been released from prison. The driver was now embroiled in a murder plot. Having just regained his freedom, he had hoped to enjoy a blissful life. For the parents of that little girl had promised him 5 million in exchange for his complicity in her death, followed by a mere decade in prison. As he faced the impending threat of murder, the driver realized his days of comfort were at an end. His greed for the 5 million had led him to a grim fate, and he now saw no chance of survival. In his moment of despair, Fu Jinting appeared. Witnessing the murder attempt on the driver, he deduced that this was undoubtedly the work of the girl's parents. In a society governed by law, such danger was unfathomable. Fortunately, Fu Jinting was not unarmed. He had brought bodyguards who swiftly subdued the assailant and handed him over to the authorities, hoping to unearth the mastermind behind the plot. The driver, knowing he owed his life to Fu Jinting, did not shy away from divulging the entire truth of that day, realizing there was nothing left to hide. Upon hearing the revelation, Fu Jinting's heart sank. Those parents deserved to suffer for stealing a precious life. Yet, the hired killer was no fool. He confessed to the murder of the driver, but would not divulge the truth of that day, instead shifting all blame onto himself. In the end, he was merely charged with intentional injury, leaving the true story untouched. Fu Jinting felt a profound sense of helplessness. However, there were actions he could take. He immediately ceased the collaboration between the Fu and Sun families. Sun Tingsu soon called, "Little Ting, what is the meaning of this? Why halt the cooperation? I am to be your father-in-law, and your future wife has yet to arrive at your household. Is this how you treat your future father-in-law? Such rudeness is unacceptable."
Ha!
I was unaware that I had ever acknowledged you as my father-in-law. You coerced me into this betrothal under the guise of a life debt. I have never recognized this engagement. Besides, the debts of gratitude between our families have been settled. How dare you still shamelessly seek collaboration? You truly overestimate your position. You claim to have settled it, but let me be clear. The debt of gratitude for saving your life can never be repaid. Not in this lifetime, nor in 10 lifetimes. My daughter must marry you. Only then can our families maintain this connection. Sun Tingsu was playing a shrewd game. Let me be candid. I have uncovered the truth from that day. Your daughter did not save me. She is the very one responsible for the death of the girl who did. Am I not correct? What do you mean? Why is it that I cannot comprehend anything at all? Have you lost your mind? It was undeniably my daughter who saved you back then. There was no little girl involved. However, I do recall that a young girl indeed had an accident at that time. Surely you aren't so deranged as to confuse her with someone else. I have not erred. You must know that the individual who was nearly murdered by you has already been brought to justice by me. He has unveiled the truth, revealing that you and your spouse were the ones who hired him to commit the heinous act. At this moment, Sun Tingsu finally exhibited a flicker of panic. But he quickly regained his composure.
How could that be?
I handled everything with utmost precision back then. Even if the driver confesses, it changes nothing. What can you do to me? That was a decade ago, was it not? Why do you persist in dredging up matters from 10 years past? Is it not preferable for you to marry my daughter and cultivate a harmonious relationship between us? Why can't we let bygones be bygones?
Besides,
what purpose does it serve? Indeed, he admitted to having orchestrated the murder back then. Yet this recording alone cannot substantiate anything. One can only hope that the driver possesses tangible evidence capable of dismantling the Sun family. Fu Jinting could only silently pray. Chapter 63. Retribution. The driver, fearing that the Sun family would deny him the 5 million in compensation, had retained evidence. As it turned out, he did not err. Although the Sun family provided the 5 million to his family, he sought his own life in return. This was utterly intolerable. The driver, even at the risk of imprisonment, was determined to drag the Sun family down with him. He approached Fu Jinting. presenting the recording of the assassination plot as well as proof of the unusually transferred 5 million compensation. Upon receiving this evidence, Fu Jinting was overwhelmed with elation. He had never anticipated that someone had preserved the truth from that time. He had endured torment for over a decade due to this matter, and at last, he could exact his vengeance. Fu Jinting, filled with impatience, rushed to the court to file a lawsuit. The court swiftly accepted the case. The Sun family received their just punishment. Meanwhile, Fu Jinting's father finally realized that he should not barter his children's marriages as a matter of favor. Thus, he annulled the engagement banquet between the Sun family and Fu Jinting. At last, Fu Jinting felt a surge of happiness. Soon, he would be free to live unencumbered. However, his fiancée remained resentful. Originally, she could have married a tall, handsome, and wealthy man, but now all her dreams lay shattered, her family was in ruins, and her father had been imprisoned by her own fiancé. Sun Qingqing was deeply dissatisfied. She believed that everything had been ruined by Fu Jinting had he simply married her. The Sun family's business would not have collapsed so swiftly, nor would her father have been incarcerated. She failed to consider the plight of that unfortunate little girl from years ago, convinced of her own innocence, merely seeking to claim a favor. She only wished to marry a wealthy and handsome man. What wrong had she committed? Sun Qingqing harbored a desire to destroy Fu Jinting's blissful existence. If she could not attain such a marvelous man, then neither could any other woman. Alone, clutching a dagger, she sought to render Fu Jinting incapacitated. Believing this would compel him to marry her. Fu Jinting, upon discovering Sun Qingqing's presence, was taken aback. He had not sought her out, yet here she was, the very woman who had deceived him for so many years. Just as he was about to confront her, he saw Sun Qingqing, dagger in hand, lunging toward him. Given his frail condition and lack of defenses against this seemingly weak woman, he was caught off guard and sustained a wound to his arm. Observing that Fu Jinting had merely been injured, Sun Qingqing felt it insufficient. He remained too perfect, and she believed herself unworthy of him. She sought to utterly ruin him. Still wielding the dagger, she attempted to stab him again. Fu Jinting, not being foolish, cried out for help and fled outside. Old Master Fu, already concerned for his youngest son, had arranged for bodyguards. However, as Sun Qingqing frequently visited their home, the guards had let her in. Upon witnessing her attack on their master, they swiftly converged to subdue her. Once Fu Jinting had his wound bandaged, he was filled with confusion. Why had she chosen to berate the kindness of others while using that very kindness to coerce me into marrying her, fully aware that I held no affection for her? Your lack of affection does not concern me. My feelings for you are enough. Together, we are quite splendid, are we not? I deemed that little girl unworthy, even when she performed a good deed, and I, of course, claimed the credit she shunned. Fu Jinting was taken aback to learn that such were her motivations. While she had merely wished to save him, rejecting any gratitude, only to have her life ruined by the girl before him. You vile girl. Do you not understand that your parents fabricated the accident that led to that girl's death? Do you not feel even a sliver of remorse? If you do harbor guilt, why then do you come here seeking to assassinate me? Do you possess no conscience? Why should I feel remorse? She was destined to die. Her demise afforded me the chance to marry you. Regrettably, the truth has now come to light. My company is bankrupt, and my father has been imprisoned. All of this is your doing, and I cannot abide it. Yet, I am drawn to you. Thus I merely wish to render you unrecognizable.
So you may be forever mine.
Mad woman, you are utterly deranged, believing that you can destroy yourself to be with me. You are truly insane.
Fu Jinting,
unwilling to continue conversing with this lunatic, feared her madness might be contagious. While Fu Jinting was being bandaged, the bodyguards had already notified the police, who arrived promptly to escort Sun Qingqing away. She must face the consequences of her actions. Fu Jinting pondered whether, during her time in prison, she would come to realize her wrongdoing against that little girl and feel remorse for herself.
Meanwhile,
Lu Wanwan had consumed all the gossip and learned from Fu Tingshen that Fu Jinting had uncovered the entire truth and imprisoned the Sun family. Lu Wanwan found it curious how, whenever she refrained from revealing the truth to the parties involved, they seemed to possess an innate sense of awareness, resolving all matters while the wrongdoers met their punishments. Was it possible that she possessed some supernatural ability of which she was unaware? Fu Tingshen recognized that Lu Wanwan had played a pivotal role in this outcome. Had it not been for her assistance, his uncle might have remained oblivious, doomed to marry that venomous woman for eternity. Reflecting on this, Fu Tingshen felt a surge of happiness for having such a wife who could foresee the unfolding of events.
Darling, I knew you were the best. Fu Ting Shen passionately kissed Lu Wanwan.
Lu Wanwan often found this man inexplicably perplexing. He would kiss her without hesitation, seeking justification for his actions. Unwilling to be outdone, she responded with a kiss of her own. However, the initiative was quickly reclaimed by Fu Tingshen, leaving Lu Wanwan breathless. All right, let go of me. That's enough. No, I still want more. Just as Fu Tingshen was eager to proceed to the next stage, a work-related phone call interrupted him. He was quite displeased, yet powerless to change the situation. Lu Wanwan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Hurry to work, dear. I'm counting on you to earn lots of money for me. Just you wait. One day, I shall devour you whole. Very well, I shall await that day. Lu Wanwan could not help but speak in jest, unaware that one day she would have to pay for her words. Chapter 64. Guests in the observation room. Lu Wanwan was thoroughly enjoying herself at home. A director extended an invitation to invite Lu Wanwan to participate in a reality dating observation program. Ever since the last experience, Lu Wanwan had developed an aversion to dating shows and had no desire to attend. However, upon hearing the director's explanation that she would not be a guest in the traditional sense, but rather an observer within the observation room, coupled with an enticing offer of 30 million, Lu Wanwan found the proposition rather appealing. It presented an opportunity to observe handsome men and beautiful women in romantic entanglements while enjoying some delicious gossip, all while reaping a handsome financial reward. Thus, she promptly acquiesced, completely disregarding Fu Tingshen's previous counsel. Soon, the recording of the show commenced, showcasing 3 pairs of attractive individuals. There were vibrant university students, sophisticated and charming older men, and youthful, endearing types. Each of these categories was to Lu Wanwan's liking, and she mused about the delight of possessing them all simultaneously. Though she was already a married woman, the gossip system couldn't help but advocate for Fu Tingshen, questioning whether their vice president couldn't easily outshine these 3 contenders. Next, the 3 beautiful women made their entrance, a stunning and mature older sister, a charming girl next door, and a cool, androgynous girl. Each handsome man and beautiful woman introduced their professions. The mature gentleman spoke first. I am currently the chairman of a company, yet my days are filled with loneliness and monotony. I yearn for a confidant who can share my life. As soon as the gentleman Lu Zhuang spoke, he captured the attention of the 3 women. It was evident that a mature and wealthy man was perpetually alluring. The gossip system couldn't resist scoffing. What does he mean by being a chairman? He is merely a spoiled rich kid, here for a bit of fun, and who knows how many affairs he has outside. Next was the university studentess introduction. Hello everyone, I am a student from Shuemu University, studying the most arduous discipline, civil engineering. At this moment, the gossip system interjected. Don't be fooled by his humble introduction. He is actually a hidden magnate, a young master from a wealthy family. However, his family has concealed their wealth, leading him to believe they have been in debt since his childhood. Thus, he has worked hard to study and gain admission to university. Because of this, he remains untainted and without a girlfriend. Whoever manages to capture his heart during his impoverished times will secure an elevated status in the future. Zong Feifei dismissed him, thinking, where did this loser come from? How could he possibly be on this show? I must strive to win over the chairman's affections. Then I shall become the president's wife. She reveled in her thoughts. Finally, the harmless young boy introduced himself. Hello everyone, I currently have no profession. I am an unemployed wanderer who enjoys playing games. If anyone wants to play, feel free to find me. Little did they know, he was not merely a casual gamer, but the national champion from the previous gaming competition. Adored by many, and unknown to those who were unaware of the gaming world. The 3 girls then introduced their professions as well, and the 3 pairs of guests began to familiarize themselves with one another. After the VCR concluded, the host posed a question to the guests in the observation room. Which male guest do you think the 3 female guests will favor the most? Naturally, it was the chairman. He was handsome and wealthy, a type that women invariably favored. If I were younger, I would think the same and choose him too. Do you believe all 3 female guests will select him? Certainly, esteemed colleagues. You must concur with my perspective. Lu Wanwan could not impulsively declare that the mature, domineering man was merely a fraud, and thus had to agree with the majority. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl next door did not choose the mature man but opted for the university student, while the others favored the domineering man. The VCR continued, and all 3 pairs of guests received a task to prepare a dish. Lu Zhuang, being a young master, had never cooked. Dishes were always served to him. He bluntly instructed the girl in his group, "You will handle this task. I shall taste your cooking to determine if you are worthy of being my girlfriend. If it is not to my liking, you may redo it. His tone exuded a sense of male dominance that was quite off-putting. Yet, Zheng Feifei was thrilled. This was her opportunity to shine. She eagerly agreed, very well, I will ensure you are satisfied, and then you can consider me. She cast a condescending glance at the other two pairs, thinking, this is my chance to capture the chairman's heart. Untold riches will be mine. Soon, Zheng Feifei's dish was ready. It smelled delightful and appeared quite appetizing. However, Lu Zhuang, accustomed to gourmet delicacies, had never tasted such home-cooked fare. Unsurprisingly, when he took a bite, he promptly spat it out. Zheng Feifei's expression soured. Was her dish truly that unpalatable? Seeing the other pairs enjoying their meals, she felt a twinge of humiliation. Yet, she reminded herself, if she could win over the chairman, would she ever need to labor over such mundane dishes again? With a beaming smile, she said, is this not to your taste? No worries, I shall cook again. Lu Zhuang, believing this was only proper, replied, yes, do hurry. I am starving. Your dish is simply inedible. Ensure this next one is better. After 3 attempts, Lu Zhuang finally begrudgingly nodded and took a bite. Meanwhile, the university student, having grown up believing his family was poor, was adept at making home-cooked meals, and his dishes were a feast for the senses. Li Jingjing savored her meal. Being the sole one to choose the university student, believing him to be her ideal type, handsome and a skilled cook. Though he currently lacked a profession, she was confident he would achieve great things in the future. Li Jingjing did not care whether the boy was wealthy. After all, he was still young and might be a hidden gem. Lu Firen also found the girl next door appealing, appreciating her purity and charm. She was lively and adorable, and did not mind his current status as a university student with little money. It was hard to believe he had been single for 21 years and had yet to find a girlfriend in college. Despite his good looks, he was financially lacking, causing the girls to overlook him. Thus, he cherished the opportunity to break free from his lifelong single status. Upon hearing the other male contestants' credentials, he felt a pang of inadequacy. They were all successful entrepreneurs, while he was merely an ordinary student. He had anticipated that none of the 3 girls would select him, but was astonished when the girl he liked chose him as well. It was a mutual attraction. Lu Firen secretly rejoiced. Thus, this episode came to a close. The next recording would take place the following Saturday and Sunday, but in the short span of a week, monumental changes would unfold. Luffy Ran, initially struggling to secure an internship during his senior year, found himself beset with concerns. Upon hearing of his plight, his father, with a grand gesture, commanded him to intern at a prestigious Fortune 500 company, although believing his father had connections with influential figures. However, upon arriving at the internship, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Not believing his father must have connections. However, upon arriving at the internship, he soon sensed something amiss. Not only did his colleagues treat him with warmth, instantly, his classmates turned envious, for Luffy, like them, was merely an ordinary student from a second-tier university. Why should he effortlessly earn more than them? Along with social insurance benefits. Instantly, his classmates were envious, for Luffy Ran, like them, was merely an average student from a second-tier university. Why should he? While Luffy reveled in a life of ease. Their discontent led them to submit applications to Luffy's company, but predictably, they received no interview offers. They took to social media, accusing the company of discriminating against second-tier university students, claiming it exclusively hired their peers and rejected candidates of equal. They took to social media to voice their grievances, accusing the company of discrimination against students from second-tier universities, claiming it only hired their own peers. Remarked, if you were the boss's son, you too could have effortlessly secured a position here. It was then revealed that Luffy, an unassuming classmate, was indeed the son of the CEO of a publicly listed company, a fact concealed from him since childhood. Gradually, the boss's son had been concealed in plain sight, unbeknownst even to Luffy Ran himself. As Luffy Ran began receiving numerous notifications, the truth dawned upon him. He was not just an ordinary student, but the son of a CEO. Yet, disbelief lingered. Upon returning home, he discovered that his living conditions remained modest, with insufficient space even for his own bed, forcing him to sleep on the floor. However, the internet proved to be a powerful tool, as netizens swiftly uncovered that Luffy's father owned several villas. Following the addresses, Luffy found his seemingly ordinary father dining lavishly with his mother. Why have you deceived me all these years? Luffy exclaimed, swiftly revealing that Luffy Ran's father owned several villas. Following the addresses, he discovered his seemingly ordinary father dining lavishly with his mother. "Why have you deceived me for so long?" Luffy Ran lamented, feeling betrayed. His father, somewhat sheepish, admitted he had only recently realized his son had uncovered the truth. Yet, as a CEO, his father quickly turned the tables. "I was merely trying to prevent you from becoming one of those wasteful rich kids. Do you see the sacrifices your mother and I make for you? We wear cheap clothes and live in cramped quarters, all to look at those privileged brats who squander their fortunes, while I have nurtured your admirable character." Feeling a reluctant agreement with his perspective, his father continued, "Do not assume that being the boss's son grants you immunity from hard work. Look at those wealthy heirs indulging in excess, while I have raised you with such humility. You should be grateful." Luffy ran, under the weight of his father's words. "The company will only select the most capable individuals for leadership roles. I cannot allow my life's work to be squandered." Taken aback by his father's words, had not anticipated that as the sole heir, such a vast company would not be handed to him without effort. "I will work hard and not disappoint you." Meanwhile, the colleague who had posted in the comments realized the gravity of their error and quickly deleted the remark. He was indeed the sole heir. If he chose to be complacent, it would be quite justified. "All right, Dad, I will work hard and not let you down." Meanwhile, his colleague, realizing the gravity of his earlier comment, hastily deleted his post, but it was too late. The revelation of a privileged heir. Why have I been kept in the dark for so long? My good fortune is finally arriving. Conversely, others found that their fathers were not wealthy. Yet they remained entertained by the spectacle. Chapter 66, Disappointment. Luffy felt that his life had not changed significantly. The girls who had, and even his indifferent roommates sought to curry favor, hoping he would recommend them for positions at his company. Chapter 66, Disappointment. Luffy Ran felt little had changed in his life. The girls who had previously dismissed him were now flocking to him, and former indifferent roommates were now eager to ingratiate themselves, hoping to gain entry into their company. Luffy Ran experienced a sensation he had never known in his 22 years. He resolutely rejected all the advances from those who had previously ignored him. The girls, dismissive, scoffed. "So what if you became a rich heir? It's nothing remarkable. How dare you reject me when I am willing to date you? Have you even looked in the mirror?" Yet Luffy always remembered the one girl from the show.
What is so remarkable about that?
I would lower myself to be his girlfriend, and he dares to reject me without considering his own worth. As household chores were a significant part of his upbringing. Having performed countless domestic tasks throughout his life, he handled them with ease. However, who had never done such chores, found himself tasked with mopping the floor, leaving it drenched and nearly causing the female guests to slip. Despite this, Zhang Feifei begrudgingly praised him. "Wow, you mopped the floor so well. It's spotless. You will surely be a great man son," questioning whether such mediocrity warranted praise, insisting that one should not lavish compliments simply because someone was a CEO. "He is just my brother, Luffy Ran, and he did well. You'll surely make a good husband one day." Li Jingjing rolled her eyes at the praise, thinking it absurd to commend someone simply for being the CEO's son. Seamlessly entering a relationship. Meanwhile, although Lu Zhuang was not particularly fond of Zhang Feifei, he appreciated they also became a couple. The final pair, however, found themselves without a romantic connection and remained single. After the conclusion of the show, Zhang Feifei noticed that Lu Zhuang had become distant. Yet, believing that a CEO's demeanor was typically aloof, she persistently pursued him, while Lu Zhuang thought to himself, "Since she has come to me, how could I resist?" Consequently, he indulged in Zhang Feifei wholeheartedly. Zhang Feifei initially believed, "How could I not take advantage of the situation?" Thus, he engaged with Zhang Feifei wholeheartedly. Zhang Feifei initially believed that after this incident, he found her to be insipid and lacking the fervor he yearned for, having long been deprived of passion. Thus, he sought refuge in a hotel. He found her to be insipid and lacking the fervor he yearned for, having long been deprived of passion. Thus, he sought refuge in a hotel, intending to liberate himself. Entering the hotel with an alluring woman of exquisite figure, anger surged within her, and she contemplated confronting the pair. Yet she reminded herself that Lu Zhuang was a CEO. Entering the hotel with an alluring woman of exquisite figure, anger surged within her, and she contemplated confronting the pair. Yet she reminded herself that Lu Zhuang was a CEO. Upon Lu Zhuang's exit, he was greeted by Zheng Feifei's astonished expression. He had no intention of concealing anything from her. Their relationship. Upon Lu Zhuang's exit, he was greeted by Zheng Feifei's astonished expression. He had no intention of concealing anything from her. Their relationship had merely been a fleeting dalliance. Dismissing her claims, stating, "What girlfriend? You are merely a woman who values my wealth and sought to attach yourself to me, free of charge. I played with you. And you genuinely believed we were in a relationship? Did you think I would marry you? Such delusions." Zheng Feifei's face turned a myriad of colors as she grappled with the humiliation of having her intention. "I will not relent. I have been wronged, and you owe me compensation. Otherwise, I shall post the photos I just took online and see how your company's stock fares." Lu Zhuang chuckled. This was merely another instance. He gazed at her, bemusement evident. "Do you truly believe I am a CEO of a public company? This was merely another instance." He gazed at her, bemusement evident. "Do you truly believe I am a CEO of a public company? That notion is laughable. Do you think a man of my stature would deign to look at someone like you?" Though he refrained from voicing his full thoughts. "If I were such a figure, countless women would flock to me," he mused. Zheng Feifei felt utterly devastated. The potential she. "If I were such a figure, countless women would flock to me," he mused. Zheng Feifei felt utterly devastated. The potential she had envisioned had vanished. This was all a deception, and her cherished purity lay in ruins. "You deceiver. You have shattered my innocence. If you were not a CEO, why pretend? Yet you insisted on clinging to me. Ultimately, you were just a plaything, free of charge." Zheng Feifei felt a wave of despair wash over. She realized she should not have valued material wealth over character. After delivering his parting words, Lu Zhuang departed, no longer wishing to behold, seeking instead the freshness of the outdoors. Back at home, Zheng Feifei's thoughts spiraled with frustration. She fortuitously discovered that Lu Firen was actually the seeking instead the freshness of the outdoors. Back at home, Zheng Feifei's thoughts spiraled with frustration. She fortuitously discovered that Lu Firen was actually the scion of a conglomerate. She would have chosen Lu Firen over that useless man, a mere shell of a CEO, incapable of anything but deceiving women. She would have chosen Lu Firen over that useless man, a mere shell of a CEO, incapable of anything but deceiving women. Convinced that her beauty would easily ensnare a naive boy. Thus, her confidence reignited. Chapter 67. You are truly hungry. Convinced that her beauty would easily ensnare a naive boy. Thus, her confidence reignited. Chapter 67. You are truly hungry. However, Zheng Feifei could never have anticipated the barriers separating her from Lu Firen. She sought to find him, yet was thwarted by security at the company. Even at the university, Lu Firen quickly acclimated to his affluent identity, enjoying life with his girlfriend daily. After the show concluded, Lu Wanwan received her remuneration. Lu Firen quickly acclimated to his affluent identity, enjoying life with his girlfriend daily. After the show concluded, Lu Wanwan received her remuneration of 30 million. A long-lost friend, Hu Tingting, invited her to a nightclub. Lu Wanwan saw no reason to decline. It was time for relaxation after such prolonged toil. Upon arrival, she understood why men flocked to such venues. Rows of male models, physiques rivaling fitness trainers and looks akin to top-tier celebrities, sat eagerly awaiting attention. Who could resist such a sight? Lu Wanwan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hu Tingting remarked, "Sister Wanwan, you have no idea what more fun awaits." Lu Wanwan was cognizant of her marital status. A mere visual indulgence sufficed, for there was a jealous husband awaiting her at home. Just then, Lu Wanwan was cognizant of her marital status. A mere visual indulgence sufficed, for there was a jealous husband awaiting her at home. Just then, Fu Tingshan learned that his wife had been led to a nightclub by Hu Tingting and was filled with rage. Abandoning his work, he hurried to the venue. Upon witnessing the scantily clad male models, his expression darkened. "Has your husband not satisfied you enough? You seek out male models? You have yet to satisfy me. I can see one person is enough. When we return home, you may do as you wish. Now, come with me." Hu Tingting was utterly flabbergasted, having never imagined that Fu Tingshan was Lu Wanwan's husband. She had assumed Lu Wanwan was single. Hu Tingting was utterly flabbergasted, having never imagined that Fu Tingshan was Lu Wanwan's husband. She had assumed Lu Wanwan was single and merely sought to broaden her horizons. Hu Tingting sent a desperate signal to Lu Wanwan, but Lu Wanwan was too preoccupied with her own predicament to assist. At that moment, the gossip system excitedly signaled, "There's juicy news in the restroom. Hurry." Lu Wanwan proceeded to the restroom, where she overheard breathy sounds, reminiscent of an intimate encounter. "There's juicy news in the restroom. Hurry." Lu Wanwan proceeded to the restroom, where she overheard breathy sounds, reminiscent of an intimate encounter. "Could this be the scandal I've been waiting for?" she mused. Thankfully, the couple had enough decency to refrain from indulging in such acts within the restroom. These two were the most sought-after celebrities and their manager. If this revelation were to surface, it could easily fetch a hefty sum. Lu Wanwan recognized the dashing young man as Hu Tingting's boyfriend, whom she had dined with previously. It could be said that nearly half of the top celebrities were elevated by Hu Tingting's financial prowess. What a fool this man is. It could be said that nearly half of the top celebrities were elevated by Hu Tingting's financial prowess. What a fool this man is. To have such a wealthy and beautiful partner, and yet squander it on an affair with his manager. Truly, he is blind to his fortune. LW could no longer bear the cacophony of the two shameless lovers. Just as she was about to step outside, she unexpectedly collided with her agent. Goodness. You fail to comprehend that such women can provide immense emotional value, igniting a man's protective instincts. Upon exiting, You fail to comprehend that such women can provide immense emotional value, igniting a man's protective instincts. Upon exiting, LW and encountered a contrite Hu Tingting, who lamented, "Oh, W and why didn't you inform me? Your husband referred to himself as Mr. If he dares to blame me, I shall kick him out. Do not fear. Your sister W and will protect you." Unbeknownst to her. If he dares to blame me, I shall kick him out. Do not fear. Your sister W and will protect you. Unbeknownst to her. LW and deliberated how to convey her predicament to Hu Tingting. If she chose not to share, the turmoil within her would. Her sister had indeed suffered greatly. After painstakingly promoting a budding star, he had betrayed her, turning to a woman decades his senior. Her sister had indeed suffered greatly. After painstakingly promoting a budding star, he had betrayed her, turning to a woman decades his senior. Hu Tingting was aghast upon realizing that her beloved sister had been deceived. With this in mind, LW and finally spoke. "You should advise your sister to exercise caution. That top star is not someone I deem trustworthy." Hu Tingting nodded vigorously, intending to warn her sister and urge her to sever ties with the young man. However, upon relaying the message, Hu and I dismissed it entirely, unable to fathom that her boyfriend would ever cheat. "Are you envious of my handsome boyfriend? I refuse to believe that my friend. How could that even be conceivable? I trust that my looks alone would prevent him from seeking someone else." Hu Tingting rolled her eyes. "How could that even be conceivable? I trust that my looks alone would prevent him from seeking someone else." Hu Tingting rolled her eyes. "I've told you the truth. If you refuse to believe it, so be it. But for your own sake, do keep your wits about you and don't squander everything on him, lest you find yourself with nothing in the end. Do keep your wits about you and don't squander everything on him, lest you find yourself with nothing in the end. Mind your own business." Hu Tingting was taken aback, astonished by her sister's misinterpretation, yet felt powerless to change her mind. Meanwhile, LW Hu Tingting was taken aback, astonished by her sister's misinterpretation, yet felt powerless to change her mind. Meanwhile, LW and returned home. "Am I not enough as your wife? Is my figure inferior to those models? Is my beauty not on par with theirs? Following this. Am I not enough as your wife? Is my figure inferior to those models? Is my beauty not on par with theirs? Following this. FTNGSH and deepen the kiss. Of course not. It's merely that after gazing at the same face daily, one might yearn for a change of flavor." LW and found herself reciprocating, and they tumbled onto the bed. With all preparations in place, they could finally indulge freely in one another. However, LW and found herself reciprocating, and they tumbled onto the bed. With all preparations in place, they could finally indulge freely in one another. However, she confirmed that her menstrual cycle had arrived. "Oh, how unfortunate. I've started my period," she lamented. She could have experienced her partner's prowess much sooner. Although FTNGSHN felt similarly disappointed, He took the initiative to rise and prepare a cup of warm brown sugar water for her, gently massaging her slightly aching abdomen. Sipping the warm beverage. He took the initiative to rise and prepare a cup of warm brown sugar water for her, gently massaging her slightly aching abdomen. Sipping the warm beverage. Anne and I opened her phone to discover that the top star was entangled with his agent. How could he stoop to such depths? The sight of them kissing in the restroom, eager to engage in intimate acts, sent Anne and I into a fury. Her boyfriend was genuinely involved with that older woman, validating her sister's earlier warnings. In a fit of impulsiveness, she stormed to the home she had bought for her boyfriend, only to find the two shameless lovers entangled in bed, oblivious to her presence. She stormed to the home she had bought for her boyfriend, only to find the two shameless lovers entangled in bed, oblivious to her presence. WRN, her boyfriend. You despicable man, consuming my resources is one thing, but bringing that harlot into our house is unforgivable. From now on, you can forget about any I look forward to watching you plummet from your peak. WRN, panicked, attempted to explain, I was drunk yesterday, too exhausted to go home. And stayed here with my agent. We absolutely did not engage in anything. I swear it was merely sharing a bed.
Ha.
Do you think I would be so easily deceived? You both share a bed, and what more is there to discuss? Just look at the trending searches on your phone. Do you think I would be so easily deceived? You both share a bed, and what more is there to discuss? Just look at the trending searches on your phone. You seemed quite pleased kissing in the restroom yesterday. You're both so unattractive. It's beyond comprehension how you manage to endure one another. The emotional value I provide far surpasses anything you could offer. You treat him like a dog, while the emotional value I provide far surpasses anything you could offer. You treat him like a dog, while I am able to fulfill all his needs. Is that so? Then go ahead and spend your life with that decrepit woman. But was halted by a firm grip. You shall not walk away. I love you most dearly. That woman means nothing to me. Let us talk it over. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. It was simply a moment of foolishness. Do you truly believe I would still desire you after this? I could easily elevate another star to replace you. It wouldn't take long at all. You are merely one of the many I've supported. In a swift turn of events, Huan and I promptly withdrew all support from him. Soon enough, netizens In a swift turn of events, Huan and I promptly withdrew all support from him. Soon enough, netizens began to notice discrepancies. They uncovered that the once prominent star had previously dated the illustrious Hu family's eldest daughter. If I had such a stunning and wealthy girlfriend, I would cherish her as a treasure, fearing she might slip away. What was it that he found dissatisfactory? How could he choose to be with a woman decades older? In no time, WRN found himself the subject of ridicule online, as is one. How could he choose to be with a woman decades older? In no time, WRN found himself the subject of ridicule online, as his once stellar reputation crumbled, leaving him devoid of opportunities. Major brands began to terminate contracts, and the hefty penalty fees weighed heavily upon him. WRN was left with no options. Reluctantly, yet consider the kindness I have bestowed upon you in the past. Each day, I would present you with a breakfast of love. And I listened intently to all your words. I even envisioned our future, pondering how many children we would raise and the life. How has it come to this? My beloved, would you not reconsider reconciling with me? I am aware that the prospect of our reunion seems insurmountable. Having already stumbled once into this pit, would you wish for me to fall again? My mind is not a void, nor am I like my sister, perpetually shrouded in ignorance. This time, Hornini approached Huotini with sincerity, someone she had previously held in perpetually shrouded in ignorance. This time, Hornini approached Huotini with sincerity, someone she had previously held in disdain. However, following recent events, her perception had shifted. Thanks to you. If only someone had shaken me from this infatuation sooner. Now you finally recognize my worth. I recall how you dismissed my previous warnings. Hornini then produced a black card. Enough of this. I know you have an affinity for exquisite bridal jewelry. Feel free to procure whatever your heart desires. Huotini reflected that she owed this stroke of fortune to Lu Wanwan. Otherwise, she too would have remained in ignorance and would not have received such splendid gifts. She summoned Lu Wanwan, and together they indulged in a joyous shopping spree. Learning that she had salvaged yet another infatuated soul, Lu Wanwan felt a profound sense. Chapter 69. The Loss of the Cash Cow? Yet another scandal unfolds. Host, prepare for more gossip. Chapter 69. The Loss of the Cash Cow? Yet another scandal unfolds. Host, prepare for more gossip. Su Rulin revels in her triumph. The idol under her management has successfully wooed Su Xingchen from Lu Wanwan's company. Su Rulin revels in her triumph. The idol under her management has successfully wooed Su Xingchen from Lu Wanwan's company. She has already envisioned her ascent to the pinnacle of success, planning to secure 8 variety show appearances for him daily, thereby reaping profits. As for Lu Wanwan, she had yet to confront the instigator of this upheaval when Su Xingchen approached her directly. I deeply regret this, but I can no longer work for the company. Please allow me to leave. I am willing to pay the breach of contract fee. Lu Wanwan perceived his audacity. He had never considered the possibility of departing. Thus the penalty for breach was minimal. How foolish of me to have invested so much in you, only for you to betray my trust. I facilitated your rise to prominence, and now my adversary is poised to reap the rewards. Su Xingchen, feeling indignant, argued that while it was indeed Lu Wanwan who recognized his talent and lifted him from obscurity, it was his own skill that endeared him to the audience and facilitated his rapid ascent in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he had turned down numerous tempting offers in the past. Now, he was merely pursuing love with a different company. What was wrong with that? Lu Wanwan yearned to dissuade him from leaving, but it was evident his mind was set. I know the reason behind your departure. Astonished that his boss had discerned this truth, a detail he had never shared with anyone. Do not be surprised at my insight. Your boyfriend is not a virtuous individual. Just moments ago, the gossip system had revealed a shocking tidbit. Su Xingchen had been betrayed. Your boyfriend is not a virtuous individual. Just moments ago, the gossip system had revealed a shocking tidbit. Su Xingchen had been betrayed, and by a man no less. And I appreciate your concern. Even if he is not a good person, my feelings for him are sufficient. Observing her cash cow remain unwavering in his infatuation, Lu Wanwan could only shake her head. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. I will not regret it, Su Xingchen asserted with unwavering conviction. Lu Wanwan could only shake her head. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. I will not regret it, Su Xingchen asserted with unwavering conviction. From a young age, Su Xingchen had been raised in a tumultuous household, with an alcoholic father and a mother who abandoned him early on. Thus, when Wang Fei, who shared a similar plight, proposed they join a new company together, he accepted without hesitation. Brother, you have finally arrived. Let us sign the contract. What does it matter? As long as I am with you, that is enough. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei leaned affectionately. Whatever you say goes. Then let us proceed with the signing. From now on, I will stand by you, and you need not fear being bullied again. Su Rulin watched Su Xingchen with delight. The cash cow she had once longed for was now willing to compromise his worth for a B-level contract with her company. Let us proceed as Wang Fei suggests. Hurry and sign. Naively, Su Xingchen remained oblivious to the numerous pitfalls concealed within the contract. Let us proceed as Wang Fei suggests. Hurry and sign. Naively, Su Xingchen remained oblivious to the numerous pitfalls concealed within the contract, such as the stipulation requiring him to partake in a variety show each week. These engagements would do little to enhance his acting skills. Su Xingchen was unaware of all these intricacies and happily inscribed his name, leaving the company with his boyfriend. Brother, let us enjoy hot pot together. Thanks to my signing. Su Xingchen was unaware of all these intricacies and happily inscribed his name, leaving the company with his boyfriend. Brother, let us enjoy hot pot together. Thanks to my signing. Fear not, with me by your side. What is there to worry about? If it makes sense, I could join 10 variety shows in a day. Fear not, with me by your side. What is there to worry about? If it makes sense, I could join 10 variety shows in a day. From now on, he would become her cash cow, not Lu Wanwan's. Unbeknownst to Lu Wanwan, she was eager to broadcast this news far and wide. Without delay, Su Rulin had Su Xingchen announce that he had severed ties with his previous company to sign with hers. Instantly, online discussions erupted. Some of Su Xingchen's fans. Su Rulin had Su Xingchen announce that he had severed ties with his previous company to sign with hers.
Instant-ly, online discussion erupted.
Some of Su Xingchen's fans, not comprehending the situation, speculated that he had been mistreated by his former company, prompting his swift departure and subsequent signing with this new one. As a result, a wave of vitriol flooded Lu Wanwan's company's official accounts. In an instant, they lost countless followers, with many joining in the chorus of condemnation. Throughout this turmoil, yet he allowed this to transpire within her company, despite the fact that they had treated him exceptionally well, elevating him to the status of a treasured asset. Though Su Xingchen was aware of the unfolding drama, he chose to remain silent, enraptured by the sweetness of his boyfriend's affection. He naively believed that the previous company was merely a fleeting chapter in his life, one that had offered him a modicum of kindness, and that he would thrive independently without them. Exhausted from the emotional toll of his relationship, Su Xingchen fell asleep, and that he would thrive independently without them. Exhausted from the emotional toll of his relationship, Su Xingchen fell asleep. However, his boyfriend Wang Fei was still wide awake. He contemplated how his young partner seemed inadequate, failing to provide the joy he had once anticipated. Thankfully, he still had other boyfriends and girlfriends to satisfy his diverse needs. In Chapter 70, titled Kanji, Su Xingchen was deeply asleep, utterly oblivious to the events that had unfolded. The following day, at 6 a.m. In Chapter 70, titled Kanji, Su Xingchen was deeply asleep, utterly oblivious to the events that had unfolded. The following day, at 6 a.m. He was unaware of the reasons behind it. "What's the matter, Fei Fei?" he inquired. "We're set to depart for a variety show." Upon arriving at the venue, he was unaware of the reasons behind it. "What's the matter, Fei Fei?" he inquired. "We're set to depart for a variety show." Upon arriving at the venue, Su Xingchen found the surroundings quite rudimentary. He had not participated in such a simplistic program for a long time. "Do you consider a girl weighing 80 kg to be overweight? Then what is your ideal type?" Su Xingchen found himself at a loss for words. "Do you consider a girl weighing 80 kg to be overweight? Then what is your ideal type?" Su Xingchen found himself at a loss for words. He understood that any response could irreparably tarnish his image. Yet he felt compelled to answer. Typically, in Wanwan's agency, his manager would never permit him to partake in such lackluster variety shows, nor would any host dare to corner him in such a manner. Once the show finally concluded, they rushed off to the next one without pause. Su Xingchen, exhausted and speechless, felt his usually buoyant spirits vanish. When faced with fans at the airport, he appeared impatient, leaving many of them disheartened. Upon the airing of the show, he was mercilessly ridiculed by rival artists. Is this what it's come to for first-tier stars? Answering such banal questions shows a shocking lack of standards. How dare he comment on a girl's weight? Answering such banal questions shows a shocking lack of standards. How dare he comment on a girl's weight? What right does he have to judge whether a girl is heavy or not? In an instant, Su Xingchen was bombarded with criticism. Seeing the disparaging comments about him on social media left Su Xingchen despondent. "Oh, don't worry, brother. Those people are simply envious of you." Seeing the disparaging comments about him on social media left Su Xingchen despondent. "Oh, don't worry, brother. Those people are simply envious of you. You should ignore their assessments. How about we participate in a variety show together? We could be together all the time, and I think that would be the happiest thing, brother." "You're right." Su Rulin was oblivious to his torment, counting money until her hands cramped. The director had not anticipated that such a meager sum could attract a top-tier celebrity. Su Rulin was oblivious to his torment, counting money until her hands cramped. The director had not anticipated that such a meager sum could attract a top-tier celebrity. When he sought to take a leave of absence, he discovered that the agency categorically refused his request. When he sought to take a leave of absence, he discovered that the agency categorically refused his request, informing him that his pay would be entirely forfeited if he did so. It was then that he comprehended the exploitative nature of the contract he had signed. "We have been deceived, Fei Fei. The treatment from this company is abysmal. We've invested so many days of work for hardly any compensation. It's just a mild fever. It's not a major issue. For our future, we must strive harder." Upon hearing Fei Fei, Su Xingchen found a semblance of reason. For the sake of his future and their shared aspirations, he resolved to persevere. However, Su Xingchen found a semblance of reason. For the sake of his future and their shared aspirations, he resolved to persevere. However, the moment Su Xingchen departed, "He takes you to variety shows and acts as your contract stand-in. When will you introduce such a remarkable boyfriend to me?" "He takes you to variety shows and acts as your contract stand-in. When will you introduce such a remarkable boyfriend to me?" "Oh, it's just a game. You all have no idea how naive he is. He does everything I ask him to." "What future are we talking about?" "I'm merely stringing You all have no idea how naive he is. He does everything I ask him to. What future are we talking about? I'm merely stringing him along. If only I could encounter such a simpleton as you have. Unfortunately, everyone I meet is far more calculating and cannot be easily deceived like Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen continued to record, ultimately collapsing on set and being rushed to the hospital. In no time, he became the center of attention on social media. Top-tier star hospitalized after participating in an obscure variety show. Top-tier star resorts to desperate measures for money, participating in a morally bankrupt variety show. Top-tier star hospitalized after participating in an obscure variety show. Top-tier star resorts to desperate measures for money, participating in a morally bankrupt variety show, feigning illness to elicit sympathy. Upon seeing the trending news, Su Xingchen felt an overwhelming surge of anger. In previous instances, Wanwan's agency would have swiftly managed such PR crises. Upon seeing the trending news, Su Xingchen felt an overwhelming surge of anger. In previous instances, Wanwan's agency would have swiftly managed such PR crises. Su Rulin, however, showed no concern and allowed the situation to spiral further out of control. Meanwhile, Wang Fei was preoccupied with her boyfriend, entirely indifferent to Su Xingchen's plight. When Wang Fei finally arrived at the hospital, she was met with an exceedingly grim expression. "Oh, brother, I truly regretted not being able to assist you in time. You must try a spoonful." In truth, the congee was takeout, costing merely 10 yuan per serving, and with a discount coupon it was under 5 yuan. Su Xingchen quickly forgave her, surprised that she had taken the time to prepare congee for him. In his childhood, he had never experienced such. He would merely drink a bowl of hot water. The last time, when his mother had prepared hot water for him, it left him with indelible scars. He would merely drink a bowl of hot water. The last time, when his mother had prepared hot water for him, it left him with indelible scars. "What would I do without you? For you, I am willing to endure. For our future, I will persist." With that, he devoured half a bowl of congee. "What would I do without you? For you, I am willing to endure. For our future, I will persist." With that, he devoured half a bowl of congee. Wang Fei had expected to devise some grand gesture to earn his forgiveness, but instead, a simple bowl of congee sufficed. Realizing that this lucrative opportunity could be exploited to her advantage. In Chapter 71, titled Being Photographed, the following week ushered in a series of trials for Su Xingchen. Realizing that this lucrative opportunity could be exploited to her advantage. In Chapter 71, titled Being Photographed, the following week ushered in a series of trials for Su Xingchen. And he had no time to manage Wang Fei, who took advantage of the situation to cultivate new romantic interests. However, Su Xingchen gradually sensed something amiss with his health. And he had no time to manage Wang Fei, who took advantage of the situation to cultivate new romantic interests. However, Su Xingchen gradually sensed something amiss with his health. Su Rulin regarded him as a cash cow, eager for him to labor tirelessly for her benefit. Moreover, the contracts were signed and the payments received. Su Rulin regarded him as a cash cow, eager for him to labor tirelessly for her benefit. Moreover, the contracts were signed and the payments received. There was no chance for him to withdraw. Su Xingchen couldn't help but reminisce about his time at Wanwan's agency, where no one pressured him to participate in variety shows. He could select the films he wished to act in, meet the people he desired, and earn clean money, unlike now, where he was overworked and underpaid. Su Xingchen sought out Wanwan. "Wanwan, I regret my decision. Will you help me pay the penalty for breach of contract? And I wish for him to join me at your company." Wanwan was taken aback by his unexpected approach. How audacious could he be? His reputation. "And I wish for him to join me at your company." Wanwan was taken aback by his unexpected approach. How audacious could he be? His reputation. So how could she possibly consider allowing him back? "Ha! When I attempted to persuade you to stay." So how could she possibly consider allowing him back? "Ha! When I attempted to persuade you to stay." I shall be frank, your boyfriend is not exclusive to you. He has countless romantic entanglements.
What? How?
I shall be frank, your boyfriend is not exclusive to you. He has countless romantic entanglements.
What? How can that be?
You must be lying. Wanwan had anticipated his stubbornness. She had refrained from mentioning it previously for fear he would blame her. If you choose not to believe me, then so be it. Wanwan had anticipated his stubbornness. She had refrained from mentioning it previously for fear he would blame her. If you choose not to believe me, then so be it. I advise you to be cautious and avoid being tainted. You and your boyfriend are truly mismatched. Su Xingchen dismissed Lu Wanwan's words. I advise you to be cautious and avoid being tainted. You and your boyfriend are truly mismatched. Su Xingchen dismissed Lu Wanwan's words. Having just returned from a hospital visit where he received a clean bill of health. Yet he overlooked the fact that he had visited a psychiatric department, not an infectious disease unit, so nothing could have been conclusively determined. Stop slandering my boyfriend. I am profoundly disappointed in you, boss. He did not think much of it, assuming his boyfriend was simply too warm and had removed his clothing. Why are you back so early? Were you supposed to attend a variety show? What variety show? I am at my wit's end. Do you not care about my well-being at all? Always pushing me to participate in some show. I went to see my former boss today. Always pushing me to participate in some show. I went to see my former boss today, only to have him not only malign you but also refuse to let me return to the company, despite being such a hot commodity. Wang Fei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic, but the trust embedded in Su Xingchen's words calmed him. How could I betray you? You are more than enough for me. Please don't believe that wicked woman. Only I have your best interests at heart. You must trust me. Su Xingchen sensed something amiss in Wang Fei's words, but chose to overlook it. Indeed, I have only you. I wish to be together forever. Once Su Xingchen left, he immediately received a call from his boss. What is going on with your boyfriend? He was at the hospital today. Fortunately, he was only examined for hallucinations. You need not worry. As for that 1 million, please transfer it to me promptly. I've invested considerable effort to keep him content. You need not worry. As for that 1 million, please transfer it to me promptly. I've invested considerable effort to keep him content. I haven't pursued anyone else for days. Oh, it's merely 1 million? That cash cow has profited me immensely. I will send it to you shortly. But you must ensure he appears on the show tomorrow, otherwise I will incur substantial losses. Once he participates, I will transfer an additional 50,000 to you. All right. The boss insists you must attend. Otherwise, we risk losing our salaries. Can you bear to see me on the streets? Please go to that show tomorrow. Afterward, I will immediately request your leave from the boss. He will surely agree, seeing how hard you've worked. Wang Fei thought to himself, the boss would never consent. I will immediately request your leave from the boss. He will surely agree, seeing how hard you've worked. Wang Fei thought to himself, the boss would never consent. The future was but an abstract concept, yet allowing this one time could lead to immediate respite. Fine. Su Xingchen acquiesced once more. The following day, Su Xingchen attended the variety show, and Wang Fei, elated, reveled in his newfound fortune. Amidst the indulgence, he was quickly recognized and his antics. A third-tier idol was seen frolicking in revelry, seemingly close to a female companion. Meanwhile, Su Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of Wang Fei's escapades. A third-tier idol was seen frolicking in revelry, seemingly close to a female companion. Meanwhile, Su Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of Wang Fei's escapades. The host received instructions from the director. What do you have to say about your teammate Wang Fei being spotted in close proximity to a female? The host received instructions from the director. What do you have to say about your teammate Wang Fei being spotted in close proximity to a female? The host quickly sensed the shift. Is there something amiss? Shouldn't you congratulate your teammate on his romantic endeavors? I was simply surprised for a moment. Su Xingchen regained his composure. However, upon leaving the show, he immediately opened his phone to see the trending photos, his eyes burning with anger. Su Xingchen regained his composure. However, upon leaving the show, he immediately opened his phone to see the trending photos, his eyes burning with anger. He rushed home to confront Wang Fei. What is the meaning of those photos online? Have you truly been dating behind my back? Wang Fei, in a state of panic, had not anticipated being photographed during a casual outing. Yet he quickly regained his composure. How could I possibly date anyone else? My heart belongs solely to you, brother. I only wish to be with you forever. That supposed girlfriend is merely a ruse to prevent any rumors from surfacing. Our company concocted the story and leaked it online. You needn't worry. Is that so? I see. I thought you truly had a girlfriend. I am relieved. But should you dare to betray me, I will always want to be with you. I could never entertain another relationship. Wang Fei was astonished by how easily I will always want to be with you. I could never entertain another relationship. Wang Fei was astonished by how easily Su Xingchen was appeased. Demonstrated her adeptness in cultivating idols, swiftly nurturing new talent capable of generating profit, ensuring balanced development. The company's losses and the newly negotiated breach of contract penalties were considerably higher, making it less likely for anyone to abscond without weighing the consequences. During this time, Su Rulin was thriving, and the newly negotiated breach of contract penalties were considerably higher, making it less likely for anyone to abscond without weighing the consequences. During this time, Su Rulin was thriving, having profited significantly from Su Xingchen. The funds she accumulated could further elevate the Su family's company. Su Xingchen, in turn, was quite content. Your company's most profitable asset, Su Xingchen, has voluntarily come to us, bringing considerable benefits to our firm. Surely you are aware of this? He has become quite obedient. Your company's most profitable asset, Su Xingchen, has voluntarily come to us, bringing considerable benefits to our firm. Surely you are aware of this? He has become quite obedient, participating in numerous variety shows. During his time at your company, he wasn't this compliant, often being picky and choosy. Now, at my company, he simply adheres to my requests without question. Wanwan found herself momentarily speechless. Is this really something to boast about? Congratulations indeed, but if he is thriving so well, why did he come to me last time, pleading to return to my company? That ungrateful person. Despite my kindness and the plethora of resources and opportunities one provided him, wondering if that was truly what a person should do. Working every day is unbearable for anyone. He must surely yearn to return. Nonetheless, wondering if that was truly what a person should do. Working every day is unbearable for anyone. He must surely yearn to return. Nonetheless, credit to you for not allowing him back into your company. Do you know how substantial the penalty for breach of contract I imposed on him is? Su Rulin, believing this was a sign of Lu Wanwan finally conceding, felt a sense of triumph. After all, they were merely she would bring their company to ruin and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. Meanwhile, Wang Fei, having learned nothing from previous lessons, continued his reckless way, indulging in a wild gathering of both men and women in a room for illicit activities. The police had already set their sights on Wang Fei and his entourage, swiftly apprehending them. This scene was fortuitously captured by paparazzi, flooding social media with photos of a late-night scandal involving numerous individuals. Was this a sign of moral decay or a loss of humanity? Due to the lack of concrete evidence. Was this a sign of moral decay or a loss of humanity? Due to the lack of concrete evidence, the police could only take Wang Fei in for questioning before reluctantly releasing him. Su Xingchen, finally sensing something amiss, was taken aback when Su Xingchen quickly anticipated his thoughts. Oh dear brother, how could you ever doubt me? I truly have no connection with those two. They merely invited me out for a card game late at night, and I thought it would be thrilling to join. I had no idea they intended anything untoward. Look. The police released me, which proves I was innocent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me go. Su Xingchen found his explanation surprisingly convincing. The police released me, which proves I was innocent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me go. Su Xingchen found his explanation surprisingly convincing. Yet an unsettling doubt lingered in his mind. Seeing Su Xingchen's skepticism, Wang Fei concocted another flawless excuse. Furthermore, if I were so brazen, I am your closest confidant. We've shared so much together. You should never doubt me. I have no one but you. I am your closest confidant. We've shared so much together. You should never doubt me. I have no one but you, brother, and with my reputation tarnished. You are my sole support. That is why the boss has introduced me to several variety shows. Brother, I am currently out of money. If she doesn't approve, we will have no food to eat. Wang Fei shamelessly escalated his demands. Su Xingchen felt overwhelmed. Participating in variety shows had already pushed him to his limits, and now he had no respite, forced to endure a relentless cycle of entertainment. It felt as though encountering Wang Fei was not the salvation he had envisioned, but rather a descent into an abyss from which he could not escape. It felt as though encountering Wang Fei was not the salvation he had envisioned, but rather a descent into an abyss from which he could not escape. The more Su Xingchen pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. Recalling Lu Wanwan's previous advice, the more Su Xingchen pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. Recalling Lu Wanwan's previous advice, he had indeed contracted that disease, and the doctor's somber demeanor confirmed that his condition was untreatable. This revelation suggested that his boyfriend he had indeed contracted that disease, and the doctor's somber demeanor confirmed that his condition was untreatable. This revelation suggested that his boyfriend had been deceiving him all along. He felt as though his entire life had been ruined by him. This time, he did not wait for Wang Fei to contact him but instead followed him. Sure enough, the thought of his boyfriend engaging in such debauchery made Su Xingchen feel nauseous. He dreaded confronting the scene inside, but he rushed in, only to witness a scene of utter debauchery. Wang Fei, startled to see Su Xingchen, had never anticipated that his boyfriend would follow him and uncover everything. He decided to act first. How could you follow me? Do you not trust me? I merely invited them to discuss a few matters. He decided to act first. How could you follow me? Do you not trust me? I merely invited them to discuss a few matters. Do you take me for a fool? It seems the rumors online hold some truth. You are secretly dating those individuals. Wang Fei clung to Su Xingchen's legs, pleading, Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, and I will. Wang Fei clung to Su Xingchen's legs, pleading, Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, and I will wholeheartedly be with you from now on. How laughable. There can never be a future for us. You have disappointed me beyond measure. I went to the hospital, and you have infected me with that disease. You have ruined my future. I should never have met you. You have destroyed my life. Oh, you think you are something special? My meeting you was all premeditated. Unfortunately. And the exorbitant penalty for breach is one no one will help you pay. Wang Fei finally revealed his true nature. Su Xingchen felt utterly shattered. And the exorbitant penalty for breach is one no one will help you pay. Wang Fei finally revealed his true nature. Su Xingchen felt utterly shattered. Was that also a lie? It was merely $5 takeout kanji. You are easily swayed by such trivial gestures. I never anticipated. Was that also a lie? It was merely $5 takeout kanji. You are easily swayed by such trivial gestures. I never anticipated you would be so gullible. With just a flick of my hand, you are mine. As for being a top-tier star, to me, you are no more than a beggar on the street. Su Xingchen. You cannot afford the breach of contract penalty, and I am no longer interested in you. You have long since lost your allure to me. We shall— Su Xingchen, feeling lost and despondent, wandered the streets, unsure of his destination. Unconsciously, he found himself outside. Su Xingchen, feeling lost and despondent, wandered the streets, unsure of his destination. Unconsciously, he found himself outside Lu Wanwan's company once more. Sugo, what are you doing here? Would you like to come up for some tea? The speaker was a junior he had previously mentored. No, thank you. I am uncertain why I ended up here. If only I had not left this company, how much better it would have been. I should have been more discerning. Sugo, if you wish to return, the company will always welcome you. Shall I assist you in speaking with Sister Wanwan? No, I have already pleaded with her. But there is no chance of my returning to this company. Su Xingchen had never been gazed upon in such a manner before. Since he ascended to the pinnacle of stardom, he found himself pitifully regarded by a younger individual. He casually checked into a hotel, seeking a moment of respite to recuperate his weary body. However, he was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his phone early the next morning. If you do come, I might consider giving you your pay, but if you refuse, well, don't expect to see a single penny of it. Who would have guessed that a top-tier star earned a mere 15,000 yuan a month, only to have it entirely withheld? Who would have guessed that a top-tier star earned a mere 15,000 yuan a month, only to have it entirely withheld, leaving him with no funds even for meals? Su Rulin never anticipated that threatening him with money would be utterly ineffective. He declared he wouldn't go, resulting in a substantial loss for her. He can forget about his salary. You know his fortunes are tied to yours. Do you think I don't want him to go? He can forget about his salary. You know his fortunes are tied to yours. Do you think I don't want him to go? It's just that he discovered what I did yesterday at the nightclub with a couple of people. He wouldn't believe me, so I confessed. It's understandable if he refuses to participate now, but let us not forget the hefty penalty in his contract. Eventually, he'll be compelled to join the show. I didn't consider all these factors. It seems that contract was indeed exceptionally crafted. Just be careful not to let the paparazzi catch. I didn't consider all these factors. It seems that contract was indeed exceptionally crafted. Just be careful not to let the paparazzi catch wind of your affairs. Completely oblivious to Su Xingchen's plight, who was so famished he fainted in the hotel. When Su Xingchen regained consciousness in the hospital. Completely oblivious to Su Xingchen's plight, who was so famished he fainted in the hotel. When Su Xingchen regained consciousness in the hospital. The first face he saw was that of Lu Wanwan. He was astounded. He hadn't expected Lu Wanwan to have saved his life. Otherwise, he could have perished from hypoglycemia without anyone knowing. I'm sorry, I was blind. I shouldn't have left your company. Now I'm in such dire straits. There is still a way forward. It depends on whether you can be resolute. All right, I'll agree to whatever you say. As long as we can bring that wretch down and ensure he doesn't continue living so blissfully. As long as we can bring that wretch down and ensure he doesn't continue living so blissfully. I despise him, and my health is failing. I'm infected. I have no money, and I owe a hefty penalty. I don't know where to turn. Chapter 74. Mutual Destruction. Since they treated you this way, and you wouldn't have to participate in any trivial variety shows, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. With your current situation, and you wouldn't have to participate in any trivial variety shows, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. With your current situation, he could shed the burdensome grind of relentless work and take a proper rest. All right, I agree. This plan seems promising. But that's what concerns me most. Just claim that your cheating boyfriend is Wang Fei. Wasn't he recently in the spotlight with his girlfriend? The netizens' investigative skills are formidable. They'll surely uncover this. In no time, Wang Fei's career will implode. Su Xingchen's statement soared to the top of the trending list. Since joining this company, I have endured countless injustices. Endless variety shows are one thing, but I have also suffered betrayal from my boyfriend. While netizens were stunned that a top star would dare to publicly come out, their gossiping instincts soon eclipsed their curiosity. It quickly emerged that Su Xingchen's boyfriend was indeed Wang Fei, who had previously been involved in a romance scandal. In an instant, backlash surged toward Wang Fei. It quickly emerged that Su Xingchen's boyfriend was indeed Wang Fei, who had previously been involved in a romance scandal. In an instant, backlash surged toward Wang Fei. Wang Fei immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly called Su Xingchen, demanding, "Are you throwing away your career? You may not care." Wang Fei immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly called Su Xingchen, demanding, "Are you throwing away your career? You may not care, but I still do. You've obliterated my bright future. Now that the mask is off, I have no desire to pretend any longer. Let us go down together." You've obliterated my bright future. Now that the mask is off, I have no desire to pretend any longer. Let us go down together. Neither of us shall emerge unscathed. I'm already infected, and my life holds no promise. I must drag you under with me. You lunatic. I still have a bright future ahead. Upon hearing Wang Fei's words, Su Xingchen felt a profound I still have a bright future ahead. Upon hearing Wang Fei's words, Su Xingchen felt a profound chill settle in his heart. His already frigid demeanor grew even colder. But it seemed that was no longer necessary. He boldly revealed that he had contracted a contagious disease due to his boyfriend's reckless behavior. Mustering the courage to voice his plight on a public platform, urging everyone not to overlook Su Fei and his despicable actions. Mustering the courage to voice his plight on a public platform, urging everyone not to overlook Su Fei and his despicable actions. The pent-up frustration of Su Xingchen's fans transformed into a collective fury directed at Su Fei. It was already challenging enough for them to witness their brother's coming out. The endless variety shows had been forced upon him, leading to his current predicament and, ultimately, leading her to sacrifice Wang Fei to save her own reputation. She hastily released a statement. Our company had no idea Wang Fei was such a scoundrel. And as of today, we are terminating his contract. His actions are in no way associated with our company. With just a few words, she distanced herself impeccably, leaving no room for criticism. However, the netizens were not easily fooled. They quickly discerned the reasons behind Su Xingchen's exhaustion. Leaving no room for criticism. However, the netizens were not easily fooled. They quickly discerned the reasons behind Su Xingchen's exhaustion. It was undoubtedly due to the exploitation by this unscrupulous company. In no time, a widespread boycott of the company ensued, and its artists faced disdain, seethed with discontent. Had he toiled tirelessly for her only to be cast aside in such a manner? With no means to sustain his once glamorous lifestyle and stripped of his fame, in a fit of rage, with Su Rulin at the top of his list. Su Rulin could scarcely comprehend Wang Fei's ferocity. He had merely been dismissed from the company. With Su Rulin at the top of his list, Su Rulin could scarcely comprehend Wang Fei's ferocity. He had merely been dismissed from the company. With no mention of withholding future payments. Suddenly, she found herself on the receiving end of his wrath as he stabbed her arm, leaving a long, deep scar. Do you think you can simply cast me aside? I am determined to settle this with you. Today, I shall end your life. Su, do you think you can simply cast me aside? I am determined to settle this with you. Today, I shall end your life. Su Rulin was engulfed in panic. However, the value of their boss's life was even less significant, especially considering her unkind demeanor towards them. In fact, many among them secretly wished the value of their boss's life was even less significant, especially considering her unkind demeanor towards them. In fact, many among them secretly wished for her demise. With no means of evasion, Su Rulin was directly stabbed in the arm by Wang Fei. Clutching her wounded arm, she attempted to flee, only to be subsequently stabbed in the back by Wang Fei once more. At that moment, a few bystanders, stirred by a flicker of conscience, dialed the police, who swiftly arrived at the scene and apprehended Wang Fei. Su Rulin was promptly transported to the hospital, although the medical intervention was timely and she suffered no life-threatening injuries. She deeply regretted her decision, lamenting the unappealing scars that marred her body. Meanwhile, news of Wang Fei's attack, she deeply regretted her decision, lamenting the unappealing scars that marred her body. Meanwhile, news of Wang Fei's attack quickly trended on social media. The public was intrigued. How could a third-rate artist fall to such depths? The blame swiftly shifted towards Su Rulin. Despite her own injuries, she found herself enduring the vitriol of netizens. At this juncture, Su Rulin's company had become a pariah in the industry, with no one daring to associate with her. However, at this juncture, Su Rulin's company had become a pariah in the industry, with no one daring to associate with her. However, providing substantial funds for her company. However, that joy was short-lived, as scandals soon erupted surrounding Su Rulin's enterprise, rendering her unable to continue funding him and even prompting her to ask him for financial assistance. Su Rulin was met with a barrage of scathing remarks from, "You incompetent fool. You've ruined such a promising cash cow. Now look where we are, lacking sufficient cash flow." She bemoaned, "It's all that Lu Wanwan. You incompetent fool. You've ruined such a promising cash cow. Now look where we are, lacking sufficient cash flow." She bemoaned, "It's all that Lu Wanwan's fault. Had it not been for her, our issues would not have surfaced so quickly. I swear, one day I shall bring the entire Fu family to ruin." The Fu family, one of the 4 prominent families, was merely a trifling obstacle in her grand ambitions, and she was determined to usurp their position. She noticed Fu Tingshan approaching her in formal attire. "Wanwan, would you accompany me to a dinner tonight? I'll introduce you to some figures in the entertainment industry." She noticed Fu Tingshan approaching her in formal attire. "Wanwan, would you accompany me to a dinner tonight? I'll introduce you to some figures in the entertainment industry." Linked arms with Fu Tingshan as they entered the banquet. Upon arrival, Fu Tingshan immediately drew the attention of the crowd. A woman approached him directly, seemingly oblivious to Lu Wanwan's presence. "It has been ages since I last saw you, Mr. Fu. My daughter greatly admires you, but alas, you are already taken. Otherwise, I would have loved to introduce her to you." With a surge of indignation, Lu Wanwan felt a wave of anger rise within her. "You are already taken. Otherwise, I would have loved to introduce her to you." With a surge of indignation, Lu Wanwan felt a wave of anger rise within her. The gossip system chimed in. "This lady is indeed our protagonist for today's gossip. I can confirm she has a daughter, though merely a foster daughter. Yet, she treats her foster child far better than her biological son, often leaving her son in the care of nannies, neglecting him completely, even when he was abducted and wandered alone for a time." Fu Tingshan, taken aback by the revelation, could hardly fathom that Madame Zhao was capable of such behavior. No wonder she had been so intent on matchmaking her daughter with him, even before he had wed. At that moment, Zhao Nanan made her entrance, embodying the role of an infatuated admirer. "Brother Fu, it's been so long. I've missed you terribly. Have you thought of me?" Her words were excessively sweet. It was amusing how her unwavering affection for Fu Tingshan persisted through the years. Even now, she sought to embrace him despite his marriage. Zhao Nanan, somewhat turned to Fu Tingshan. "Brother, why didn't you tell me? Didn't you realize I've been missing you dreadfully? Are you afraid your wife might be jealous? But we are merely brother and sister in spirit." Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes, incredulous that such a naive woman still existed in the 21st century. "But we are merely brother and sister in spirit. Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes, incredulous that such a naive woman still existed in the 21st century. Fu Tingshan interjected. Who claims we are siblings? I've never acknowledged such a relationship. You have always been the one deluding yourself. From now on, I wish to see you no more. Looking at Fu Tingshan as though wounded. Brother, how could you say that? I am truly heartbroken. I've always regarded you as my brother, because I have none of my own. How foolish she was. A man with a cold demeanor, yet strikingly handsome, could only muster a sarcastic remark. A man with a cold demeanor, yet strikingly handsome, could only muster a sarcastic remark. Madame Zhao swiftly redirected her ire towards him. What are you being sarcastic about? Your sister is distressed, and you dare sigh? Get up and help her. She berated. You've grown into a useless man, incapable of even aiding your sister in marrying a suitable man. The man remained silent, accustomed to his mother's treatment over the years. He reached out to assist his sister, but she forcefully shoved his hand away, colliding with the ground once more. Mother, look at brother. He seems displeased with me and has cast me aside. Zhao Sui, feeling wronged, awaited his mother's inevitable chastisement. You wretched boy. You've allowed your sister to fall. Unnoticed as he fainted in the hall, the gossip system buzzed with excitement. Did you see? This is our tragic yet strong male character. He will soon be redeemed by the heroine and ultimately help her build a commercial empire, only to have all secrets exploited by the male lead. Little did anyone know of the boy's tragic past. It seemed that when Fu Tingshan's company faced ruin, he would have his hand in it as well. Curse this gossip system. Why was I not informed sooner? It was no wonder Su Chinran, a fool, could bring down the gossip system defended itself. I can only trigger memories upon seeing specific individuals. Oh well, it's not too late. The gossip system defended itself. I can only trigger memories upon seeing specific individuals. Oh well, it's not too late. Chapter 76. Results of the paternity test. This idea is indeed intriguing, but how could he possibly trust? Zhao Sui had collapsed in the ancestral hall due to prolonged exhaustion and fever. Fortunately, Lu Wanwan arrived just in time and took him to the hospital. Zhao Sui had collapsed in the ancestral hall due to prolonged exhaustion and fever. Fortunately, Lu Wanwan arrived just in time and took him to the hospital. Upon awakening, Zhao Sui found himself in a hospital bed, mistakenly believing that it was his family who had brought him there. Finally realizing his conscience had compelled him to seek medical attention. However, when he turned to the side, he did not see his family. Instead, could it be that you harbor ulterior motives? I am here to assist you. Is that so? I find it hard to believe you.
Forget about that.
Could it be that you harbor ulterior motives? I am here to assist you. Is that so? I find it hard to believe you.
Forget about that.
Haven't you always felt that your mother has never treated you well, while she dotes on that adopted daughter? How do you know this? I must tell you, that adopted girl your mother took in is not merely someone she found pitiful. She is, in fact, your mother. I must tell you, that adopted girl your mother took in is not merely someone she found pitiful. She is, in fact, your mother's child with her first love. Your mother discovered she was pregnant and had no choice but to stay with your father. Hence, she resented you, for your mother discovered she was pregnant and had no choice but to stay with your father. Hence, she resented you, for how could she love you after all these years? Why are you telling me this? Zhao Sui struggled to accept such a truth. I do not wish for you to remain in ignorance.
Besides,
why are you telling me this? Zhao Sui struggled to accept such a truth. I do not wish for you to remain in ignorance.
Besides,
she should not possess what is rightfully yours. Listening to Lu Wanwan's words, Zhao Sui found a semblance of logic in her reasoning. He pondered why he had lived so submissively. He resolved to investigate for himself. He could not blindly trust Lu Wanwan. He was profoundly saddened that, even after his discharge from the hospital, his mother had not come to see him, fully aware of his feverish condition. Soon, Zhao Sui received the results of a paternity test. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed true. That adopted daughter was truly his mother. No wonder she had treated him so poorly over the years, despite being her own son.
Why?
What right did she have? Determined to no longer live such a pitiful life, he entered his father's office. He feared that seeing his father would ignite for in his mother's constant whispering over the years, Zhao Sui had become merely a useless son in his father's eyes. Upon seeing him, for in his mother's constant whispering over the years, Zhao Sui had become merely a useless son in his father's eyes. Upon seeing him, his father's ire was palpable. He handed the company over to an outsider immediately after his daughter's graduation.
What do you want?
Running out of money again? All you do is spend. Why don't you learn from your sister? Confronted with his father's callous attitude, Zhao Sui's heart hardened. Yet, in the next moment, he resolved to present the paternity test results to his father. Upon seeing the words paternity test, he resolved to present the paternity test results to his father. Upon seeing the words paternity test, I always thought I had raised a useless wastrel. You even brought your test results to me? Then you might as well leave my house at once. Zhao Sui's heart, already hard, turned to stone. Nothing could warm it anymore. From that moment, he transformed into a cold, unfeeling machine. Already hard, turned to stone. Nothing could warm it anymore. From that moment, he transformed into a cold, unfeeling machine. Father, please take a moment to read this. I fear the truth may infuriate you. His father opened the paternity test. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a forgery? This is about your wife and her infidelity with another man, resulting in your sister's birth. Have you not wondered all these years why she resembles your mother so closely? His father seemed, she is my daughter too. Besides, it was just a brief encounter. Had she informed me earlier, perhaps I would have invested in her development. Zhao Sui was stunned. She is my daughter too. Besides, it was just a brief encounter. Had she informed me earlier, perhaps I would have invested in her development. Zhao Sui was stunned. Who fathered another child outside of marriage, all orchestrated by your wife and that man? Who fathered another child outside of marriage, all orchestrated by your wife and that man? Do you have evidence? His father refused to believe that his seemingly benevolent wife could commit such acts, for this was their own flesh and blood. Do you have evidence? His father refused to believe that his seemingly benevolent wife could commit such acts, for this was their own flesh and blood. I have the testimony from the kidnapper, along with the bank transfers made by my mother to him. Furthermore, your daughter's identification has been altered. She is actually 25, but has been changed to 20. I also possess photographs and videos of my mother with that man. You might want to refrain from watching them. She is actually 25, but has been changed to 20. I also possess photographs and videos of my mother with that man. You might want to refrain from watching them. I fear you may not survive the shock. I have treated this woman well for so many years. Has she never trusted me? I have a son with her, yet she dares to continue her relationship with that man. Zhao Sui's father was on the verge of apoplexy. I will entrust the company to you entirely. Do not disappoint me, for you are still my son. Seeing his father finally awaken to the truth brought Zhao Sui immense joy. As Zhao Yun returned, you have been hiding this from me all these years, haven't you? Have I not treated you well enough? You have been hiding this from me all these years, haven't you? Have I not treated you well enough? Wasn't it me who separated you from your first love? Could you have lived such a prosperous life with that poor boy? Her facade cracked as she shouted in despair. I would prefer that. As long as I can be with my first love, I would even endure hardship. When I heard our son had been kidnapped, I felt no sorrow, but joy at the prospect of reclaiming my daughter. Stop pretending. It was you who orchestrated our son's abduction, wasn't it? I never anticipated that you would be such a cold-hearted woman, willing to go to the extent of selling your own son merely to ensure your daughter's smooth recuperation. Since you are already willing to go to the extent of selling your own son merely to ensure your daughter's smooth recuperation. Since you are already privy to everything, given your apparent affection for your first love, you may as well spend the remainder of your life with him. I wonder how you will fare without me. Given your apparent affection for your first love, you may as well spend the remainder of your life with him. I wonder how you will fare without me. I truly wonder. After having lived as a wealthy lady for so many years, can you still stomach kimchi that costs over 10 yuan a pound? You are likely unaware that our company has already established a connection with the Su family, and it is currently flourishing. I could enjoy a better life with my first love. The Su family? Is that not Su Chenron's company? Precisely. You never imagined that we would be connected to such a significant enterprise. Perhaps our daughter might even marry President Fu in the future, at which point both you and your daughter will find yourselves in a position far beyond your reach. It may even come to the point where you will be the one seeking our favor. Mrs. Zhao regarded Zhao Yun. It may even come to the point where you will be the one seeking our favor. Mrs. Zhao regarded Zhao Yun with disdain. So you and your wretched daughter should promptly vacate our home. I will nurture our son diligently, ensuring he swiftly acclimatizes to the company. For I am confident our business will not fall short of your so-called dead-end romance. Do not indulge in such daydreams, believing you can cast me out without What evidence do you possess of my infidelity? Truly, is this evidence not laid bare before you? The daughter you adopted is, in fact, the offspring of you and your first love. The results of the paternity test have already emerged. Does this not substantiate your infidelity from years? The offspring of you and your first love. The results of the paternity test have already emerged. Does this not substantiate your infidelity from years past? Mrs. Zhao, incredulous, picked up the paternity test results, astonished that Zhao Yun had the audacity to conduct such a test behind his back. Have you not formed any attachment after raising her for so many years? She is far more obedient than that insufferable boy who only— Can you not see this and provide us with a bit more financial support? At that moment, Zhao Nan happened to walk in. Can you not see this and provide us with a bit more financial support? At that moment, Zhao Nan happened to walk in. Not only do I receive a meager salary, but the pocket money you provide is utterly insufficient. There are times when I wish to treat friends, but Father, could you possibly increase my allowance by several $100,000? Zhao Nan asserted confidently, knowing her father usually obliged, eager to shield— Father, could you possibly increase my allowance by several $100,000? Zhao Nan asserted confidently, knowing her father usually obliged, eager to shield his daughter from any distress. Now that you are back, shall I reveal the truth to you? You need not return to our company. We can no longer afford to support someone as idle as you. In these past months, you have contributed nothing and caused numerous problems. Yet, for the sake of your status as my daughter, I have refrained from reprimanding you, still providing you with a generous allowance each month. However, your mother is a disappointment, unable to fathom how such a melodramatic turn of events could befall her. She would rather remain a daughter of the Zhao family than be associated with such a scandal. Mother, you must refute this. You must declare it false. Father is surely joking, right? I only wish to be your daughter. What your father's— But neither of us need fear him. Your father is far wealthier than the one you have now. When the time comes, simply request a greater allowance from him. And we need not endure such indignities. We refrained from tearing the facade apart until now because your father still held some utility. However, we need not continue our discourse with him. Tomorrow, we shall prepare to move into your true father's residence. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Nan realized her biological father was wealthy. She cast aside any gratitude for the years spent with her current father, who had provided her with kindness. She coldly remarked, "Is that how it is? Why did you not inform me sooner? I have long found my father to be a source of shame." She coldly remarked, "Is that how it is? Why did you not inform me sooner? I have long found my father to be a source of shame." Always dragging his feet over pocket money, oblivious to its significance. Zhao Yun was nearly breathless with indignation, astonished, always dragging his feet over pocket money, oblivious to its significance. Zhao Yun was nearly breathless with indignation, astonished that his meticulously raised daughter could harbor such sentiments. "Begone. You two should leave at once. Oh, and sign the divorce agreement before you go. Leave then. I would be more than willing to depart. Begone. You two should leave at once. Oh, and sign the divorce agreement before you go. Leave then. I would be more than willing to depart. It will be but a moment before we dismantle your little enterprise. You should start contemplating how to plead with us, for when the time comes, it will be but a moment before we dismantle your little enterprise. You should start contemplating how to plead with us, for when the time comes. This is truly wonderful. I shall no longer have to endure Zhao Yun's disdain." Mrs. Zhao's countenance mirrored her daughter's relief. The revelation of the truth had been liberating. She could hardly contain her excitement as she led her daughter to the home of her first love. Meanwhile, Lu Xian reveled in his newfound status after establishing connections with Su Chenron's company, buoyed by compliments as if he were the wealthiest man in the world, and beautiful women were eager to be in his company. Though he had women before, none had been as youthful, beautiful, or lively as those he entertained now, who delighted him endlessly, causing him to lose track of time. When the doorbell rang, Lu Xian answered with displeasure, only to find his former lover standing, who delighted him endlessly, causing him to lose track of time. When the doorbell rang, Lu Xian answered with displeasure, only to find his former lover standing before him. "What brings you here? And who is this beside you?" Mrs. Zhao beamed as she introduced, "This is our daughter. The surprise I have for you. Now she has grown into this lovely young lady. Are you not pleased?" Had Lu Xian not been entangled with such a young and beautiful, he might have felt joy at the revelation of his daughter. Yet, having just pledged his future to another, he found the situation to be a dampener. He might have felt joy at the revelation of his daughter. Yet, having just pledged his future to another, he found the situation to be a dampener. "Oh dear. I have already finalized my divorce with my husband, and I am not seeking any financial support. I merely wish to rely on you. I have already finalized my divorce with my husband, and I am not seeking any financial support. I merely wish to rely on you, my longtime lover. Surely you would not deny us a place to stay, especially since Zhao Nan is your daughter." "How could I? But I truly am busy today." Lu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. He had not expected this woman to be so foolish and hasty, severing ties with her. Lu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. He had not expected this woman to be so foolish and hasty, severing ties with her husband. Yet without this woman, his newfound fortune would be of little consequence. Over the years, this woman has been his sole provider, even facilitating his company's connection with the Su family, allowing him to rise again. Meanwhile, the woman, who had just shared an even facilitating his company's connection with the Su family, allowing him to rise again. Meanwhile, the woman, who had just shared an intimate moment with the man in bed, began to feel suspicious as he had not returned for quite some time. She promptly approached the door and locked eyes with Zhao Nan and her mother. Given that the Su family's company relied on her, "This is my newly hired secretary, here to collect documents. I didn't want you to misunderstand." Given that the Su family's company relied on her, "This is my newly hired secretary, here to collect documents. I didn't want you to misunderstand." As she had just been enjoying a romantic moment with him, only to now be labeled as his secretary. Zhao Yun, having lived for many years, she immediately discerned the underlying meaning and the unfolding circumstances. It was shocking to discover that her longtime partner had sought a new, young. She immediately discerned the underlying meaning and the unfolding circumstances. It was shocking to discover that her longtime partner had sought a new, younger woman behind her back. It felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. She had never imagined this. She believed he would remain devoted to her as he had for over a decade. Doing so would leave her without a place to stay. "So, that's how it is. No matter, we'll just spend the night at a hotel. Once you're done here, we'll return." Upon leaving Lu Xian's residence, Zhao Nan felt deeply wronged, unable to "Once you're done here, we'll return." Upon leaving Lu Xian's residence, Zhao Nan felt deeply wronged, unable to fathom how her biological father could be so disappointing. Even worse than her adoptive father. "Mom, that ugly man really is my dad? What did you see in him?" He asked, keeping a woman on the side. "Mrs. What is appropriate to say, and what isn't? Haven't you learned that by now? If you haven't, let me teach you." Zhao, who had always been coddled, had never before endured such humiliation, clutching her face in disbelief. "Mom, how could you hit me? What I said is the truth. Why can't you wake up to it? We're talking about my adoptive father here." "What I said is the truth. Why can't you wake up to it? We're talking about my adoptive father here. That man you just introduced me to is utterly useless, merely a leech. What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless of his shortcomings, he is still your father. Show some respect. Didn't you say we'd marry in the future and have several sons together? We had such wonderful plans. I'm utterly devastated. You know I'm not after your money. I crave your affection." The young woman, somewhat disingenuous, "I'm utterly devastated. You know I'm not after your money. I crave your affection." The young woman, somewhat disingenuous, spoke to the unattractive Lu Xian.
"Oh,
That was merely an accident. I don't even know those two women. They're just relatives seeking my assistance. I couldn't very well throw them out. I'm with you not for your wealth or material possessions, but right now, only money can soothe my heart. Please give me more." Lu Xian, not one to be stingy, generously handed her several thousand. The young woman silently mused, "I can't believe this old fool is so easy to Not one to be stingy, generously handed her several thousand. The young woman silently mused, "I can't believe this old fool is so easy to deceive. I can secure a new target with this windfall." Lu Xian, lost in the illusion that the young woman genuinely desired his company for love rather than money, Observing the elderly man before her, the young woman couldn't help but silently mock him. It appeared that this man was not so difficult to manipulate. Observing the elderly man before her, the young woman couldn't help but silently mock him. It appeared that this man was not so difficult to manipulate. Once she had drained his funds, she could retire triumphantly. The following day, Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Nan arrived at Lu Xian's place promptly, which would have otherwise allowed him to rendezvous with the young woman.
What, are you not welcoming me?
Which would have otherwise allowed him to rendezvous with the young woman.
What, are you not welcoming me?
He was fully aware but wished to avoid the topic, as it made him feel inadequate, especially given the current circumstances. Here's the key to that apartment. Please don't disturb me any further. It's tiresome. So, what if you facilitated the connection? It's still my company's inherent strength that matters. Mrs. Please don't disturb me any further. It's tiresome. So, what if you facilitated the connection? It's still my company's inherent strength that matters. Mrs. Zhao felt somewhat aggrieved. She had not faced such indignities in over a decade.
Fine.
After all these years, you now disdain me, right? Is it because of that young body from yesterday that you can't forget? Mrs. Zhao was no fool. She had grasped the reality of the situation the previous day. I told you, she's merely a secretary. You insist on making a fuss over it, but I can't help that. Besides, you've never been innocent yourself. How many times have you been with other men? Is it wrong for me to seek a woman for release? Lu Xian's words took Mrs. Zhao by surprise. Why maintain our relationship for all these years if you feel this way? You claimed you would always love me. Was it all a lie? You practically threw a free lunch shouldn't be turned down. Who knew you'd take it seriously and actually view me as your and your daughter's support? A free lunch shouldn't be turned down. Who knew you'd take it seriously and actually view me as your and your daughter's support? Now that the company matters are nearly settled, you two hold no further utility for me. Since you wish to sever ties, then you may as well forget about living in that apartment. Lu Xian's words were as cold as ice. Mrs. Zhao felt a chill run through her at his proclamation. Is that truly how you view me? I took a risk for you when you were just a poor boy. You should know that the young woman you saw yesterday doesn't desire my wealth. She seeks my affection. Isn't she younger and more attractive than you? You should know that the young woman you saw yesterday doesn't desire my wealth. She seeks my affection. Isn't she younger and more attractive than you?
Tell me.
It's best if you leave now. Your presence is bothersome. Mrs. Zhao, feeling utterly despondent, never imagined. She forced herself to maintain composure. If you want to leave, then so be it. Don't regret it or seek me out again. From this moment on. She forced herself to maintain composure. If you want to leave, then so be it. Don't regret it or seek me out again. From this moment on. We are severing all ties. Once outside Lu Xian's door, Zhao Nan reproached her mother. Mom, your actions chased away my adoptive father. And now you've driven away my biological father too. Where will we find money? Are we destined to roam the streets? Both of you are such a burden.
What now?
We can only seek help from your brother. I'm still his mother. He won't stand by and do nothing. He can't deny us money. Madame Zhao successfully entered the company and encountered Zhao Sui, her son who had never enjoyed her affection. She immediately resorted to emotional Madame Zhao successfully entered the company and encountered Zhao Sui, her son who had never enjoyed her affection. She immediately resorted to emotional manipulation, saying, "My son. And I implore you to lend a hand. I do not ask for much, merely 10 million. Given the dowry you reported, and I implore you to lend a hand. I do not ask for much, merely 10 million. Given the dowry you reported, this sum should be easily accessible to you." Zhao Sui silently rolled his eyes. She only sought him for money, neglecting him and even his sister throughout their lives. Whenever something went awry, I am but an employee in my father's company, earning a mere 10,000 a month. How could I possibly come up with 10 million? He thought bitterly. If you cannot even extract 10 million from this useless entity, how do you deserve my love? Abandoning you was the right choice. Seeing her son's Madame Zhao bared her fangs. Brother, how could you possibly be without funds? Do not deceive me and mother. Hand over the 10 million at once. Madame Zhao bared her fangs. Brother, how could you possibly be without funds? Do not deceive me and mother. Hand over the 10 million at once. I have been disappointed too many times already. Mother, do you remember when I knelt in the ancestral hall for a whole day and night due to my sister's mistakes? And no one cared? You were the architect of the trafficking scheme, were you not? Even if I possessed 100 million, I would not spare you a single cent. You should leave before I lose my patience.
Fine, fine.
How could I have raised such an ungrateful wretch? Truly blind to the truth. You should leave before I lose my patience.
Fine, fine.
How could I have raised such an ungrateful wretch? Truly blind to the truth. Why don't you just die? Zhao Sui was taken aback by the venomous words of his own mother, who wished for his demise. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he ordered the security to expel the mother-daughter duo from the company. Once on the street, Zhao Nan finally erupted in frustration. How had she, once a wealthy heiress, been reduced to a beggar? Zhao Nan finally erupted in frustration. How had she, once a wealthy heiress, been reduced to a beggar? Fortunately, Madame Zhao still had some funds, and the two managed to find temporary lodging in a hotel. Zhao Sui, fueled by an intense hatred, swiftly contacted Lu Wanwan. Chapter 80, The Downfall. He was astute enough to uncover his mother's illicit affair with the Su family. Immediately, he relayed this revelation to Lu Wanwan. She was taken aback. Wasn't it established that the protagonist would redeem the third male lead? Yet, with her interference, it seemed the third male lead now harbored resentment toward her. However, an enemy's enemy is a friend, and according to the gossip system, Zhao Sui was a business prodigy since childhood. If given the chance, one should never oppose him. Collaborating with him would bring only benefits. Fearing the consequences of collaborating with the protagonist, Lu Wanwan promptly agreed to help him forge a connection with the Fu family. He rapidly expanded and strengthened his company, establishing it as a leader in the industry. Witnessing this transformation, Madame Zhao felt profound regret. He rapidly expanded and strengthened his company, establishing it as a leader in the industry. Witnessing this transformation, Madame Zhao felt profound regret. She was acutely aware that there was no turning back. Unwilling to accept defeat, she returned to the company, this time adopting a humble demeanor. Son, I was wrong. She was acutely aware that there was no turning back. Unwilling to accept defeat, she returned to the company, this time adopting a humble demeanor. Son, I was wrong. Questioning why she sought his affection only when he had lost faith in maternal love. Do you think I still cherish this? I ceased to care the moment you sold me. Your words are futile. Madame Zhao gazed at her son, disappointment etched. She had not anticipated his heart to be so hardened. But I am your mother. I bore you through great pain. You must be grateful. I wish you had never given birth to me. Did you not harbor any hope for my existence? Otherwise, how could you be so cold-hearted? Now, I wish you had never given birth to me. Did you not harbor any hope for my existence? Otherwise, how could you be so cold-hearted? Now, leave my sight. She had now been reduced to a vagabond, forced to stay at different hotels, often mocked by her peers, and subjected to her mother's wrath. Overwhelmed, she cried out, Mother, have you lost your mind? Why do you take out all your anger on me? Have you forgotten I am just a child? You caused my father to despise me. Have you lost your mind? Why do you take out all your anger on me? Have you forgotten I am just a child? You caused my father to despise me. And now I am forced to endure a life of hardship, living in various hotels. I truly detest you. Shocked by her daughter's words, Madame Zhao slapped Zhao Nan, leaving her in disbelief, clutching her reddened cheek. You ungrateful child. Stop staying in hotels. Just get out. The son he had long underestimated had transformed the company into a powerhouse and forged connections. The son he had long underestimated had transformed the company into a powerhouse and forged connections with the esteemed Fu family. Realizing his age, Zhao Sui wasted no time in undermining the company overseen by his mother. He swiftly severed all business ties. Zhao Sui wasted no time in undermining the company overseen by his mother. He swiftly severed all business ties, compelling even the Su family to reconsider their partnership with him. It dawned on him that women were deceptive. He began to appreciate Madame Zhao's worth and sought to reconnect with her, only to find her indifferent to his advances. It dawned on him that women were deceptive. He began to appreciate Madame Zhao's worth and sought to reconnect with her, only to find her indifferent to his advances. Lu Xian suspected Madame Zhao was retaliating against him for his past actions. As the Su family withdrew their investments, Lu Xian suspected Madame Zhao was retaliating against him for his past actions. As the Su family withdrew their investments, he learned that a new company had emerged, rapidly climbing the ranks and garnering respect in the industry. The Su family sought to curry favor with Zhao Sui, leaving Lu Xian's small company vulnerable. Once reliant on Madame Zhao as support, his business collapsed due to a severed financial lifeline. With nowhere else to turn, he sought assistance from Madame Zhao, who coldly rebuffed him, recalling how he had treated her and her daughter.
How dare you come to me?
Do you not remember how you treated us? Even if we had money, we would not spare you a single cent. You should abandon that hope. And do you know? It is my son who seeks revenge against you. Madame Zhao found herself somewhat elated, as by a twist of fate, her son had inadvertently avenged her. They were all of a venomous disposition. What offense had I, a mere proprietor of a modest enterprise, committed to provoke such hostility? Now that I find myself devoid of funds, are you not pleased? Lu Xian, filled with fury, advanced with the intent to strike Madame Zhao. Now that I find myself devoid of funds, are you not pleased? Lu Xian, filled with fury, advanced with the intent to strike Madame Zhao. Yet, she was not one to be trifled with. With a sharp retort, she deftly evaded his approach. Zhao Sui observed his handiwork with immense satisfaction, admiring his wife's remarkable acumen in securing a partnership that had effectively doubled the market valuation of his company. Moreover, Su Chenran never anticipated that the price he had offered would be deemed too low, resulting in the Zhao family opting to collaborate with the Fu family instead. My dear wife, you are my fortunate star. It is a privilege to share this life with you. Lu Wanwan felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, having never before been the recipient of such candid praise. It was merely a coincidence, yet I am genuinely delighted to assist you. Fu, having never before been the recipient of such candid praise. It was merely a coincidence, yet I am genuinely delighted to assist you. Fu Tingshan, in his exuberance. Chapter 81. The Urge to Procreate. Before they knew it, they found themselves entwined upon the bed, indulging in a passionate union. Upon awakening. Chapter 81. The Urge to Procreate. Before they knew it, they found themselves entwined upon the bed, indulging in a passionate union. Upon awakening. Rubbing her slightly sore waist, Lu Wanwan replied, "Isn't this simply a case of plans being thwarted by unforeseen circumstances?" Rubbing her slightly sore waist, Lu Wanwan replied, "Isn't this simply a case of plans being thwarted by unforeseen circumstances? Besides, I have not suffered. I have reveled in the embrace of such youthful and exquisite flesh." Fu Tingshan, attuned to Lu Wanwan's unspoken thoughts, had initially believed that the intimacy shared the previous night would catalyze a swift advancement in their relationship, only to find it was but a figment of his own desires. Disheartened, he soon regained his composure, asserting that she was now his wife, and none would dare contest that claim. His resolve to amass wealth and secure his beloved intensified, as she needed to visit the ancestral home. Upon her arrival, Fu's mother greeted her warmly. "Wanwan, it has been far too long since I last saw you." As she needed to visit the ancestral home. Upon her arrival, Fu's mother greeted her warmly. "Wanwan, it has been far too long since I last saw you. I have brought some exquisite treasures from the auction that I believe would suit you perfectly." As Lu Wanwan beheld the dazzling jewels presented by Fu's mother. "That is all that matters. However, I am somewhat concerned about Tingshan's health. It has been quite a while, and he has yet to bestow upon us a grandchild." It was evident that there was a purpose behind her invitation. Lu Wanwan recalled her intimate encounter with Fu Tingshan the previous night. And pondered whether she might already be with child. To be prudent, she resolved to procure some contraceptives. Fu's mother, having caught wind of Lu Wanwan's contemplations, mused that her son had finally made something of himself, securing his bride. Yet, upon hearing Lu Wanwan's subsequent thoughts, it had been quite some time, and her son remained oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen for Lu Wanwan. Clearly, she would have to take matters into her own hands. "Wanwan, why don't you stay here today? You've been so busy with company. I will have the housekeeper prepare some nourishing chicken soup for you. I shall summon that rascal back home. What good is it to earn so much money if he neglects his wife? I will give him a proper scolding. What good is it to earn so much money if he neglects his wife? I will give him a proper scolding. Furthermore, do not misconstrue my intentions as urging you to procreate. I simply find myself envious as I see others with grandchildren. If bearing a child would yield 10 villas, it was a tempting proposition, even though she was already quite affluent. The gossip system buzzed with excitement. Host, quickly, those are villas in the city center, worth billions. Moreover, with President Fu's exceptional genes, any child you conceive will undoubtedly be extraordinarily intelligent. Lu Wanwan, those are villas in the city center, worth billions. Moreover, with President Fu's exceptional genes, any child you conceive will undoubtedly be extraordinarily intelligent. Lu Wanwan remained hesitant. This was a tangible sum, easily within reach. All right, Mom, I will take on this endeavor, but it also depends on Tingxin's performance. Fu, realizing that her son would need her assistance after all, her daughter-in-law was clearly a lover of wealth, and it seemed that monetary incentives were indeed effective. That evening, realizing that her son would need her assistance after all, her daughter-in-law was clearly a lover of wealth, and it seemed that monetary incentives were indeed effective. That evening, Fu Tingxin unusually did not work late. Fu's mother mysteriously presented him with a dark bowl of soup, instructing him to drink it. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan understood immediately. Soon enough, she bore witness to the effects of that concoction. What did you make for me tonight? I feel invigorated. Lu Wanwan could not betray her mother-in-law, lest the fortune vanish. Eventually, Fu Tingxin could no longer— What did you make for me tonight? I feel invigorated. Lu Wanwan could not betray her mother-in-law, lest the fortune vanish. Eventually, Fu Tingxin could no longer contain himself. And in a moment of desperation, he inquired whether Lu Wanwan had found any protective measures at home. Observing the fervor in Fu Tingxin's eyes and his urgent demeanor, she thought to herself, for 100 million, I can endure this. Yet, surprisingly, tonight's experience surpassed that of the previous evening. Perhaps Fu Tingxin had become more adept. Continued to labor in their shared endeavor. Upon awakening, Lu Wanwan noted the time. It was already noon. She wondered if she had truly slept the entire day. Fu's mother, unfazed, cheerfully winked at her and mysteriously returned from the kitchen with another bowl of the same inky potion, insisting that Lu Wanwan consume it. Fu's mother, unfazed, cheerfully winked at her and mysteriously returned from the kitchen with another bowl of the same inky potion, insisting that Lu Wanwan consume it. How did you feel last night? I called you, but you did not awaken. Lu Wanwan blushed, fearing that the system had witnessed her most vulnerable moments. Be honest. How did you feel last night? I called you, but you did not awaken. Lu Wanwan blushed, fearing that the system had witnessed her most vulnerable moments. Be honest. I was met with a black screen. That's a relief, Lu Wanwan replied, finally at ease. Initially intending to leave the Lu Wanwan found herself unable to do so, as Fu's mother insisted on her staying. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that Fu Xiran had acquired and his mother wished for Lu Wanwan to meet her. Lu Wanwan found it odd. Why should she be the one to assess her brother-in-law's romantic interest? Nevertheless, and his mother wished for Lu Wanwan to meet her. Lu Wanwan found it odd. Why should she be the one to assess her brother-in-law's romantic interest? Nevertheless, she decided to comply and meet the girl. Fu's mother was eager to glean insights about this new girlfriend through Lu Wanwan's perspective. The gossip system gleamed with excitement. Host, there's more drama unfolding. Let us indulge in the gossip. Chapter 82. Stirring up trouble. Approaching where Fu Xiran and his girlfriend, whose noticeably rounded belly suggested she was indeed pregnant. Fu's mother was incensed. You've gotten her pregnant. Fu Xiran scratched his head, knowing he had been drugged and had a fleeting affair with the girl. You've gotten her pregnant. Fu Xiran scratched his head, knowing he had been drugged and had a fleeting affair with the girl. The gossip system chimed in at this moment. She has so many ailments, she's merely binding a pillow to her belly. This is just a ploy to marry into the Fu family. My goodness. Fu's mother felt helpless. Her son— This is just a ploy to marry into the Fu family. My goodness. Fu's mother felt helpless. Her son had indeed put the girl in such a situation. Then you should marry her quickly. Since the child is ours, the Fu family is not stingy. We'll grant you a villa. It seemed the matriarch prioritized the child. What do you mean it's fake? Fortunately, I had called Lu Wanwan over today, otherwise, she might have remained oblivious. The girl flashed a triumphant smile. What do you mean it's fake? Fortunately, I had called Lu Wanwan over today, otherwise, she might have remained oblivious. The girl flashed a triumphant smile. I know you and brother have been together for years without a child. Perhaps if you touch my belly, you might conceive. Before Lu Wanwan, Chen Shueshue pulled her over. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shueshue pretended to stumble and fell dramatically. Mom, look at how malicious sister-in-law. Chen Shueshue pulled her over. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shueshue pretended to stumble and fell dramatically. Mom, look at how malicious sister-in-law is. Not only is she childless, but she also wishes to harm your grandson.
I'm bleeding.
Lu Wanwan was at a loss for words. The gossip system exclaimed, "This woman is incredibly cunning. Not only is she using a pillow to feign whoever touches her will be implicated, and you just happen to be the scapegoat. How unfair. I wondered if my explanation would convince Fu's mother. Whoever touches her will be implicated, and you just happen to be the scapegoat. How unfair. I wondered if my explanation would convince Fu's mother, considering it was her much-desired grandchild at stake. Fu's mother, however, was not easily fooled. She saw through this mysterious woman's attempt to malign her daughter-in-law. Do you think I'm blind? Although I had a limited view just now, I trust my daughter-in-law's character. She would never do such a thing.
Besides,
Having only thought of extorting money without considering the details, she haphazardly stuffed a pillow and some blood, rushing over. What nonsense are you spouting? I am indeed carrying your grandson. Your daughter-in-law is committing murder, and I could have her imprisoned. We haven't even deceived you enough for that. I am indeed carrying your grandson. Your daughter-in-law is committing murder, and I could have her imprisoned. We haven't even deceived you enough for that. Discerning that the woman was not with child but hiding a pillow. Indeed, I suspected as much. Discerning that the woman was not with child but hiding a pillow. Indeed, I suspected as much. Your belly does not resemble that of an expectant mother. How could the illustrious Fu family possibly deny their own? Lu Wanwan disregarded the pretense and lifted her shirt, revealing a— How could the illustrious Fu family possibly deny their own? Lu Wanwan disregarded the pretense and lifted her shirt, revealing a pillow the size of an infant. Since I didn't make any money, I might as well tell you the truth. Your son has contracted syphilis, and I was the one who infected him. Since I didn't make any money, I might as well tell you the truth. Your son has contracted syphilis, and I was the one who infected him. Fu Su Ran was suddenly alarmed, fearing he truly had contracted such a disease. You vile woman! Did you plan to infect me all along? Fu Su Ran was suddenly alarmed, fearing he truly had contracted such a disease. You vile woman! Did you plan to infect me all along? Initially feeling guilty for taking the girl's innocence, he had intended to take responsibility, but now he realized he had been deceived. He often encountered such untrustworthy women. Why do you blame all this on me? Who says my family has always been wealthy? We've worked hard for our fortune. Why do you blame all this on me? Who says my family has always been wealthy? We've worked hard for our fortune. Chun Shui Shui reveled in the chaos, knowing they were powerless against her. Although she had not gained any money, she felt satisfied. Chun Shui Shui reveled in the chaos, knowing they were powerless against her. Although she had not gained any money, she felt satisfied. We would have fallen for that wicked woman's trick. And you really should learn to be more cautious. Why are you always so easily fooled by women? Fu Su Ran was astonished at how easily he had been deceived. Indeed, thanks to my sister-in-law, I owe her a gift. But Lu Wanwan, unable to drive, was forced to sell the Porsche he gave her, significantly impacting her finances. Upon returning home, Lu Wanwan felt elated, having both savored the gossip and gained a substantial sum of money. However, the only regret was that the drug had not worked and she wasn't pregnant. Having both savored the gossip and gained a substantial sum of money. However, the only regret was that the drug had not worked and she wasn't pregnant, sparing her any inner turmoil. Chapter 83. Beyond Redemption. Recently, Hua Ting Ting had been quite cheerful, having found a tall, handsome boyfriend who treated her well. Yet, Lu Wanwan was delighted to receive Hua Ting Ting's invitation, as she often found herself at home with little to do, while her assistant man— Lu Wanwan was delighted to receive Hua Ting Ting's invitation, as she often found herself at home with little to do, while her assistant managed the company's affairs. Yet, Hua Ting Ting warmly took Lu Wanwan's arm. Wanwan, you're finally here. This is my new boyfriend. I really wanted to introduce him to you, as you're my best friend. Remembering how Hua Ting Ting had helped her significantly, Lu Wanwan considered her to be her first true friend in this strange world. The gossip system chimed in. Wanwan, your friend is in a bit of trouble. Her boyfriend isn't a good person. He's a complete gambling addict. The gossip system chimed in. Wanwan, your friend is in a bit of trouble. Her boyfriend isn't a good person. He's a complete gambling addict, looking to swindle money from her. Moreover, whenever he managed to extract money from his girlfriend, he would unceremoniously discard her. The thought of withholding the truth weighed heavily on her conscience. Hua Tingting, oblivious to Lu Wanwan's inner turmoil, continued to believe her boyfriend. The thought of withholding the truth weighed heavily on her conscience. Hua Tingting, oblivious to Lu Wanwan's inner turmoil, continued to believe her boyfriend was of exceptional character. What followed was Lu Wanwan's words, which would shatter that illusion. Oh, dear. Should I tell her? This boyfriend of hers is no good. What followed was Lu Wanwan's words, which would shatter that illusion. Oh, dear. Should I tell her? This boyfriend of hers is no good. He is burdened with a staggering gambling debt of hundreds of thousands. If it were just a one-time occurrence, it might be bearable. As Hua Tingting listened to Lu Wanwan's heartfelt concerns, anxiety gripped her. Could it be that such a handsome and appealing man would deceive her? As Hua Tingting listened to Lu Wanwan's heartfelt concerns, anxiety gripped her. Could it be that such a handsome and appealing man would deceive her? The ominous predictions Lu Wanwan had voiced rang all too true. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man who genuinely treated her with sincerity. Despite being a wealthy heiress, her existence was often marked by the coldness of money deposited monthly into her account, with few truly caring for her. Despite being a wealthy heiress, her existence was often marked by the coldness of money deposited monthly into her account, with few truly caring for her. After much hesitation, however, could not entertain the notion of doubting her boyfriend based solely on Lu Wanwan's words. Instead, she was increasingly convinced that Lu Wanwan had developed feelings. However, could not entertain the notion of doubting her boyfriend based solely on Lu Wanwan's words. Instead, she was increasingly convinced that Lu Wanwan had developed feelings for him. She had completely forgotten the original reason for inviting Lu Wanwan out. How could you say that? My boyfriend treats me wonderfully. No one has ever cooked for me before. But he prepared an entire feast with a meager kitchenware in his rented apartment, 4 dishes and a soup. And even though I'm not fond of home-cooked meals, he insists on preparing them for me daily and regularly invites me to dine. He has never asked to borrow money. How could he possibly be what you describe? If only because she had once helped Hua Tingting. I didn't want to tell you this, but I must inform you that your boyfriend is in deep financial trouble. If only because she had once helped Hua Tingting. I didn't want to tell you this, but I must inform you that your boyfriend is in deep financial trouble. If he asks to borrow money, do not lend him a dime. Just enjoy your time together. Hua Tingting remained somewhat skeptical. Lu Wanwan continued. Lu Wanwan quickly discerned Hua Tingting's thoughts, leading her to feel a bit embarrassed. She had invited Lu Wanwan to validate her boyfriend's character, yet here she was questioning her friend's motives. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, "Who says your husband is necessarily more handsome? Perhaps my boyfriend is," questioning her friend's motives. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, "Who says your husband is necessarily more handsome? Perhaps my boyfriend is even better looking." Hua Tingting blocked her path. "What are you doing? I've shared my concerns, and if you refuse to believe me, then go back to your boyfriend." At that moment, Hua Tingting blocked her path. "What are you doing? I've shared my concerns, and if you refuse to believe me, then go back to your boyfriend." At that moment. "But do you not believe in me either?" He had evidently been listening for some time, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Lu Wanwan suddenly realized that this man posed a significant threat. She needed to distance herself from this volatile couple. How could he possibly be a fraud? Who could be such a handsome deceiver? How could I not believe you? If I don't trust you, who else would I trust? Exactly, that's the spirit. It's almost dinner time. Let us return home so you can enjoy a meal. Who else would I trust? Exactly, that's the spirit. It's almost dinner time. Let us return home so you can enjoy a meal. As if entirely disregarding Lu Wanwan's earlier conversation, Lu Wanwan hurried home, finally catching sight of her handsome husband. How could any of those men compare to her husband's elegance? Fu Tingshan, noticing his wife's unwavering gaze upon him, wondered if something was amiss. What's wrong? How could any of those men compare to her husband's elegance? Fu Tingshan, noticing his wife's unwavering gaze upon him, wondered if something was amiss. What's wrong? Darling, is there something off about me? No, I just find you exceedingly handsome. No other man could possibly compare. Fu Tingshan, however. Their eyes locked, and amidst the fiery chemistry, they tumbled onto the bed. Chapter 84, Regret. When Lu Wanwan awoke, the night had already. Fu Tingshan had instructed the housekeeper to prepare Lu Wanwan's favorite Hunan cuisine. Starving after their earlier activities, Lu Wanwan quickly devoured the spread before her. Meanwhile, Hua Tingting was lost in the enchanting dreams spun by her boyfriend. If life continued like this, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yet.
Hua Tingting was lost in the enchanting dreams spun by her boyfriend. If life continued like this, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yet.
Her boyfriend soon revealed his true colors. On this day, Hua Tingting discovered that her boyfriend had failed to prepare her meal as promised. Instead, he rushed home, panic-stricken. Tingting, could you lend me some money? My brother is gravely ill and urgently needs funds for treatment. I wouldn't ask if it weren't absolutely necessary. Yet Lu Wanwan's warnings echoed in her mind. Could he be deceiving her? Would she be walking into a trap? Are you trying to trick me? Are you planning to take my money and disappear? Her boyfriend's expression turned menacing for a fleeting moment before adopting a pitiful demeanor. Are you planning to take my money and disappear? Her boyfriend's expression turned menacing for a fleeting moment before adopting a pitiful demeanor. Do you not trust me? My dear girlfriend, I truly have no other options but to seek your help. If you refuse, I shall find a way on my own. Perhaps her boyfriend was indeed in a dire situation. Would it be too callous to deny him assistance? How much do you need? Perhaps her boyfriend was indeed in a dire situation. Would it be too callous to deny him assistance? How much do you need? Sensing her wavering resolve, replied, not much, just 1 million will suffice. Even though Hua Tingting hailed from one of the four Sensing her wavering resolve, replied, not much, just 1 million will suffice. Even though Hua Tingting hailed from one of the four prominent families, her monthly allowance was merely 100,000. How could she possibly gather such a sum? 1 million? That's rather excessive. I may not be able to procure that amount immediately. Could you perhaps wait a few days? Her boyfriend scoffed. How could you hesitate to lend me even 1 million? Are we not set to become engaged in a month? Hua Tingting, in a moment of weakness. How could you hesitate to lend me even 1 million? Are we not set to become engaged in a month? Hua Tingting, in a moment of weakness, immediately believed her boyfriend's words. No worries, I will find a way. Hua Tingting made a series of calls, and her loyal friends generously lent her amounts ranging from 100,000 to 200,000, swiftly accumulating a total of 1 million. I've raised the 1 million. Wonderful. Now quickly transfer the entire 1 million to me so I can rescue my brother without delay. Hua Tingting, oblivious to the implications. Now quickly transfer the entire 1 million to me so I can rescue my brother without delay. Hua Tingting, oblivious to the implications. And upon sending a WeChat message that went unanswered, Hua Tingting finally recognized that something was amiss. When she attempted to message him again, she discovered panic set in. Her monthly allowance was only 100,000, and repaying 1 million would take 10 months. Her friends began to call, urging her to repay the money. Panic set in. Her monthly allowance was only 100,000, and repaying 1 million would take 10 months. Her friends began to call, urging her to repay the money. Didn't you promise to return it in a few days? What's going on? If you hadn't said you'd repay me so soon. She thought of Lu Wanwan and called her. Wanwan, you were right. I should have listened to you. Now my money has been swindled. She thought of Lu Wanwan and called her. Wanwan, you were right. I should have listened to you. Now my money has been swindled. Lu Wanwan felt pity for her, but deemed such romantic naivety unacceptable. Moreover, 1 million was not a trivial sum, and Lu Wanwan felt pity for her, but deemed such romantic naivety unacceptable. Moreover, 1 million was not a trivial sum, and she firmly declined Hua Tingting's request. If it weren't for me, you would have been in dire straits long ago. You can't lend me 100,000, let alone 1 million? I was blind to have assisted someone like you. Lu Wanwan felt a chill at Hua Tingting's words, realizing that her refusal to help had led to I was blind to have assisted someone like you. Lu Wanwan felt a chill at Hua Tingting's words, realizing that her refusal to help had led to such bitterness. You even claim my husband wasn't as handsome as yours. Hua Tingting, utterly distressed, hung up the call. Meanwhile, her boyfriend reveled in his windfall. You even claim my husband wasn't as handsome as yours. Hua Tingting, utterly distressed, hung up the call. Meanwhile, her boyfriend reveled in his windfall. Beautiful women were ensnared not by his wealth or culinary skills, but by their naivety. He felt invincible, immediately seeking out several girls to cater to his whims. Reveling in their subservience. After being rejected by Lu Wanwan, Tingting found herself in a dire situation but chose to come clean to her parents, reveling in their subservience. After being rejected by Wanwan, Tingting found herself in a dire situation but chose to come clean to her parents. They were appalled at their daughter's gullibility, deeming her unworthy of any responsibility in the company henceforth. How could I have raised such a foolish daughter? It's unbearable. If you wanted to support a pretty boy, it wouldn't cost you 1 million a month. You always chase after that elusive love. Tingting despised her parents' remarks. Her mother had her own affairs, indulging in her own flings, which led Tingting to passionately pursue genuine affection, ultimately resulting in her deception. Yet, despite their scolding, was soon jolted by the sensational news from the gossip system. Su Rulin intended to participate in an acting competition. Wanwan nearly burst into laughter. Was she not the company's owner? Now, in such a dire state, she was willing to appear on a variety show? Indeed. Was she not the company's owner? Now, in such a dire state, she was willing to appear on a variety show? Indeed. Her personal appearance was the best publicity. Moreover, Su Rulin was indeed attractive, in an age where anyone could debut. Her personal appearance was the best publicity. Moreover, Su Rulin was indeed attractive, in an age where anyone could debut. Her participation in an acting contest was not improbable. You've trained so many actors who have made significant contributions across various shows and films. I believe the director's flattery left Wanwan with little reason to decline, especially since she was eager to witness Su Rulin's performance. The director offered an irresistible sum of 50 million for her participation in just one cycle. Such a golden opportunity was rare, and the first actor to take the stage was painfully unremarkable. Yet he was a young heir. It was no longer even acting, with his unchanging expressions, and the first actor to take the stage was painfully unremarkable. Yet he was a young heir. It was no longer even acting, with his unchanging expressions. There was little to critique. A frown, a smile, and a neutral face were all indistinguishable. Nonetheless, the invited celebrities insincerely showered him with praise. This is astonishing. Your performance is truly lifelike. I believe the burden of the new generation of Chinese actors rests upon your shoulders. Truly, a dragon begets a dragon, and a phoenix begets a phoenix. You embody your father's charisma. Indeed, I have never witnessed such an outstanding performance. I must have you in my next film. With you, we need not worry about box office success. Wanwan's lips twitched. With him, there would be no need for concern about ticket sales, given his well-connected father. This pattern of insincere compliments continued endlessly. Finally, Wanwan understood why they had invited her, a mere outsider, to fill space. She was merely there to flatter the young heir. However, despite the financial loss, she had to fulfill her role. Reluctantly, she extolled. Among all the actors I have encountered, found himself unable to extricate from the moment, his already stiff face growing even more rigid. You are right. Found himself unable to extricate from the moment, his already stiff face growing even more rigid. You are right. And enduring such nonsense was equally unbearable. Finally, she managed to send the young heir on his way. Just then the gossip system chimed in with another alert. And enduring such nonsense was equally unbearable. Finally, she managed to send the young heir on his way. Just then the gossip system chimed in with another alert. Wanwan? He is willing to be the other man for love. If the woman were beautiful, I could understand, but she is not only older than him, but also married. Yet he is willing to be the other man for love. If the woman were beautiful, I could understand, but she is not only older than him, but also married. Yet he may have found an opportunity to seize that which he lacked, capturing his heart in the process. You lamented that if you were to peddle gossip, he may have found an opportunity to seize that which he lacked, capturing his heart in the process. You lamented that if you were to peddle gossip, perpetually inundated with an endless stream of juicy tidbits to sell. The gossip system rolled its eyes, suggesting that in this perpetually inundated with an endless stream of juicy tidbits to sell. The gossip system rolled its eyes, suggesting that in this life, one ought to be content. With such a handsome husband, an abundance of gossip to consume, and daily expenditures to indulge in, how enviable you are. Originally, Wanwan had come to this program solely for Su Rulin, and now the main event had finally arrived. Su Rulin, adorned in resplendent attire, was relegated to the audience? This was utterly inequitable. Su Rulin, driven by necessity, persisted through the entire performance. It was painfully awkward. At best, she could be considered a mere decorative vase. With no influential background, her abysmal skills had finally prompted her teacher to voice insincere praises, and now, at last, a target had emerged for criticism. What utter drivel was this performance? How could someone like her even be deemed an actress? A target had emerged for criticism. What utter drivel was this performance? How could someone like her even be deemed an actress? Where on earth did the director unearth such a talent? It was simply unbearable to behold. These harsh words pierced Su Rulin's heart, yet she could hardly fathom why. Our class has no shortage of vases, and you, my dear, do not even meet our standards, a notoriously sharp-tongued teacher remarked without, and the sight of her weeping beauty elicited considerable sympathy. Eventually, a male director could no longer bear to witness the cruelty. How can you speak so of a beauty? Even her tears are exquisite. I shall take it upon myself to grant her my coveted tickets. I believe she performed admirably. She is the actress I envision. In an instant, Su Rulin's spirit soared, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the director's ulterior motives. Wanwan observed this spectacle with a cold gaze, finding the world truly absurd. Was it merely her beauty that allowed her to receive such unmerited praise? Su Rulin, in a moment of triumph, cast a disdainful glance at Wanwan, as if to say, "See? Despite your presence, I have successfully advanced." The gossip system chimed in, warning that this male director was anything but virtuous. As if to say, "See? Despite your presence, I have successfully advanced." The gossip system chimed in, warning that this male director was anything but virtuous. He had exploited numerous female directors, seducing every young and beautiful actress, who among them had not fallen victim to his lecherous advances, forced to endure in silence. Believing at last that someone appreciated her talent, and she prepared for her next performance, oblivious to the looming danger. Chapter 86. Delivered. For yet another girl had entered his domain to play with. He soon found himself at the backstage door, observing the girl's progress, their eyes filled with dread. For yet another girl had entered his domain to play with. He soon found himself at the backstage door, observing the girl's progress, their eyes filled with dread. At first glance you, Wanwan, are quite impressive. However, your acting does require some refinement. Why don't you come to my room? We can delve deeper into the script. And I may even reveal tomorrow's topics. Su Rulin, still oblivious, thought it a genuine discussion about the script and was eager to receive the material in advance. And I may even reveal tomorrow's topics. Su Rulin, still oblivious, thought it a genuine discussion about the script and was eager to receive the material in advance. The name you bear is not one that common folk can attain, so you owe me a debt in return. As he advanced towards her, Su Rulin finally sensed something amiss. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. If you insist, I will. Su Rulin finally sensed something amiss. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. If you insist, I will report you. What do I intend? Was it not my talent that earned me this advancement? You dare to impose such terms on me? Do you have any idea who I am? Who are you really? Merely an ordinary actress, I would presume. If you refuse to comply, let me assure you, your acting career will be over before it begins. Merely an ordinary actress, I would presume. If you refuse to comply, let me assure you, your acting career will be over before it begins. Su Rulin found herself torn. She did not wish to forfeit her career, yet she was equally unwilling to succumb to his demands. I am Su Chenran's person. If you refuse to protect me, he has no sway here. Just submit to me. Since you are ignorant, allow me to enlighten you. Su Chenran is a major player in City S. I recall only 4 prominent families in City S. Aside from those 4, I am free to pursue anyone else. Spare me your excuses. Simply put, I recall only 4 prominent families in City S. Aside from those 4, I am free to pursue anyone else. Spare me your excuses. Simply put. Naturally unwilling to surrender herself, departed Director Wang's room in tears. She called Su Chenran, lamenting, I entered this acting competition for you, yet they disregard my talent and wish to exploit me. Even if I were to reveal your name, they would still ignore me. Yet they disregard my talent and wish to exploit me. Even if I were to reveal your name, they would still ignore me. Viewing her merely as a woman under his purview, a means to acquire greater wealth. Meanwhile, Director Wang felt a twinge of apprehension. Viewing her merely as a woman under his purview, a means to acquire greater wealth. Meanwhile, Director Wang felt a twinge of apprehension. My wife is rather naive. Since you wish to play, feel free. I have authorized her to comply. She is the most obedient to me. Upon hearing Su Rulin's lamentations, he reassured her, do not worry. I shall call him and berate him. You simply focus on becoming a star. Upon hearing Su Rulin's lamentations, he reassured her, do not worry. I shall call him and berate him. You simply focus on becoming a star. He will ensure your advancement. Su Rulin ceased her tears, confident that Su Chenran was indeed her strongest ally, blissfully unaware that her fellow competitors had already betrayed her. The following day, I shall certainly treat you well. Director Wang relished this exhilarating dynamic, and his excitement grew, eagerly anticipating the evening's event. I shall certainly treat you well. Director Wang relished this exhilarating dynamic, and his excitement grew, eagerly anticipating the evening's events. As night fell, Director Wang, brimming with enthusiasm, made his way to Su Rulin's room. She was taken aback by his arrival, recalling their agreement from the previous day. Director Wang, however, was in high spirits, cheerily declaring, was this what care entailed? It felt as though he intended to usher her into his bed. Unable to tolerate such indignity, she thought back to her past as a company owner in the entertainment industry and her studies abroad. She could not simply acquiesce to such even if he were to abandon the prospect of acting, he still had other paths to pursue. She immediately fled through the door. It was only upon returning home that Su Nulin managed to exhale a breath of relief. Su Rulin, consumed. It was only upon returning home that Su Nulin managed to exhale a breath of relief. Su Rulin, consumed by fury. How could you possibly send me to that kind of man? What were you thinking? Meanwhile, Su Chenran, his heart was already in tatters, leaving Su Rulin with naught but a mere tool for his own gain, though it seemed he was beginning to awaken to this truth. His heart was already in tatters, leaving Su Rulin with naught but a mere tool for his own gain, though it seemed he was beginning to awaken to this truth. I have endured your bullying for far too long. This time, I can no longer tolerate it. You actually sent your woman to another man. I have endured your bullying for far too long. This time, I can no longer tolerate it. You actually sent your woman to another man. My heart has been shattered into pieces by your actions. I might recover from this, yet I shall not forgive you. I will voluntarily withdraw from that program. As for the shares in the company, I would rather forgo them. I have always been the one to fill the gaps for you, without ever considering my own feelings. Su Chenran found this woman intriguing. Once, she had been utterly indispensable to him, yet now she had transformed into this. Just make sure you don't regret it. Does this mean we can get married in the future? Chapter 87. 50 million is out of the question. In a fit of anger. Does this mean we can get married in the future? Chapter 87. 50 million is out of the question. In a fit of anger. Su Rulin abruptly withdrew from the recording. The next day, Lu Wanwan found it peculiar during the recording session. However, she quickly learned the details from the gossip system. The romance between the male and female leads was far from satisfactory. Gossip system. It seems that the predetermined outcome of bankruptcy remains unchanged. Host, you must continue. Gossip system. It seems that the predetermined outcome of bankruptcy remains unchanged. Host, you must continue to strive. Meanwhile, Director Wang had uncovered that Su Nulin was the owner of an entertainment company, and she had come to act solely for the benefit of her company. He had no desire to collaborate with such a company, especially after they had sent all their actors to him. The already struggling company of Su Rulin was now in even greater peril. Witnessing the rather cringeworthy performances of the actors, Lu Wanwan couldn't help but lament how difficult it was to earn money. Moreover, she couldn't speak too harshly. To avoid damaging their self-esteem, she could only offer, your potential is still boundless. However, at this stage, you must put in more effort. Yet some actors resorted to desperate measures, weeping to solicit sympathy. And she had been solely responsible for raising her younger brother. Yet her acting skills were far from impressive, and she was only quickly catching Director Wang's eye. Everyone expressed sympathy for her story, eagerly casting their votes for her advancement. Lu Wanwan quickly catching Director Wang's eye. Everyone expressed sympathy for her story, eagerly casting their votes for her advancement. Lu Wanwan reluctantly followed suit, granting her a vote, though she still did not recognize the actress's talent. Watching actors who performed far better than her exit the stage, while she advanced on the basis of sympathy, sharp-eyed netizens immediately discerned the inadequacy of one actor's performance, yet he still received accolades and adoration from all. Was it merely because he was a star's offspring that he could so casually trample upon the achievements of others? Moreover, the netizens admired the performances of the other instructors. Was it merely because he was a star's offspring that he could so casually trample upon the achievements of others? Moreover, the netizens admired the performances of the other instructors, who managed to offer praise even in the face of such lackluster acting, maintaining their composure throughout. Everyone began to complain about why they were ordinary individuals and not beloved figures who could easily earn money and support others. Everyone began to complain about why they were ordinary individuals and not beloved figures who could easily earn money and support others. While some could never achieve the roles they desired and earn the fortunes that others amassed in a lifetime. At this moment, a top-tier celebrity was supposedly involved in a love affair as a male mistress. Was this a sign of moral decay or a loss of humanity? This topic skyrocketed to the trending list, capturing widespread interest as people speculated which top-tier celebrity had fallen from grace. Meanwhile, the young master could not fathom that the celebrity in question was himself. He believed he held little fame, and even now, any recognition he had was merely due to his father's influence, hardly qualifying him as a leading star. Ironically, any recognition he had was merely due to his father's influence, hardly qualifying him as a leading star. Ironically, this misunderstanding cost him the chance to bribe the paparazzi, who, the paparazzi announced in their live stream that they would reveal the big scoop the following evening at 9 p.m. Wanwan wondered if the celebrity in question might indeed be the young master. Did he truly not realize that he was considered a top-tier star in the eyes of the paparazzi? Was this a stroke of luck or misfortune? There was certainly a spectacle to behold. If she were the paparazzi, this revelation could easily fetch 30. The paparazzi had entirely squandered the chance to earn that sum. As expected, at precisely 9 p.m., the paparazzi began their live stream. They did not rush to reveal the scoop, but instead promoted their instant noodles, encouraging viewers to buy. The netizens, eager to hear the scoop, flooded in with orders for the noodles, resulting in a sharp rise in sales. Once the paparazzi determined it was time, they prepared to divulge flooded in with orders for the noodles, resulting in a sharp rise in sales. Once the paparazzi determined it was time, they prepared to divulge the news. Knowing that the viewer count would soon dwindle, at last they spoke. The scoop I am about to reveal concerns our nation's top-tier celebrity, Zong. A wave of astonishment rippled through the netizens, while another group sighed in relief, having feared that the revelation pertained. They were glad it wasn't their idol, for they would have been deeply troubled by the news, given how much money they had invested in him over the years. Such a revelation hardly constituted a top-tier celebrity. It felt like a deception. Fortunately, it was not their idol. Such a revelation hardly constituted a top-tier celebrity. It felt like a deception. Fortunately, it was not their idol, or they might have found it impossible to sleep that night. Delighted by the unexpected support from the netizens, continued to dig for more sensational stories while selling their instant noodles. Meanwhile, the young master was abruptly pulled from his bed. Look at the mess you've created. Even if I were to find a girlfriend. Was abruptly pulled from his bed. Look at the mess you've created. Even if I were to find a girlfriend. How could I end up with someone like this online influencer? Damn it, you've become a male mistress for love. All the resources I've invested in you have gone to waste. I'm telling you, I'll cut ties with her tomorrow. Merely adhering to his father's wishes. With endless money at his disposal, what he truly lacked was love. Merely adhering to his father's wishes. With endless money at his disposal, what he truly lacked was love. Do you not know how easily this generation of netizens forgets? Just throw something more outrageous into the mix, and they completely overlook my situation. To this day, do you not know how easily this generation of netizens forgets? Just throw something more outrageous into the mix, and they completely overlook my situation. To this day, or even 50 million, his father would have willingly provided it. How could he allow his reputation to be tarnished like this? Yet he remained unfazed. Or even 50 million, his father would have willingly provided it. How could he allow his reputation to be tarnished like this? Yet he remained unfazed, believing that this matter was trivial and that soon enough, the online community would forget about it. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. It seemed that any previous barriers had vanished, as they all voiced their disdain for the current events. After all, Zong had not amassed a significant following. Most of his fans were merely purchased by his father, resulting in a rather limited support base. Nonetheless, as he anticipated, by the following day, his trending topic. Most of his fans were merely purchased by his father, resulting in a rather limited support base. Nonetheless, As he anticipated, by the following day, his trending topic had faded, and fans rejoiced, relieved that their idol had not faced a downfall. Yet, there would always be fresh scandals to emerge, causing past events to be forgotten. And fans rejoiced, relieved that their idol had not faced a downfall. Yet, there would always be fresh scandals to emerge, causing past events to be forgotten. Trends seemed perpetually overshadowed, as if once buried, they vanished from memory entirely. Kai Ziwang continued to act with impunity. Previously, he had moved directly into the influencer's residence, seeking the company of numerous young women. Kai Ziwang believed that any scandal could be silenced with money, and fortunately, the paparazzi, his expenses would have escalated. Thus, he found himself somewhat reckless, sequestered in his room for days on end, oblivious to whether the paparazzi had captured these moments. His expenses would have escalated. Thus, he found himself somewhat reckless, sequestered in his room for days on end, oblivious to whether the paparazzi had captured these moments. Perhaps preparing to unveil an even greater story. This time, the paparazzi had wised up. The paparazzi eagerly awaited the star to approach him, offering a substantial sum to suppress the story, but reality did not align with his expectations. The paparazzi eagerly awaited the star to approach him, offering a substantial sum to suppress the story, but reality did not align with his expectations.
Kai Ziwang.
With no one to intervene, the paparazzi resorted to their previous tactics, live streaming regularly. Once again, netizens were treated to fresh gossip, albeit with no one to intervene. The paparazzi resorted to their previous tactics, live streaming regularly. Once again, netizens were treated to fresh gossip, albeit concerning another second-generation star, which lacked the fervor of previous revelations. They were not as eager to spend lavishly on the latest scoop but instead urged him to divulge the juiciest details. As expected, and the allure had diminished. The second-generation star remained unperturbed, yet his father was understandably anxious, dismayed by his son's apparent lack of ambition. Particularly in light of the scandals emerging. In a fit of rage, he promptly froze Kai Ziwang's accounts. Suddenly, Kai Ziwang found his financial lifeline severed. Particularly in light of the scandals emerging. In a fit of rage, he promptly froze Kai Ziwang's accounts. Suddenly, Kai Ziwang found his financial lifeline severed, prompting him to express his willingness to cooperate with his father. Meanwhile, the acting competition continued its recordings, with everyone lavishing praise upon the prince's performance, declaring it unparalleled. The exaggerated compliments made the audience cringe, while the performers themselves remained blissfully unembarrassed. In truth, Wanwan nearly faltered. But upon reflecting on the significant sums she had received for merely extolling this individual, she realized she could do the same. Had someone informed her in a past life that she could earn millions for a few flattering remarks, she would have leapt at the opportunity. If she could become a boss who would sympathize with the plight of the working class. Once roles were reversed, identities shifted. Soon, while the second place was awarded to a young girl who had garnered sympathy for her upbringing, achieving fame in mere days, onlookers who had witnessed the show criticized it as utter nonsense, lamenting that a performer devoid of talent had secured the top position. Onlookers who had witnessed the show criticized it as utter nonsense, lamenting that a performer devoid of talent had secured the top position. Unlike Su Rulin, who was too headstrong, Nie Zihong cherished this hard-won opportunity. When director Wang hinted at her potential, she eagerly agreed. Unlike Su Rulin, who was too headstrong, Nie Zihong cherished this hard-won opportunity. When director Wang hinted at her potential, she eagerly agreed. She entered the program to make a name for herself, and at last, her aspirations were realized. Yet, director Wang's unwelcome advances and his she feared disappointing her fans, who seemed to see another version of herself in her, hoping she would rise above her past struggles. Wanwan, too, found herself at a loss for words regarding the current state of acting. Had skill become obsolete? The path to fame appeared alarmingly facile. Soon, the prize for first place was revealed. An opportunity to star alongside a renowned actor in a film where the established stars would merely play supporting roles. The prize for first place was revealed. An opportunity to star alongside a renowned actor in a film where the established stars would merely play supporting roles, prompting netizens to propel this topic to the forefront of trending discussions. When the film premiered, audiences were appalled by, leaving them nauseated by the wooden acting and expressions reliant on muscle rather than emotion. Even with prominent actors supporting the project, viewers could not with many exiting the cinema within minutes, demanding refunds. However, the director was unwilling to issue refunds. This was a prime opportunity to profit, with many exiting the cinema within minutes, demanding refunds. However, the director was unwilling to issue refunds. This was a prime opportunity to profit, only to emerge with complaints. As a result, ratings plummeted to a ghastly low of 18. Even fans of the established actors lamented their beloved stars' involvement in such a subpar production. Yet, they felt compelled to support their idols at the box office to avoid being overshadowed by rival fans. Thus, although the ratings were dismal, ticket sales ultimately raking in several million, a remarkable feat for such a terrible film. Yet, the director attributed all the credit to Kai Ziwang, proclaiming that the second-generation star had single-handedly carried the film to significant box office success in his debut. Seeing the director's statements, it was blatantly a dreadful film, yet he spoke with such audacity. Netizens were equally furious, feeling that their efforts to promote their own idols had resulted in accolades bestowed upon Kai Ziwang. His comment section, with various individuals expressing their disdain, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kai Ziwang felt a surge of anger. He had never desired to be, with various individuals expressing their disdain, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kai Ziwang felt a surge of anger. He had never desired to be a second-generation star, merely wishing to lead a typical wealthy lifestyle, yet his father insisted on thrusting him into the limelight. Ultimately, he found no fortune and only a plethora of troubles. Almost immediately, he received a call from his father. "Look at what you've become. You should have heeded my advice for acting lessons. Just look at the drivel you've produced. I merely aspire to be an ordinary second-generation rich individual, yet you insist on compelling me to perform. Who can be blamed for this predicament? I merely aspire to be an ordinary second-generation rich individual, yet you insist on compelling me to perform. Who can be blamed for this predicament? It is not my fault, for I possess no innate talent." Kai Ziwang was originally an unremarkable person. Prior to entering the entertainment industry, he weighed an astonishing 200 pounds. In pursuit of his father's expectations, he lost 80 pounds in 3 months. Kai Ziwang finally transformed into a somewhat attractive individual among the ordinary. Does that not imply that half the population could do the same? With such looks, who would dare to think they belong? Kai Ziwang, who had never truly faced adversity, found it unbearable to read such comments, especially since he lacked formal training and possessed subpar acting skills. He relied solely on sheer willpower hoping for accolades from the public, yet he received none. Only a barrage of insults. Moreover, he had no fans to support him. In a fit of anger, Kai Ziwang shockingly announced his withdrawal from the industry. This infuriated his father, who had devoted decades to paving the way for his son's career, only to see it all shattered in an instant. His heart was utterly broken by his son's lack of ambition. Netizens, however, rejoiced, only to see it all shattered in an instant. His heart was utterly broken by his son's lack of ambition. Netizens, however, rejoiced, for they no longer had to compete with him for endorsements, and the general public was delighted to be spared from witnessing his lackluster performances. After all, Kai Ziwang's father was nothing short of fervent. When no one showed up for his film, he sold it at a discount to a production company, which would have been better spent scrolling through their phones in their dormitories. Upon discovering that his son had disregarded his opposition and withdrawn from the industry, Kai Ziwang's father was livid. All the efforts he had invested over the years seemed to vanish into thin air. Kai Ziwang, on the other hand, felt a sense of liberation. He had never truly lived for himself and was eager to embrace the life of a wealthy heir. Yet, his father was determined not to let him go, as he had but one son. "You wretched child, return to me at once." His father was determined not to let him go, as he had but one son. "You wretched child, return to me at once. If you genuinely wish to leave the industry and pursue your own path, I would support you. If you genuinely wish to leave the industry and pursue your own path, I would support you. But to merely indulge in a life of luxury as a spoiled rich kid? That is out of the question." Kai Ziwang believed he had done enough. It was precisely attitudes like his father's that would lead to their downfall. You had better obediently return to the entertainment industry, otherwise. It was precisely attitudes like his father's that would lead to their downfall. You had better obediently return to the entertainment industry, otherwise. He replaced the originally talented male leads with himself, relegating them to supporting roles. Audiences had initially been pleased with his departure, yet were soon dismayed to see this blight return, especially as he encroached upon roles meant for their favored stars, igniting further outrage. Faced with the barrage of photoshopped images in his comment section, Zong could no longer endure it. He attempted to call his father to vent, but was told that such challenges were merely a part of a star's journey and that he must persevere for a brighter future. He sought solace from his internet, only to discover that since he had run out of money last month, she had deleted him from her life, leaving him unable to locate her. Only to discover that since he had run out of money last month, she had deleted him from her life, leaving him unable to locate her. He felt like a jester in this world, unloved and deceived, as the affection he had for his girlfriend had been a mere ruse to extract his wealth. His father finally grasped the gravity of his situation, yearning for his son's return, only to find it impossible. His father finally grasped the gravity of his situation, yearning for his son's return, only to find it impossible. Hastily deleting their comments as if their erasure could absolve them of their previous cruelty. They shifted the blame onto Zong. They rejoiced in the notion that they would no longer have to endure his poor performances, believing his demise to be just. Little did they know. Yet shielded from criticism due to his father's influence, the newcomer, more self-aware, refrained from taking on major roles, opting instead for significant supporting parts. The newcomer, more self-aware, refrained from taking on major roles, opting instead for significant supporting parts. Instead celebrating the increased ratings. Zong's father, upon reflection, lamented the loss of his son, wishing he had allowed him to live as an ordinary rich heir. Believing that perhaps, had he done so, his son would not have taken such drastic measures. Now, he was left without a son, all due to his own actions. However, he quickly moved on, finding a new partner and raising another son, completely forgetting Zong as he devoted himself to nurturing his next potential star. In Chapter 90, he quickly moved on, finding a new partner and raising another son, completely forgetting Zong as he devoted himself to nurturing his next potential star. In Chapter 90, Sympathy, she began starring in films and television dramas funded by director Wang, though her acting skills, lacking formal training, fell short. Nevertheless, her mindless fans adored her. She began starring in films and television dramas funded by director Wang, though her acting skills, lacking formal training, fell short. Nevertheless, her mindless fans adored her. And she soon reaped the rewards, earning millions from her projects, sums she could never have imagined earning in her previous jobs. As her success soared, she became increasingly aloof, viewing her once humble family as beneath her. Ignoring her parents' concerned calls, she left them in a state of distress, leading them to seek help through a missing person program. They even provided her name and a description, attaching old, unflattering photos of her. Upon seeing her image, netizens initially did not, instead commenting on how she bore a resemblance to a star, her name being quite unique. Consequently, they flooded Zong's comment section with inquiries. Instead commenting on how she bore a resemblance to a star, her name being quite unique. Consequently, they flooded Zong's comment section with inquiries. However, Zong reached out to her parents. "I have become a big star, you need not contact me anymore. There's no need for a missing person program." It's simply humiliating. She had crafted an image of an orphan, claiming to support her brother, determined that her past family would no longer disturb. It's simply humiliating. She had crafted an image of an orphan, claiming to support her brother, determined that her past family would no longer disturb her newfound stardom. Her parents believed she had become completely obsessed, questioning whether she had truly lost her sanity over her infatuation with stardom. In a shocking turn of events, they even fabricated a narrative claiming that they were both deceased. Instinctively, they sought to expose their daughter's deceitful actions. Consequently, was now a celebrated star? Filled with doubt, the host inquired again. "Are you certain that Zong is your daughter? Could you possibly be mistaken?" Was now a celebrated star? Filled with doubt, the host inquired again. "Are you certain that Zong is your daughter? Could you possibly be mistaken? She has publicly denied it in the comments, and she bears no resemblance to you. Moreover, that is why she ventured out to support her family at such a young age." "That doesn't resemble you," they retorted. "When did we ever claim we didn't want our daughter, who is thriving? Since you insist on declaring your parents dead, it should be noted that your brother was not solely raised by you. We, as a couple, supported them through college. It should be noted that your brother was not solely raised by you. We, as a couple, supported them through college. We have nurtured him too." The revelation was shocking. Nie Zihong, in her relentless pursuit of fame, had resorted to fabricating a life devoid of parental figures, claiming she had single-handedly raised her brother. Nie Zihong, in her relentless pursuit of fame, had resorted to fabricating a life devoid of parental figures, claiming she had single-handedly raised her brother. Was this a moral failing or merely a sign of lost humanity? Social media erupted with commentary. Many had long harbored disdain for her. She managed to win second place? Truly, the heavens have turned a blind eye, especially when so many talented actors have not received such accolades. As one person voiced their grievances, others quickly joined in. No one had anticipated that she would stoop so low as to fabricate her lack of parents. It was undeniably malicious. Such individuals ought to be expelled from the entertainment industry. It seems anyone can now enter and exploit it for financial. It was undeniably malicious. Such individuals ought to be expelled from the entertainment industry. It seems anyone can now enter and exploit it for financial gain. Upon seeing the news, Nie Zihong was understandably alarmed. She had not anticipated her parents would be so ruthless as to attempt to destroy her stardom. Immediately, she called them. What is happening? I will act as though you are not my parents, and I will have my brother take care of you. I am truly at a loss for having found such parents. You have ruined what could have been a lucrative path. Her parents were equally taken aback. Having found such parents. You have ruined what could have been a lucrative path. Her parents were equally taken aback. Consider your parents truly dead. You will not require our support any longer. We will raise our son well and sever ties with you. Consider your parents truly dead. You will not require our support any longer. We will raise our son well and sever ties with you. Instead, she relished the thought of being rid of her burdens. Her path to stardom would undoubtedly be more straightforward now. She sweetly dialed Director Wang's number. He swiftly provided her with a solution that was foolproof. Without delay, she set about implementing it. First, she conducted a live broadcast to apologize to her fans. Dear fans, he swiftly provided her with a solution that was foolproof. Without delay, she set about implementing it. First, she conducted a live broadcast to apologize to her fans. Dear fans, I sincerely apologize for deceiving you, but I did not intend to mislead you. My parents are akin to having none, which is why I expressed such sorrowful sentiments. My mother and father have never cared for me. I have supported myself from a young age. They favored my brother, offering me no salary, and whenever I earned money. Delighted by the surge at her followers, Nie Zihong promptly called Director Wang. Brother Wang, your method is truly effective. As soon as I went live, everyone sympathized with me. Delighted by the surge at her followers, Nie Zihong promptly called Director Wang. Brother Wang, your method is truly effective. As soon as I went live, everyone sympathized with me. No one seems to care about the truth of the matter anymore. Director Wang, unfazed, replied that he had dealt with such situations countless times before. Chapter 91. Backlash. After enduring a nauseating experience, Nie Zihong mistakenly believed the storm had passed. However, her parents remained. Chapter 91. Backlash. After enduring a nauseating experience, Nie Zihong mistakenly believed the storm had passed. However, her parents remained unwilling to accept the situation, shocked that their once-beloved daughter had evolved into such a state. They sought out journalists to reveal the truth behind the events. The reporters were thrilled, tearfully recounting the fabrications spun by their daughter. What was the truth? Viewers found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain of whom to trust. Tearfully recounting the fabrications spun by their daughter. What was the truth? Viewers found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain of whom to trust. Yet, had no desire for schooling, she yearned for fame and fortune, ultimately deceiving her parents to participate in a show, leading her down the path of denying her family. Had no desire for schooling, she yearned for fame and fortune, ultimately deceiving her parents to participate in a show, leading her down the path of denying her family. As the neighbors shared their insights, the audience began to grasp the reality. Nie Zihong was undoubtedly deceiving them. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious, lost in dreams of future wealth. The phrase Nie Zihong should exit the entertainment industry topped the trending charts. Seeing this unfold, Nie Zihong finally panicked. Realizing that her fade of victimhood had garnered no sympathy. In a frenzy, she called Director Wang again. Director Wang, he responded, I've already cleaned up your mess once. I have no intention of dealing with this again. I'm tired of this woman. I'm interested in pursuing younger, fresher talent. I don't want to be involved anymore. With that, he curtly added, handle it as you see fit. I have other matters to attend to. If you cannot resolve this, do not come looking for me. Hearing his words, Nie Zihong felt a chill run down her spine. If you cannot resolve this, do not come looking for me. Hearing his words, Nie Zihong felt a chill run down her spine. Tears threatened to spill as she watched her follower count plummet, while brands issued breach of contract notifications. The penalties were Tears threatened to spill as she watched her follower count plummet, while brands issued breach of contract notifications. The penalties were astronomical, far beyond anything she had ever earned. I no longer wish to be a star. I want to return to my studies. However, because of you, I now face exorbitant breach fees. And I may even end up in prison, as I cannot repay this amount. Upon hearing their daughter's plight, her parents felt a pang, and I may even end up in prison, as I cannot repay this amount. Upon hearing their daughter's plight, her parents felt a pang of compassion. It seems that approximately 10 million is required. You and Dad are certainly unable to conceive. Even if we were to sacrifice everything, Director Lee may find himself imprisoned, and it is all your fault. Had you not exposed me, our family would have thrived. Director Lee may find himself imprisoned, and it is all your fault. Had you not exposed me, our family would have thrived. Leaving our family with no hope of a favorable outcome. Hearing these words, Nie Zihong's parents were overcome with sorrow. Leaving our family with no hope of a favorable outcome. Hearing these words, Nie Zihong's parents were overcome with sorrow. What could be done in such a dire situation? They had never anticipated that events would unfold in such an unexpected manner. However, the truth about their daughter claiming to be without parents was something they could not endure. That I fabricated this entire scenario in collusion with our neighbors to deceive everyone. This way, you would— That I fabricated this entire scenario in collusion with our neighbors to deceive everyone. This way, you would not have to pay the breach of contract penalty.
Nie Zihong's parents.
How much better it would have been had you not exposed me. Who incited you to do this? Isn't this a matter you have exaggerated? How much better it would have been had you not exposed me. Who incited you to do this? Isn't this a matter you have exaggerated? There is nothing left to do, but see if we can deceive the internet community. The reporters, however, were quite pleased. Nie Zihong's parents eagerly bribed their neighbors to alter their testimonies. The neighbors, perceiving the absurdity of the situation, speculated that Nie Zihong must be in a state of madness to act in such a way. Nevertheless, enticed by the promise of financial, the neighbors willingly agreed to provide false testimonies. The reporters conducted yet another round of interviews. With tears in their eyes, the neighbors willingly agreed to provide false testimonies. The reporters conducted yet another round of interviews. With tears in their eyes, Nie Zihong's parents publicly apologized, stating, "It would have been better for us to have perished than to live with the shame of our actions. I have been abusive towards Nie Zihong for— It would have been better for us to have perished than to live with the shame of our actions. I have been abusive towards Nie Zihong from a young age, thus leading her to claim that I am the one who deceived everyone. This incident has opened my eyes to my grave mistakes." Subsequently, the neighbors were interviewed. Nie Zihong had initially believed that her plan would unfold as she envisioned, absolving her of the penalty and paving the way for her stardom. Surely this was a cause for celebration. Yet, events did not progress as she anticipated. The audience, not lacking in discernment, recognized the fabrication of this entire narrative. Many flocked to Nie Zihong's comment section to voice their indignation, with some resorting to extreme insults. They unleashed their frustration and work-related stress upon her online persona. Many flocked to Nie Zihong's comment section to voice their indignation, with some resorting to extreme insults. They unleashed their frustration and work-related stress upon her online persona. Had she simply adhered to her parents' guidance, diligently pursued her studies, she might have enjoyed a fulfilling campus life rather than becoming the subject of public scorn, burdened by insurmountable debts she could not hope to repay. In Chapter 92, she had loving parents who, through immense sacrifice, sold their home and covered her penalty, ultimately rescuing her from an overdose of sleeping pills. Finally, she had loving parents who, through immense sacrifice, sold their home and covered her penalty, ultimately rescuing her from an overdose of sleeping pills. Finally, Nie Zihong experienced a profound transformation, awakening to the depth of her parents' love and the far-reaching consequences of their sacrifices. She resolved to return to her studies and retake the college entrance examination. Netizens turned their attention to the next sensational story. The cycle of trending topics was relentless, with online communities mirroring the tireless. Netizens turned their attention to the next sensational story. The cycle of trending topics was relentless, with online communities mirroring the tireless pursuit of the sun.
Wanwan,
Upon hearing of this incident, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Nie Zihong's parents, questioning the worth of saving such a daughter. Yet, Wanwan lamented the absurdity of the entertainment industry, which seemed rife with scandal, an endless buffet of gossip. Despite her complaints, Wanwan lamented the absurdity of the entertainment industry, which seemed rife with scandal, an endless buffet of gossip. Despite her complaints, she remained steadfast in her enjoyment of the unfolding drama, for there was joy to be found in indulging in the latest scandals. The gossip mill did not disappoint. Laughter echoed as Wanwan anticipated the downfall of Su Rulin's agency, eager to see the unraveling of its artists. Laughter echoed as Wanwan anticipated the downfall of Su Rulin's agency, eager to see the unraveling of its artists. If there was a chance to address the misdeeds within Su Rulin's agency, Wanwan was more than willing to partake, all while savoring other juicy tidbits from the industry. At this juncture, the gossip machine teased a new angle. Wanwan, what do you think these stars in the entertainment industry pursue for happiness? After amassing such wealth, what do they truly seek? Ultimately, it boiled down to the same old desires. However, I only speculate. Could they dare to dabble in the most perilous of pursuits? You are entirely correct. This time, the implicated celebrities number around 7 or 8, with Su Rulin's agency accounting for 3, alongside 4 other prominent figures in the industry. The entertainment world may indeed be on the verge of a seismic shift. As expected, Wanwan received yet another invitation to participate in a variety show. Her previous performance as a guest in a talent competition had impressed the director, who now sought her involvement in a pet-centered program, fearing it might disrupt their harmonious existence. Now, however, with her relationship with her father having evolved, it was time to consider fearing it might disrupt their harmonious existence. Now, however, with her relationship with her father having evolved, it was time to consider bringing a cherished pet into her life. Naturally, she desired a dog, loyal and devoted. She regarded dogs as the most endearing creatures. Soon, upon seeing the dog, expressed his displeasure, not out of animosity towards animals or allergies, but because he felt this new addition would intrude upon their personal space. Upon seeing the dog, expressed his displeasure, not out of animosity towards animals or allergies, but because he felt this new addition would intrude upon their personal space, disrupting the intimacy of their shared life. Wanwan, what made you decide to get a dog? I thought we were quite happy together. And now there's another presence vying for your attention. Not at all. This dog is our shared treasure. We can treat it like our little baby. You'll be the dad, and I'll be the mom, and together we will cherish our little one. In her excitement, Wanwan had forgotten to inquire whether Fu Tingxian had any aversions to dogs, sheepishly scratching her head as she realized her oversight. I truly wish to express that I am indeed allergic to dogs, and I yearn to send this dog away, so as not to disrupt Wanwan and his intimate life together. However, upon witnessing the joy hidden within Wanwan's eyes, I find it impossible to act upon my desires. I want her to remain blissful and not feel compromised for my sake. Wanwan finally sighed in relief, alleviating her concerns, and she could now lavishly nurture this small dog without reservation. Wanwan finally sighed in relief, alleviating her concerns, and she could now lavishly nurture this small dog without reservation. How splendid! Let us name him. At that moment, that name is quite delightful. Wanwan has a knack for choosing beautiful names. From now on, this shall be our precious little one's name. Yet, one wonders when the two of us might welcome our true treasure. At the mention of this, Wanwan's face instantly flushed. One wonders when the two of us might welcome our true treasure. At the mention of this, Wanwan's face instantly flushed. Fu Tingxian scooped Wanwan into his arms and carried her upstairs, embarking on an intimate journey that left little Wanwan alone downstairs, awaiting their return. Woof woof. Where is my master? Why have they vanished? It's all that man's fault for taking my master away. Master, master, where are you? I miss you so. Where is my master? Why have they vanished? It's all that man's fault for taking my master away. Master, master, where are you? I miss you so. Dreaming of residing in his own cozy doghouse while feasting on delectable dog food, he soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 93. Upon waking in the morning, Lu Wanwan felt as if her body had been trampled by a truck, with aches radiating from her back and waist. Upon waking in the morning, Lu Wanwan felt as if her body had been trampled by a truck, with aches radiating from her back and waist. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and to her surprise, Fu Tingxin had not yet left for work. If his secretary were to see this, it would surely be a shock. Fu Tingxin was typically the epitome of discipline, rising at 6 for a morning jog and arriving at the office punctually by 9. Today, however, leisurely dressing in his trousers, Lu Wanwan, intrigued, inquired, "Why are you still at home at this hour? Aren't you usually at the office by now?" Leisurely dressing in his trousers, Lu Wanwan, intrigued, inquired, "Why are you still at home at this hour? Aren't you usually at the office by now?" A smile graced Fu Tingxin's handsome face as he replied, "I was simply lost in the gentle embrace of Wanwan, reluctant to part from such bliss. Hence I woke a bit late. But it matters not, the company is mine. Perhaps there will be many more days like this. However, I must now attend to work." Even as he arrived at the office, Fu Tingxin maintained a buoyant mood. In an unprecedented turn of events during the meeting, the department manager had made an error and was nervously awaiting Fu Tingxin's reprimand. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the department manager had made an error and was nervously awaiting Fu Tingxin's reprimand. However, much to everyone's astonishment, he received words of comfort instead. "It's all right. The plan didn't turn out well this time.
Just do better next time.
I am not some fearsome tyrant, so there's no need to look at me with such trepidation." The department manager thought to himself, "You might not be like that today, but you certainly have been in the past, erupting in fury over even the slightest mistakes. Why the change?" Fu Tingxin concluded the meeting with a smile and set about earning money for his wife. The secretary, observing all this, realized the cause of the sudden change in Fu Tingxin's demeanor. The happiness at home was undoubtedly influencing his spirits at work, a testament to the impact of his wife. For even the normally stoic Fu Tingxin could be seen smiling so broadly. The fact that he didn't even reprimand the department manager for such a significant error indicated that perhaps keeping his wife happy was the key to a harmonious workplace. The secretary shook his head at the messages flooding the group chat, thinking, "These sly little devils. Do they think making the president happy is that simple? Today's just a stroke of luck." Little did he know, Fu Tingxin would continue to grow happier, and the Fu group would flourish with increasingly generous benefits. Even netizens would come to envy the employees of this company. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan, after enjoying a delicious breakfast, finally made time to check on the poor little Wanwan. "I'm so sorry, Xiaowang, for leaving you here yesterday. Thankfully, I had the foresight to bind you to me. Can you forgive your mother?" Soon succumbing to the allure of dog food and a variety of tasty treats, he obediently nestled in Lu Wanwan's embrace. A beauty deemed rare in 10,000 years by netizens was exhibiting a grotesque demeanor while tormenting a small cat. This wretched cat is utterly disobedient. A beauty deemed rare in 10,000 years by netizens was exhibiting a grotesque demeanor while tormenting a small cat. This wretched cat is utterly disobedient. Satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she observed the marks she left on its fur. At that moment, her assistant, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she observed the marks she left on its fur. At that moment, her assistant, feeling a pang of compassion, spoke up, "Sister Yu, it's merely a creature. Were it not for my participation in the director's program, I wouldn't bother with any animal. This wretched cat dares to scratch me. It's merely a creature. Were it not for my participation in the director's program, I wouldn't bother with any animal. This wretched cat dares to scratch me. I believe it deserves to be dealt with harshly." Lu Mingyue's words dripped with disdain and hatred for the small cat, not faring much better than the cat. Upon graduating from university, he had entered the entertainment industry, but his appearance was not particularly striking, leaving him unable to secure any favorable connections. Yet, he refused to abandon his dreams and settled for being an assistant, hoping that this would grant him more opportunities to act. Little did he know, he would soon fall under Lu Mingyue's harsh rule. Little did he know, he would soon fall under Lu Mingyue's harsh rule. He received no benefits whatsoever. He constantly fantasized about escaping Lu Mingyue's clutches, but bound by a 3-year contract, he had to endure this torment for He received no benefits whatsoever. He constantly fantasized about escaping Lu Mingyue's clutches, but bound by a 3-year contract, he had to endure this torment for 3 long years. Each day, He complied and submitted, believing that this would lessen his suffering. However, he could no longer bear it. Seeing the cat being so mercilessly beaten reminded him of his own pet, who lived a life of comfort and peace. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced his concerns. Lu Mengyue, intrigued by his sudden interest in the cat, decided that torturing the cat was no longer entertaining. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the assistant.
Oh.
I find it far more amusing to beat a person than a cat. With that, Lu Mengyue deliberately selected a thicker bamboo stick. I find it far more amusing to beat a person than a cat. With that, Lu Mengyue deliberately selected a thicker bamboo stick and struck the assistant, yet afraid to utter a word. She knew that if she spoke, Lu Mengyue would strike her even harder and may even cruelly torment the little cat to death. Yet afraid to utter a word. She knew that if she spoke, Lu Mengyue would strike her even harder and may even cruelly torment the little cat to death. After half an hour, Lu Mengyue finally grew weary of her violent exertions and casually remarked, "Enough of this pointless beating. Your face bears no expression of suffering."
Now.
Chapter 94. Discovery. The recording of the show commenced shortly thereafter. Lu Wanwan brought Lu Xiaowang onto the program. Countless animals had perished at the hands of Lu Mengyue during this period. She relished the sadistic pleasure derived from tormenting Countless animals had perished at the hands of Lu Mengyue during this period. She relished the sadistic pleasure derived from tormenting defenseless creatures. However, in the interest of the show, she purchased another cat, hoping to showcase her supposed benevolence. The filming began promptly, with everyone arriving with various animals. An esteemed elder, who prided himself on cultivating virtue, brought an elderly tortoise. The director had even enlisted a professional, a specially trained dog, for the program. Intriguingly, the first task involved exchanging pets and spending 10 minutes in each other's company. Lu Wanwan drew the tortoise, which exhibited no aggression whatsoever. Whatever she offered, it consumed, and their interaction was exceedingly harmonious. However, the situation was markedly different for Lu Mengyue. She was assigned the specially trained dog, known for its aggression, despite being retired. It even bared its teeth, refusing to allow her within even an inch of its space. Lu Mengyue expressed her frustration, unable to locate the production team. It even bared its teeth, refusing to allow her within even an inch of its space. Lu Mengyue expressed her frustration, unable to locate the production team. The director, puzzled, wondered how such a well-trained dog could behave so aggressively. Not wishing to offend a rare beauty, he had to allow Lu Wanwan to swap pets with Lu Mengyue. Once the dog reached Lu Wanwan, it became lively, playing joyfully with her, completely shedding its previous hostility, leaving Lu Mengyue visibly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the elder sensed something was amiss. Why was this little cat hissing? In a moment of negligence, it scratched him. The cat, already unfamiliar with its surroundings and having suffered abuse, was now even more terrified. Its little claws flailing. The elder confronted Lu Mengyue. "What kind of cat are you keeping? It's scratching everyone." Lu Mengyue, embarrassed and displeased, retorted, "How should I know? Perhaps it simply doesn't like you. It was perfectly fine at my place." The elder had never been spoken to in such a manner before, particularly by a celebrity who gained fame through mere publicity. Infuriated, he stammered, You wait." At that moment, Lu Wanwan intervened. "Let's focus on the injury. We should quickly head to the hospital." Lu Mengyue cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wanwan, thinking, what business is it of hers? Even attacking our staff. Lu Mengyue shrugged it off. "I thought it was a big deal. It merely forgot a few staff members. Let's get on with the recording." Even attacking our staff. Lu Mengyue shrugged it off. "I thought it was a big deal. It merely forgot a few staff members. Let's get on with the recording, or I'll be late for my shift." The director vehemently disagreed, questioning her flippant attitude towards the matter. Staff members had gone to get vaccinated due to the chaos. However, recognizing her star status, he resolved to tread lightly, contemplating how to protect himself should any scandals arise in the future. Once the recording was completed successfully, Lu Mengyue immediately donned a different fade, commanding her assistant to throw the cat to her from 2 meters away, startling it into a loud yowl. She likely abused them at home. The gossip system sprang into action, proclaiming, though this individual is beautiful, her character is lacking. She harbors a heart that delights in the torment of small creatures. Countless lives have perished in her hands. Does she not fear retribution? She harbors a heart that delights in the torment of small creatures. Countless lives have perished in her hands. Does she not fear retribution? How could someone be so malevolent as to mistreat animals?
They are such innocent beings.
Did she not fear that one day, such cruelty— How could someone be so malevolent as to mistreat animals?
They are such innocent beings.
Did she not fear that one day, such cruelty might come back to haunt her? Wanwan resolved not to remain idle. Otherwise, the number of animals suffering under Lu Mingyue's care would only increase before the next recording. Fully prepared, she recognized it as Lu Mingyue. Surely, she was disposing of the remains of animals. Wanwan stepped forward. What are you up to, sneaking around? She recognized it as Lu Mingyue. Surely, she was disposing of the remains of animals. Wanwan stepped forward. What are you up to, sneaking around? That bag reeks of blood. Could you be a murderer? Naturally, she knew Lu Mingyue wasn't, but she intended to intimidate her into revealing something. The assistant. And I'll give you 1,000 yuan. The assistant felt a pang of guilt. After all, her monthly salary was only 2,800 yuan. Yet, fearing her boss's wrath. And I'll give you 1,000 yuan. The assistant felt a pang of guilt. After all, her monthly salary was only 2,800 yuan. Yet, fearing her boss's wrath, she resorted to this desperate measure. Ha! You think 1,000 yuan will silence me? You claim it's not what it seems, but the stench is undeniable. If you don't clarify, I will have no choice but to call the authorities. Fearing the consequences of a police report, the assistant reluctantly opened the bag, revealing a horrifying sight that would chill anyone to the bone. Now you see, this isn't what you imagined. These are indeed small animals. Regardless of the circumstances, mistreatment of animals is unacceptable. I shall report you to an animal protection organization. The assistant seized the chance to flee, but Wanwan swiftly apprehended her. Let me go. I'm just a worker. My boss made me do this. If she finds out this was discovered, I'll be in serious trouble. Chapter 95. Madness. Why do you protect her? Don't you feel remorse witnessing these animals suffer? The assistant, seemingly relieved of her burden, began to sob. I didn't want this. Wanwan was taken aback by the extent of Lu Mingyue's cruelty, realizing she physically assaulted her. How could she dare treat you this way? Why not report her? This is outright criminal behavior. I considered it, but calling the police would only worsen my situation. How could she dare treat you this way? Why not report her? This is outright criminal behavior. I considered it, but calling the police would only worsen my situation. Those marks fade within an hour, making it impossible to prove anything. Wanwan thought to herself how effectively Lu Mingyue had manipulated her assistant. She could use her phone to record evidence of this abuse. I shall share with you a rather ingenious method. One could surreptitiously install surveillance devices within his abode. At this moment, the assistant, rather than weeping, finds herself smiling through her tears. After all, a monthly stipend of merely 2,800 is hardly— At this moment, the assistant, rather than weeping, finds herself smiling through her tears. After all, a monthly stipend of merely 2,800 is hardly sufficient for one's sustenance. The prospect of such a financial windfall serves as a potential alleviation of her burdens. I am truly grateful to you. I scarcely know how to proceed. With this, I could not only liberate myself from her clutches, but also exchange the situation for some monetary gain. Perhaps it was the release of her pent-up grievances that compelled the assistant to confide in this stranger, Wanwan, upon graduating from university. My dream was to pursue a career in acting. Yet, despite my efforts, I could only secure minor roles, and even those do not provide enough for my livelihood. Consequently, I was persuaded to become Lu Mingyue's assistant. On the surface, it appears glamorous and many envy me, but in reality, I lack benefits. And with a mere monthly income of 2,800, I cannot even save a penny, let alone support myself. Wanwan, taken aback by the heartlessness of such an employer. You truly have it rough, she remarked. While Wanwan empathized with the assistant's plight, she refrained from offering immediate assistance, wary of potential betrayal. She resolved to extend her hand only once the dust had settled. After venting her emotions, the assistant felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with embarrassment. She resolved to extend her hand only once the dust had settled. After venting her emotions, the assistant felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with embarrassment. I apologize for monopolizing your time. I must attend to my duties and serve my employer, lest she berate me for my tardiness. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyue was indeed in a fury, having not anticipated the chaos that would ensue following her appearance on the show. At that moment, her cat was proving to be quite the handful, leading her to unleash her frustrations upon it in a fit of cruelty. Little did she know, the mischievous feline would soon vanish. Upon the assistant's return, Lu Mengyue wasted no time in reprimanding her. Where have you been? I thought you had perished outside. We still need to appear on the program. The cat is gone. How shall we explain this? Explain? Is that not simple? Lu Mengyue retorted. We still need to appear on the program. The cat is gone. How shall we explain this? Explain? Is that not simple? Lu Mengyue retorted. Just go to the market and procure a cat that looks exactly like it. The director and I shall remain none the wiser. The assistant pondered the feasibility of finding an identical feline, knowing that only a similar one would suffice, yet Lu Mengyue remained indifferent to such details. The director observed the cat by her side with a hint of confusion, noting its slightly altered appearance compared to its last appearance. Meanwhile, the assistant had successfully sold the incriminating footage to the paparazzi for 500,000, which not only documented the cat's mistreatment but also captured her own abuse at Lu Mengyue's hands. Justice, she believed, was imminent. The director cheerfully announced, "Welcome, everyone, to our program. Today, we shall employ a live format to determine who garners the most votes in popularity, with the winner receiving sponsorship. Today, we have gone all out, offering a gold bar statue of your pet as the prize." Wanwan remarked, "This is indeed a significant investment. The value of gold has surged tremendously, and I am determined to claim it for myself. No one else shall dare to compete." Meanwhile, Lu Mengyue's competitive spirit was palpable. She believed her popularity should be unrivaled, as her visage had been dubbed by netizens as a rare beauty not seen in a millennium. As the live broadcast commenced, Lu Mengyue's extensive fanbase propelled her to an early lead. "See? My popularity is undeniable. You mere underlings must bow before me," she declared triumphantly. However, eagle-eyed viewers began to notice something amiss with the cat, whose expression bore an unmistakable look of terror, an indication that only a cat subjected to rigorous training would possess. The implication was clear. It had either been abused or mistreated. Consequently, comments flooded in. "The cat's expression is troubling. It appears to have been subjected to cruelty." Lu Mengyue, noticing the comments, felt a wave of unease wash over her. How could the audience perceive her actions so clearly? As Lu Mengyue remained silent, cat lovers began to press for answers. "What have you done to the cat?" they inquired. Yet, her substantial fan base proved resilient, with praises such as "Sister, you are so beautiful. I feel as though I am drowning in your enchanting lashes, drowning out the discontent." Chapter 96, Chives. Lu Mengyue's fans quickly recognized the emerging discontent among viewers, yet they were steadfast in their beliefs, convinced that their beloved sister, who had generously supported impoverished girls in rural villages, could never commit such heinous acts. They dismissed the criticisms as mere slander from those envious of her success. "Do not worry, continue streaming on my phone. It will still count towards your popularity, combined with the previous tally." However, with each broadcast, hostility surged. "Do not worry, continue streaming on my phone. It will still count towards your popularity, combined with the previous tally." However, with each broadcast, hostility surged, and viewers descended upon her streams in a frenzy, rendering her efforts futile. As the day drew to a close, the charming allure of Lu Xiaowang, the dog, captured the hearts of many. Ultimately, the director announced Lu Wanwan as the victor, and she rejoiced, having secured the coveted gold bar statue. Meanwhile, the seemingly pure and harmless goddess may not be what she appears. Is this a sign of moral decline, or the seemingly pure and harmless goddess may not be what she appears? Is this a sign of moral decline, or a loss of humanity? Join me at 9 p.m. in my live stream for some juicy revelations. This ignited curiosity among netizens who speculated about the identity of the goddess in question, failing to connect the dots back to Lu Mengyue. As the clock struck 9, the live stream commenced, with viewers eagerly voicing their suspicions. The paparazzi, withholding no secrets, proclaimed that once the stream garnered 100,000 in sales or tips, the truth would be revealed. Eager for a scoop, viewers spared no expense, showering gifts in pursuit of the truth. Finally, the moment arrived. There have been whispers about this for some time. Those who tuned into Lin Muyu's stream this morning may have already heard the rumors. Lu Mengyue is indeed guilty. She has not only abused numerous small animals, but has also assaulted her assistant. Gasps of shock reverberated through the audience as they grappled with the incongruity of her beauty and her despicable actions. which included the mistreatment of animals and violence against her own staff. Such behavior was nothing short of monstrous. The public expressed their disbelief. Yet, fortunately, the paparazzi had retained a crucial piece of evidence. The video was exceedingly clear, thereby shattering the facade for all netizens. Upon witnessing the footage, the online community fell silent. Lu Mengyue was unequivocally a disgrace among humanity. How could such a person possibly merit the status of a star? Consequently, the phrase Lu Mengyue must exit the entertainment industry surged to the top of trending searches. To mistreat it in such a manner is utterly deplorable. Undoubtedly, the distress inflicted upon the cat featured in today's program was also her doing. To mistreat it in such a manner is utterly deplorable. Undoubtedly, the distress inflicted upon the cat featured in today's program was also her doing. A torrent of vitriol flooded Lu Mengyue's comment section. Lu Mengyue, suddenly alarmed, mused that she had merely discarded some unwanted items. Was she truly at fault? Who had exposed her? It had to be her wretched assistant. Without hesitation, she dialed her assistant, who, witnessing the unfolding chaos online, was too frightened to answer. Lu Mengyue immediately took to social media, lamenting her supposed struggle with depression, which had compelled her to act as she did. Many fans promptly believed her, asserting that their beloved sister could never harm animals. After all, animals are merely creatures. What difference would it make if one were to perish? Furthermore, one must consider the substantial sums she donated to charitable causes annually, aiding countless girls. Could a minor error necessitate such a profound penance? Lu Mengyue's fanbase, predominantly composed of minors, lacked maturity. Many bystanders began to shift their sympathies towards her, and Lu Mengyue's manager swiftly contacted a hospital to procure a fraudulent depression diagnosis. In no time, realized that the situation was not unfolding as she had imagined. She feared Lu Mengyue might bully her to death, explicitly threatening, "How dare you betray me and capture so much evidence? Aren't you afraid of how I might treat you tomorrow? Besides, you're explicitly threatening, how dare you betray me and capture so much evidence? Aren't you afraid of how I might treat you tomorrow? Besides, your 3-year contract is in my possession." Resorted to recalling a previous conversation with Lu Wanwan, who had advised her to call if there were any developments. Clinging to a glimmer, she reached out to Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan, taken aback by the situation as escalation, found the public's reaction utterly irrational. She reached out to Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan, taken aback by the situation as escalation, found the public's reaction utterly irrational. Upon receiving the assistant's distress call, Lu Wanwan quickly devised a plan. At 6 a.m., the assistant ventured alone into the lion's den. Lu Mengyue, brimming with arrogance, struck her assistant across the face without hesitation, declaring, "You dared to inform on me. This is merely self-inflicted suffering. Now, relish my wrath." Subsequently, she brandished a bamboo stick. "I was merely foolish enough to submit a resume to your company. You exploit me monthly, paying a mere $2,800 with no social insurance or benefits." Lu Mengyue's ignorance of such matters was evident in her dismissive retort, "Be grateful. Many would leap at the chance to meet a star. I offered you a position in my studio. Do you think I am obligated to provide you with insurance?" The assistant replied, "What constitutes a good job?" "I offered you a position in my studio. Do you think I am obligated to provide you with insurance?" The assistant replied, "What constitutes a good job? Is it a position where I am beaten daily? I would rather forego such a good job. Please nullify my contract, considering the extent of your abuse." Lu Mengyue scoffed, "Dream on. You're bound by a 3-year contract. You've divulged too many secrets. It was merely the mistreatment of some insignificant creatures. Who knew the backlash would be so severe? If I were to be expelled from the industry, how would I earn a living and deceive my fans?" Chapter 97. Plastic Surgery. Lu Mengyue never anticipated that all her words were being recorded live. Lu Wanwan's cunning plan would unveil the truth to the public. The audience was shocked to discover that their beloved idol was capable of such cruelty, not only physically assaulting her assistant, but also exploiting workers. As fellow workers, they felt indignant. Their hard-earned money had been devoted to her, only for her to regard them as mere chattel. The tide of public opinion turned dramatically, with outrage directed squarely at her. They had never imagined their idol could stoop so low. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyue continued her tirade. "Those fools believed my every word without question." Her arrogance was infuriating. "Aren't you concerned they might uncover the truth? Your actions are utterly contradictory." Lu Mengyue dismissed the possibility, asserting that the audience would soon forget. She was treating them as if they were simpletons. "Is your charitable contribution to impoverished girls genuine? Of course. she retorted. The public perceives me as benevolent. I have no idea where that money ends up. The revelation of her deceit incited further fury among the audience. Unbeknownst to Lu Meng, I have no idea where that money ends up. The revelation of her deceit incited further fury among the audience. Unbeknownst to Lu Mengyue, her fanbase was rapidly dwindling. Armed with evidence, the assistant regained her composure. I wish you all the best. I've obtained what I desired today, and now I shall take my leave. Lu Mengyue scoffed. And where do you think you'll go? For the next 3 years, you are under my control. You cannot escape. With that, she retrieved the bamboo stick once more, striking her assistant repeatedly. Though she had viewed the earlier video with a degree of detachment, witnessing the abuse firsthand was an entirely different experience. Exploiting workers was one thing, but physical assault crossed a legal line. In an instant, the audience dialed emergency services. The police arrived promptly. Hello, Miss Liu. You are implicated in a case of intentional assault. At this moment, Lu Mengyue finally felt fear. She understood that while her assistant's injuries were minor, the damage to her reputation was significant. Previously, she could dismiss the video as fabricated, but the police were not concerned with such details. Their actions were indicative of a legal breach, and she was swiftly taken into custody. Questioning the integrity of celebrities, they were at a loss as to whom to trust. Lu Mengyue, having caused no serious harm to her assistant, was released after a few days in detention. However, her reputation had suffered an unprecedented blow, with numerous penalties awaiting her. She seethed with hatred towards her assistant, blaming her for her current predicament. Had it not been for her, she would still be the glamorous star. Meanwhile, she seethed with hatred towards her assistant, blaming her for her current predicament. Had it not been for her, she would still be the glamorous star. Meanwhile, the assistant confronted Lu Mengyue, throwing the contract in her face, finally relishing a moment of vindication. I quit. It's not that simple. You can't just walk away from a signed 3-year contract without incurring penalties. Can a fresh graduate like you afford it? Even after her release from detention, Lu Mengyue remained relentless. Even if I can't afford it, I do not wish to linger by your side for even a second longer. Right into Lu Mengyue's face. At last, she had vented her pent-up frustration. Lu Mengyue was livid. Never having anticipated that this little assistant would dare to stand up to her. Her anger contorted her nose. Never having anticipated that this little assistant would dare to stand up to her. Her anger contorted her nose. Not merely in the figurative sense, but in a physical manner that rendered her appearance quite unseemly. My goodness, your nose has indeed become crooked. It's a wonder that netizens still call you a beauty of unparalleled rarity. It appears you have resorted to cosmetic enhancements after all. Lu Mengyue fumed. Lu Mengyue felt a pang of insecurity. She had undergone countless cosmetic procedures since childhood, to the point where even her own mother could not recognize her now. Lu Mengyue felt a pang of insecurity. She had undergone countless cosmetic procedures since childhood, to the point where even her own mother could not recognize her now. She could hardly believe that this assistant might uncover her past transformations. However, she soon realized the gravity of her situation. Her nose was damaged. But she had already preemptively acquired those incriminating images at a high price. Yet, now that her reputation had crumbled, those who once supported her no longer cared. And they released the photos without a second thought. This would allow them to profit from the ensuing traffic, and if they did not act now, when would they? Once she faded into obscurity, she would no longer earn a penny from her fame. The netizens expressed their dissent, having already acknowledged her as a beauty of incomparable rarity. The release of such images would only serve to undermine their previous assertions. Although she had fallen from grace, her beauty remained widely recognized. Her visage was indeed unmatched. Upon closer inspection, her earlier photographs bore little resemblance to her current appearance. After hundreds of procedures over the past decade, she was virtually unrecognizable, even to her mother. Suddenly, the netizens began to sense something amiss. Indeed, she had never shared any childhood photos, promoting herself as a natural beauty, when in reality, she was a product of extensive cosmetic alterations. They felt remorse for having idolized a figure so heavily reliant on enhancements. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyue frantically covered her now misaligned nose, desperate to seek out a cosmetic clinic, only to be caught on camera by netizens and swiftly exposed online, confirming her status as a cosmetic monster. Lu Mengyue received her just deserts, while the little assistant finally realized her dream of becoming an actress. Lu Wanwan had promised her an opportunity to act. Should she expose Lu Mengyue, and the assistant seized the chance, landing a supporting role that showcased her years of hard work. She finally lived the life she had always desired, while Lu Mengyue, burdened by her debts, resorted to washing dishes daily to repay her obligations. Chapter 98. Role Reversal. One day, the little assistant, resplendent in her newfound fame, strolled down the street, only to encounter Lu Mengyue, who had just finished her shift washing dishes. Casting a condescending glance at Lu Mengyue before turning to leave without a second thought. After all, her current status was far removed. Casting a condescending glance at Lu Mengyue before turning to leave without a second thought. After all, her current status was far removed from that of an ordinary worker, and she had long since shed her previous identity. Lu Mengyue, seething with jealousy, could hardly bear it. Once a celebrated star, how had she fallen to such depths? Meanwhile, the pet-themed program continued unabated. Today's mission involved visiting the home of a renowned veteran artist. Due to the recent scandals surrounding Lu. Meanwhile, the pet-themed program continued unabated. Today's mission involved visiting the home of a renowned veteran artist. Due to the recent scandals surrounding Lu Mengyue, a specially trained dog began behaving erratically, barking incessantly. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the gossip system activated. Wanwan, I have news about this artist. A specially trained dog began behaving erratically, barking incessantly. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the gossip system activated. Wanwan, I have news about this artist. Lu Wanwan replied with a hint of frustration. That half-told story you left me with? I couldn't savor the gossip fully before you. Lu Wanwan replied with a hint of frustration. That half-told story you left me with? I couldn't savor the gossip fully before you cut off.
Indeed.
That same story is finally coming to light today. Just wait and see. This dog is no ordinary creature. Noticing the dog's agitation, attempted to have the assistant restrain it, but the agile pup evaded capture effortlessly. Truly, it was a remarkable creature, demonstrating its impressive. Noticing the dog's agitation, attempted to have the assistant restrain it, but the agile pup evaded capture effortlessly. Truly, it was a remarkable creature, demonstrating its impressive training. The dog darted up to the third floor, causing the veteran artist to appear increasingly flustered, as if the upper level concealed some deep secret. The director, sensing a potential for sensationalism, urged, "Since our little dog seems so intrigued by the third floor, why don't you take us up to see what's there?" The artist shook his head vehemently, as if genuinely concerned about what lay hidden. No, you must understand that is my most significant artwork." Displaying remarkable prowess, managed to damage the doorknob, allowing access with just a gentle push. As the door swung open, displaying remarkable prowess, managed to damage the doorknob, allowing access with just a gentle push. As the door swung open, the scene that greeted them was nothing short of shocking. The room was filled with unspeakable secrets. The director wasted no time in calling the authorities, realizing that such matters could not be concealed. Engaging in drug use within his own home. This was a clear violation of the law. Was it a decline in morality or a loss of humanity? Engaging in drug use within his own home. This was a clear violation of the law. Was it a decline in morality or a loss of humanity? Various paraphernalia lay strewn across the floor, a disturbing sight indeed. Before long, the police arrived, and through their investigations, the situation was utterly chilling. The director could scarcely comprehend how a filming location had devolved into such a scene. The situation was utterly chilling. The director could scarcely comprehend how a filming location had devolved into such a scene. Once a revered figure, the artist was now exposed not only for his drug use but also for facilitating others within the entertainment industry. In fact, he had been trafficking substances. Such actions could lead to a sentence of 10 to 20 years for the artist. In a bid to absolve himself of the fallout, he betrayed his associates, including artists from Su Rulin's company, who turned to these substances to escape their financial woes. When apprehended, many of the artists vehemently denied, including artists from Su Rulin's company, who turned to these substances to escape their financial woes. When apprehended, many of the artists vehemently denied the accusations. Yet faced with undeniable evidence, they had no choice but to concede. Soon the entertainment world was shaken to its core, as the public grappled with the reality that their beloved stars were ensnared in such troubling circumstances. Having succumbed to these vices, they would no longer be able to perform, nor appear on screens or in public view. While many expressed their sorrow, there were also discerning viewers and netizens who promptly unfollowed, expressing their deep disdain for such behavior. Sue Rulin's company, in particular, has garnered a rather unsavory reputation. The already tarnished image has been further sullied. In light of this, Sue Rulin's company, in particular, has garnered a rather unsavory reputation. The already tarnished image has been further sullied. In light of this, Sue Rulin has chosen to adopt a laissez-faire attitude. After having endured such tumultuous experiences, her mindset has evolved to one of equilibrium. She no longer yearns for vast riches, but simply desires to live a joyful life. However, a sense of discontent lingers within her, questioning why her existence has been fraught with such misfortune. Ultimately, her investigation unveiled that a mere dog was behind the chaos. Wanwan 2. And only a select few are fortunate enough to cultivate tranquility amidst the chaos. Fortunately, her adorable pet program has been pulled from various networks. And only a select few are fortunate enough to cultivate tranquility amidst the chaos. Fortunately, her adorable pet program has been pulled from various networks. Yet she has not lost a single cent of her earnings. Upon returning home, Wanwan resumes her blissful, almost ethereal existence. With her beloved dog and a luxurious villa, she is treated to an array of delectable delights daily, and she feels immensely content with her life.